Imagine starting your day in a tedious factory, surrounded by robots, when an unexpected alert changes everything. Suddenly, you're teleported into a chaotic world where you must face giant orcs, fierce wyverns, and hellhounds. Along the way, you meet people in need, a guy riding a bike in the weirdest way, and you begin unlocking powers that might be your only chance at survival. All this while searching for your missing family, and relying on the most unlikely mode of transport to outlast the apocalypse.
But before we dive into the video, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. It really helps us keep bringing you more content like this. Already subscribed? Alright, let's get into the video!
The main character of this manhwa is one of the most unremarkable individuals you'll ever meet, working at a logistics center to make ends meet. Kim Jong-yum isn't too fond of his job, and you'll soon understand why. When he attempts to make small talk with the robot beside him, the machine simply ignores him and gets straight to work. That's exactly what he dislikes about the place. The entire logistics center is filled with advanced AI robots that handle most of the labor. Jong-yum is responsible for overseeing everything, but there's no one around to chat with. He often feels down, missing the warmth of human interaction, and sometimes wonders if he's in the wrong place. This all began 2 months ago, right after he was discharged from the military, marking the start of a streak of bad luck. The first blow was when his parents relocated to Wajongbu. As a discharge gift, they paid the deposit and 6 months' rent for his small apartment, leaving him to live alone near his old school. Thus, his solitary life was forced upon him. Though financially stable thanks to government support and his parents covering rent, he took his time searching for a job, hoping to find the perfect opportunity without rushing. Unfortunately, things didn't go as expected, and he faced rejection after rejection before even getting a chance to prove himself. After a month of job searching, he was going stir-crazy from boredom. One day, while venting to his sister about being the unemployed brother, she teased him mercilessly. During their conversation, she mentioned that many people were working as operators for delivery companies using AI robots to make things easier. His interest was piqued, which led him to this lifeless place where there's literally no one to talk to. Just as I'm narrating this, someone else calls out to him. This person looks rather grumpy and unpleasant at first glance. Someone who could easily pass for the manager. Anyway, the senior worker informs Jong-yum that they're out of tuna stock, despite the system indicating there's still some. He tells Jong-yum to check the warehouse for any missing stock, and of course Jong-yum agrees with a forced smile. Let's be honest, he finds the robots much warmer than his cold-hearted senior. As Kim enters the warehouse, the door behind him begins to close. He quickly searches for the tuna, eventually spotting it, climbing up to retrieve it. Just then he hears the door slam shut with a loud thud. He tries turning the knob, but it's jammed. He calls his manager Shin, but there's no response. He briefly considers calling 911 but decides against it, figuring it's not worth the trouble since he's not in immediate danger. Instead, he takes a selfie and sends it to his sister, letting her know he's trapped. She initially teases him, but then mentions hearing a building collapse near her house. Naturally, Jong-yum gets worried and calls her, but when she picks up, she stays silent. Just as he starts thinking it might be a prank, the entire warehouse shakes and an emergency alarm blares. The atmosphere turns chaotic, with announcements urging evacuation. Trapped in the warehouse with no idea what's happening outside, Jong-yum bangs on the door, but no one responds. Panicking, he tries calling 911 again, only to find there's no signal. He's losing his mind, wondering if there's a full-scale disaster outside. Suddenly, he hears something pounding on the door from the other side, each hit leaving massive dents in the steel door like it's made of cardboard. Trembling, he backs away from the door, instinctively knowing things have gone terribly wrong, and if he makes a noise he's done for. Sweating, he drops to his knees, relieved when the pounding stops, though the noise and screams outside still terrify him. 3 days pass and he's still trapped inside, surviving on whatever food is available. With no one searching for him, he's convinced something catastrophic has happened. He wonders if there's a war going on and feels almost grateful to be stuck inside, thinking he might be safer here. The alarm, which used to blare constantly, has been silent since yesterday, giving him a bit of peace. However, with his phone's battery running low, he's unsure how long he can last. This might be his final note to the outside world, praying someone finds him soon and keeps his family safe. Just when he thought it couldn't get worse, a system window pops up, notifying him that he's been selected and should check his awakened abilities. At first, Jong-yum thinks he's hallucinating, but then another window appears, revealing he's gained his own personal subspace for storing items. He starts to wonder if there's some kind of drug in the tuna cans he's been eating for the last 3 days. Another digital notification pops up, informing him that a target has been designated and asking if he wants to store it. Without hesitation he confirms, and suddenly he feels himself falling, landing hard on the ground outside. Scrambling to his feet, he looks around only to find everything in ruins, debris and wreckage everywhere. He spots his senior lying dead nearby. As system windows keep flashing, our protagonist is too busy vomiting after seeing his senior's lifeless body. The system then announces that a suitable operating system has been found for him and is now being installed. Suddenly he hears footsteps approaching from behind, casting a huge shadow over him, and he's almost certain this shadow isn't human. As the scene zooms out, we see a monstrous orc-like creature with sharp fangs and a massive blood-covered body. Jong-yun starts sweating profusely, trying to calm himself, hoping his worst fears aren't true. He convinces himself that the loud roar he heard 3 days ago might have come from a gorilla or a bear. Still, he doesn't dare look back and instead sprints away as fast as he can, running for his life. Panic rises as he realizes he's being hunted by a literal monster. In his frantic escape, he even steps on someone's entrails. He has no clue why an orc-like creature is here or why it's after him, but one thing is clear: he has to get away. Suddenly, a system window pops up, announcing that synchronization is complete and asking if he wants to enter the subspace. Without a second thought, Jong-yun says yes, just as the monster's hand swings at him. He leaps into the portal, leaving the monster trapped on the other side, groaning in frustration. Jong-yun is confused, wondering why the creature can't follow him. A floating drone appears, explaining that nothing can enter his subspace without his permission, as he is the master of it. The drone further clarifies that the subspace is completely under his control. Shocked, Jong-yun feels a strange sense of déjà vu seeing the drone talk to him. Looking around, he realizes he's back in the PAX Fulfillment Center warehouse, but now it's part of his new subspace. The place is filled with the same robots as before. The system then informs him that as he's entered the subspace for the first time, he will be rewarded with a mana stone. The stone materializes in his hand, but before he can figure out what it does, the monster outside begins pounding on the portal again, startling him. He momentarily forgets he's being hunted by a monstrous beast and asks the system if it's sure the creature can't get in. The system reassures him that nothing can enter without his consent. A new system window appears, informing him that the PAX Fulfillment Center is a 5-story facility with a total area of 10,000 pyong, approximately 33,000 square meters, and contains everything necessary for improving customers' lives. It can ship products at speeds of 60 kilometers per hour, with a maximum shipment size of 2 meters. Jong-yun is just as baffled as anyone would be by all this information. The system adds to his confusion by stating there are only 2 minutes left until maintenance. Jong-yun, still disoriented, asks if the facility will shut down after 2 minutes. The drone confirms this and explains that he can use the mana stone to power the facility and maintain operations within the subspace. With 1 mana stone he can keep the facility running for 24 hours. Impressed by its efficiency, Jong-yun listens as the drone explains that when the PAX Center was stored in the subspace, its energy system was modified to run on mana stones. Jong-yun, still skeptical, asks if this is even real or just some sci-fi nonsense. Suddenly, the facility's lights shut off, and the drone begins flashing warnings. The PAX system explains that the power has been cut, and if energy isn't restored, PAX fresh products, items like fresh vegetables, meat and pre-prepared meals, could begin to spoil. Jong-yun realizes that in a chaotic world like this, where outside is a war zone, food is essential for survival. The power outage in the freezers and refrigerators could be a huge problem. He asks the drone if the mana stone can really replace electricity. The drone confirms this, so Jong-yun inquires how he can get more mana stones. The drone replies that mana stones can be obtained from creatures of other worlds. Clearly, Jong-yun isn't thrilled at the idea of confronting a muscle-bound monster that could easily tear him apart. He tells the drone to use the mana stone for now, then rushes into the facility to gather weapons. Inside he grabs as many weapons as he can, but a system window flashes their prices. With limited resources, he's worried he might run out of stock if he throws everything at the monster too quickly. He's also unsure whether these blades can even pierce the monster's thick skin. He figures that wounding the monster slowly rather than trying to kill it outright might be a smarter strategy. Since the creature can't enter his subspace, there's no rush to finish it off in one go. He'll focus on injuring it little by little, ensuring he doesn't waste resources or run out of weapons too quickly. Jong-yun hurls an axe at the monster, but it only grazes its body, which only enrages the creature further. With his original plan failing and aware that his weapon supply is limited, he decides to give the heavy axe another try, hoping it will have a more noticeable effect this time. He asks the system how many axes are left in stock, and to his surprise, he's told there are 15 remaining. He was expecting far fewer, so the number takes him off guard. He quickly checks the location of these axes, and upon reaching the storage area, he's shocked to discover that the axes are duplicating infinitely. The system explains that the items are produced through a process that allows them to be duplicated endlessly. While they can be damaged or altered, they cannot be fully depleted. This revelation leaves Jong-yun stunned. If the system is right, he has an endless supply of weapons at his disposal. Surprisingly, the system confirms this. With this newfound knowledge, Jong-yun feels relieved, knowing he no longer needs to worry about running out of weapons. He can throw as many as he wants at the monster without fear of exhausting his stock. He realizes that his shoulders will probably give out before the monster does, but at least he has a seemingly unlimited arsenal. The system then reveals another useful detail. He doesn't even have to throw the weapons himself. He can automate the process, shipping items from the subspace to the outside world. The system clarifies that shipping can only occur every 30 seconds, but this speed can be increased by leveling up his skills. Jong-yun quickly asks how to launch the weapons, and the system tells him he only needs to think of the registered item and say ship to have it automatically sent out. As soon as the system explains this, Jong-yun says ship, and an axe hurtles through the air at incredible speed, slamming into the monster's grotesque face and bringing it down instantly. The axe was launched by the drone, and when Jong-yun asks about the speed of the throw, the system replies that the default shipping velocity is 60 km per hour. Finally, Jong-yun understands what the system meant earlier by shipping speed. The system then informs him that he can adjust the speed to a maximum of 75 km per hour, but anything faster will require skill upgrades. Naturally, Jong-yun asks how to upgrade his skills, and the system explains that he can do so by using mana stones. At this point, Jong-yun remembers the monster he just defeated and realizes that he'll need to fight more creatures to progress. He quickly gears up inside the facility. First, he grabs lightweight combat boots priced at about 50,000 KRW and matching tactical pants for 78,000 KRW. Once he's suited up, he also buys a detailed map of the Seoul metropolitan area and a permanent marker. He marks a circle around Gwangjin district, then highlights surrounding areas in a specific order. With his route planned, he decides to start with the nearest district and gradually work his way toward his final goal, Ijeonggu, where he hopes to reunite with his parents. Since he's starting from Gunpo and doesn't have a car, Jong-yun knows the journey will be long. Even though it's not as fast as a car or motorcycle, a regular bicycle is incredibly valuable in a post-apocalyptic world, and in this situation it might as well be a Lamborghini. He hops on the bike and pedals through the desolate landscape. After around 30 minutes, night falls and Jong-yun has already taken down nearly 12 orcs. He reveals that he's learned a valuable lesson from defeating them, but before he can explain, a new monster appears and tries to attack him. Jong-yun quickly retreats to his subspace, leaving the creature outside. While the monster is stuck, he uses the shipment ability again to launch an axe at high speed. Unfortunately, the axe only hits the monster's shoulder, wounding it but not finishing it off. With a cooldown period of 30 seconds before he can ship again and a range limit of 10 meters, Jong-yun realizes that his abilities, though impressive, need more refinement, and that he can further improve them by collecting mana stones. Beyond shipment, Pax's ability has other applications, and we'll soon discover what those are. Suddenly, the monster notices movement and turns around, only to see the axe flying back into the portal and then returning, striking it in the face again and finishing it off. This is actually the second function of Pax's shipment ability, known as product retrieval, which automatically brings back dispatched items. Just as useful as the shipping ability itself. Jong-yun uses the retrieval function once more to claim the mana stone from the monster, all while wondering why he can't simply retrieve the mana stone without killing the creature first. He then asks Pax the same question and learns that he can only use his retrieval skill on the stone after killing the monster, as it belongs to him at that point. Regardless, Jong-yun steps out of his subspace and shares another vital piece of information about this apocalyptic world. It turns out that the strange orcs aren't the only creatures wreaking havoc. There are also winged monsters, and he knows it will be a serious challenge to hunt one of those. Suddenly, he hears cries for help, but before he can identify the source, the scene shifts to a man named Choi, desperately fleeing. He's so exhausted that each step feels heavier than the last, and a flying creature is chasing him. The monster swoops down, slamming into Choi from behind, sending him crashing to the ground in agony. There's another person behind Choi, but before he can help his fallen friend, the monster lands right in front of him, blocking his path. Its fierce, drooling mouth suggests that human flesh is the most appetizing thing around. However, strangely, the monster doesn't attack the man standing before it. Instead, it fixes its gaze on Choi, who is writhing in pain on the ground. The man, confused as to why the monster is ignoring him, realizes it has been targeting Choi all along, likely because he seems like an easier victim. He feels helpless, unsure of what to do with only a small knife in hand, doubting whether it could even distract the monster. Just then, the sound of a bicycle bell rings through the air, and not surprisingly, it's our boy speeding toward them, though these two have no idea who or what is approaching. Before they can process what's happening, they witness the monster that was hunting them get struck by a projectile, sending it sliding across the ground from the force of the impact. The creature was felled by a single axe throw, leaving both men in stunned disbelief. Jong-yun quickly checks if they are okay, but they're still in shock, their mouths agape as they try to understand how someone on a bicycle managed to defeat a flying wyvern with just an axe. They immediately ask Jong-yun if he's a soldier, bowing their heads in gratitude for saving their lives. Jong-yun, glad they're safe, points to his uniform in response to their question. He explains that he's an employee of PAX FC, and they notice he's wearing the company's gear. This revelation shocks them even more, as they had assumed he was a trained soldier, given his impressive skills and presence. Even though he's not a soldier, his abilities are so extraordinary that if they hadn't seen it themselves, they wouldn't have believed someone could take down a wyvern with just an axe throw while riding a bicycle. Jong-yun is surprised to find out that these people are already familiar with the concept of abilities. One of them confirms this, mentioning that he himself has an awakened ability, though it's just a simple driving skill, which he hasn't had much chance to use under the circumstances. Choi then laughs, admitting that he's a bit jealous because he hasn't awakened any ability of his own. Jong-yun asks if there are more survivors nearby, and Choi explains that there aren't. They're currently in Block C, which houses a logistics center where many people gathered, but unfortunately so did the monsters. Most of the people were attacked, killed, or devoured, leaving only around 10 to 15 survivors who are now hiding in the underground terminal of Block E. He goes on to explain that they were searching for a drivable road and trying to collect essential supplies when the monster attacked them. The other man suggests that instead of continuing to talk there, Jong-yun should accompany them to their living quarters on the 4th basement floor. He assures him that the monsters have never breached that area, so they can sleep peacefully there, and even offer some snacks. Jong-yun considers the offer, clearly interested in seeing the vehicles they mentioned, as he's in desperate need of information about working transportation. Eventually he agrees to join them, though he remains cautious, unsure whether he can fully trust them. As they begin to walk away, we take one last glance at the dead monster lying on the ground. At that moment, Jong-yun discreetly retrieves the mana stone from the creature's body and slips it into his subspace, relieved that the two men don't know about his ability. This way he has an escape plan in case things go wrong. He can always retreat into his subspace if necessary. A while later they arrive at the basement, where they encounter a man who has just taken down an orc on his own. Choi rushes over to his friend, asking if everything is alright and what happened. The orc slayer assures him that all is well, explaining that the orc must have wandered in by accident. Fortunately, it hadn't spotted them, so they were able to take it out easily. No one was injured, but now they're less confident that the place is truly safe. Jong-yun meanwhile feels a surge of fear, realizing how perilous this area truly is. His thoughts are interrupted when the orc slayer asks who he is. Choi explains that Jong-yun is the one who saved them from the wyvern and used to work for PAX FC. He also mentions that Jong-yun is quite powerful, having taken down the wyvern with an axe throw from a distance. Everyone is both amazed and curious about what kind of abilities he might possess. At that moment, a woman rushes toward him, absolutely ecstatic that he saved Yongsu and Byung-kal. Overjoyed, she begins to do a little celebratory dance. The rest of the group starts to gather around, showering him with praise. Jong-yun tries to brush it off, modestly saying that he was only doing what was necessary. As he continues to receive so much attention, Choi steps in to break up the crowd, telling them not to tease the young guy. Just then, the orc slayer speaks up, revealing that everyone there has been working together for over a decade, and that Yongsu and Byung-kal are like family to him. He expresses his deep gratitude for saving them and introduces himself as Lee Jin-mak, the center manager of Daehoon Express Terminal. He even bows respectfully to thank Jong-yun for saving his two friends. After the introductions, Jin-mak gives Jong-yun a quick overview of the place. He explains that while they can't guarantee total safety, it's far more comfortable than being outside. They have a stockpile of food and water from the logistics center, and he encourages Jong Yun to eat as much as he wants and to make himself at home. Jean Mac adds that they have enough supplies to last for a while and can always get more from the logistics center if needed. However, Yongsu interrupts, pointing out that the logistics center they're talking about has suddenly vanished. The group is left wide-eyed and speechless at this absurd news. Jean Mac immediately asks what Yongsu means by this. Choi confirms it, explaining that the building has literally disappeared, which is why they were being chased by the wyvern. The others are skeptical, questioning how such a massive structure could simply vanish. Jean Mac, though stunned, eventually accepts the reality, reasoning that if monsters like the ones they've encountered are real, then a disappearing building might not be so unbelievable. Jong Yun remains silent, unsure whether the disappearance of the logistics center is connected to his own subspace abilities. Trying to calm the group, the manager urges them to focus, stating that regardless of the situation, they must dig through the tunnel. Staying here will only make things worse. He encourages everyone to stay strong, saying that their time has just come a little earlier than expected and that they need to start heading into the tunnel as soon as possible. The woman from before, now fired up, tries to rally the group, reminding them that even without the logistics center, they must keep moving forward and force their way through. Jong Yun turns to the manager, asking what forcing their way through actually means. The manager explains that everyone has homes elsewhere, and vehicles are essential for getting around. But with the roads blocked, they need to find a way through. Jong Yun's interest peaks at the mention of vehicles, and he asks for more details. The manager confirms they do have working vehicles but says all the roads are blocked. A golf course obstructs the north, containers block the east, and the southern Yangdong Expressway is completely destroyed. The only remaining exit is the tunnel to the west, but unfortunately, a group of wyverns has taken control of it. Up until now, they've survived by scavenging supplies from the logistics center, but now they have no choice but to push through. The manager then tells Jong Yun that he doesn't have to go through the tunnel since the blocked roads only affect vehicles, and there are other ways to escape on foot or by bicycle. Jong Yun, however, insists that he also needs a vehicle, believing it's best to take the tunnel route. The manager doesn't argue further and tells him he's welcome to join them if he's up for it. Jong Yun grins and says he'd be happy to work with them. He also thinks to himself that it's better to keep his abilities hidden for now. While the group seems nice, he knows they've been struggling to survive, and they might not be entirely forthcoming about their situation. Jong Yun understands their need for secrecy and plans to stay cautious as well. He then turns to the manager, saying he wants to check out the situation at the tunnel and the wyverns. He claims he's planning to scout ahead, but in reality he's eager to use his abilities to wipe out the monsters and collect more mana stones. The scene briefly flashes back to when Jong Yun defeated several monsters and saved up 5 magic stones. With these stones, he's now able to reduce the cooldown on his shipping ability to just 5 seconds. That's when he sees 3 new shipping abilities. The first is precise delivery, which locks onto a target and guarantees a hit. The second is simultaneous delivery, allowing him to send 2 items at once. The third is automatic delivery, which lets him deliver designated items automatically, with adjustable timing. While these abilities sound amazing, each costs 10 stones and Jong Yun can't wait to try them out, though he's still unsure about the exact function of automatic delivery. In the present moment, Jong Yun is grinning, thrilled about the mana stones he's collected and eager for his scouting mission to earn more, or so he thought. His excitement is quickly dashed when he finds himself stuck with Yongsu, one of the guys he had saved earlier. When Jong Yun asks why he's tagging along, Yongsu replies that it's too dangerous to go outside alone. Jong Yun dryly reminds him that he was the one being chased by the wyvern earlier. But Yongsu insists that it doesn't matter. He can't let him go alone. Besides, he's confident that if needed, Jong Yun will save him again. Jong Yun recalls that Yongsu mentioned he had awakened a driver's ability, so he asks if Yongsu can see a message window or something similar. Yongsu replies that he hasn't seen any window, but he feels deep down that he's awakened some sort of ability. It just hasn't fully developed yet. This answer isn't exactly comforting to Jong Yun, who starts feeling more concerned. As night falls, they zoom down the road on their bike at crazy speeds. Jong Yun is sweating in fear as he watches Yongsu steer the bike with one leg while trying to maintain balance. When Jong Yun asks why he's driving like that, Yongsu explains that the road is full of cars and it's hard to see. Suddenly, Yongsu spots a wyvern ahead. Jong Yun quickly tells him to stop because he can't see anything. It seems like the monster has finally noticed them, and as it stares menacingly, Yongsu nervously asks what they should do. Just then, a projectile strikes the wyvern, taking it down in one shot, leaving Young-so utterly shocked. Meanwhile, Jong-yun calmly tells him to focus and not look back. While speaking, he discreetly retrieves the mana stone and stashes it in his subspace. Finally, Young-so notices the tunnel up ahead and slams on the brakes. Before Jong-yun can ask why he stopped in the middle of the road, the answer becomes clear. They see a horde of monsters crawling around the area. Young-so is absolutely terrified, and Jong-yun wouldn't be surprised if Young-so had already panicked beyond measure. As one of the monsters starts advancing toward them, Young-so is convinced their time is up. Even with the electric bikes, there's no way they can outrun so many wyverns. Just as Young-so braces for the worst, Jong-yun realizes he has no choice but to use his subspace ability. He quickly pulls up his system and dumps his mana stones to reduce the cooldown from 30 seconds to just 5 seconds. Confused, Young-so asks what Jong-yun is doing, but he doesn't explain. Meanwhile, the monster roars and every nearby creature starts converging on them. In the nick of time, Jong-yun shouts, "Ship!" and a projectile drops, taking out the monster and saving Young-so. Looking back, still panicking, Young-so's eyes widen as he spots a portal behind them. After defeating the monster, Jong-yun quickly grabs the stones and tells Young-so to stay close. It's the only way he can protect him. Young-so agrees, though he remains completely clueless about what's happening or why there's a logistics center behind them. Just then, more monsters appear, but Jong-yun swiftly deals with one using his axes. As more monsters prepare to attack, Young-so panics and stumbles back, eventually falling into Jong-yun's subspace. The monster crashes into the subspace barrier, while Young-so falls to the ground in shock. The monster regains itself and charges again, but Jong-yun slips into his subspace just in time. The creature slams into the barrier once more before being taken down by another axe. Young-so watches in awe, unsure what to be more impressed by, the logistics center or the flying axes, but he's certain of one thing. To Jong-yun, these monsters are nothing more than nuisances, and this tunnel is just a minor obstacle he can clear without breaking a sweat. Young-so reflects on how everyone back at the base was relying on the delivery vehicle for safety and food transport, and how the tunnel was part of their escape route. Even if they made it through, monsters still lurked outside. But for Jong-yun, things are different. He only needs the vehicle for transportation since he can handle any threat with ease. Young-so even begins to feel a tinge of jealousy, thinking how with an ability like Jong-yun's, he could reunite with his family much faster. He wonders why Jong-yun needs a vehicle in the first place. Suddenly they notice the monsters starting to retreat. Jong-yun is intrigued, noting that these creatures are smarter than expected since they're fleeing rather than rushing into danger. As Jong-yun collects the mana stones, Young-so spots a blue stone hovering in the air and asks what it is. Jong-yun, surprised, asks if he's never seen a mana stone before. Young-so admits he hasn't, so Jong-yun explains that he uses them to boost his abilities. Young-so finally understands and wonders if he'll ever get a chance to use one himself. This clears up why Young-so didn't bother extracting the mana stone from the orc earlier. Young-so points out that with abilities like Jong-yun's, he could easily clear the entire tunnel on his own. Jong-yun replies that he didn't come here intending to clear the tunnel. He just wanted to check it out. If it seemed manageable, he'd sneak through quietly and not show off his powers. Young-so apologizes for tagging along, but Jong-yun reassures him that it's fine. He didn't know the way to the tunnel anyway, so if he had come alone, he wouldn't have made it this far. He then suggests they head back since the wyvern has retreated, but it could return soon. At that moment, Young-so asks how far Jong-yun plans to travel that he feels the need for a vehicle. Jong-yun explains that he's trying to reach his family, with his final destination being Wajongbu, near the Gangnam district. This revelation surprises Young-so because his own destination is along the same route. He shares that he's heading to Indaequan, which is on the way, and asks if it would be too much trouble to let him tag along until then. Jong-yun hesitates, unsure how to respond, but Young-so continues, admitting that even if he makes it through the tunnel, he's not confident about reaching home safely. His driving ability isn't much help in combat, but since Jong-yun can fend off monsters, he might have a better chance of reuniting with his family. Young-so then promises to help Jong-yun get to Gangnam faster than anyone else and swears he won't be a burden. He even offers to provide food along the way. Jong-yun starts to see some merit in this partnership. Young-so's driving skills are impressive, and more importantly, with him around, his secret abilities might stay hidden. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement since Jong-yun fears that if word got out about his powers, people might try to use or even eliminate him, though that might be overthinking. Still better safe than sorry. Ultimately, Jong-yun agrees to let Young-so come along, and Young-so beams with excitement like a child in a candy store. Jong-yun then informs him that he'll handle clearing the tunnel, but emphasizes that Young-so should keep his abilities a secret and make sure others don't interfere. Young-so eagerly agrees, vowing to make sure everyone cooperates and stays out of the way. However, things don't go as planned. Young-so, in his excitement, ends up telling everyone that Jong-yun will clear the tunnel using his awakened abilities. All they need to do is wait outside until he's finished. Jong-yun is left in disbelief, realizing that Young-so just spilled the secret. The others are stunned by the news and eager to watch Jong-yun in action, while Young-so proudly explains. Meanwhile, Jong-yun curses his bad luck, knowing he's now stuck in a difficult situation. In the end, Jong-yun steps forward and announces that by the next morning, he'll have the tunnel cleared so everyone can leave. In his mind, helping them seems like the best option, especially since they still have food, which should keep things calm for now. However, once the supplies run out, chaos might ensue, so it's smart to clear the tunnel and ensure everyone's safety. Just then, the manager approaches Jong-yun, stating he won't pry into his abilities or ask questions about them. Instead, the manager expresses respect for Jong-yun's decision to help everyone. He offers some food from their reserves as thanks, which surprises Jong-yun. This level of generosity feels overwhelming. The manager explains that because Jong-yun risked his life scouting the tunnel, the least they can offer is a bit of food. Now that he's clearing the tunnel for them, they feel like they can't repay him enough. They apologize, saying that all they can offer is their gratitude. Jong-yun insists that he did it for his own reasons and that they don't need to go to such lengths. He tells them to keep the food for their families, but Young-so steps in, telling Jong-yun to accept it, reminding him that he also has a family to think about. At that moment, Jong-yun sees how eager everyone is to reunite with their loved ones, which fills him with a sense of sadness. He doesn't want to let them down. The next morning arrives, and when they reach the tunnel entrance, Jong-yun instructs everyone to stay back. He begins pedaling into the tunnel, determined to clear it out and return. As he gets closer, he spots the monsters ahead. But before the scene shifts to his battle, it flashes back to his childhood. We see a young Jong-yun with a sore eye from a fight with his sister. He complains to his father, leading to another argument with his sister, which ends with them brawling in front of their dad. That's when his father comments on how close they seem, reflecting on how he was an only child and always envied the bond between siblings. He tells them that, despite their fighting, they'll eventually realize how precious family is. Suddenly, their mother bursts into the room, sparking a lively argument between the parents. Jong-yun feels a warm sense of family in that moment. The scene transitions back to the previous night, where Jong-yun, seeing how excited everyone was about reuniting with their families, reflects on his own family memories. He knows they're relying on him to clear the path. They spend the night filled with hope and anticipation, waiting for Jong-yun to ensure their safety. After midnight, as everyone sleeps, Young-so wakes up to use the bathroom. Noticing that Jong-yun is missing, Young-seo heads outside and asks the patrolling guards if they've seen him. They tell him that Jong-yun mentioned stepping out for some fresh air a while ago. Curious, Young-seo walks further ahead, scanning the area, and eventually spots Jong-yun. He quickly asks why Jong-yun can't just go to sleep, to which Jong-yun replies that he can't sleep there. As Young-seo looks ahead, he's stunned to see the vehicle loaded to the brim with food and supplies. Completely baffled, Young-seo asks why Jong-yun is giving away so much. Jong-yun casually explains that he only loaded half the supplies to avoid weighing the vehicle down, but assures him it's more than enough for everyone. Young-seo is even more shocked when Jong-yun mentions that this is the last vehicle he had to load. The realization hits hard. If this is the last one, then Jong-yun must have packed the other 15 vehicles with the same amount of supplies. Jong-yun quickly tells Young-seo to keep this a secret from the others. Still confused, Young-seo points out that if Jong-yun is giving away all these supplies, what will they have left for their own journey? Jong-yun nonchalantly responds that they still have plenty of supplies. Young-seo is left astounded, realizing the amount of resources Jong-yun has given away is more than you'd find in an entire logistics center. He can't comprehend how much stock Jong-yun must have left. Back in the present, we see Jong-yun effortlessly taking down monsters like it's no big deal. While fighting, he contemplates how much easier it would be if he could put all the people into his subspace and carry them to safety. Unfortunately, his system informs him that with his current subspace level, it's impossible. However, if he reaches subspace level 2, he could carry up to 20 people. To level up, he needs at least 100 mana stones. After mentally counting, Jong-yun notes there are about 40 monsters left, with a few fleeing. The numbers aren't enough for him to level up here. He realizes he'll need to find another way to gain experience, especially since he wants to eventually bring his family into the subspace. Suddenly, Jong-yun notices something strange among the fleeing monsters. A closer inspection reveals a stronger, more imposing version of a wyvern, clearly some kind of boss-level monster. Even Jong-yun is unsure of what he's facing. The scene then cuts back to the group waiting outside the tunnel, growing anxious about whether Jong-yun is okay inside. Finally, they see him emerge, pedaling his bike effortlessly, as if he's been out for a leisurely ride. His uniform is stained with blood, and the group anxiously watches until they see him smile. They burst into celebration, relieved that their mission was successful. It's finally time for everyone to part ways and reunite with their families. They thank the manager for sticking with them and wish him a safe journey home. Jong-yun hints that if they face any trouble, they should open the cargo hold. He's left a little surprise that might help. Curious but eager to continue, they get into their trucks and slowly make their way through the traffic. After crossing the tunnel, they wave their final goodbyes before heading in different directions. In the truck, Jong-yun sits in the passenger seat, still thinking about the monster he saw in the tunnel. He's unsure if it was really a wyvern since it fled before he could get a good look. He wonders if it was a leader or just an adult version of the monsters they've been fighting. His thoughts are interrupted by a disturbing crunching noise from under the truck. Looking near the tires, they see they've run over some corpses, and the driver's face is full of sorrow from hearing the bones break. Even Jong-yun notices the regret in his friend's expression, but they have no choice but to keep moving. The road is filled with bodies and wreckage, leaving no clear path. Jong-yun reflects on how, if his discharge had been delayed by just 3 months, he might have ended up as one of those dead soldiers. The situation is even worse than they imagined, with monsters still feasting on the remains. Suddenly, Young-seo calls out to him, snapping him out of his thoughts. When Jong-yun looks ahead, he sees that the road is blocked. Young-seo points out that the barbed wire looks like it was set up by the military to block something, and they'll need to find another route. He suggests they try crossing another bridge, but just then Jong-yun notices something at the far end of the blocked bridge. Upon closer inspection, they see a new type of monster they've never encountered before, and it becomes clear what the military was trying to contain. While Young-seo panics and considers turning back, Jong-yun sees this as a perfect opportunity to level up his subspace. He spots a narrow sidewalk along the road, blocked on both sides, and quickly suggests they drive through it. He explains that he has a plan to get through without turning back and excitedly tells Young-seo to push the truck through the pedestrian path. Young-seo is horrified by the risky idea, especially when an orc appears ahead among the mutant hounds, scattering the pack. The monsters didn't seem to get along with each other at all. Despite the orcs' advantage in size and strength, the mutated dogs had sheer numbers on their side. The poor orcs stood no chance against such a ravenous pack, as their hollow mouths relentlessly tore into its flesh. Blood and chunks of meat flew in every direction, and our two protagonists could only watch the brutal scene unfold. Young-seo was truly terrified, and despite knowing the abilities of our hero, he seriously doubted the sanity of the plan to go straight ahead. He hesitantly asked if Jeonjaen really intended to cross the bridge, but Jeonjaen was completely confident in his skills, thinking it was easier than his frightened companion believed. As Young-seo tried to muster some courage, Jeonjaen suddenly asked him a strange question. Had he ever heard of a game where 3 different races are at war with each other? It was a space strategy game called Stark, but since Young-seo was older he didn't know anything about it. Jeonjaen went on to explain a little about the game. In it, players could customize maps and tweak settings for fun. Jeonjaen's favorite map involved holding off waves of monsters with limited units and clever use of terrain. As he saw it, the current situation was quite similar to that game. Young-seo of course had no clue why Jeonjaen was sharing this story, but it didn't really matter. His job was simply to follow instructions. The first step was for Young-seo to back the car up to the barbed wire barrier, ripping it down and making as much noise as possible, all to attract the attention of the mutant hounds who were busy feasting on the orc. After that, it was Jeonjaen's turn to get to work. Activating his system, he unlocked a skill he hadn't planned on using but realized it was perfect for the situation. Auto shipping. He spent 10 mana stones to unlock it, then instructed Pax to spend the rest of the stones to boost the shipping speed. Pax quickly complied, increasing the delivery speed to 100 km per hour. With everything set, Jeonjaen called out to the mutant hounds, inviting them to chase him after their meal. The unsuspecting creatures charged, but they weren't fast enough. A double-door refrigerator zoomed towards them and obliterated the pack. It was clear the hounds were in for a tough time. This game wasn't fun for them. And it didn't end with just one refrigerator. More kept coming, and within seconds Jeonjaen had collected 12 mana stones, much to his delight. The enhanced shipping range and precision targeting he had fine-tuned during his tunnel clearing worked perfectly now. Jianjian had initially planned to use axes, but with his upgraded precision delivery system, refrigerators proved to be much more effective. He had discovered earlier that the precision delivery skill didn't track targets fully but only adjusted the trajectory slightly based on their movements. Against these swift mutant hounds, an axe flying at 100 km per hour might still be dodged, making it a less reliable option. But the refrigerator, with its size and weight, was ideal for taking out multiple enemies at once. A mere graze from it was enough to crush several hounds. On top of that, the auto-shipping feature made things incredibly convenient. Jianjian didn't even need to monitor the battlefield anymore. The system automatically took care of any approaching threats. For now, our hero could just relax as the hounds continued their futile attempts to get closer. They howled with rage but were helpless against the flying refrigerators. As the battle raged on, Youngseo made the mistake of looking back. His jaw nearly dropped when he realized what he was witnessing. He had thought Jianjian could only throw axes, but what he saw was beyond his wildest imagination. Refrigerators flying through the air, one after another, every 2 seconds. The sheer number of refrigerators was unbelievable. Youngseo couldn't fathom why the logistics center would even have so many in stock. He began to wonder if Jianjian's system somehow replenished items, like how the axes were retrieved and reused. But how this worked with refrigerators remained a mystery. Youngseo stood frozen in shock, unable to comprehend what he was seeing. He didn't even notice when Jianjian came up to him and casually asked if he wanted something to eat. Yongsoo finally pieced things together and asked a question to confirm his suspicions. He wondered if it was possible that Jianjian's supply was actually infinite. Jianjian was a bit taken aback by the question, assuming Yongsoo had figured it out long ago, but clearly he hadn't. All this time, Yongsoo believed Jianjian was simply collecting the axes after each use to recharge them. He never imagined that Jianjian had an endless supply. In reality, Jianjian did collect the axes with his system, but only to prevent them from lying around and accidentally harming someone. Even after hearing this explanation, Yongsoo still found it hard to grasp the concept of infinite items. Once he gathered his thoughts, Jianjian asked again if he wanted anything to eat. Having endured an emotionally exhausting day, Yongsoo felt that a Coke Zero and a donut would be more than enough for him. As they quietly enjoyed their food, behind them, the delivery system was relentlessly scattering the mutant hounds. Yongsoo felt a bit embarrassed for underestimating Jianjian's abilities and his own naivety, but he was still grateful for the meal, even if it came from an endless stock. Jianjian was happy to share and thanked Yongsoo for trusting him from the start. He told Yongsoo that if he ever needed anything he should just ask since he had almost everything in stock. However, Yongsoo wasn't keen on overusing someone else's generosity. Jianjian had already done enough by clearing the path of monsters and helping him get home faster. Once they crossed the bridge, it would only take an hour for Yongsoo to reach his house. Jianjian was glad to hear his friend would soon be reunited with his family, though he could sense Yongsoo's worry about what might be waiting for him there. Yongsoo hoped his family was safe, and Jianjian understood the concern all too well. He was worried about his own parents and sisters as well. Wanting to give Yongsoo a gift, Jianjian noticed his friend's tattered clothes and thought he shouldn't return home like that. Plus, with the hounds still lingering, they had time to resolve the clothing issue. The only question was what style Yongsoo would prefer. Feeling a little uneasy about receiving even more help, Yongsoo didn't refuse. He knew Jianjian probably had what he needed: aviator glasses and a cool jacket, the perfect outfit for a top-class driver navigating the apocalyptic landscape. Just in time, the last few hounds were almost dealt with. Yongsoo's new look gave him a boost of confidence, and with renewed assurance in the truck's durability, he was ready to get going. He moved with speed and precision that would make even Formula One drivers envious. Jianjian barely had time to grab on before Yongsoo floored the gas pedal. The remaining hounds didn't stand a chance as they sped down the narrow road. Yongsoo handled the driving with lightning speed, so much so that it seemed like they'd reach his home in just 20 minutes. But Jianjian had to hold on for dear life as the truck zoomed over broken roads as if they were smooth highways. Jianjian desperately asked Yongsoo to slow down, but it was futile. It seemed like he was about to be sick. Fortunately, the wild ride didn't last too long. They finally arrived at Yongsoo's destination, or rather what was left of it. His home was now nothing more than a ruin. Yongsoo stands in front of his house, looking out at the wrecked buildings through the window. The destruction is overwhelming, and he tries to reassure himself that these buildings were just old. That's why they crumbled. But deep down, Yongsoo's hands are shaking. He's right at his own doorstep, frozen with fear, dreading what might be inside. The thought haunts him: what if his family isn't there? What if he opens the door to find their lifeless bodies? The fear feels suffocating. He keeps repeating that they're safe, that when he opens the door, everything will be okay. But his hands won't move. He's paralyzed, unable to turn the handle. Kim, standing behind him, watches, understanding exactly what Young-so is feeling. He had driven like a maniac, covering a journey that would normally take an hour in just 20 minutes, fueled by the hope of reuniting with his family. It shows just how desperate he was to get here. But now, standing before the door with the potential of finding something horrifying, Young-so can't bring himself to move. He knows that if he finds death behind that door, it might destroy him too. Sensing this, Kim steps forward, places a supportive hand on Young-so's shoulder, and offers to open the door for him. Young-so freezes, frustration and fear etched on his face. Almost on the verge of tears, he pleads with Kim to do it. Kim, understanding the fear of facing one's worst nightmare, steps up to the door. If he were in Young-so's position, he'd be scared too, wanting someone else to open it for him. Turning back to reassure Young-so one last time, Kim tells him he's about to open the door. But before Kim's hand reaches the handle, the door opens from the inside. Both Kim and Young-so freeze in shock. Young-so's eyes widen as he sees his wife and daughter standing there. His wife calls his name softly, her voice warm, and his daughter shouts, "Daddy?" Young-so's wife starts crying, and soon he's breaking down too. She runs to him, and the three embrace tightly as if they'll never let go. It's a deeply emotional moment. Kim, standing a short distance away, watches quietly, giving them space. Through tears, Young-so asks his wife how she knew to open the door. She explains that she heard voices outside and saw him through the peephole, which is why she opened it. His daughter, still crying, blurts out, "Dad, I hate you. Why did you make me wait so long? I was so scared." After a while, Young-so's wife notices Kim standing in the background and asks, "Who's this?" Only then does Young-so remember Kim's presence. But before he can respond, Kim's vision blurs and suddenly he collapses. Young-so shouts for him, but Kim can't hear anything. His body is shutting down, and after 3 or 4 days without proper sleep, exhaustion finally overtakes him. Darkness envelopes him and he slips into a dream. In the dream he's struck, but not by a fist, by a pillow. Standing over him is his older sister, holding the pillow with a playful grin. She swings it at him, knocking him down, and Kim yells at her, asking why she hit him so hard. "It hurts," he complains, but she just rolls her eyes and says, "Hard? That was a soft hit. You're such a crybaby." She's unfazed, brushing it off as nothing. Meanwhile, Kim is ready to run to their dad and tell on her. He storms off, determined to complain, but his sister couldn't care less. She stands tall, holding the pillow like she's won the pillow fighting championship of the month. Suddenly the scene shifts. Kim's dad is sitting with him and his younger sister, trying to mediate a sibling quarrel. He calmly explains that, annoying as they might be, family is precious. One day, Kim will realize how lucky he is to have them and how much love there is in their little fights. His father reminds him that, no matter the arguments, their bond is something to treasure. Just then, Kim's mom storms into the room, scolding his dad for not helping with dinner when she asked. She's frustrated, telling him she needed help, but there he is, just lounging around. The scene cuts to the whole family at the dinner table, enjoying delicious food, laughing and sharing stories. As they eat, Kim's mom eyes his older sister, Soil, suspiciously and asks if she's got a crush on someone, noticing how she's always on her phone. Looking nervous, Soil explains that she's just texting her friends non-stop. It's just how things are nowadays. From the outside, their family is filled with pure joy and warmth. Kim's dad, unable to resist, talks about how Soil is interested in boxing, suggesting she check out a sports club at the local middle school. With a smirk, Soil admits that the boxing club is the real reason she chose that school. Kim's ears perk up at the mention of middle school. Fast forward a year, and we see Kim attending the same middle school as Soil. He's excited, ready to make new friends and have fun, but things don't go quite as he had planned. Instead of finding new friends, Kim ends up being bullied daily by the older students. They beat him, mock him, and Kim, who tends to be sensitive, doesn't fight back. He endures the blows day after day. But then one day someone steps in. Soil, his fierce older sister, storms in like a force of nature. With an intense, threatening look, she grabs one of the bullies by the hand and breaks it with a single punch. Kim feels relief seeing his sister, his rescuer, but that relief is short-lived. Frustrated by her brother's weakness, Soil declares that his training starts now. And so, Kim's grueling training under his ruthless sister begins. It's brutal, but it pays off. Soon, no bully dares to approach Kim again. For a while, life seems to settle down. Kim makes friends, enjoys himself, and coasts through middle school. But time flies, and one day his younger sister lands a job at a nursing school, catching both Kim and Soil by surprise while Kim is lounging on his PS5, barely keeping up. Then, a moment arrives that flips his life upside down. Kim's dad walks in and tells him the time has come. Kim doesn't understand at first, but when it sinks in, it hits hard. It's time for him to enlist in the military. The family worries, though Kim tries to put on a brave face. Outwardly he's tough, but inside he's trembling. He doesn't want to leave his family. And after that, well, the rest is history. Slowly, Kim's eyes open. He feels disoriented and a bit afraid, lying in an unfamiliar bed. He remembers collapsing, standing outside Youngso's door, meeting his family, but after that, nothing. His mind races. Did Youngso betray him? Instinctively, he opens his portal and pulls out a heavy axe, gripping it tightly. Suddenly, a calm, warm voice interrupts his thoughts. Kim turns, startled, and sees Youngso's wife and daughter at the table, looking at him with puzzled expressions. Reality hits him. He's in Youngso's house. Looking to the side, he spots Youngso sound asleep, completely out. It dawns on Kim, he must have been so exhausted that he collapsed at the door. Youngso's wife had said he fainted and had been out ever since. He must have been more worn out than he realized. Kim glances down at the heavy axe in his hands, momentarily confused as to why he even drew it. What had he been thinking? Quickly, he stashes it back in his portal, hoping no one noticed, especially Youngso's wife. She didn't need to see that. He asks how long he's been asleep, and she tells him it's only been a few hours. Then the mood shifts. With a soft smile, Youngso's wife begins to thank him, expressing her gratitude for everything he's done. Kim can feel the weight of her words, how he saved Youngso's life and brought him home safely. The gratitude in her eyes and her slight bow make him feel uneasy. Kim isn't used to this, feeling awkward and a little nervous, wanting to brush it off as no big deal. He thinks about how Youngso had helped him too. It hadn't all been on him. Just then Youngso wakes up. Still groggy, he chimes in to back up his wife, insisting that Kim had done far more than he lets on. Youngso makes it seem like driving Kim here was nothing compared to Kim saving him again and again. To Youngso, Kim was a true lifesaver. Even if Youngso hadn't made it, he believes Kim would have come through on his own. Then Youngso's wife changes the subject, saying everyone must be hungry. The atmosphere shifts once again as Kim's stomach growls, reminding him he hasn't eaten in what feels like ages. She mentions that Youngso had refused to eat without him, waiting until Kim woke up. Kim can't help but smile. Youngso, with that goofy grin, is all about eating together. With a warm chuckle, they decide it's time to dig in. Suddenly, Kim finds himself staring at a bowl of kimchi stew in front of him. The sight alone makes his mouth water. The smell pulls him back to memories of his mom, filling him with a bittersweet sense of warmth. The food isn't fancy. Youngso's wife even apologizes for the limited ingredients. But to Kim it doesn't matter. This is his favorite meal. After everything he's been through, nothing feels as comforting as kimchi stew. The first bite? Pure bliss. The moment the stew touches his tongue, it's like fireworks going off in his mind. Every cell in his body feels alive. The flavor, the warmth, it's almost unreal. And just like that, he's taken back. Back to when he'd sit down to meals with his family, back to simpler times. But as the meal ended, Kim felt a wave of sadness. For the first time in 3 months, he'd had a meal that reminded him of home, of family, and the ache of missing them overwhelmed him. The others noticed his quiet sadness, which shifted the conversation back to their journey. He mentioned their next stop was Gangnam, and Kim froze, realization hitting him. He was stunned, unable to fully grasp what Youngso was saying at first. It all felt strange. Then Youngso laid it out. He'd already discussed it with his wife, who insisted that since Kim had helped Youngso reunite with his family, he should return the favor. Kim was still confused. Even if Youngso took him to Gangnam, how would he safely return on his own? They stepped outside to get some fresh air, and that's when Youngso explained his plan. He'd drive Kim to Gangnam in his truck, and Kim would leave his electric bike with him. Once they reached Gangnam, Youngso would use the bike to get back home. Hearing this, Kim started to feel more at ease, but something still didn't sit right with him. Why was Youngso risking so much to help him? Sure, Youngso was an amazing driver, and with the bike he could avoid most threats. But Youngso didn't have any fighting skills, so if he encountered a large monster, it'd be over. With a truck full of supplies and his family safe, why was he risking it all? Unable to shake his doubts, Kim finally asked the question that had been weighing on him. Why was Youngso putting himself on the line for him? Youngso smiled knowingly, like he'd expected the question. Then he revealed his reason. Why had Kim helped him in the first place? Kim hadn't asked for anything in return or demanded any favors. He just helped. Without Kim, Young-so wouldn't have survived that tunnel. Now, he wanted to return the favor because they were in the same boat. Kim might have special powers, but that didn't make his life any less challenging. Young-so understood what it felt like to be desperate, clinging to the hope that his family was safe somewhere. That's why he'd risked the tunnel, and now he wanted Kim to feel that same happiness of reuniting with loved ones. With a sly grin, Young-so reassured Kim that he wouldn't take unnecessary risks. He was confident his driving skills would get him out of any tough spots, so Kim didn't need to worry. Then Kim had a flashback to when he first set out for the tunnel and saw a car with keys inside. Young-so could have left the group behind, but he didn't. He stayed and helped. That's when Kim realized Young-so wasn't about to leave him. He just didn't want to admit how far he'd go to help. Kim smiled and agreed, but with one condition. If Young-so was coming with him, he had to bring his family along. Kim explained he'd upgraded his subspace, allowing him to bring others inside. Young-so's family would be safer there than staying behind. Without hesitation, Young-so put on his signature shades and gave a confident grin, ready to drive with his top-tier skills. Meanwhile, Kim had upgraded his subspace to level 2, using 16 out of his 116 mana stones, allowing it to hold up to 20 people. The system informed him it would cost 6 mana stones per day to maintain, but he didn't mind. The system also asked if he wanted to enable external presence in the portal, and he agreed. A few months later, Young-so, his wife and daughter entered the subspace, astonished at what they saw. The expansive Logitech Center was stocked with endless resources. Kim introduced PAX to Young-so's family, and Young-so assured them that PAX would handle anything they needed. Everything was available in abundance and they could use it freely. Young-so's wife looked astounded as if she couldn't believe it. Kim told them he had some tasks to attend to and encouraged them to enjoy the place for now. Young-so then turned to his daughter, asking if she wanted to play princess with him, and they looked so happy together. Kim couldn't help but smile as he watched. Then something new happened. Kim unlocked a new ability, a laboratory where he could combine, classify, and transform any item in his subspace. Instantly, the possibilities seemed endless. Kim sat there, his mind racing as he began to wonder if his powers were truly what he had thought all along. He remembered the first time he'd unlocked his ability, which he called Subspace. Back then, it simply allowed him to store anything he wanted. If he stored an apple, it would stay in his subspace permanently. But then, due to a strange accident, he ended up storing the entire Logitech Center, which caused his ability to evolve. His subspace merged with the Logitech Center, taking his powers to a new level. Now, nobody could enter his subspace except him. But that wasn't even the craziest part. The PAX AI from the Logitech Center had also merged with his system, transforming the once emotionless AI into something almost human. And just when he thought things couldn't get any stranger, the Logitech Center's systems, like its shipment functionality, upgraded as well. Now, he could launch items at 100 kilometers per hour. This alone was mind-blowing. But with PAX AI added to the mix, it became pure chaos. Kim hadn't anticipated his abilities would upgrade so dramatically, but reaching level 2 had changed the game. Now he had another exciting option. He could put anything into his subspace once more. The idea floored him. The thought that he could store anything, that he now had a personal lab where he could merge and create new items, was astounding. It felt like he was playing Minecraft in real life. He couldn't help but wonder what abilities would unlock if he reached level 3 or 4. What kind of powers would those levels bring? But thinking wouldn't get him there. He didn't have enough mana stones for another upgrade just yet. So for now, he focused on deciding the next thing he'd add to his subspace. Last time, it had been the Logitech Center, which turned out to be a blessing. But now, with a determined aura, Kim commanded his system to store the entire Earth. Yes, you read that right. He was about to store the planet. If it worked, everyone would float off into space. The system asked for confirmation and Kim, feeling a little tense, confirmed. But after 2 minutes, nothing happened. Then the system sent a notification: failure. Earth was outside the storage range. Kim sighed, figuring it was too ambitious, but it was worth a try. Just then, Young-so showed up, discussing the route to Gangnam. Kim listened but quickly asked why Young-so wasn't playing with his daughter as he'd mentioned earlier. Young-so smiled softly, explaining that his daughter had always felt scared in their old building. But here in this new place she finally felt safe, and that's why she'd been able to fall asleep. It was all thanks to Kim. Young-so expressed his gratitude, but Kim, ever modest, reminded him that he'd been a huge help too. Without Young-so's driving skills, he wouldn't have made it this far. In his mind they were even. But Young-so, with a serious tone, insisted he'd do whatever he could to support Kim. The scene shifted, and there they were, Young-so in full driving mode, wearing his signature shades, and Kim feeling the tension in the air. Something felt wrong. Young-so, smiling, casually remarked that driving was his one true skill, and he was confident no one could match his speed. He told Kim to buckle up because things were about to get intense. Kim knew exactly what was coming and braced himself. Then it happened. Young-so floored it, and the truck surged forward like a rocket. In no time they had covered a massive distance. But everywhere they looked was pure destruction. The ground was torn apart, buildings in ruins. While Young-so kept his cool, Kim looked pale, his nerves frayed from the stress. Young-so mentioned they were close to their destination, but as they neared, they saw the road blocked by military barricades, complete with spike strips. Kim sensed something was wrong. These weren't standard barricades. As they took a closer look, a military jeep approached, but the people inside didn't look like soldiers. Kim tensed. These men weren't military, they were trouble. Kim knew that if they tried to escape they'd be shot down. Young-so, tense now, asked what to do. Kim opened his portal, telling Young-so to get in, and assured him he'd handle it. Without hesitation, Young-so slipped into the portal, leaving Kim to face whatever came next. Kim stepped out of the truck as three men approached, guns in hand, strutting like they owned the place. One of them, all muscle and little brains, ordered Kim out of the truck. Kim, barely holding back a smirk, stared them down with a cold glare. Without a word he got out. They opened the truck's cargo and were stunned to find it packed with food. Their eyes lit up like they'd just hit the jackpot. They turned to Kim, asking if the food was his. Kim, as calm as ever, nodded. But the musclehead stepped forward, puffed up with arrogance, and declared that the food wasn't Kim's anymore. Now it was theirs. Kim knew these clowns were far from military, they were just greedy thugs after his supplies. The musclehead tried to look intimidating as he questioned Kim about where he got all this stuff. Kim played dumb, pretending to be a clueless delivery guy, and claimed he worked at the Logitech center. But they didn't buy it and pressed him on where the center was located. Calmly, Kim explained that even if he told them, they'd never make it there. The roads were blocked and monsters were everywhere. He himself had barely made it out, just trying to survive. The musclehead looked unimpressed, glaring at Kim and asking how much more loot was left at the center. Kim, staying in character, replied that the food in the truck was only a small part of what was stored there. One of the others glanced at his watch, muttering that it was almost time. Kim was puzzled. What was the rush? Before he could figure it out, wham! The musclehead punched him hard in the stomach and Kim crashed to the ground, wind knocked out of him. Before he could catch his breath, the bulky guy behind them clamped a cloth over Kim's face, knocking him out cold. When Kim woke up, he was tied to a chair in a dim room. His vision was still blurry, but he could see the bulky thug sitting on a makeshift commander's throne. Nearby, a body lay on the ground, a pool of blood spreading around it. Clearly a dead soldier. Kim quickly pieced it together. These guys had taken over the military base. The bulky guy started talking, bragging about how they'd wiped out the military and made themselves the new rulers here. Apparently they'd been fighting Vybrants, monsters that swooped in every day at 6 p.m. The military had tried to fend them off with guns but couldn't keep up, so they'd recruited people like him and his crew. When the military was overrun, the gang had taken control, and now the bulky thug was the self-proclaimed commander. He made it clear that Kim was only alive because he needed him. Kim's task? To head back to the Logitech center with some of the gang and raid it for more supplies. If he succeeded, maybe they'd let him join their group for protection. Kim was beyond annoyed. He was done with these lowlifes. Standing there, he decided what to do next. It struck him. This military base would make a perfect addition to his subspace. Without hesitating, he commanded Pax to store the entire Joint Commander Communication Headquarters in his subspace. The thug didn't even notice what was happening. He just sat there, confused as the entire base vanished around him. 1 second it was there, the next, poof, it was gone. He was left in his chair, now in the middle of nowhere, utterly clueless. By the time the thug realized what had happened, it was too late. Kim had already disappeared into his portal, leaving the thug sitting alone in the wasteland with nothing but his chair. At least Kim left him something to sit on. Around him, the thug's crew was completely baffled. They gripped their rifles, staring at the sky, trying to wrap their heads around the fact that the whole building had disappeared. The thug, wide-eyed and anxious, scanned his surroundings, his face showing a mix of fear and confusion. He was probably thinking, where did the whole building go? Meanwhile, Kim spat on the ground, noticing a trace of blood. That punch must have done some internal damage. He felt himself sway on the edge of fainting. Storing the base had drained his mana like nothing before. He was exhausted, completely wiped out. If he'd known it would take this much out of him, maybe he would have waited, maybe ducked into his subspace first. But it was too late for second-guessing. He had made his choice, now he just had to deal with the aftermath. His priority now was to get into his subspace to recover. As Kim slipped into the shadows, the thug's crew suddenly froze as the sky turned blood red. Dark, looming shadows filled the air. The wyverns were coming. Hundreds of them, wings spread wide, headed straight for them, growling and screeching, ready to tear anything in their path. The sight hit the thug's men like a slap, sending them scrambling in all directions, completely forgetting Kim as they bolted for their lives. Even the guy who had captured Kim took off, leaving him free to drop to the ground. The thug was furious, shouting at his crew to hold their ground. He yelled that their rifles could still take out the smaller wyverns, vowing to handle the largest one himself. But his men weren't listening, they were too busy running. Rage twisted his face as he cursed them, calling them traitors. Then bam! The ground shook. Something huge landed behind him, shaking the earth. He turned slowly, terror contorting his face, only to see a massive wyvern towering over him. This one wasn't like the others. It stands a solid 20 feet tall, with black scales gleaming under the blood-red sky, and its piercing yellow eyes locked on him with deadly focus. This wyvern is 20 times larger than any he's ever encountered, a real monster brought to life. Amidst the chaos, we see Kim slipping into his subspace, bringing along an injured soldier. The system pings, asking if Kim wants to allow the outsider in. Kim nods, weary but resolute, and both are let inside. Kim feels exhaustion pulling him down even further, and he knows he's just seconds from passing out. His mind races, he barely managed to sneak himself and the soldier in, and he realizes he'll have to be careful with these aftereffects. Storing something as massive as a whole base during such a critical moment might be risky next time. The black-scaled wyvern is still looming behind, its fierce gaze fixed directly on him, making Kim wonder why it's so intensely focused on him. Meanwhile, Pighead stands confidently before the wyvern, boasting about his new physical enhancement power, bragging he can shatter boulders with a single punch. Without hesitation, he swings at the wyvern, but to the enormous creature, it's nothing more than a mosquito's tickle. The wyvern doesn't even react. Suddenly, a bone-crunching sound fills the air. Kim, dreading what's happening, turns around slowly to see Pighead's fate, eyes widening in shock. With a single chomp, the wyvern swallows Pighead whole. Just like that, he's gone. Young-soo rushes over to Kim, checking if he's okay. Kim assures him, though he's clearly drained, his energy barely hanging on. He managed to bring the injured soldier along, who looks worse for wear. Kim and Young-soo gently lay the soldier on a bed, relieved to see he's mostly unharmed, with just a few scratches. But the man is severely malnourished. Kim recalls Pighead's rant about taking over the military base while struggling with food shortages, which must have left the soldier without proper nutrition for weeks. Young-soo then mentions something strange happening in Kim's subspace. An enormous structure has appeared, and not just any structure, it looks like an entire city. He leads Kim to a vantage point and Kim's jaw drops. He thought he'd stored just the military base, but somehow he transported the whole base city into his subspace. His mind races. He hadn't realized the extent of his power. He'd only commanded the system to store the base, but without specifying a building, it interpreted it as the entire city. Young-soo is equally stunned, staring in awe at this impossible sight. Kim realizes he needs to explore the military base thoroughly. Young-soo agrees to watch over the soldier and let Kim know when he wakes. Kim hops into his Mercedes and begins driving through the military base city, his mind buzzing with possibilities. Weapons, ammo, gas masks, military vehicles, even tanks. It's the ultimate jackpot for surviving the apocalypse, but there's a catch. Unlike the Logitech Center, where PAX handles everything and can send supplies directly, this sprawling city means he'll have to locate and retrieve each item himself. As he drives, Kim starts to grasp just how huge this place really is, realizing he has a massive job ahead of him to map out every corner. If he'd known it was this vast, he might have stored all the weaponry and supplies directly in his subspace. Now he's planning his next move. Once he identifies the locations, he'll send Young-soo to retrieve ammo and weapons, while he prepares to strike from his portal. Then a crucial thought hits him: supplies here aren't endless. Unlike the Logitech Center's infinite stock, resources from the base could run out. No more limitless bullets or grenades for reckless use. As he's lost in thought, Pax suddenly appears, casually correcting him. Pax explains that the base isn't an ordinary storage area, it's been fully integrated into the Logitech system format. Kim's jaw drops as Pax continues, revealing that since the military base has merged with his subspace, he can now command it just like the Logitech center. Kim can hardly believe it, but Pax confirms that the base is synchronized. He'll have unlimited access to its supplies, vehicles and equipment just like in the Logitech center. This changes everything. Kim can barely comprehend it. His mind races through the possibilities, his face a mixture of shock, wonder and pure excitement. He asks Pax for double confirmation. Are they really talking about endless rifles, ammo, grenades, everything? Pax nods and it's like Kim's entire reality has flipped upside down. This isn't just groundbreaking, it's downright game-changing. Still buzzing with excitement, Kim needs more details. He asks Pax how long synchronization will take. Pax admits it's a massive job with only 0.81% done so far, so there's no clear timeline. But Pax offers a solution. If Kim prioritizes specific items, Pax can sync those first, making them immediately accessible. Without hesitation, Kim lists his essentials. Rifles, ammo, grenades, vehicles and fuel, the lifeline for surviving this apocalypse. Kim smirks, knowing that with these at his fingertips, there's nothing out there he can't face. Pax informs him that the synchronization will be ready in just 10 minutes. After that, he'll have unlimited access to all the weapons, vehicles and supplies he needs to go full throttle. Feeling a surge of confidence, Kim asks Pax if there's a security system, something to ensure no one touches the base without his direct approval. Pax confirms with a simple, yes. Satisfied, Kim tells him to lock everything down immediately. Kim thinks about it for a moment, not that he doesn't trust Young-soo and his family, but he's unsure about this soldier they saved. Standing by his portal, he realizes he now holds power over food, vehicles and weapons in his hands, hoping the outside isn't as chaotic as he suspects. But outside it's a nightmare. The wyverns are on a rampage, tearing through Pighead and his lackeys one by one. Kim understands that the chaos outside won't settle down anytime soon. Back inside, he and Young-soo prepare for battle. Young-soo dons his old boss uniform, looking every bit the part, and Kim grips his M416 rifle, locking and loading. In front of them is a massive crate filled with endless ammo. Young-soo, with a hint of nostalgia, remarks it's been years since he held a gun and never thought he'd be back in action. Kim reassures him. He's duplicated thousands of rounds, each box loaded with 10,000 bullets. Young-soo doesn't need to worry about running out or jams. Kim throws Young-soo a little challenge, asking if he still remembers how to shoot. Smirking, Young-soo picks up his own M416, telling Kim he's about to show him just how skilled he was back in the day. He takes aim, exhales and fires. Every shot hits its mark, taking down wyverns one after another. Headshot after headshot, Young-soo drops over 50 wyverns in record time. After half an hour, his gun is red hot, smoke thick in the air. When the haze clears, the floor is littered with wyvern bodies. Adrenaline still pumping, Young-soo admits he hasn't enjoyed himself this much in years. He thinks they've cleared them all and are ready to move on. But Kim's face is tense. He has a nagging feeling. Kim warns Young-soo, saying not all the wyverns are dead. Young-soo looks around, confused. Every wyvern he can see is down. But Kim mentions a massive black-scaled wyvern he saw earlier, unique and ominous. Young-soo is skeptical, but then the scene shifts, revealing the creature Kim described. Hidden in the shadows behind Kim's portal, the black dragon waits, silent but fierce, as though it knows Kim and his team are inside and is simply waiting for the right moment to strike. Young-soo peers outside, squinting but sees nothing. He wonders if Kim is just being paranoid. Then Kim shares an idea. What if these massive creatures are lying in wait, hidden and ready to pounce the second they step outside? From what he observed, that black wyvern seemed too smart for comfort. Young-soo agrees, noting that in this post-apocalyptic world, caution isn't just smart, it's survival 101. Then Young-soo has an idea. Could a remote-controlled car serve as bait? Would that huge beast chase a small moving target? They decide to give it a try. The scene shifts, showing both men with remote-controlled cars, each with a humanoid doll mounted on top. With a deep breath, they count to 3 and send the cars forward. The dolls roll out of the portal, looking like humans stepping into the danger zone. In an instant, a massive wyvern swoops down, claws piercing the doll's torso and ripping it apart. Young-soo's jaw drops in disbelief. He can't believe the wyvern was actually lurking back there. His eyes widen in terror as he watches the beast tear the doll apart, its massive teeth glinting in the light, each one nearly the size of Young-soo himself. In the next instant, the wyvern turns, its glowing eyes fixed on the portal. Without hesitation, it lunges forward, trying to force its way inside. Kim's heart skips a beat. He shouts for Young-soo to start firing. Together, they unleash every round of ammo they have on the beast. For 15 solid minutes, they pour bullets into it, the room filling with thick smoke. They think maybe they've taken it down. But as the smoke clears, those glowing eyes remain fixed on them. The wyvern, undeterred, shoves its head closer, drool dripping as it tries to devour the portal itself. Young-soo and Kim stumble back, horrified. They can see every detail of the wyvern's mouth, its deadly teeth just inches away. Young-soo is stunned. How is this creature still standing after all this firepower? Kim recalls that Pighead mentioned a similar wyvern, a beast that shrugged off all the military's attacks, forcing them to retreat. Kim realizes it must be the same one. But this isn't just brute strength. Something seems to shield this creature from harm. It's as if its hide isn't only thick but somehow imbued with a protective ability. Kim doesn't have time to dwell on it. He grabs a couple of grenades, hurls them into the wyvern's mouth and smirks. Let's see if that hide's tougher than a grenade. The grenades explode with a deafening bang, filling the portal with even more smoke. Kim and Young-soo don't let up, throwing grenade after grenade, each explosion answered by the wyvern's enraged roars. An hour passes, their shoulders aching from the relentless attack. Young-soo groans, never imagining that throwing grenades could be so exhausting. Kim's shoulder feels like it's about to give out, but the wyvern remains calm as ever, with its fierce gaze locked on the portal. They're trapped. How are they supposed to escape with this beast guarding the exit? Suddenly, the wyvern slams its claws against the portal, but thanks to its unique properties, it can't break through. Kim is left feeling both frustrated and confused. They've thrown everything they have, yet the wyvern's scales remain untouched. Finally, with what seems like a snort of boredom, the wyvern turns away and flies off. Young-soo, bewildered, wonders why it left. Kim suspects it got tired of waiting for them to make a mistake. After hours of failed hunting, it probably decided to look for easier prey. At least for now, they're safe. They wait an extra hour to be sure. When the wyvern doesn't return, Kim and Young-soo share a look. Exhausted but determined, they gather their supplies, ready to continue the journey. The scene shifts as Kim and Young-soo hit the road again. Young-soo, still visibly shaken, can't help but mumble about the horror of facing such a monstrous wyvern. Kim shares his concern. Those dozens of grenade explosions barely left a mark. If a creature that size can withstand grenades, what kind of weapon would it take to bring it down? Kim realizes that regular explosives just aren't enough. Bombs are designed for taking out smaller targets like humans, not dragons. Sure, he could grab a rocket launcher or missile from his subspace, but that kind of firepower would destroy everything around them, risking innocent lives. He can't take that path, it would strip away his humanity. Frustrated, he realizes he needs a weapon as powerful as a bomb but without the massive destruction. The more he thinks, the more his head aches. Maybe, he muses, if he had something heavy enough dropped from an extreme height, it could seriously damage the wyvern. But using a tank wouldn't work, the wyvern would dodge it with ease. He needs something small, heavy and lethal, but such a thing doesn't exist yet. He's stuck with just grenades and guns. Just as he resigns to the situation, he decides to check his magic stones. When he glances at his crystal, he's stunned. 314 magic stones. How did he get so many? He recalls killing dozens of orcs and goblins and barely gathering 50 stones, but perhaps wyverns yield more. With this many stones, Kim gets an idea. He'll upgrade his abilities. He invests 100 stones into his subspace, expanding its range to an impressive 50 meters. Now he can transport 4 items per second, making this skill incredibly powerful. With 189 stones remaining, there's one thing he hasn't tested yet: his pocket dimension lab. It was something he'd unlocked with his last upgrade but never got around to testing. Now, with curiosity piqued, Kim decides to activate it. He channels 50 magic stones into it, and suddenly, his pocket dimension lab comes to life. According to the description, this is a space where he can combine or separate anything he desires. A spark of excitement lights up his eyes. Maybe he can create something unique, something that will give him the advantage he's been looking for. Kim turns to Young-soo, telling him he has something important to investigate and that he should hang out in the subspace for a while. Young-soo pauses, then grins, saying they're almost in Gangnam. He points out that there's no sign of any monsters, so he'd rather keep driving while Kim checks out the subspace. Kim, still worried, asks if Young-soo is sure it's safe. Ever the problem solver, Young-soo suggests that if Kim's that concerned, He can go into his portal while Young-soo continues driving the Mercedes. He's noticed that as long as he's driving, the portal stays with them. Intrigued, Kim ducks into his portal and sure enough, as Young-soo drives, Kim realizes he's moving right along with him. Impressed, Kim agrees to the plan, though he still feels a bit tense. He steps into his newly unlocked pocket dimension to explore. Inside, everything is vast, white and empty. He wanders around, testing the space when his system chimes in, explaining the capabilities. He can combine or separate objects here. He can merge multiple items regardless of their type, or break them down into components. Kim's mind races. This could change everything. Could he, for example, merge a rifle with its magazine to create an endless ammo feed so he wouldn't need to reload? Pax confirms that this idea is completely possible. Then Kim wonders if he could pull a grenade safety pin while storing it, so it would explode the moment he sends it out. Pax confirms again. Eager to test it, Kim has Pax remove the pin and create a new item, costing him 15 magic stones. He's fascinated by the result, but he knows a single grenade won't be enough for the wyvern. He needs something far more powerful. A smirk forms as Kim begins crafting a secret weapon. Meanwhile, Young-soo encounters a massive barricade, a wall of stacked cars blocking the road like some post-apocalyptic obstacle. He wonders who would create such a barrier. At that moment, Kim steps out from his subspace and asks how much longer to Gangnam. Young-soo explains that there's no monster trouble, but someone's blocked the road entirely with cars. He suggests they'll need a detour. Kim stops him. No detour is needed. He's got a new weapon to clear the way. Just as Young-soo is about to ask what he means, metal plates, each weighing 20 kilograms, start flying like bullets, slamming into the cars at incredible speed and scattering them like toys. Young-soo watches in shock. It's a stack of plates fused together, flying at 150 kilometers per second, creating a barrage of 500 kilograms that obliterates anything in its path. He's awestruck, yelling, "What on earth did you make?" The scene shifts to a group guarding the road from atop a building, watching for any monsters. They're armed with whatever they could find, mostly household tools. A middle-aged man, nervous and bewildered, wonders how that wall of cars collapsed so fast. Another, equally baffled, mentions how the wall withstood multiple monster attacks. It shouldn't have fallen like that. Then, through the smoke, they see a jeep charging forward, picking up speed until it stops right in front of their building. The men grab their weapons, a wooden stick among them, and stare, stunned. Who are these people? Soldiers, they assume, since they're arriving in a military jeep. Slowly, the black-tinted window of the car rolls down, and Kim smiles up at them, asking kindly, "Is Nurse Kim Jui here?" The scene shifts again, moving into a flashback. Kim's second sister, the middle child, gives him a flying kick so powerful he nearly faints. She huffs in frustration, while Jui, the eldest sister, calmly studies, telling her siblings to quiet down since she's preparing for an exam. Kim and his other sister are stunned, mouths wide open. The middle sister, concerned, asks Jui if she's feeling okay, wondering why she's suddenly so intense about studying. Jui snaps, asking if it's really that shocking for her to study hard. Kim, dead serious, turns to the middle sister. "Yeah, she definitely doesn't look well. We should call Mom. She's lost it." Jui's frustration erupts as she starts shouting, asking if they'll ever let her study in peace. Kim explains that Jui, who is 8 years older than him, only started taking her studies seriously when he was around 7. Since she'd never sat still for more than 30 minutes before, her sudden shift had the whole family on edge. With big worried eyes, Kim and his other sister drag their mom over to Jui, pointing out that their big sister has completely lost her mind. Even their mom looks concerned. Jui can't believe it. Her own family doesn't think she's capable of doing anything with her life. Frustrated, Jui finally reveals her secret. Proudly, she holds up a medical textbook and declares her dream. She's going to be a doctor. She announces, "Even if the world ends tomorrow, today I'll still help those in need." Her face glows with pride, her eyes shining with determination. The whole family is stunned. They just stare at her, speechless. Kim and his other sister turn to their mom, whispering that Jui's condition is getting worse. Maybe she needs a mental hospital ASAP. The house erupts into a family brawl, everyone yelling, laughing, the whole scene chaotic. Days pass, and they assume Jui's passion will fade like a teenage phase, and that her ambition to be a doctor will pass. But no, her grades soar. She skyrockets through high school, and before anyone realizes it, she's accepted into the top nursing school she applied to. Her dad, mom, Kim, and her other sister are shocked. Juri, who once couldn't sit still for 30 minutes, has achieved the unthinkable. In the present, Jui stands frozen in shock, staring at Kim, who's come back to find her. It's all real, her journey, her family, her dream, and now this reunion. Tears start streaming down Jui's face, her cheeks red with emotion. Kim stands before her, his eyes filling with tears too, overwhelmed. Barely able to speak, Jui, still sobbing, asks Kim how he made it this far and if he's hurt. Kim, equally emotional, tries to reassure her, saying he's fine, nothing happened. Young-soo, watching from behind, smiles warmly, whispering to himself, grateful that Kim's sister is safe. Kim and Jui finally embrace, holding each other tightly, letting the weight of the world fall away, if only for a moment. Once they calm down, Kim wipes his tears and introduces Young-soo, explaining how much he helped him get here safely. Young-soo bows respectfully, introducing himself, and Jui, deeply grateful, introduces herself as Kim's older sister, thanking Young-soo for protecting her little brother in this apocalyptic nightmare. With a small, mischievous smile, Jui suddenly reaches into her pocket and tells Kim she has something for him, figuring he hasn't eaten well in all this chaos. She hands him a chocolate bar, but Kim stops her, saying, "I'm really full, sis. Actually, I've got enough chocolate to last me a lifetime." Then, Kim's expression turns serious as he explains that he has a critically injured patient. Jui's face shifts to concern, and she asks where the patient is, insisting they bring him to her immediately. But Kim explains that the patient isn't in the car. He's in Kim's subspace. Jui's jaw drops, her eyes wide with shock. "Kim, you have an ability too?" Kim nods, explaining he unlocked a power called Subspace, where he can open a portal to a hidden area that only he and those he invites can enter. He laughs a bit nervously, noting that it might scare people if they saw it, so he suggests they find somewhere private. Jui agrees, noting the people around, and they decide to head inside the hospital for privacy. Slowly, Kim, Young-soo, and Jui enter the hospital, and the sight is heartbreaking. People clutching nothing but wooden sticks for protection, hollow-eyed and starving, sprawled across the floor like lifeless bodies. They finally reach Jui's private room. Young-soo closes the door behind them, leaving only the three of them. Kim then opens the door to his subspace, and as he does, Jui stands in shock, her eyes wide, mouth open, as she gazes at the vast, city-like area before her. "What is this?" Jui asks in amazement. "Are all these buildings part of your ability?" Kim reassures her, promising to explain later, but for now she needs to follow him. They make their way to where Kim has kept the injured soldier. Jui rushes to his side and begins examining him. Kim, still anxious, asks, "What do you think, Jui? Will he make it?" Jui, dead serious, asks how long he's been like this. Kim explains he's not sure, but it couldn't have been too long since he found him on the way there. He suspects the man was beaten and tortured. With a solemn expression, she tells Kim that this man may not survive much longer. Upon hearing this, both Kim and Young-soo freeze, fear visible in their eyes. They had been holding on to hope that the man could be saved. Desperate, Kim asks, "Is it really that bad?" Jui's tone then shifts. She smiles and explains that under normal circumstances, his chances would be slim. But then, her hands begin to glow with a green aura, and she grins confidently. "Isn't it cool?" she says, "I've awakened as a healer." She places her glowing hands on the soldier's chest, the green light spreading over his body. She warns them that her skill level is still low, so a full recovery is unlikely, but he won't die. After 5 minutes, Jui finishes the healing. The soldier's wounds close and his breathing stabilizes. Jui explains that while it's not a complete recovery, the essentials are taken care of. He's severely malnourished and will need food and rest to regain strength. Suddenly, Kim says, "Sis, even with the world ending, you're still treating patients. Just like you said you would." Jui, caught off guard and slightly embarrassed, laughs nervously. "Why bring that up now?" But Kim, undeterred, repeats her words from childhood. "Even if the world ends tomorrow, I'll still treat the sick today." Blushing, Jui shouts, "I should have disciplined you like sister number 2 did when you were little." And just like that, they're bickering again. Once the playful quarrel dies down, Jui turns serious. "Now, explain everything. What's been going on?" Kim takes his time and goes into detail, telling the entire story, how he got trapped in the storehouse, how he sent messages to Jui and sister number 2, and how the network system went down. He recounts unlocking his subspace ability, accidentally storing the Logitech Center, and merging with Pax AI. He talks about meeting Young-soo and their journey here. While Kim is telling the story, Jui is devouring a meal as if she hasn't eaten in days. Kim sighs, annoyed, and asks, "Are you even listening, Jui?" With her mouth full, Jui nods and says, "Of course I'm listening." Kim challenges her, "Alright, what did I just say?" Juri, clearly distracted, fumbles and gives a brief summary missing most of the important details. Kim groans but lets it slide, chuckling a little. It turns out the delicious meal was prepared by Young-Soo's wife, who introduces herself to Juri. Juri smiles warmly and says, "Nice to meet you, I already love you." They all laugh together. Young-Soo's wife offers more food, saying, "If you're still hungry, there's plenty more in the fridge. Just ask." She also tells Kim that she's prepared a bed for him in the first-floor staff room with supplies, suggesting he rest there. Kim tries to thank her, insisting she didn't need to go through so much trouble, but she smiles and replies, "With everything you've done for us, it's the least I could do." Juri, still curious, turns to Kim and asks, "How did Young-Soo and his wife get into your subspace?" Kim, exasperated, groans, "I literally just told you this whole story, Juri." But Juri shrugs, so Kim sighs and begins the story again. Afterward, Kim starts explaining his future plans. He sums it up, saying he's going to bring his entire family into his subspace. The first goal has already been accomplished. His older sister, Juri, is safely inside. Next, he'll go find sister number 2, who is in Area 0. Juri's expression changes at this. In a serious tone, she apologizes to Kim, saying she can't come with him because she needs to stay here. Kim's face falls, shocked. "Why do you have to stay in such a dangerous place all alone?" he asks, concerned. Juri sighs, agreeing that it's dangerous, but explains it's not just that. There are other patients, and while other nurses can help, she stops mid-sentence as the scene shifts. In another building, a shadowy figure watches through a window at Kim and Juri's building. He notes that 2 people arrived in a military jeep, and his guards reported a loud crash from the car wall outside. The wall was broken by a jeep, he wonders. Puzzled, he speculates that they might be special forces, but an unknown voice interrupts, suggesting that one of them is Juri's younger brother. The man's face is revealed, ugly and intimidating. His companion, sounding hopeful, remarks that if one of them is Juri's brother, they might not be hostile, just in need of food and shelter. With control over the food supply, they could leverage Kim if necessary. But the ugly man's expression turns serious as he smirks and says, "Do you really think those 2 are stronger than you?" Just then, a towering 7-foot muscular figure steps forward from the shadows. His body is covered in veins and has a lifeless, vacant look, almost like a living corpse. The muscular man reassures his boss that it's unlikely anyone is stronger than him. The boss instructs him to greet Juri and her brother warmly, feigning kindness, while also making sure to fix the broken car wall. The muscular man nods, explaining that he has doubled the wall's height, ensuring it will be impossible to break through again. The scene shifts back to Kim and Juri, where Juri starts telling Kim about the department head, Jean. She reveals that Jean has an awakened ability, allowing him to control minds and poison people. Kim's expression turns serious as he listens intently. Juri continues, saying that Jean has somehow gained control over most of the awakened people in the area, and they are now guarding the food and monostone supplies. Because of this, the people in Juri's building are starving. She confesses that she's been secretly stealing monostones, trying to strengthen her own ability to potentially cure those who are poisoned or mind-controlled. She explains that she plans to stay behind to help these people while Kim goes to rescue their parents. But Kim firmly says no. Juri, frustrated, begins to explain that the people here have no food or water and will starve if something isn't done. Kim interrupts her with an annoyed tone, asking, "Did you even listen to my entire story?" Juri looks puzzled as Kim, arms crossed and eyes closed, coolly points out, "The main weapon Jean has is control over food, right?" Juri nods. With a sly grin, Kim says, "Then solving this problem is a piece of cake for me." He tells Juri to watch his incredible ability in action. Juri winces, muttering that it seems like Kim's middle school phase is back, but before she can finish her sentence, her jaw drops. From Kim's subspace, stacks of meat, vegetables, water and other food supplies come pouring down from above, filling the room to the brim, leaving Juri and the others in stunned silence. At this point, Kim has just uncovered the ultimate infinite food glitch. Jean Sung-hak received an urgent report about Jian's younger brother bringing in a supply of food, but he remained unimpressed. The messenger emphasized that the quantity was remarkably large, but the man stayed indifferent. With just 2 individuals in a single military vehicle, he doubted their capacity to transport such an amount. Sooner or later, people would steal their food, and once it was gone, they'd come back begging for rations like everyone else. Jean Sung-hak thought they should have hidden their provisions and used them sparingly instead of being overly generous. Yet, this generosity might eventually play to the villain's advantage, making things easier than anticipated. The messenger added that the newcomers had brought in more supplies than the entire hospital had managed to gather so far. This revelation sent a chill down Jin Sung-hak's spine. No matter how one looked at it, it was physically impossible for two people to collect such a large quantity of food for everyone. The hospital's current stash had been gathered by their scouting team, enough to fill an entire truck. Jin Sung-hak speculated that the newcomers possessed some sort of ability to duplicate items or manipulate object sizes. Whatever the case, they clearly relied on an ability to secure those provisions, and the hospital needed to recruit them. Jin Sung-hak prepared his signature drug and tasked his strongest subordinate, Song Hyun-gu, with the job of getting Ju-hyun's younger brother addicted to it. If the plan failed, they could simply kill the boy. There was also the driver to consider. Late at night, Yong-hyun distributed food among the hospital's residents, all while searching for someone in the crowd. He believed that finding this person would simplify matters significantly. A short while earlier, he had shared his strategy for neutralizing all of Jin Sung-hak's weapons. The plan involved dumping the poisoned food and replacing it with fresh supplies, subduing the addicted ability users, and dealing with Jin Sung-hak, who was no combat threat at all. Yong-hyun tried to gather as much information as Ju-hyun had. Most of the abilities possessed by the addicted users were trivial. One could reseal cans and another could automatically do laundry. In general, very few awakened abilities were combat relevant, with the exception of one individual in the hospital. That person was Song Hyun-gu, whose presence alone was intimidating. After the world descended into chaos, Hyun-gu traveled from Iljiro to Gangnam, concerned for his mother in the hospital. Ju-hyun didn't know much about Hyun-gu's ability other than that he was unnaturally strong. His massive frame was impossible to miss, and the car wall protecting everyone had been built by him with his bare hands. Now, that giant of a man had finally come face to face with Yong-hyun for a private conversation. Although Yong-hyun felt nervous, he had some business to settle with the muscle-bound man, making this encounter ideal. Hyun-gu couldn't fathom what kind of business the younger man had in mind, but it no longer mattered. The two stepped outside near the car wall that started it all. Calmly, Hyun-gu presented Yong-hyun with two options: either drink the medicine willingly or face a painful death. He strongly advised against trying to flee as it would be futile. It became clear why Hyun-gu had chosen such a secluded location for their meeting. Yong-hyun, however, never planned to run. He knew he'd be caught if he did. Instead, he opted for a secret third choice, trapping Song Hyun-gu on the spot. Provoked by the young man's defiance, Hyun-gu lunged to grab and crush him. Before he could, his fingers touched an immovable barrier. Yong-hyun had disappeared, leaving behind only a strange portal to the logistics center. At first, Hyun-gu couldn't make sense of what he was seeing. By the time he noticed the drone hovering before him, it was already too late. A professional-grade high-speed bowling ball struck him in the stomach, winding him. Yong-hyun wondered if a 90 km/h bowling ball was excessive but decided mercy wasn't an option. He followed up with another strike, this time targeting Hyun-gu's right leg. The attack left Hyun-gu groaning in pain, unable to move effectively. When the muscleman demanded to know what ability Yong-hyun was using, the young man responded by launching a barbell plate stack to the ground. Immobilized, Hyun-gu was warned to stay put. The plates, though slowed, were still heavy enough to shatter bones or end lives. Refusing to stay idle, Hyun-gu charged at one of the stacks and managed to grasp it firmly, surprising Yong-hyun. The brute began lifting the stack, disrupting Yong-hyun's plan. But while Hyun-gu focused on lifting the stack, he unknowingly triggered the metal trap. Yong-hyun apologized for the cramped conditions of the makeshift prison and promised to release Hyun-gu once the situation was resolved. For now, all Hyun-gu could do was endure the heaviest cell ever devised. Yong-hyun was extremely anxious, worried he might have seriously harmed the big guy. Thankfully, the man was incredibly resilient. Back inside, Nurse Ju-hyun hurriedly let her brother in. She had heard a loud noise outside and feared her little brother had encountered the muscle-bound man. Yong-hyun casually confirmed her suspicions as if it were nothing. He gestured outside, allowing his sister to see where he had left the biggest threat. Ju-hyun peeked out and was shocked by the bizarre metal structure she saw. Yong-hyun calmly explained that Song Hyun-gu was now his temporary prisoner. With the most dangerous obstacle neutralized, they only needed to wait for Yang-soo to arrive. Right on cue, the East's best driver made his appearance. However, as Yang-soo came into view, the siblings froze. Yang-soo was limping, holding his head in pain, drenched in sweat, and complaining of an intense pounding headache. The symptoms were eerily similar to those of poisoning. It seemed the enemy had gotten to him somehow. Yang Su's last memory was handing out food to survivors and receiving some words of gratitude. Ju Hyun noticed a tiny puncture wound on his finger, a likely delivery method for the poison. The culprit must have pricked him while pretending to thank him. For now, Yang Su needed rest and confinement in the subspace. He would have to be isolated for a while. Jung Hyun hadn't anticipated this turn of events. He felt responsible for failing to protect his friend. Without knowing how the poison worked, the situation could become even more complicated. Finding Jin Sung-hak quickly was now their top priority to secure a cure. They prepared the break room in Sector 1 as a confinement space, blocking all windows and doors just in case. However, before Yang Su could step into the portal, the system detected and blocked an unidentified energy from entering. Since subspace was an independent domain, external energy connections were impossible. Yang Su, confused, looked to Jung Hyun for answers. Miraculously, the pounding headache disappeared as soon as he placed a finger into the portal. To test this further, they decided to try the method on the most prominent poison victim, Song Hyun-gu. Jung Hyun opened a portal beneath the muscle man's feet, pulling him into the subspace against his will. Once inside, the poison in Hyun-gu's system was neutralized. Afterward, Jung Hyun removed his access, returning him to the real world. When Hyun-gu reappeared, his complexion was healthier, and his expression showed clarity as if he had awoken from a deep slumber. The poison had been completely eradicated. Jung Hyun realized that his subspace wasn't just impervious to physical attacks but also to mental and chemical ones. The first thing Hyun-gu did after recovering was visit his sick mother. He hugged her and apologized for neglecting her for so long. Encouraging her to rest more, he assured her he would return soon after settling some important matters. Jung Hyun asked if he'd be okay on his own, and Hyun-gu confidently replied that he would. With his abilities, ordinary attacks posed no threat to him. Still, the vivid memories of his actions under Jin Sung-hak's influence filled him with shame and regret. He resolved to settle things with the mastermind before moving forward with his life. Hyun-gu promised to deal with real cancer in the hospital swiftly. Meanwhile, Jin Sung-hak received notice of losing contact with one of his underlings. He was startled. He suspected the worst, and his fears were confirmed when the last person he wanted to see entered his office. Song Hyun-gu, muscles bulging, held himself back from immediately tearing Jin Sung-hak apart. Although Jin Sung-hak didn't understand how their connection was severed, he smiled smugly and begged for mercy. Hyun-gu responded by slamming his arm into the villain's head, silencing him for good. While Hyun-gu went to finish business upstairs, Jung Hyun and his team discussed how to cleanse the remaining survivors of their poison addiction. Since they couldn't identify everyone who was affected, the safest approach was to let everyone pass through the portal. Even those struggling to move could simply touch it with a finger to be cured. Though it would be exhausting, it was the only foolproof solution. However, as they prepared for a long night, something unexpected happened. Survivors all over the hospital suddenly began acting as if a weight had been lifted off their shoulders. One by one, those afflicted were inexplicably cured. They realized they had been out of their minds and regained their senses. The group was bewildered until Song Hyun-gu arrived, clearing up the mystery. His clothes and hands were smeared with blood, a clear indication of the method he used to resolve his unfinished business. He bowed his head, expressing gratitude to Jung-yum for saving everyone in the hospital. Jung-yum, in turn, thanked the big man for removing the root of their troubles. He also apologized for earlier throwing bowling balls with excessive force. Thankfully, Hyun-gu's resilience meant he only ended up with a few light bruises, his bones miraculously unharmed. Since the apocalypse began, Hyun-gu had encountered many monsters and strange occurrences, but seeing those plates descend from the sky to trap him was truly surreal. Even monsters paled in comparison to the sheer power of Jung-yum's abilities. When Hyun-gu asked if he planned to stay at the hospital, Jung-yum seemed surprised. The big man admitted it might be selfish to ask for more after all Jung-yum had done, but the hospital would undoubtedly be safer with him around. Jung-yum explained he was still on a mission to find the rest of his family and would have to leave soon. Understanding this, Hyun-gu didn't push further and wished him success in reuniting with his loved ones. This brought up the topic of family, and since Hyun-gu came from Iljiro, it was a good chance to ask about the situation in the city. Hyun-gu was startled to hear that the group planned to head there, warning that it was now impossible to reach. Several hours later, as dawn broke over the hospital, the survivors awoke to a brighter future. Not only had Jung-yum ensured they had enough food to last for a long time, but he had also supplied them with essential items like clothing and tools. Former enemies parted ways as allies, with Hyungu shaking Yoongyum's hand and promising to repay his kindness someday. With that, the group departed the hospital, heading toward Ilgyro. Mr. Yong-soo, now fully recovered, drove with his usual expertise. He brought up the wall around Ilgyro that Hyungu had mentioned, theorizing it might be a product of someone's ability. If so, Yoongyum hoped to establish communication with whoever created it. Otherwise, breaking through might be their only option. The previous night, Hyungu had explained what he saw while leaving Ilgyro. He described the wall growing out of the ground like a tooth emerging, eventually reaching the height of a typical skyscraper. This meant ground travel was nearly impossible. Hyungu also mentioned something peculiar about the monsters in Ilgyro. Unlike those in Gangnam, the city was infested with undead creatures, skeletons that reanimated even after being destroyed. Walking corpses were a common sight there. Despite Ilgyro's challenges, Yoongyum wasn't worried about his sister, Seol, who was trapped inside. He believed she could handle herself, even without awakening any special powers. While inside his subspace, Yoongyum received a call from Ju-yun, who had finally agreed to join them after the hospital was freed of poison. When he lazily asked why she was calling, Big Sis immediately scolded him to adjust his tone. She informed him that the soldier they had rescued had regained consciousness. Yoongyum quickly entered the subspace, where the soldier sincerely thanked him for saving his life. The soldier introduced himself as Colonel Han Hyung-ho of the 50th Intelligence Communications Battalion. Thanks to Ju-yun's careful treatment, he had made a full recovery. Looking around, the colonel seemed confused. He could see the military command center outside but found the rest of the surroundings unfamiliar. There shouldn't have been any buildings in that area, let alone a logistics center. Yoongyum explained they were currently inside the staff lounge of the PAX FC Logistics Center within his subspace. Outside, they were in Gangnam, heading toward Hanam Bridge. The colonel struggled to process this information until Ju-yun simplified it. They were inside the kid's ability, situated in Gangnam. Upon learning this, the colonel humbly requested to be dropped off on the road. Yoongyum assured him they meant no harm and only wished to help. The colonel acknowledged this as the group had saved him from near death, but he couldn't share the details of his mission, which was to reach the Joint Chiefs of Staff as soon as possible. Recognizing the national importance of the mission, Yoongyum called PAX for assistance. Instead of simply letting the colonel go, he handed him banana milk and a sandwich, insisting he eat before explaining more about his mission. Despite his hunger, the colonel resisted at first. But when Yoongyum presented a feast of pizza, waffles, chicken, and other delicacies, the colonel couldn't hold back. As he ate, he began to reveal classified information. It all started when creatures from the other world appeared simultaneously across the globe. These entities included more than just monsters. There were insects, animals, plants, and even geographical features like mountains suddenly emerging. They attacked indiscriminately, targeting humans, animals, and even each other. They showed no mercy to anyone or anything. With the appearance of these monsters, the government began enlisting individuals known as the Awakened to form a specialized unit. These recruits, wielding their extraordinary abilities, were highly effective against the creatures. Colonel Han's unit was stationed near Gwacheon and Anyang, where they maintained a relatively stable situation. Everything was under control until that beast appeared. He witnessed his men being massacred and devoured by a massive wyvern. Their weapons, guns, grenades, and even heavy artillery were completely useless against the creature. They repeatedly called for reinforcements from nearby military units, but everyone else was overwhelmed by their own battles against other formidable monsters. Strangely, they were able to communicate with Gwacheon and Anyang during the battles, yet no reports or updates ever came from command. Ultimately, Colonel Han made the tough decision to retreat to avoid complete annihilation by the wyverns. Their destination became the National Communication Command. As the monsters relentlessly hunted the remaining members of his unit, more comrades fell. When they reached a city, they attempted to recruit additional awakened individuals to strengthen their numbers. After many days of exhausting travel, they finally arrived at the base camp, only to find it deserted as expected. The reason for the abandonment became evident soon after. While searching the command center, they discovered suspicious documents containing references to a coup. It appeared a rebellion was unfolding. Colonel Han made every effort to reach the Joint Chiefs of Staff, but the relentless wyvern trapped them at the base. To make matters worse, the awakened recruits turned against them, killing the remaining soldiers and taking over. These rogue awakened individuals were the same ones eventually devoured by the wyverns. Colonel Han suspected the First Corps was deliberately sabotaging government attempts to regroup, with their commander likely siding with the rebellion. In the midst of the apocalypse, even a coup felt oddly unsurprising. Since Youngyum's group was heading toward Yeoljiro, he assured the colonel they'd drop him off when they crossed the Han River Bridge. The colonel expressed his gratitude while continuing to savor the gourmet meal in front of him. Youngyum instructed Yongsu to increase their speed slightly, though not to maximum, given the time-sensitive situation. As the colonel pondered, he realized the young man had likely encountered the wyvern at the military base as well. He was just beginning to wonder how Youngyum managed to evade such a persistent monster when his eyes widened in shock. A terrifying ogre was furiously pounding on the portal's barrier, desperate to break through. Yet Youngyum and Yongsu appeared completely unbothered. While the colonel was paralyzed with fear, the rest of the group acted as though it were just another mundane day. Suddenly, a stack of heavy barbell plates shot out of the portal, striking the ogre and sending it flying like a lifeless ragdoll. The colonel watched in disbelief as the barbell stacks splattered the ogre's blood across the streets. Meanwhile, Youngyum and Yongsu remained utterly unfazed, accustomed to such scenes. The colonel, however, had stopped mid-bite, unable to process what he was witnessing. When Youngyum summoned a military vehicle from thin air, the colonel nearly choked in shock. The duo exited the subspace, leaving the colonel with instructions to eat and rest. Youngyum left the portal open so the colonel could monitor the situation on the road if he wished. Launching pillars of discs at incredible speeds and conjuring vehicles out of nowhere clearly highlighted the overwhelming power of Youngyum's ability. What once were fearsome ogres now became trivial enemies, easily defeated in a single attack. Youngyum's method was simple: hurl stacks of discs at the monsters, crushing them instantly. Colonel Han was so captivated by the ogre massacre that he leaned closer to observe. He saw magic stones from the slain ogres being effortlessly absorbed into the subspace. At first he doubted his eyes, but it was all happening before him. The portals were indeed propelling heavy objects at breakneck speeds, obliterating enemies at a rate of 4 per second. The trajectory of the discs could even shift mid-air, while magic stone collection had been streamlined through an automated system. Anyone could see that Youngyum's subspace ability was nothing short of broken when used this efficiently. Eventually the group reached Banpo Bridge, only to find it completely destroyed by some unknown force. Youngyum apologized to the colonel, explaining their travel time would increase slightly as they sought an alternative route. The colonel, however, remained grateful for their assistance and decided to rest in the subspace while they searched for a new path. Even with the detour and the constant monster attacks, it was remarkable that they had reached Banpo Bridge from Gangnam in just an hour. Although Youngyum's ability played a significant role, most of the credit belonged to Yongsu, who was in the driver's seat. Jiangsu might seem like a bit of a clown at times, but his driving skills were absolutely top-notch. Even from the passenger's seat, watching him navigate the roads was enough to make one's head spin. When the colonel experienced it for the first time, he was so startled that he almost threw up in the back seat. It didn't take him long to figure out that staying inside the comfort of the subspace was the only way to avoid serious motion sickness. The colonel's evaluation of Jiangyum and Jiangsu was nothing short of stellar. Both young men were incredibly skilled and resourceful. After more driving and monster slaying, the group reached another bridge. It looked worn and unstable, but at least it was still intact. Jiangsu believed he could drive across the entire length, but Jiangyum hesitated. He had noticed some suspicious figures in the distance and grew cautious. Upon closer observation, he saw what appeared to be a massive wall, likely the rumored barrier of Yeoljiro they'd heard about. With its immense size, there was no chance of getting through it by car. However, since they were still too far to confirm whether or not they could breach it, the best course of action was to get closer and assess. Crossing the bridge would also take them through Yongsan, allowing them to drop off Colonel Han along the way. After a few minutes of uneventful driving, they reached the colonel's stop. He expressed his gratitude for being safely escorted, even though it wasn't their responsibility. Jiangyum wished him luck with his urgent mission and they parted ways. Meanwhile, Jiangyum's focus returned to finding a way into Yeoljiro, where his little sister might be. The fortress wall, upon closer inspection, was even higher and sturdier than expected. He considered whether leveling up enough to absorb the entire wall into the subspace might be a viable solution if all else failed. Unfortunately, his current level was far from sufficient for such a feat. He estimated needing another 2 hours of grinding, collecting 400 magic stones per hour, to upgrade his subspace abilities. Han, meanwhile, suggested that Jiangyum and Jiangsu join him in the government's efforts. The government was offering mana stones and resources to aid the initial growth of awakened individuals. Han believed the duo's talent would ensure they received substantial support. Jang Yum, however, politely declined, explaining that his family was his top priority. As for the magic stones, he had no issue collecting them himself while hunting monsters. Han, though disappointed, understood Jang Yum's reasoning. However, he mentioned that if they went to the Joint Chiefs of Staff headquarters, Jang Yum might reconsider since they likely had helicopters available. Han guessed correctly, they probably did. Meanwhile, the headquarters was abuzz with reports of Guachen and Anyang falling, along with the destruction of the 56th Division. It seemed that only the 1st Corps retained any semblance of operational strength. In such chaos, the existence of a governing body was uncertain. The military forces that survived were completely in the dark. The director, lost in pessimistic thoughts, was interrupted by a messenger announcing a visitor. Colonel Han, the commander of the 50th Battalion of the National Communications Agency, had arrived. He insisted on delivering a personal message to the director, detailing how his entire unit was wiped out and how he'd made it to HQ. Han gave a flawless salute before recounting the events in excruciating detail, omitting nothing. He concluded his report by handing over a document containing undeniable evidence of rebellion within the 1st Corps. The director's stomach dropped as he read through the papers. He had been oblivious to the treachery brewing beneath the surface during this crisis. Glancing outside, he saw the men who had helped Han deliver the critical intel. Both the director and the colonel hurried to thank Jang Yum and Jang Su for their incredible service to the country. The director also mentioned Jang Yum's abilities and his request for a helicopter in exchange for supplies. Given the strategic importance of helicopters, the director agreed to provide one, on one condition. He formally invited Jang Yum to join the military as an awakened operative. The government was desperate to stabilize the situation, and Jang Yum's abilities could be a game changer. However, Jang Yum respectfully declined, reiterating that his priority was rescuing his family. The military, unable to force him into service, had to withhold the helicopter. Jang Yum understood, acknowledging the director's position and wishing him success in restoring order. With a proper goodbye, Jang Yum returned to his vehicle. The director stood there, puzzled and frustrated, realizing he had mishandled the situation entirely. He assumed the young man would eventually give in. But these fools underestimated Jang Yum's determination. He wasn't out of options yet. If the helicopter plan to bypass the wall failed, he'd simply come up with another solution. Since he hadn't even fully assessed the fortress wall himself, he remained optimistic about finding a way through. With the first offer rejected, the director had to set his pride aside and tap on Jang Yum's car window to make another proposal. If the young man fulfilled this request, the military promised to provide the helicopter he sought. Jang Yum agreed, and soon an entire battalion was mobilized, military vehicles lining up in a single file. Sitting in the vanguard, Jang Yum nonchalantly sipped on a juice box, looking more bored than concerned, as though he weren't about to head into battle. Months earlier, the director had laid out the mission. Seoul Station, once a hub for gathering reserve awakened individuals, still maintained communication with survivors there. The problem was the road to the station, completely clogged by skeletons. These skeletons weren't particularly dangerous in combat but were an immense nuisance. They were numerous, tricky, and almost impossible to permanently destroy without targeting the core located at the base of their last right rib. Failing to crush this core meant they would regenerate endlessly. Jang Yum's task was to clear a path through the skeletal hordes and rescue the stranded awakened individuals. With his flying barbell discs, he made quick work of the mission. For him, it was a straightforward job, but for the soldiers watching his abilities for the first time, it was mind-blowing. The operation they had dreaded for weeks was effortlessly executed by a young man with an unusual power. When they finally reached Seoul Station, the awakened survivors erupted in cheers, overjoyed to see their rescuers. The military swiftly evacuated the survivors into armored vehicles. Once everyone was accounted for, the director gave Jang Yum and Yong Su the signal to leave. Thanks to Jang Yum's skill, the skeletons posed no significant threat during the escape. For the soldiers, fighting skeletons was grueling, requiring near-perfect precision to hit the cores with their firearms. Jang Yum, however, dispatched them with ease. But there was something the young man hadn't yet encountered, a rare and formidable enemy among the skeletons, the Skeleton Knight. The military had a standing order to avoid the creature at all costs. Engaging it was considered futile as it was deemed indestructible. As usual, Jang Yum opened his portal and sent a barbell disc hurtling toward the enemy. This time, though, it wasn't an ordinary skeleton standing in the middle of the road, it was the Skeleton Knight. The menacing figure stared down the convoy, its piercing gaze fixed on them. To everyone's shock, the creature began speaking in an unfamiliar language. Though unintelligible, it was clear the knight was trying to communicate. Then, it plunged its sword into the ground and pulled out a magic stone, crushing it in its skeletal hand and sprinkling the resulting dust onto the ground. With that, the skeleton knight began speaking human language, introducing itself as Sir Gawain, one of the 12 knights serving the Night King. He greeted the humans, referring to them as otherworlders, but Jangyum seemed more intrigued by the magic stone trick than by Gawain himself. Sir Gawain admitted that being greeted with flying chunks of metal was unusual and asked if Jangyum was a mage. He also questioned the humans' presence in skeleton territory, noting the importance of maintaining proper etiquette in negotiations, even in this chaotic world. In response, Jangyum flung another barbell disc, which Gawain effortlessly slashed in two at blinding speed. The skeleton knight warned that such attacks were futile, as they couldn't even scratch his armor. But Jangyum wasn't listening. He sent another barrage of discs, prompting Gawain to roll and dodge with precision, stabbing his sword into the ground for leverage and launching a counterattack. Frustrated, the skeleton knight muttered about the human's preference for violence over diplomacy. Unfazed, Jangyum launched 4 more barbell stacks at the indignant knight, showcasing his resolve to handle the encounter his own way. Gawain masterfully deflected the first attack with his shield, gracefully dodged the next, and slashed the remaining discs out of the air, halting their momentum entirely. This chain of precise maneuvers brought the skeleton knight alarmingly close to the convoy. Yong-su, seeing the terrifying figure charging at full speed, began to panic. Meanwhile, Jangyum was more intrigued than scared, marveling at how easily the knight could slice through 500 kilograms of steel as if it were butter. However, he noticed that Gawain was cautious, clearly trying to avoid taking any direct hits. If I can land a solid blow, Jangyum thought, we might have a chance. Determined, he gritted his teeth and spent 50 magic stones to unlock tracking delivery for greater precision. As a test, he launched a single stack directly at the skeleton knight's chest. The massive steel disc shot out of the portal like a cannonball, aimed with pinpoint accuracy. Gawain scoffed, mocking Jangyum for using the same trick repeatedly and calling him a fool by a mage's standards. Confidently bragging that he could dodge any projectile thrown at him, Gawain was blindsided when the disc suddenly adjusted its trajectory midair. Instead of the usual straightforward attack, this one veered sharply, homing in on Gawain's chest just as Jangyum intended. Though the attack struck, the skeleton knight managed to absorb most of the impact with his armor, batting the disc away after the initial hit. "You're getting ahead of yourself, boy," Gawain growled. "I was merely caught off guard. It won't happen again." But before he could finish his sentence, a bowling ball came hurtling out of nowhere, slamming into his head and knocking him to the ground. Gawain recovered quickly, lifting his head with newfound wariness. Yet, before he could react, another bowling ball struck him square in the skull, eliciting the first hint of fear the skeleton knight had felt in ages. The fear froze him momentarily, giving Jangyum another opening to unleash a relentless barrage. Inside the car, Jangyum chanted commands like a gamer inputting cheat codes. Left head, back head, crown, front head, right head, left head. Each command sent a bowling ball flying in a pre-aimed direction, creating an automated assault. Though his jaw ached from issuing rapid orders, Jangyum didn't let up. The skeleton knight, struggling under the ceaseless rain of projectiles, found himself cracking, literally. Jangyum noticed fractures spreading across Gawain's skeletal frame and decided it was time to act decisively. He suggested the military convoy retreat while the enemy remained disoriented. But before they could leave, Gawain's curses turned to pleas. Fragments of his bones scattered in all directions as the relentless impacts took their toll. Seizing the opportunity, Jangyum ordered simultaneous disc attacks from all sides, left, right, front, and back. The coordinated strikes shattered the skeleton knight's form, marking the end of the formidable foe. Even in defeat, Gawain maintained his dignity, commending Jangyum as a remarkable mage. He issued a grave warning: "This is not the end. Skeleton knights do not die. Even in death we serve the Night King." As his body disintegrated, 3 magical shards fell, a pair of large blue mana stones and a small red reinforcement shard. Jangyum swiftly secured the loot through his portal. The soldiers trailing behind were dumbfounded. They had just witnessed a young man defeat a skeleton knight, a creature impervious to tank shells, with nothing but flying discs and bowling balls. At the rear, the survivors erupted into cheers, chanting Jangyum's name in celebration. The unkillable knight had been slain, and their victory deserved to be celebrated. Back at HQ, the director listened to the report with astonishment. He had explicitly instructed Jang Yum to avoid engaging the skeleton knight at all costs. Yet, the young man had not only ignored the order but triumphed spectacularly. Despite his initial disapproval, the director realized the importance of having Jang Yum and Yong-soo on their side. Swallowing his pride, he practically begged the duo to join the military's efforts. But Jang Yum, unwavering in his resolve, politely declined. His quest to reunite with his family remained his top priority, leaving the military forces to wonder how to move forward without him. Thankfully, the director was a pragmatic man and chose to step back. Still, the offer remained open. He hoped that once Jang Yum completed his mission to reunite with his family, the young man would reconsider the military's proposal. At present, the armed forces already regarded Jang Yum as an irreplaceable ally to the nation. For now, the director's priority was to honor his promise and provide Jang Yum with the helicopter he'd earned as a reward. Jang Yum wasn't exactly thrilled with the weight of expectations being placed on his shoulders. It was just another layer of pressure. Still, he could understand their perspective. After all, he had just taken down an unkillable skeleton knight that had been a nightmare to deal with. Truth be told, his victory was far from flawless. He barely scraped through. If there had been even one more adversary as skilled as Gawain, their mission would have been doomed. The harsh reality was that this rescue could have ended in disaster. What's more, there were at least 11 other skeleton knights like Gawain out there. After all, he'd called himself one of the 12 knights. And then there was Gawain's ominous warning. Skeleton knights don't truly die, even in death. Jang Yum couldn't ignore the implications. If the skeleton knights were that strong, their master, the Night King, had to be even more terrifying. It was time to rethink his arsenal. The pillar stacks, while powerful, had barely left a dent. On the other hand, the bowling balls, for reasons that defied logic, had managed to crack Gawain's near-impenetrable armor. But then again, logic had ceased to exist in this world long ago. As they ascended to the helipad, the director asked if Jang Yum was really planning to head to Yeoljiro. From the HQ, everyone could see the high walls encircling the area. The military had already dispatched a unit to investigate the nature of these mysterious walls, but contact with the team was lost. Since then, aerial reconnaissance missions had been conducted whenever feasible. These expeditions confirmed that people were still active inside the walls. The director believed his troops, and perhaps Jang Yum's family, were safe within. Jang Yum appreciated the director's optimism, though he felt a twinge of guilt. He had almost forgotten that his sister might be in danger. To be honest, he wasn't worried about her at all. That girl was more of a monster than anything he'd encountered since the apocalypse began. The director shared another peculiar observation. The top of the wall appeared to be growing and curving inward, as though it were forming a roof. While they couldn't estimate how long it would take for the structure to fully enclose, the director was relieved they could provide Jang Yum with a helicopter before it did. At last, after a long climb to the rooftop, they arrived at the helipad. Jang Yum's gaze landed on a battered, worn-out helicopter that looked like it had been plucked from a battlefield. Did I really go through all that trouble for this? He thought. Trying to convince himself it would suffice, he reasoned that as long as it could fly over the wall, it didn't matter how it looked. But the director quickly redirected his attention to the other side of the rooftop. There, parked at the far end, was a pristine, cutting-edge helicopter, gleaming brilliantly under the fading sunlight. Jang Yum and Yong-soo were momentarily stunned into silence. Meanwhile, the director allowed himself a smug smile, finally able to prove his usefulness. Yong-soo burst into laughter, his excitement palpable. With his aviator sunglasses and Top Gun jacket, he now looked perfectly at home next to the sleek, powerful aircraft. Kim was equally taken aback. At the same time, the director began explaining something, but Young-soo interrupted with loud laughter. Turning to the director, Young-soo expressed how touched he was that the director was lending them a Black Hawk helicopter in such a desperate situation. He was already thrilled at the prospect of flying it. The director chuckled, remarking that he had been wondering who would pilot the Black Hawk, but it seemed Young-soo had prior experience with such aircraft. Before the director could finish, Young-soo interjected, "I've never flown a Black Hawk before." Young-soo then glanced at his system notification and explained that while he'd never flown a helicopter, he felt confident about piloting this one. As he inspected the Black Hawk, a notification appeared on his system. It stated that by using 50 magic stones, he could register the helicopter into his system, which would instantly transfer all the knowledge necessary to fly it directly into his mind. Excited, Young-soo enthusiastically shared this discovery with the group, explaining his unique ability, Best Driver. This skill allowed him to operate any vehicle effortlessly. Until now he had believed his ability only worked with vehicles he'd already driven, but this moment revealed something new. Instead of leveling up his skill traditionally, young Su realized he could register new vehicles to his system individually. This revelation exhilarated him. Kim was equally amazed and things began to fall into place. Reflecting on their countless battles together, Kim recalled how young Su's ability never seemed to evolve in a conventional sense. Now it was clear, young Su's skill wasn't about progression but about expanding his arsenal by registering new vehicles. The director then surprised them by retrieving a suitcase from the Black Hawk. Opening it, he revealed a collection of magic stones. Placing the suitcase before Kim, he explained that it contained 200 magic stones. Originally intended as a surprise for their journey, the director now offered the stones so young Su could register the Black Hawk immediately. Hearing this, both Kim and young Su expressed their deep gratitude. Without delay, young Su took 50 magic stones and began the registration process. As the process completed, a torrent of information flooded into young Su's mind about piloting the Black Hawk. His excitement surged, his grin growing wicked, almost as if he were possessed by some malevolent spirit. Kim, observing the transformation, felt a shiver run down his spine. With a devilish smirk, young Su declared, "I've got this bad boy all figured out." He urged Kim to board the helicopter quickly, claiming he couldn't wait to take off. Nervous about young Su's enthusiasm, Kim hesitated and cautiously asked if he could fly the helicopter at a slower pace. Maintaining his mischievous tone, young Su laughed. "Slow? I don't do slow." Moments later, young Su leapt into the pilot's seat, his excitement palpable. Kim, his eyes brimming with tears of apprehension, reluctantly strapped himself in, resigned to what he knew would be a chaotic ride. Like a mad scientist at work, young Su began pressing buttons and muttering to himself. Turning to Kim, he quipped that they still had a bit of time before departure, suggesting Kim mentally prepare. Finally accepting his fate, Kim shifted his focus to what lay ahead. He knew that once they entered the city, they would face more skeleton knights. With this in mind, Kim decided to check his inventory to assess how many magic stones he had. He needed to upgrade his subspace level. Kim thought upgrading his subspace might unlock a new skill. Opening his inventory, he used 2 large mana stones and 1 enhancement stone. The system notified him that the large mana stones had been converted, along with 200 regular mana stones, leaving Kim with a total of 1,393 mana stones. Shocked at the sheer quantity, Kim used 1,000 mana stones to upgrade his subspace to level 3. The system informed him the upgrade would take a few minutes. While waiting, Kim inspected the enhancement stone. The system explained that enhancement stones were unique, imbued with special properties. Unlike regular mana stones, they could be consumed via the awakening system to grant specific enhancements to an item. The enhancement stone in his possession carried the fire property. A spark of inspiration struck Kim. He now had an idea of how to use the enhancement stone. However, the critical question loomed: which item should he upgrade? More importantly, Kim had no way of knowing how much his ability would increase from enhancing an item with the stone. He considers his 2 primary weapons for offense, the bowling ball and the iron pillars. However, whenever Kim used the iron pillars, the skeleton warriors easily sliced through them. Only the bowling ball proved effective against them. This is why Kim decides to upgrade the bowling ball. Upon upgrading it, he receives a new item, the fire bowling ball, which is surrounded by lava-like flames and possesses 2 main abilities, penetration and ignite. Afterward, Pax asks Kim if he wants to register the fire bowling ball as a new item. Kim agrees, and as soon as the registration is complete, Pax informs him that it's time to depart. Kim begins to mentally prepare himself, but before he can steady his nerves, young Su starts the helicopter. As the Black Hawk lifts off, Kim grows anxious. The director salutes Kim, expressing his hopes that he will safely reunite with his family and eventually return to the team once his mission is complete. Kim gives a thumbs up, bidding the director farewell. At that exact moment, the system notifies Kim that his subspace has been upgraded. The upgrade reveals new unlockable items and enhancements, including the ability to temporarily increase the shipping size limit for individual items using magic stones. As Kim reviews his unlockable items one by one, he comes across his new skills. His jaw drops in astonishment as though he's seen a ghost. The director, observing Kim's stunned expression from the ground, begins to feel uneasy. Reflecting on the 200 mana stones and the Black Hawk helicopter he provided to Kim, the director feels he has been more than generous. He even imagines reminding Kim of his help once he returns to the military base. However, he can't help but worry if something might be wrong to cause Kim's concerned reaction. Meanwhile, Kim is still reeling from his newly unlocked skill, the Subspace laboratory. This feature grants a transportation function with a minor healing effect, allowing him to recover naturally within the lab. More importantly, it enables Kim to register external objects into his subspace. The system explains that a registration fee will be determined by the object's size, weight, and value. This revelation is a game-changer for Kim. Previously, his subspace ability was limited to pre-registered items, such as those from the Logitech Center or military base. But now, the ability to register external objects offers massive potential. However, the system clarifies that new items must still fit within the two existing categories, Logitech Center or military base. Kim's gaze falls on the Black Hawk helicopter. He wonders if it qualifies as a military base item. Testing his theory, Kim attempts to register the helicopter into his subspace. The system confirms that the registration will require 107 magic stones. Kim agrees and completes the process. The scene shifts back to the director, who is heading back toward the military base. Suddenly, the sound of the helicopter fills the air again. Turning around, he sees Kim and Young-soo flying back. The director grows anxious, fearing something might be wrong with the Black Hawk. Before he can react further, a large portal opens in front of him. Out of it falls a Black Hawk helicopter. Moments later, a second portal opens and another Black Hawk helicopter emerges. As the two helicopters land before the stunned director, Kim waves at him with a smirk before flying off again. The director stands there speechless. He doesn't understand what just happened. He gave Kim a battered old Black Hawk, only for Kim to somehow gift him two brand new ones in return. As the director contemplates the situation, his confusion quickly turns into mounting worry. The scene transitions to Kim, who has now entered the city. A massive fortress looms ahead, its upper sections gradually closing in to form a roof. The fortress is on the verge of sealing itself entirely. The focus shifts again, revealing a foreboding castle. Its dark and sinister interior radiates an evil aura. Sitting on an enormous throne is the Skeleton King, whose skeletal visage is illuminated ominously. In a chilling, clicking voice, the Skeleton King speaks. He admits that no matter how much he contemplates, he cannot comprehend one thing. The entry permit level for the Earth dimension is only tier 8 at most. For higher tier beings like himself to enter, they must lower their tier just as he did. It's surprising to think that a wizard, infamous for his arrogance, would come here even agreeing to a tier reduction. Even more shocking is that he dared to invade the Skeleton King's domain and kill Guan. The Skeleton King is referring to Kim. We learn that the Skeleton King comes from another dimension, while Earth is classified as an 8-tier dimension. To enter Earth, the Skeleton King had to significantly lower his power, with the ultimate goal of conquering the planet. Now, the Skeleton King believes that Kim, who killed Guan, is also from another dimension. A wizard who reduced his tier to come to Earth with the same objective, to take control. To the Skeleton King's right, a purple flame begins to morph into the shape of a skull. It addresses the Skeleton King, explaining that before Guan's death, he had attempted to communicate with the wizard, but the wizard killed him before he could utter a word. This indicates that the wizard is incredibly dangerous. The flame advises the Skeleton King to kill the wizard on sight during their next encounter, without attempting any conversation. The Skeleton King considers this carefully. He deduces that the wizard is here for one purpose: to take over the territory just like himself. But there can't be two tigers in the same jungle. If the Skeleton King wants to claim this land, he must eliminate the wizard. He mentions that the harvest is nearly complete, and once it is finished, they will launch an assault on the wizard. The flame introduces itself as Lancelot, revealing that it is the spirit of a knight whose physical body exists elsewhere. Lancelot communicates with the Skeleton King through this magical flame. Lancelot then informs the Skeleton King of an intruder approaching the castle. Assuming it to be more of those bothersome minions, the Skeleton King dismisses the threat, claiming they will inevitably perish soon. The scene shifts to Kim and Young-soo entering the city. A bat-like monster appears but is instantly obliterated by Kim's Ignite bowling ball in a single, powerful attack. Kim marvels at how much stronger the bowling ball is compared to the iron pillars. While Kim ponders this, Young-soo interrupts, pointing out that it will be difficult to land because a skeleton knight is fighting a monster below. Kim looks down and spots another skeleton knight, similar to the one he killed before, but this one wields a lance instead of a sword, like the kind knights used in ancient justs. The skeleton knight enhances his lance with powerful magic and unleashes a devastating attack on his opponent. As the camera focuses, we glimpse the figure of a human, a female silhouette. When Kim notices her, he reacts with a mixture of irritation and disbelief. The human channels magic into her fist and, with a single overwhelming punch, sends the skeleton knight flying. The scene fully reveals the figure, a muscular and striking woman with an imposing presence. As the skeleton knight crashes from a great height, Young-soo nervously suggests they might have to deal with both of these figures if they land now. Startled, Kim exclaims that one of them is his older sister. Shocked, Young-soo asks which one. Kim clarifies that the one who just sent the skeleton knight flying is his sister. The fog clears, fully revealing Kim's sister, Sol. She stands confidently, her toned muscles and impressive physique drawing attention. Viewers might even call her a muscle queen. Clearly annoyed, Sol remarks that while she felt the full impact of her punch on the skeleton knight, the creature refuses to die no matter how many times she beats it senseless. Kim begins narrating Sol's backstory, referring to her as Sister Number 2. He explains that, as a child, Sol discovered mixed martial arts by chance on TV and was immediately captivated. Luckily, she had a supportive younger brother. Whenever she watched martial arts matches, she would practice the techniques on Kim. But Sol's victories over weaker opponents left her unsatisfied. Her desire for greater challenges drove her to find tougher opponents at the local playground. There, she defeated anyone who dared to face her, boys, girls, even kids 3 years older. Recognizing her extraordinary talent, their father enrolled Sol in a mixed martial arts academy. Thus began her journey toward becoming a powerhouse of martial arts. This was the moment Sol encountered her first defeat. Her teacher bested her. But rather than feeling disheartened, Sol found the pain of losing exhilarating. At last, she had found a challenge worth her effort. Her new goal became defeating her teacher. Along the way, she achieved victory in multiple jiu-jitsu competitions. By the time she reached 7th grade, she had no equal in the junior division. Her intense passion for training and obsession with fitness drove her to constantly strive for perfection. However, this fixation soon spiraled into a dangerous addiction. Eventually, Sol sustained a serious injury, tearing the cruciate ligaments in both legs. Impatient with the recovery process, she resumed training prematurely, leading to further injuries. The cycle continued, injury, recovery, and relapse, until she finally made her professional fighting debut at the age of 24. Her skill level could have allowed her to debut much earlier, but her stubbornness and repeated setbacks delayed her entry. Despite the late start, Sol became so formidable that she easily ranked among Korea's top 10 fighters. Young-soo, hearing this, is dumbfounded. But Kim reassures him there's no need to be intimidated by Sol, suggesting they land the helicopter slowly. However, Young-soo, still observing Sol from afar, mutters that she looks more like a monster than a human. Meanwhile, the skeleton knight approaches Sol, his sword in hand, and with a rattling voice, questions why his attacks are failing to connect. Sol replies nonchalantly, "Isn't it obvious? Your movements are too slow." The skeleton knight counters, claiming his speed is no less than hers and accusing her of using some incomprehensible trick. Sol chuckles and explains it's not a trick but simply martial arts. She delivers the explanation so casually that it leaves the skeleton knight bewildered. Hearing this, the skeleton knight compliments Sol, remarking that people like her are rare. He suggests that if Sol were to raise her rank, she could become the greatest knight. Sol, however, is unimpressed and confused, muttering about how all this talk of skeletons, knights, and rankings makes no sense. The skeleton knight continues, confessing that he's developed a deep admiration for her. He promises to speak to the skeleton king to ensure she's the only one spared in the city. But before he can finish, a flaming bowling ball comes hurtling out of nowhere, smashing into him with a deafening crash and shattering his body into fragments. His remains scatter around Sol. Moments later, the fiery bowling ball rolls to a stop at her feet. Sol, puzzled, wonders how this strange bowling ball managed to obliterate the skeleton knight when her martial arts couldn't. As she contemplates this, 2 large mana stones and an enhancement stone emerge from the knight's remains. The stones are swiftly drawn into a mysterious portal, which appears to be controlled by a device resembling a piece of corn. At the same time, a helicopter hovers overhead and slowly descends. Kim steps out with a smirk, greeting Sol with a playful, well, long time no see." He teases her, saying, "As expected, you're still kicking asses, Sister Number 2. Sol stands frozen, mouth agape, stunned to see Kim after all this time. The scene shifts to a table laden with delicious food, fried rice, pizza, burgers, and an assortment of mouth-watering dishes. Juhee and Kim sit silently, watching in amazement as Sol devours the food with feral intensity. Unable to contain her curiosity, Juhee asks if Sol uses some special ability to enhance her strength. Between enormous bites of chicken and pizza, Sol casually responds saying Juhee is partly right and partly wrong. Her physical prowess, she explains, is natural and unrelated to the barrier. The barrier's sole purpose, she says, is to shield her from external attacks. She delivers this explanation as if it's no big deal. As Sol continues eating voraciously, Juhee's patience finally snaps. "Eat slower," she scolds, warning Sol that she'll choke or get indigestion if she doesn't. Kim, observing the exchange, chuckles and tells Juhee it's futile to argue. "She's been eating like this since we were kids," he says with a resigned smile. Amid their playful banter, a warm, heartfelt conversation unfolds. Kim, smiling genuinely, tells his sisters how relieved he is that all three of them awakened survival-related abilities and managed to endure this long. Kim now had just one more task, to find their older brother. As Sol ate, she glanced at Kim with skepticism and asked, "Everything's fine, but seriously, Kim, your ability feels like a cheat code. How are you even capable of all this?" Kim chuckled softly, replying, "It's a long story. I'll explain everything to you later, but for now, just eat and get some rest." He showed Sol how to use the packs to order anything she needed and mentioned that Youngsu's family was safe in the subspace. He suggested Sol take a moment to say hello to them. Sol agreed with a nod but then asked, "Are we leaving this city right now? Are we really going?" Kim rose from his chair and answered, "Yes, we need to leave immediately. The city's ceiling is closing at an alarming rate, and I'm not sure if this fortress can shield the entire city." His tone was grave as he emphasized the urgency, adding that he had to gather as many mana stones as possible before the ceiling fully closed. Looking up at the sky, Kim felt a pang of dread. The ceiling had already sealed shut, plunging the entire area into darkness. Wasting no time, he boarded his Black Hawk, ascended into the sky, and launched 5 blazing fireballs at the fortress walls with all his strength. Yet, despite the ferocity of the attack, the fortress remained unscathed. There wasn't even a scratch. A sinking feeling washed over Kim. Not even a dent, he thought. He contemplated his options. Should he take the entire city into his subspace? The thought seemed tempting but reckless. He reminded himself that moving such a massive structure into his subspace could have unpredictable consequences. Kim had already exhausted his remaining mana stones, expanding his portal's radius to 19.76 meters, just large enough to fit the Black Hawk. Now he had no resources left. He considered hunting skeletons and monsters in the city to collect more mana stones, but he wasn't sure what would happen to the city's inhabitants if he took the entire structure into his subspace. As Kim wrestled with these dilemmas, Sol's voice interrupted his thoughts. "This seems like a lot of trouble," she said from behind. She then recounted her encounter with the skeleton knight, explaining how he had promised to spare her life because he liked her. Before his demise, the knight had mentioned that if Sol stayed in the city, her death would only be delayed. Curious, Kim asked for more details. Sol shrugged and replied, "I couldn't get anything else out of him because you smashed him into pieces." She admitted she still didn't know how her death would have been delayed if she remained in the city. The skeleton knight had only mentioned speaking to the skeleton king on her behalf. Kim realized then that if they wanted to escape, he would have to confront the skeleton king directly. The challenge was figuring out where to find him in such a sprawling city. Before Kim could devise a plan, the demon king within Youngsu awakened. With a wicked grin, Youngsu announced, "I only need 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, I'll locate the skeleton king's castle." Kim immediately sensed the impending chaos. "Stop yelling, Youngsu," he shouted, but it was too late. Youngsu had already transformed into his demon form. Cackling wildly, Youngsu did something reckless. He flipped the helicopter into a full 360-degree spin and declared, "I'll scour every corner of this city." The helicopter twisted and dove like a snake, zigzagging through the air as it covered every inch of the city. Inside the cockpit, Kim clung to his seat, nauseated and dizzy, while Sol remained calm watching the chaos outside. The scene shifted to the Skeleton King's castle. Lancelot informed the Skeleton King that Lionheart had been destroyed by Kim's fireball. He reported that the knight was obliterated in a single strike, suggesting their opponent was exceptionally powerful. Enraged, the Skeleton King bellowed, "The harvest is so close, and now this intruder is meddling in my plans again." His anger boiled over as he vowed to personally kill the intruder. He demanded to know the enemy's location, but Lancelot calmly replied, There's no need to search. The intruder is coming here. At this, the Skeleton King let out a deep, ominous laugh. From his vantage point within the castle, he watched Kim's helicopter approaching. Initially, he assumed it was a wizard's trick, but after studying Kim more closely, the Skeleton King murmured, "This doesn't look like a wizard. It seems undead." For a moment, the irony hung in the air. When even the undead think you're undead, things have clearly gone awry. Yet, the Skeleton King dismissed his confusion. His focus remained on annihilating the intruder no matter what. Wizard or undead, whoever dared to ruin his plans would not leave alive. The scene shifts again to reveal a massive door leading into the Skeleton King's chamber. Inside the castle, bat-like monsters cling to the walls, poised to ambush any intruder. The huge door creaks open and Kim stumbles into the room, looking barely alive, almost ghostly. In a faint voice he mutters, "I'm never getting on a helicopter again." The motion sickness was on another level. Suddenly Sol notices something behind Kim. She bolts forward, calling his name, but before Kim can react, he sees a massive, muscular bat monster with razor-sharp teeth lunging at his neck. Just in time, Sol leaps into action. With a devastating punch, she obliterates the bat monster, tearing it apart in one blow. The attack jolts Kim out of his dizziness. He quickly thanks Sol, but she rolls her eyes and tells him to stop being so formal. However, her attention soon shifts elsewhere. Something feels off. Sol scans the dimly lit chamber with a serious expression. "There's more," she mutters. Kim looks around, confused. To him, the hallway ahead seems empty. But then, out of the shadows, countless glowing red eyes emerge, glaring menacingly at them. Kim's heart pounds as he realizes the danger. He turns to Young Soo and urgently says, "Retreat to the subspace." Kim knows he can't handle this alone, but then remembers he doesn't have to. Sol, the martial arts enthusiast, is with him. A wicked grin spreads across Sol's face as she watches the flood of monsters advancing. "Now this is more like it," she says, her excitement growing. One monster wasn't enough for her, it would have been too dull. With a wild smile, Sol dashes into the dark hallway at incredible speed. Before Kim can react, she leaps into the air and lands with a thunderous crash, crushing a bat monster's head beneath her foot. Her movements are graceful yet ferocious, each attack filled with precision and power. One by one, Sol annihilates the monsters, slashing, punching, and smashing with almost playful fury. When a bat monster sneaks up from behind and sinks its teeth into her neck, she doesn't even flinch. Instead, she grabs it by the head and slams it into the ground with enough force to shatter it completely. The blood-soaked ground becomes a testament to Sol's relentless rampage. Her laughter echoes through the chamber, unhinged and chaotic. The remaining monsters tremble, their resolve crumbling in the face of her ferocity. Kim watches from the sidelines, torn between awe and concern. He knows Sol is in her element, but he's also aware of the risks. He retreats to his portal, an idea forming in his mind. Inside the subspace, Kim begins constructing a strange device. A high-powered electric pest repellent designed to lure and eliminate the bat monsters. As the machine powers up, it emits a strong current that draws the monsters in. One by one they are electrocuted, falling lifeless to the ground. Sol notices the device and glares at Kim, irritated. "Is this your idea of fighting? It's boring," she yells. Kim responds calmly, "I'm just trying to help you." Sol, clearly annoyed, retorts, "Stop interfering. I can handle this myself." Their argument intensifies, even as chaos rages around them. Kim shouts back, "Fine. But be careful and stop taking stupid risks." Meanwhile, outside the chamber, Lancelot reports to the Skeleton King. The wizard is struggling, Lancelot begins, but he's not alone. There's another warrior with him, someone as strong as I am. Lancelot adds that the wizard is using unconventional tools and seemingly limitless resources. Hearing this, the Skeleton King's irritation grows. He growls in frustration, realizing the fight is far more complicated than anticipated. Defeating a wizard was one thing, but now he had to deal with another formidable opponent, and that was no small challenge. The Skeleton King, deep in contemplation, mutters that he has no alternative. Lancelot warns him, however, that summoning additional power might provoke the wrath of the Chamber of Commerce. Ignoring the warning, the Skeleton King insists he has no choice. After all, the wizard is at least an 8th-tier rank, the same as himself. While the Skeleton King might stand a chance against the wizard alone, the presence of another 8th-tier warrior drastically shifts the odds. He knows he cannot triumph by himself and resolves to summon Lancelot. Extending his hands forward, the Skeleton King begins chanting an ancient incantation. The holographic image of Lancelot's skull vanishes, replaced by 3 reinforced stones instead of the usual one. He rotates the stones around the projection of Lancelot's skull as a surge of mana gathers, signaling the powerful summoning ritual. Meanwhile, in the team Subspace, electric appliances and tangled copper wires are scattered everywhere. The group is hard at work constructing a new weapon. Wrapping thick copper wire around an aluminum rod, they create the electric repellent bat, a semi-rare grade weapon crafted specifically for Soul. Holding the new weapon, Soul's face lights up with excitement. The bat, infused with an electrified ability, delivers double damage to enemies. Soul twirls the bat skillfully, testing its weight and power, clearly thrilled by its potential. As they exit the subspace, she thanks Kim, teasingly calling his crafting skills a scammer's ability for how effortlessly he can produce items. She remarks that the electric bat will be perfect for dealing with the monsters but warns Kim not to interfere in her battle this time. She wants to face the bat monsters alone. As Soul steps out, she begins scratching her neck. Concerned, Kim asks if she's injured. Soul explains that since the bat monster bit her, she hasn't felt any pain, but now there's an itch. She adds that she received a system notification earlier, stating that all impure energy had been expelled from her body. This revelation makes Kim uneasy, wondering if Soul might transform into a vampire. Soul, noticing his worry, jokingly tells him that if she does turn into a vampire, he has to kill her. She wouldn't want to live as a vampire lady. The siblings share a brief, light-hearted moment. The scene shifts back to the Skeleton King, who turns his attention to Kim, his voice laced with sarcasm. He sneers, mocking that the name Arcane must be ashamed of Kim's reckless behavior. The Skeleton King accuses Kim of ruining his plans and causing chaos in his domain. He declares that, regardless of Kim's origins in the arcane dimension, he has no right to meddle in his affairs. With a chilling roar, the Skeleton King vows to fight and kill Kim. Kim and Soul exchange glances, baffled by the king's rant. "This idiot makes no sense," Kim mutters under his breath. The word idiot only enrages the Skeleton King further. Furious, he calls for Lancelot to attack, commanding him to eliminate Kim and Soul immediately. Lancelot finally emerges from the summoning. His presence is nothing short of terrifying. His 4 glowing eyes gleam menacingly, and his massive silver armor radiates power. In his hand he wields an enormous sword capable of cutting through anything. Soul, seeing Lancelot, grins with excitement. She had grown tired of weak monsters and was ready for a real challenge. She turns to Kim, warning him again, "Don't interfere in this fight. If you do, it won't end well," before charging straight at Lancelot. Before Soul can make her move, Lancelot lunges forward, hurling his sword with lethal precision, aiming to cleave her in half. Reacting quickly, Soul dodges the attack and counters with her electrified bat. The clash sends shockwaves through the room, the force so strong that even Kim feels it from a distance. As the battle intensifies, Soul notices that Lancelot's strikes are slowly slicing through her weapon. Realizing the danger, she retreats just as Lancelot delivers a devastating blow, splitting the electric bat in two. Soul looks back at Kim and jokes, "My bat wasn't weak, it's just that Lancelot is ridiculously strong." Despite losing her weapon, Soul remains undeterred. Lancelot, now fully revealed, stands as a fearsome and nearly invincible knight. Watching from afar, the Skeleton King boasts about summoning Lancelot, his most powerful knight. Meanwhile, Kim reflects on Soul's words. It's rare for her to acknowledge an opponent's strength, and that fact alone tells him how formidable Lancelot truly is. If Soul acknowledges Lancelot's strength, then he is indeed a formidable and dangerous opponent. Watching Soul, Kim proposes a deal. If she manages to kill Lancelot, would she give him Lancelot's magic stone? Kim argues that he used up all his own magic stones to craft weapons for her, and since Lancelot destroyed those weapons, it's only fair to repay him with the stone. Soul, however, flatly refuses, declaring that whoever lands the killing blow will claim the magic stone. With a confident smirk, she adds that Lancelot won't be able to stop her. Determined to contribute, Kim activates his Ignite bowling ball and hurls 5 fiery high-speed projectiles toward Lancelot. Yet Lancelot remains unfazed, standing casually as if unbothered. Drawing his sword, Lancelot effortlessly slices through all the bowling balls with a single slash. The shattered projectiles ooze a molten, lava-like liquid, but even this does not affect Lancelot. Refusing to give up, Kim launches more bowling balls from different angles, hoping to overwhelm him, but Lancelot cuts through every single one with the ease of slicing tofu. Kim's jaw drops in shock as he watches. He can't believe how effortlessly Lancelot counters his high-speed, magic-infused attacks. While Lancelot focuses on cutting the projectiles, Sol sees an opening. She charges forward and punches Lancelot in the face with all her strength, but to her dismay, it doesn't even cause 1% damage. In retaliation, Lancelot swings his massive sword, narrowly missing Sol's neck as she dodges. She counters with punches to his face and chest, but the strikes are completely ineffective. Kim seizes the moment and launches another ignite bowling ball, this time aimed directly at Lancelot's head. The impact sends Lancelot flying, but when he rises he remains unscathed, glaring at Kim with glowing, menacing eyes. A growing sense of unease washes over Kim. Something feels terribly wrong. He recalls a similar ominous feeling from his battle with the Black Wyvern. Trusting his instincts, Kim quickly activates his subspace and pulls Sol into it. Furious, Sol demands an explanation for Kim's interference. Kim explains the overwhelming sense of danger he felt. Even after using his most powerful attack, Lancelot emerged unscathed. He compares the situation to previous battles, where his strongest move could split the Skeleton King in half, yet it did nothing against Lancelot. Begrudgingly, Sol admits she cannot defeat Lancelot alone. Outside the subspace, Lancelot wastes no time. In a flash of insane speed, he vanishes from his position and reappears in front of Kim's barrier, slamming his massive sword against it. Kim is genuinely terrified by Lancelot's speed and strength, while even Sol admits the knight is extremely dangerous. If the fight continues, both of them will die. Despite Lancelot's relentless assaults, the barrier holds firm. Kim notices something crucial. Lancelot is standing dangerously close to the barrier. An idea forms in his mind. If he launches his ignite fireballs at such close range, Lancelot won't have enough time to dodge. Acting quickly, Kim unleashes 5 fireballs at point-blank range. To his horror, Lancelot effortlessly slices through every fireball, even at such proximity. The situation grows more dire. Lancelot isn't just strong, he's unstoppable. Kim is baffled. None of their attacks are effective. He watches in disbelief as Lancelot cuts through every projectile with precision, as if the heavy metal were nothing more than butter. Meanwhile, the Skeleton King observes the battle from afar, finding it dull. With a smug grin, he taunts Kim, mocking how long he plans to cower behind his barrier. He declares that Lancelot is a 7th-tier warrior, immune to all of Kim's abilities. According to the Skeleton King, no matter what Kim tries, he cannot defeat Lancelot. Seated arrogantly on his throne, the Skeleton King begins reminiscing. He reveals that he poured all his resources and wealth into coming to Earth and believed summoning Lancelot was the only way to survive against Kim and Sol. Now, watching their futile efforts, he expresses disappointment. Had he known how weak they truly were, he wouldn't have taken the risk of summoning Lancelot. As the Skeleton King observes, something unusual catches his attention. Kim is no longer using magic. Instead, he's pulling strange, unconventional items from his portal in an endless stream. Realizing this, the Skeleton King's eyes gleam with inspiration as an idea begins to take shape. Meanwhile, Kim is at a complete loss. He checks all of his abilities: Subspace Laboratory, Replicate, Extra-Large Subspace Life Support, but none seem useful in defeating either the Skeleton King or Lancelot. Desperate, Kim resorts to repeatedly throwing ignite bowling balls at Lancelot, but Lancelot slices through them with ease, leaving Kim genuinely stuck. Suddenly, the Skeleton King bursts into loud laughter. He commands Lancelot to stop attacking, announcing that the 2 individuals in the portal are not wizards, but rather potential allies for his future plans. Obeying the command, Lancelot ceases his assault and steps back toward the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King rises from his throne and approaches Kim's portal. Initially, he had assumed Kim and Sol were wizards, but as he observes Kim more closely, he realizes they are ordinary humans. Even more intriguing, Kim possesses a unique ability. Confused, Kim wonders what the Skeleton King is referring to. With a cunning grin, the Skeleton King begins to explain. He mentions that Kim must have encountered and killed 2 skeleton knights to acquire reinforced stones. These stones, the Skeleton King reveals, can only be produced within Camelot Castle by sacrificing living beings. The Skeleton King elaborates on his original plan: to sacrifice the inhabitants of the nearby city to mass-produce reinforced stones, which he would then use to summon an army of skeleton knights. However, he proposes an alternative: a business partnership with Kim. The Skeleton King suggests that Kim, with his unlimited replication ability, could duplicate the reinforced stones, allowing them to dominate not just Earth, but the entire universe. Kim stands silently processing the offer. As the Skeleton King laughs sinisterly, envisioning his grand scheme, Kim suddenly begins laughing and crying simultaneously, leaving the Skeleton King perplexed. Kim thanks him, explaining that the Skeleton King has unknowingly solved all of Kim's problems. Before the Skeleton King can react, Kim utters 4 decisive words. Pax, put Camelot in subspace. Instantly, the entire Camelot castle vanishes before the Skeleton King's eyes. The Grand Fortress, once the source of his power, shrinks and disappears into Kim's subspace. The Skeleton King and his skeleton knights are left standing outside, bewildered and enraged. Looking around in disbelief, the Skeleton King tries to comprehend what just happened. Meanwhile, the castle reappears in Kim's hands, now reduced to the size of a toy. Soul, observing the shrunken structure, casually remarks how small and insignificant it looks. Overcome with fury, the Skeleton King roars, "How dare you 9th-tier slaves!" He accuses Kim and Soul of destroying his life's work and vows to annihilate them. Enraged, he summons a dark purple orb of energy, brimming with the souls of the dead. The green, ghostly spirits surge toward Kim's portal, attempting to shatter it. Yet as the smoke clears, Kim and Soul remain unharmed. Now calm, Kim begins to think strategically. He recalls the name of the skeleton knight summoned by the Skeleton King, Lancelot. Deciding to take a bold risk, Kim calls out Lancelot's name, attempting to summon him. To everyone's astonishment, Lancelot materializes before Kim. However, this time his appearance is different. Gone is the dark aura that usually surrounds him. Instead, he radiates a golden light, warm and majestic. Lancelot turns to Kim and acknowledges him as his new master. Without hesitation, Kim commands Lancelot to kill the Skeleton King. Obeying immediately, Lancelot draws his sword and, with a single precise slash, cleaves the Skeleton King cleanly in two. The Skeleton King, unable to react or defend himself, is defeated in an instant. With grace and overwhelming power, Lancelot ends the battle in one swift motion. As soon as Lancelot struck the Skeleton King, the violet core within the Skeleton King was destroyed. It shattered into fragments with a faint explosion. Lancelot then drove his blade into the back of the Skeleton King like a royal decree. We see the Skeleton King's body sprawled before Lancelot, his jagged crown lying discarded at Lancelot's feet, and his dismembered parts scattered across the ground. As the Skeleton King's form faded, a golden mana crystal began to glow. The system alerted Kim that he had defeated the Skeleton King. When Lancelot transferred ownership of the Night King's dimensional account, it became Kim's property. Upon opening the system notification, a new feature appeared, the dimensional account. When Kim accessed it, he discovered 3,086 mana stones within. Staring at such a vast number of mana stones, Kim felt both bewildered and astonished. This meant that by defeating the Skeleton King, Kim had acquired thousands of mana crystals in one go. Despite his happiness, Kim couldn't help but wonder, what would he do with so many mana stones? As Kim stood lost in thought, Soul placed her hand on his shoulder. She told Kim that if he had any sense of morality, he should gift his sweet little sister 1,000 mana stones. After all, she reminded him, she had saved his life when they entered the Skeleton King's castle. Did he forget that? Kim sighed and told Soul that 1,000 mana stones was too much. He accused her of acting like a mob boss and exaggerating her role in saving his life. Kim pointed out that he had also given her a weapon, which allowed her to fight Lancelot on equal terms for a brief time. Shouldn't she repay him for that? Soul looked at Kim and retorted that they had both helped and saved each other, so it would only be fair to settle on 500 mana stones instead. Kim smirked and said that if she wanted to assign a price to everything, then she should also start paying rent for living in his subspace free of charge. Did she think she could live and sleep safely without contributing anything? Taken aback, Soul called Kim a miser. She asked if he was so stingy that he couldn't even spare 500 mana stones. Frustrated, Kim finally handed over 500 mana stones to his sister, not wanting to argue further. Soul smirked, thanked Kim and declared the argument over. But with a serious tone, Soul asked Kim what he planned to do next. Both Kim and Soul turned to their left. From Kim's subspace, Lancelot emerged. Towering at 10 feet tall with eyes glowing red, Lancelot approached them with heavy, deliberate steps. Soul glanced at Kim and asked what he intended to do with Lancelot. Meanwhile, Lancelot reached Kim and in a deep, resonant voice, called him his lord. Lancelot informed Kim that he had carried out his command and cleaved the Skeleton King in two. Now he awaited Kim's next order. Kim stood silently, pondering what to do with Lancelot. The scene shifted, and Kim narrated that no one could have foreseen what happened next. We saw Lancelot standing still. Sitting atop his helmet was Young-Soo's daughter, clutching tightly to one of its feathers. Lancelot gently moved to keep her entertained while, from behind, Kim, Joo-hee, and Sol watched in astonishment. Kim thought to himself how unimaginable it was that one of the most fearsome knights could end up in such a situation. Meanwhile, Young-Soo and his wife stood in front of Lancelot. Young-Soo's wife was beaming with joy as she watched her daughter play happily with Lancelot. She apologized to Lancelot, explaining that her daughter was usually shy and didn't enjoy playing with strangers. But this was the first time she had played so freely with someone she had just met. To her, this meant her daughter genuinely liked Lancelot. While Young-Soo's wife was overjoyed, the same couldn't be said for Young-Soo. He stood there, stunned, his mouth agape as though his entire world had crumbled. His face reflected despair, like someone who had just received a dire sentence. Lancelot, meanwhile, continued playing with Young-Soo's daughter. He calmly assured Young-Soo's wife that aiding the Lord's companions was equivalent to serving the Lord himself. She apologized repeatedly, worried that her daughter would keep bothering Lancelot to play. But Lancelot, in his commanding voice, reassured her that it was no bother at all. He said he loved children and saw her as if she were his own. From afar, Kim, Joo-hee, and Young-Soo watched this touching moment. Joo-hee, with a warm smile, turned to Kim and remarked that it was impossible not to admire someone so considerate. She commented that Lancelot wasn't just strong but also kind and compassionate, someone anyone would look up to. But Kim didn't share her sentiment. With a side eye, he muttered that calling Lancelot a person felt strange. After all, Lancelot was a skeletal knight, and no one really knew what lay beneath his armor. Yet, after a moment of reflection, Kim admitted that Lancelot was never truly evil. He realized that Lancelot had simply been following the Skeleton King's orders. The true villain had been the Skeleton King all along. Now, with Lancelot under Kim's command, away from his former master's dark influence, Kim saw that Lancelot displayed qualities of goodness and loyalty. This made Kim reconsider his initial judgment, allowing him to trust Lancelot at least for now. Joo-hee, noticing Kim's thoughtful expression, turns to him with a serious tone and asks, "Are you planning to go to Dangu City right now?" Kim glances at Joo-hee and replies that he intends to head to Dangu City immediately since their older brother's new home is located there. Hearing this, Joo-hee looks visibly concerned. She tells Kim that she has observed from the start how tirelessly he's been working, without taking proper rest for days. With a worried expression, Joo-hee warns Kim that, while she understands his urgency, what if he collapses or falls ill? She pleads with him to prioritize his health, cautioning that overworking himself could lead to severe problems. If that happens, she asks who will look after him. Joo-hee insists that it's already too late to leave tonight. She advises Kim to rest and wait until sunrise to set out and rescue their brother. Kim listens to her advice and nods in agreement. He then turns to look at his wife and daughter. His daughter is still perched atop Lancelot's head, while Young-Soo is trying all sorts of ways to coax her down. With a mix of exasperation and humor, Young-Soo tells his daughter to climb down from Lancelot and sit on his shoulders instead. He even volunteers to play the role of a brave knight. However, Young-Soo's daughter begins playfully hitting Lancelot's head and declares that her father is boring. She loudly proclaims she wants to play with a real knight, not a pretend one. Hearing this, Young-Soo feels a bit hurt, though he hides it behind a strained smile. Meanwhile, Young-Soo's wife teases her husband, joking that even she wouldn't want to play with a fake knight like him. Instead, she quips she'd rather choose Lancelot, the real deal. And yet, despite the humor, Kim finds himself momentarily distracted by a ridiculous thought. Why, of all things, is he imagining Lancelot playing with Young-Soo's wife? Kim shakes his head, silently cursing his own wandering mind. Watching this heartwarming scene, Kim pauses for a moment, his face softening into a warm smile. He announces that they will take the night to rest, enjoy the moment, and set out in the morning to rescue their brother. The scene shifts to Young-Soo carrying his now sleeping daughter on his shoulders, her face peaceful after hours of play with Lancelot. Young-Soo wears a contented smile, as if this moment alone fulfills him completely. Kim suggests that Young-Soo take his wife and daughter to a private room to rest for the night. Young-Soo agrees, nodding appreciatively before leaving with his family. As time passes and the room empties, Sol smirks mischievously. Slowly, he removes his shirt and walks toward Kim, suggesting with a sly grin that now, with everyone asleep, they can begin their real work. Kim responds with a knowing smile and turns to Lancelot, asking if he needs a place to rest. Kim summons the Camelot Castle, and a miniature version of the castle materializes in his hand. The system notifies Kim that this artifact is a unique grade item known as the Palace of the Cursed Knight. It explains that the castle's size depends on the number of mana stones invested. The system further details its 3 powerful abilities. Blood Sacrifice. By sacrificing livestock, Kim can create reinforcement stones. Summon a Ghost. Using mana crystals, Kim can call forth ghosts from the castle. Knight Investment. By combining ghosts with reinforcement stones, Kim can forge knights as powerful as Lancelot. Kim marvels at the artifact's capabilities, deeming them both overpowered and fascinating. However, he notes that the castle's size scales directly with his investment. For example, 500 mana stones would result in a 500 square foot castle, while 1,000 stones would yield a 1,000 square foot one. After some deliberation, Kim decides on a size sufficient for housing 12 knights, opting for a 300 square foot castle. He invests 300 mana stones, and the Camelot Castle grows and expands to its new dimensions. The now enlarged castle stands before Kim, Lancelot, and Saul. As Kim observes the structure, a slight unease creeps in due to its eerie appearance. He turns to Lancelot and asks if the castle's size is adequate for 12 knights like him. Lancelot, with a calm demeanor, responds that he doesn't care about the size as he can adapt to any space. Then, with a wry sense of humor, Lancelot jokes that the castle is as tiny as the Skeleton King's little PP, adding that, compared to Kim's vast subspace, this castle is nothing. Lancelot explains that when Kim summons more skeleton knights in the future, they will reside in his subspace, while Camelot Castle will primarily serve as a summoning hub. Saul meanwhile looks stunned. She realizes how large the Skeleton King's castle must have been, at least 30 times the size of Kim's. This revelation leaves her wondering just how many mana stones the Skeleton King had used to build his massive fortress. Lancelot, overhearing the conversation, confirms that while he doesn't know the precise number, he remembers the Skeleton King using tens of thousands of mana stones to construct Camelot Castle. Hearing this, Saul is even more astonished, realizing the immense effort and resources the Skeleton King devoted to building his massive fortress. Meanwhile, Kim begins to reflect. Even though he stored such a large structure in his subspace, there were no side effects. Kim wonders if it's because the castle is initially small, but this thought leaves him uneasy. Camelot Castle is practically a city in itself, yet storing it caused no disruptions in his subspace. Deciding to set aside his concerns for now, Kim turns to Saul and asks why she hasn't gone to rest yet, mentioning that the night is long and she should take a break. Saul, however, explains that she has something personal to ask Lancelot and has been waiting for the right moment to do so. That moment, she declares, has finally arrived. With an eager gleam in her eyes, Saul turns to Lancelot and, striking a confident pose with her hands on her hips, announces her request. She wants to learn his swordsmanship. Saul boldly asks Lancelot to teach her his techniques. Kim, overhearing this, is taken aback. He thinks to himself that if Lancelot agrees to teach Saul, her skills will improve significantly, which would greatly benefit their team in the future. On the other hand, Lancelot looks thrilled. In his deep voice, he responds that he would be delighted to teach her his swordsmanship, but under one condition. Lancelot explains that when Saul used her martial arts against him previously, he found it fascinating. If she wants to learn his swordsmanship, then she must teach him her martial arts in return. It would be an exchange of skills, her martial arts for his swordsmanship. Hearing this, Saul smirks, her expression shifting into one of playful mischief, almost bordering on manic. With a teasing tone, she praises Lancelot for being clever, admitting that her martial arts are indeed impressive. She calls him a little kid and playfully questions whether he could even handle her intense training regimen. Kim, watching this from the sidelines, notes how Saul's excitement peaks whenever the topic of martial arts comes up. She's undeniably a martial arts enthusiast, if not an outright fanatic. Meanwhile, Saul continues to taunt Lancelot, her mischievous smile intact. She suggests they start with a simple sparring session before beginning formal training. The scene shifts to Kim, who, feeling drowsy, starts heading toward his room in Camelot Castle for some rest. Meanwhile, Lancelot and Saul engage in their sparring session. Saul enjoys the match immensely, pushing Lancelot to his limits. By the end, Lancelot earns his place as a true member of their group, fully integrated into their family dynamic. The scene shifts again, this time to Kim and Young-Soo observing from Kim's subspace. Both are surprised to see numerous military officers in the vicinity, communicating through walkie-talkies and appearing to scout the area. Confused, Young Soo asks, "Are there other people besides us planning to travel in the morning?" Kim, however, finds the situation suspicious. Just as he is about to voice his concerns, the sound of a helicopter echoes in the sky. Looking up, they spot the aircraft flying toward Kim's subspace. Young Soo, recognizing the helicopter, exclaims, "That helicopter looks very familiar." Kim realizes it too. It's the same helicopter he had stored in his subspace and later handed over to the general. The helicopter lands and the general steps out with an elated expression. Hurrying toward Kim, he greets him warmly, saying, "Hello, Kim." Kim returns the greeting and asks if the general is alright. The general replies that he's fine but shares that he's been searching for Kim for a long time and has finally found him. He explains that when the wall of Yeoljoro City vanished, he suspected it was Kim's doing. Kim, now irritated, cuts to the chase, asking if the general is here to convince him to join the military. With a firm tone, Kim makes it clear that if that's the case, his answer is no. His priority is finding his family. The general quickly reassures him, saying, "Kim, you've misunderstood." He explains that he hasn't come to recruit Kim but rather to deliver critical news. In a serious tone, the general warns Kim that traveling by helicopter is not safe. He explains that a faction that betrayed the military has seized a base and now controls air defense systems. If Kim and Young Soo were to travel by helicopter, especially a military one and a general's at that, they would be targeted and shot down. Both Kim and Young Soo are stunned by this revelation. The general provides detailed information, elaborating on how the rebel faction captured the military base and now commands a significant portion of air defense forces. He also shares that he had sent a scouting team in the same helicopter Kim had given him. That helicopter was destroyed mid-air, leaving the general without any information on those individuals. Growing increasingly concerned, the general reminds Kim that he mentioned traveling through the city to rescue his family. The general warns that if Kim had chosen to travel by helicopter, it could have placed him in extreme danger. Upon hearing this, Kim realizes that if they had used the helicopter, their deaths would have been almost inevitable. Acknowledging the severity of the situation, Kim thanks the general for providing such vital information. At this point, the general shifts the conversation. He brings up how the wall surrounding the city vanished last night, suggesting that Kim must have defeated the Skeleton Knight. However, Kim's focus drifts away from the general's words. Instead, he contemplates the mention of the next city being under military control. Kim understands that if the military has already taken over the next city, it's only a matter of time before they dominate other cities as well. Even if he travels through the entire city to save his family, the looming military presence will remain a significant threat. Adding to the peril is the Black Wyvern, a formidable force capable of annihilating helicopters, intensifying the danger. Kim resolves that to save his brother, he must head to Dangu City, a city now under military control. This means he must obliterate the enemy camp to secure his brother's safety. With a resolute and determined expression, Kim takes immediate action. He summons the Lord. From the subspace, a dark shadow emerges, causing the general to grow visibly uneasy. Kim, maintaining a calm yet intense demeanor, addresses the general. In response to the earlier question about whether he defeated the Skeleton Knight, Kim affirms, "Yes, I defeated the Skeleton Knight and took him captive." As Kim speaks, the Skeleton Knight appears. Towering 10 feet tall, the figure has glowing red eyes, wields a massive sword and carries a formidable iron shield. The knight stands ominously behind Kim. The general stares in pure horror and disbelief. He realizes that this knight is far stronger, at least 10 times more powerful, than the previous Skeleton Knight. And now this terrifying entity is under Kim's command, ready to follow his every order. The general struggles to process the sheer weight of what he is witnessing. Kim, undeterred, confidently declares that his older brother's new residence is in Dangu City, the very city housing the military camp. This leaves Kim with no alternative, he must go there. With a sly, confident smile, Kim turns to the general and asks, "So, how about we take down all those military forces?" Overcome with joy and relief, the general feels tears welling up in his eyes. We are now introduced to another location, seemingly destroyed, which appears to be some kind of base. In this base, goblin soldiers, clad in military uniforms, are seen wielding rifles and equipped with heavy artillery. Behind one of the goblins, a human hand becomes visible, revealing humans imprisoned in cages under the watchful eyes of the goblin soldiers. As the goblin squints to focus, it notices something unusual ahead, though it cannot determine what it is. From a distance, we see Lancelot's ghostly head infiltrating the goblin base, investigating how it operates. Noticing that the goblin is approaching, Lancelot decides to retreat to avoid alerting the enemy. While flying to gather more information, he overhears a conversation between two goblins but cannot understand their language. However, upon observing their movements more closely, he notices that even within the goblin army, there is a ranking system that dictates the level of importance and influence each goblin holds over the others. Still concealed behind a tree, the ghostly head concludes it has gathered enough information and decides to return to the command center to report his findings. As he departs, the system screen reveals how the summoning ability for this ghostly form works, named Phantom Summon. This ability allows the summoning of Camelot's ghosts, with specific costs associated with each invocation. It is also shown that while knights are in their ghostly forms, they cannot physically interact with the environment, but they are also immune to physical interference. Moreover, this ability enables them to pass through walls and even fly freely. Summoning a ghost consumes 1 enhancement stone and 500 magic stones, the same cost as summoning a knight. Although not explicitly stated in the description, once summoned as a ghost or knight, they can switch forms without incurring additional costs. In other words, phantomization can be considered an optimal means of reconnaissance behind enemy lines. A few hours earlier, the general had been outlining the strategy they would use, showing on a map the cities involved and relying on Lancelot to patrol the enemy lines, determining the strength of their forces, the location of anti-aircraft weapons, and other characteristics of the enemy troops. Based on the information gathered, the plan was to devise a strategy to outmaneuver the enemies. However, due to the ghost's limited range, everyone needed to move closer to the enemy lines and pinpoint where government forces were stationed before reconnaissance could begin. Lancelot returned to the Allied base after taking 2 hours and 30 minutes to complete his reconnaissance. While reporting his findings, Kim was shocked to learn that the soldiers had mutated into goblins and had imprisoned over 200 people, referring to them as sacrifices. Additionally, Lancelot shared further details he had overheard. First, the enemy had a total of 9 anti-aircraft weapons. Second, they planned to recruit additional manpower from Bangkok Dong. Third, the brigade commander, a high-ranking officer, was stationed in the eastern wing. Lastly, they mentioned that the world would change when a certain someone arrived. Lancelot confirmed the accuracy of this information, leaving the 4 members listening utterly astonished. The commander remarked that security had indeed been tighter than usual and suspected they were plotting something but hadn't anticipated the capture of civilians. Kim mentioned rumors that some had voluntarily joined the rebel forces but expressed confusion about their motives and the reason for imprisoning civilians. He also questioned who this person capable of changing the world might be. Lancelot's ghost replied that he didn't know who this individual was but speculated that the reason for capturing people was likely to gain repulsive force. He explained that all beings across dimensions have a classification system known as hierarchy. Repulsive force is the power granted by this hierarchy, essentially the right to be protected from lower-ranked beings. The lower the hierarchy number, the stronger the repulsive force, preventing attacks from lower ranks, e.g., a 9th-rank attack cannot affect an 8th-rank being. However, this is not an absolute rule. At this point, Kim recalled the attack by the skeletal knight. The sister asks if they are sacrificing people to achieve this hierarchy. Lancelot, based on prior information, confirms it, stating that this method is instinctively used by beings with lower intelligence as a shortcut. With a serious expression, he explains that when this method is used in a lower dimensional hierarchy, it signifies that contact has been made, and possibly an agreement, with a higher-ranked being. Intrigued, Kim asks what kind of agreement this could be, but Lancelot admits he doesn't know the specifics. Sol, now furious, says that since they are sacrificing people, they're undoubtedly up to no good and suggests going to the base to eliminate them all. Kim responds that if it were that simple they would have already done it. The colonel adds that these enemies seem extremely dangerous. The colonel also notes that the information provided by Lancelot has been excellent. They now know the positions of the brigade commander and the anti-aircraft cannons, which increases their chances of success. However, he emphasizes that the enemy's defensive line is much stronger than expected. Once the operation begins, the enemy will likely call reinforcements from the 1st Legion, potentially escalating this into a large-scale war. Given that they don't know the full strength of the 1st Legion, it's crucial to capture the enemy before reinforcements arrive. This will require requesting support from nearby units to handle such a large-scale target with sufficient weaponry and troops. Deep in thought, Kim realizes they don't have time to wait for reinforcements. Moreover, Bangkok Dong, where his brother lives, is at risk, making it imperative to finish the mission before the enemy moves there. He also remarks that since Lancelot is of the 7th hierarchy, he could theoretically eliminate the enemy on his own, but the area is too vast for him to cover alone, giving the First Legion's reinforcements enough time to arrive and turn this into a full-scale war. Lancelot suggests that if the anti-aircraft cannons are a problem, Kim could simply summon another knight, and points out that summoning requires both enhancement stones and magic stones. While they have enough magic stones, they are short on enhancement stones. Kim also mentions that while he could unsummon Lancelot and summon another knight, it wouldn't increase their overall strength, making it an unwise move. More importantly, he feels it wouldn't be right to dismiss Lancelot just to summon someone else. Frustrated, Kim says it would be ideal if they could duplicate the enhancement stones and magic stones in their subspace. Lancelot then recalls that after defeating the Skeleton King, they acquired another enhancement stone. Surprised, Kim admits he doesn't remember this, but upon reflection, he recalls that Lancelot did indeed retrieve a stone. Now, with everyone staring at Kim in judgment, he apologizes, saying anyone can have a lapse in memory. He then asks which knight should be summoned. Lancelot explains that all 12 knights of Camelot are exceptional, possessing both skill and loyalty. He assures Kim that regardless of who is summoned, it will be a good choice. However, there is one knight in particular who would be the most logical choice: Bedivere. He describes Bedivere as a genius archer unparalleled in skill, specializing in long-range attacks. Enthralled, Kim exclaims that he can't resist and wants to summon him right away. Back at the goblin base, the captives appear gravely debilitated. A girl wearing an orange sweater is called out by one of the goblins. Frightened, she asks if he's really speaking to her. The goblin points out that everyone else in the cage looks weak except for her. He then asks if she wants to escape. Confused, she hesitates, but the goblin quickly reveals he's only testing her. He declares that if she offers him something of value, he'll let her go. From the expression on the goblin's face, she understands exactly what he means. Before he can finish his proposition, his head is swiftly severed. The girl is stunned, her eyes lighting up as she realizes what Lancelot has just done right in front of her. Lancelot opens the prisoner's cage and, without wasting any time, continues moving swiftly. The girl steps out of the cage, still trying to process what just happened before her eyes. In the sky, something resembling a flaming bowling ball appears. From a distance, the goblins notice the strange object in the sky but cannot identify it. Upon closer inspection, one of them realizes it is indeed a bowling ball, but it makes no sense to him. Before he can react, the ball suddenly hurtles in his direction, catching him off guard, and moments later, it strikes one of the anti-aircraft weapons. A goblin further away hears the explosion and wonders about its origin. The only thing he knows for sure is that something has blown up somewhere. From a distant viewpoint, we see the explosion and, coincidentally, also a hand gripping another flaming bowling ball. Yes, the summoned knight is hurling bowling balls at the enemies, already contemplating his next target. Moments earlier, Lancelot reveals something he hadn't mentioned before. Bedivere has only one arm. Kim is taken aback and confused as Lancelot had described Bedivere as an archer. He questions how Bedivere could possibly be an archer with just one arm. Lancelot confirms that Bedivere was indeed an archer, but that is a story from the past. He explains that long ago, Bedivere served as a knight under the Duke's command but lost his arm to a commander jealous of his exceptional talent. From that point on, Bedivere adapted, mastering throwing techniques using a leather strap. Thus, he earned his place among the 12 knights of Camelot. Still skeptical, Kim asks if Bedivere can truly destroy anti-aircraft cannons from such distances. Lancelot reassures him, stating that he fought alongside Bedivere for a long time and knows the full extent of his abilities. Additionally, Lancelot confirms that after scouting the enemy lines, only he and Bedivere will be needed for this mission. Back in the present, we see Bedivere launching more flaming bowling balls at the enemies from afar. The ball soars through the sky and strikes another anti-aircraft cannon. As the goblin base is a large area, a goblin from a distance notices the explosion and wonders what is happening. Turning around, he sees another goblin soldier being attacked and flung away by someone. Alarmed, he asks his officer what's going on, but then hears the distinct sound of a sword. When he looks closely, he spots Lancelot calmly walking in his direction. The goblin, trembling with fear, stammers that this is a restricted area where unauthorized individuals are not allowed. Lancelot remains silent, continuing his steady approach toward him with an air of calm authority. Meanwhile, we see Kim's system sending him notifications. The first shows he acquired 4 magic stones, bringing his total to 2,686. Shortly after, another notification appears, adding 12 more magic stones, increasing the total to 2,698. Kim, staring at the system screen in surprise, reflects that owning a dimensional account eliminates the need to collect magic stones manually, as they are gathered automatically. Still, he finds it hard to believe how quickly the stones are being accumulated and wonders if this is really correct. Moments later, 3 more notifications pop up, one with 5 more magic stones, another with 8, and yet another with 5, bringing the total to 2,788 magic stones. Young, Sol, and Kim stand idly waiting for a signal to act, and Kim continues to question whether this situation is as it seems. Young reassures him, suggesting he look up at the sky, stating that it is likely the source of the multiple notifications. Above, 2 flaming bowling balls launched by Bedivere collide mid-air, creating a massive explosion that draws everyone's attention to the sky. Amazed by Bedivere's precision, Kim remarks that the knights had mentioned they would signal when all major anti-aircraft artillery had been destroyed. Young adds that it's now clear why Sir Lancelot takes so much pride in the Knights of Camelot. As the group stands in awe, the colonel comments on the extraordinary combination of Lancelot's tactics and Bedivere's abilities. He notes that if all the knights possess this level of skill, there's absolutely no need for special forces to intervene. Young simply nods in agreement. Kim, still astonished, declares it's time to make their move and execute their part of the plan. He also contemplates the immense power he now wields with all 12 knights, most of whom he hasn't even met yet. As the explosion in the sky subsides, smoke begins to fill the air. The scene shifts to the source of the explosions, Bedivere. He is examining a map and muttering to himself that there's a problem. He notes that he destroyed all the necessary targets and even sent the signal in the sky, but now he can't make sense of the map. The map indicates the locations of the anti-aircraft artillery he had to eliminate, a goblin circled in red, and an arrow pointing somewhere else. However, he cannot figure out where Lancelot told him to go next. Bedivere continues staring at the map, trying to recall the route Lancelot had given him earlier, but he has no idea which direction to take now. He mutters that if there were written instructions, it would be much easier to understand. Shrugging off his frustration, he decides to trust his instincts and proceed. Back to Lancelot, he punches a goblin in the face, causing the creature to cry out in pain. Without hesitation, Lancelot follows up with a more forceful blow that sends the goblin flying. Unapologetic, he steps on the goblin with enough force to make it scream in agony. Still pinning the goblin underfoot, Lancelot states that controlling his strength is exhausting and warns the goblin to speak the truth before he accidentally kills it. He demands to know who informed them about using this shortcut, sacrificing humans to climb the hierarchy. He also presses for their plans and the strength of the First Legion's forces. The goblin chuckles, commenting on how much Lancelot seems to know about their operations. Eventually, the goblin gives in, revealing that the one destined to change the world is named Tonediu. He calls Tonediu a bastard of the 8th class, a giant compared to himself. Lancelot, unfazed, replies that he has never heard of this being and asks what Tonediu wants with the goblins and what exactly his plan entails. Reluctantly, the goblin admits he doesn't know and is promptly kicked by Lancelot, spinning him through the air. Now farther away, the goblin uses the last of his strength to flee. He leaps from a nearby window in a desperate attempt to escape. Upon landing, he finds himself near a group of goblin soldiers patrolling the area. Unfortunately, he lands awkwardly, injuring his foot. The goblin soldiers rush to him, asking if their commander is all right. Wincing in pain, the commander urgently orders them to fetch his bicycle. One goblin obeys and runs to retrieve it while the commander hobbles away slowly on his injured foot. Suddenly he hears a sound behind him. When he turns to look, he sees Lancelot leaping from the building in pursuit. Calm and determined, Lancelot declares that attempting to flee is futile. Unaware of the level of the threat in front of them, the soldiers surround their commander, vowing to protect him. One goblin, holding a rifle, declares that they'll take care of him, while another assists the commander in walking, offering support. Lancelot changes his tone and remarks on how remarkable it is that they're so willing to sacrifice themselves so easily, adding that their judgment is indeed at a goblin's level. The goblin retorts, saying it's better to be a goblin than an empty-headed fool like Lancelot. Now aiming his rifle, the goblin advises Lancelot to drop his arrogance, noting that there are also 8th-ranked individuals in their main force. He boasts that if he had only consumed 10 more, he too would have been in 8th rank. Disbelieving the audacity of their actions, Lancelot questions whether all those who became goblins are doing the same thing. The goblin with a sly grin affirms this. He adds that he is one of the intelligent ones, adapting to a changing world. Before he can finish his sentence, Lancelot swiftly lunges forward and drives his sword through the goblin's neck. Lancelot coldly remarks that knowing this will make it easier to decide whose lives to take. The fleeing commander glances back to see what is happening, only to witness blood spurting into the air. Lancelot's sword is now soaked in blood, and his gaze shifts toward his next target. The goblin commander, once again in danger, has no choice but to run. But as he glances up at the sky, he freezes in shock. There he sees a helicopter, unaware that the anti-aircraft artillery has been destroyed. Inside the helicopter are Kim and Young. Young announces his intention to land the helicopter, but Kim, feeling nauseous, warns that landing there is too dangerous and suggests entering the subspace. The goblin commander realizes that government forces are also attacking them. However, with a newfound dark aura, the commander mercilessly strikes down one of his own soldiers. From a distance, Lancelot observes this gruesome act, disgusted by the goblin's depravity. Kim descends from the helicopter and runs toward Lancelot, but upon looking to his side, he is horrified by the goblin commander's actions. With the magic stones of the fallen goblin in hand, the commander consumes them. Lancelot curses him, calling him a bastard and accusing him of becoming an 8th rank because of the stones. From behind, we see the goblin commander now transformed into a monstrous figure with long hair. As he turns, his glowing red eyes burn with rage. Kim asks Lancelot if the commander truly abandoned his humanity to become an 8th rank. Lancelot replies that the commander tried to ascend ranks too quickly and dismisses it as nothing more than a cheap trick. Now consumed by fury, the mutated goblin roars and charges forward to attack. Calmly, Kim asks Lancelot about his rank. Lancelot replies that he is 7th ranked but assures Kim there's no need to intervene since Bedivere can handle it with ease. On the rooftop, Bedivere readies his weapon to launch another flaming bowling ball. He comments that he's glad he trusted his instincts and found the correct location. The mutated goblin's blood sprays far and wide. The system notification flashes, showing that Kim has acquired 322 magic stones, bringing the total to 3,542. Moments later, government reinforcements arrive. The head of operations acknowledges that thanks to the knights, the removal of enemies and the rescue of civilians is progressing much faster. Kim feels a wave of relief hearing this. A soldier asks where the commander is, and Kim directs him to look to the side, where the lifeless body of the goblin commander lies. The head of operations is stunned. Kim asks Lancelot if he has uncovered more information about their plans. Lancelot apologizes, stating that the only piece of information he managed to extract was the name of a high-ranking being, Tonetiuh. He adds that it's the first time he has ever heard that name. Kim remarks that everything remains a mystery. The head of operations suggests searching the building's documents for clues. Lancelot points to the shattered windows on the 4th floor, explaining that the commander was staying in that room. He notes that there are numerous documents to sort through in that area. The chief of operations thanks them for their service, but Kim quickly interjects, asking if the PAX system is capable of storing all the military documents from the building. PAX confirms and immediately begins calculating the number of documents and the cost to process them. The system reveals there are 5,086 documents, with a cost of 120 magic stones. Kim gives the order to proceed. The chief of operations remarks that such measures weren't necessary, but Kim explains that PAX will handle it efficiently, and he needs to locate the family as quickly as possible. Soon after, the system alerts him that an unsuitable document has been detected among the military files, labeling it as an incompatible item. Confused, Kim tries to understand what an incompatible item might be. Now holding the document, he attempts to read it. It turns out to be a registration form for dimensional beings. Lancelot clarifies that it's a document capable of increasing someone's rank. Examining the 2 documents in hand, Kim notes that one is in poor condition. Lancelot explains that the pristine document is the official form, while the damaged one is a shortcut. He further elaborates that the soldiers likely turned into goblins because they failed to register properly using the official method. To add to this, Sir Lancelot explains that registering a dimensional being requires magic stones and a dimensional account. He states that Earth's dimension is still in its early stages of exploration, and no one currently meets these conditions, except for Master Kim, who defeated an 8th rank being possessing a dimensional account. Kim and the Colonel fail to grasp much of what he says, but Lancelot continues, emphasizing that despite the oddity of the document's existence, Kim should register since he meets the requirements. This suggestion catches Kim off guard. However, Lancelot assures him that by completing the official form, Kim will avoid becoming a goblin. He also explains that dimensional being registration is automatically adjusted for each dimension, and the reason Kim can read it in a standard language is that it's the official document. Holding the document, Kim scans the fine print and notes that the process would consume only 1,000 magic stones. Without hesitation, he signs his name on the form. The system announces that the dimensional being registration is complete, leaving Kim with 2,422 magic stones. After signing, the document begins to glow and disintegrates into dust. Jokingly, Kim remarks that he's curious to know where the system wants him to submit the documents. Outside, someone arrives on a motorcycle, calling out to the commander and apologizing for the delay. The individual explains that the holdup was due to something being incredibly heavy to carry. However, upon taking a closer look around, they are baffled by what happened to the goblins in the area. From atop the building, Bedivere watches the scene with curiosity, wondering aloud if the vehicle the goblin is riding might be a horse. Meanwhile, back in the document room after the PX scan, they manage to retrieve not only the contract but also approximately 40,728 pages of military documents. Kim informs the colonel that he remains worried about his family and won't be able to review the documents himself since he's heading out to search for them. He adds that the director of operations will handle the verification and assures the colonel that once he finds his family, he will return to assist the government forces. The colonel thanks him and wishes him good luck. As they leave, Kim tells Lancelot that the plan is to enter without the rebels mistaking them for government troops. However, they learn that Dangu has been occupied by the rebels, making it too dangerous for Yong-Soo to drive. Kim decides to take the wheel instead. He considers that, for now, it's safer for him and the two knights to travel in unassuming vehicles to avoid drawing attention and being identified as enemies. However, a significant problem arises. Upon inspecting the subspace inventory, they discover that only military vehicles are available, which completely disrupts the plan. Kim wonders how they will resolve this issue, convinced there must be a non-military vehicle somewhere. Determined, he decides to search thoroughly to find something usable. Descending the stairs, he acknowledges that the task will be slow and dangerous but accepts that there is no other option. He also expresses hope that they will locate a drivable vehicle. As they step outside, they are startled by the sound of a roaring engine. Looking ahead, they see Bedivere perched atop the motorcycle previously owned by the goblin. Suffice it to say, he looks incredibly stylish. Stunned, Kim, still processing what he's seen, asks why Bedivere is on a motorcycle. The newly self-proclaimed rider explains that he thought it was a horse. Pointing to the goblin's corpse on the ground, Bedivere says the goblin had been riding this modern horse, and he found it amusing, so he decided to learn how to use it. It wasn't even that difficult, he adds. Kim, still surprised, recognizes the vehicle as the brigade commander's motorcycle and hatches an idea. Opening the system, he learns it will cost only 22 mana stones to store the motorcycle under the military unit category. With 2,400 stones remaining, he approves the storage. A while later, goblin soldiers armed with rifles notice something unusual approaching them. One goblin, puffing on a cigarette, asks what the hell that thing is. As it gets closer, the goblins realize it's a motorcycle, but they don't feel alarmed. Another goblin asks if they're expecting any visitors, to which the first responds he hasn't heard about any. They decide to point their rifles and shout at the approaching figure, demanding to know who they are and where they came from, warning them to stop immediately. One goblin adds that, regardless of who they are, no one can enter without proper authorization. Seconds later, before the goblins can react, one of them is struck by a bowling ball, leaving only the cigarette burning in his hand. Here's a lesson: if you're a goblin, don't smoke. The other goblin, bewildered by the sudden demise of his comrade, turns around to investigate what just happened. Still astride the motorcycle, Lancelot unsheathes his sword, turning those few seconds into the goblin's last. Without hesitation, he eliminates the goblin with a precise strike to the neck. The group continues forward, now riding two motorcycles, Kim and Lancelot on one with Bedivere piloting the other, steadily distancing themselves from the scene. A goblin watching from afar notices the suspicious movement and remarks that he's never seen anyone ride motorcycles like that before. Eventually, they seem to reach their final destination and decide to stop. All signs suggest this is Kim's brother's apartment. Inside, on the 14th floor, Kim knocks on the door of apartment 1405, calling out for his brother, Hyung, and asking if anyone is inside. He keeps calling, but the silence hanging in the air suggests no one is there. Worried, Kim decides to open the door using the handle, and to everyone's surprise, it's unlocked. Inside, amidst the destruction, they see wedding photos of Kim's brother and his new wife hanging on the walls, alongside apparent bullet marks on the TV. Kim freezes at the doorway, calling out to his brother and sister-in-law once more, but still there's no response. Concerned for Kim's safety, Lancelot, ever the loyal servant, asks for permission and declares that he will take the lead. They decide to enter, and as Kim looks around, he notices something odd. It doesn't seem like they were attacked. Instead, it feels as if they abandoned the house and evacuated somewhere else. While searching for clues, he spots a letter on the bed and decides to read it. The paper contains a message from his brother addressed to Kim or their sisters. It explains that the phones weren't working, so he left the letter in case one of them came looking for him. In the letter, his brother writes that they decided to head to Uingbu but admits he's uncertain about their safety given the current situation. He mentions that his wife's family is also nearby. He adds that he doesn't know when they might read the letter but assures them there's no need to risk facing danger to look for him. He explains that outside, soldiers have been forcefully removing people from their homes and abducting them. As Kim reads, Bedivere and Lancelot finish their sweep of the house and confirm there's nothing unusual inside. The letter continues, describing how people are being taken indiscriminately, adults and children, regardless of gender. It warns that the situation is perilous but expresses hope that they'll survive somehow and urges Kim to do the same. Finishing the letter, Kim feels a sense of relief, thinking it's likely his brother and family managed to escape before the First Legion occupied the area. Kim calls Bedivere over, hands him the letter, and orders him to show it to his sisters in the subspace. He wonders when his brother, Hyung, wrote the letter and fears that if the Legion occupied this area, they might soon target where his brother is now. Turning to Lancelot, Kim declares they'll leave immediately, urging haste and stating he'll take the lead this time. Lancelot complies but asks if Kim is alright. Lancelot expresses concern that Kim may have developed a phobia, suggesting he let Lancelot drive. Before they can act, a helicopter suddenly appears outside the window, its turret aimed directly at them. The goblin piloting it reports via radio that he's identified an unknown individual and a skeleton at the location and is preparing to open fire. The turret roars, unleashing a barrage toward the two until its ammunition is depleted. For a moment, it seems like Kim and Lancelot have vanished. As the smoke clears, Kim reappears, grimacing and commenting that the attack hurt more than he expected. With a touch of humor, he confirms the phobia. Somehow, Kim commands Pax to store the Black Hawk helicopter in the warehouse, noting that its maintenance hadn't been completed and its weapons were for demonstration purposes only. The system confirms the operation will consume 141 mana stones. The goblin, utterly shocked, demands to know who they are, bewildered that they survived being hit by the turret. When the goblin asks if they are rank 8, the helicopter suddenly vanishes into subspace, leaving the pilot panicked as he realizes he's about to fall from a considerable height. Kim turns to Lancelot, emphasizing that they can't waste any more time. Meanwhile, they hear the goblin scream until it abruptly ends with a splat. Kim reflects on how many rebels they've eliminated along the way but hadn't expected them to have a Black Hawk in their possession. He silently hopes his brother and family are safe. The scene shifts to a group of goblins having a conversation. They discuss how the High Priest promised to distribute rewards based on the number of offerings they've collected. It's been several days since then. One goblin mentions there's only one building they haven't managed to destroy and questions if it's really necessary to interfere like this. He adds that another lieutenant's team has already captured 300 offerings. Another goblin scratches his head, admitting it's not easy to take down that building unless you're rank 8. The goblin lieutenant chastises him, saying they should have asked for reinforcements or figured out another way. He criticizes the others for risking their lives to collect more offerings while they lag behind. Declaring he'll handle things personally from now on, the lieutenant tells the goblin to work harder to make up for the delay. The subordinate obeys. Turning to the side, the lieutenant asks another goblin if he heard the instructions and orders him to destroy the building. The monstrous goblin growls furiously but doesn't reply. The mutant goblin charges toward the building, but abruptly halts as he notices strange movement coming his way. Alongside the mutant, all the other goblins in the area stop in their tracks, watching as the figures draw closer. The goblin lieutenant hears shouting but can't make sense of it, bewildered by the approaching shapes. As they get closer, Kim bellows furiously, commanding the filthy goblins to leave immediately, declaring that this is his home. Lancelot, right behind him, unsheathes his sword and prepares to do what he does best. In mere moments, striking a dramatic pose, he wipes out all the goblins before they can even react. Wasting no time, Bedivere hurls a single flaming bowling ball at the mutant goblin, striking its head and defeating it instantly. With the goblins swiftly dealt with, the building in the background comes into full view. The structure bears the name Zhongyang Tool Shop, a clear indication it belongs to Kim's family. Inside, peeking through a hole in the wall, a few people anxiously observe the scene outside. Someone asks if things are truly as bad as they appear. Another voice questions the father, wondering what's going on and why he's hesitating. The father, seated in a chair and spying on the commotion, reassures them not to worry. He explains that Kim has arrived on a motorcycle, accompanied by skeletons, leaving everyone utterly confused. Then we are shown a flashback of his father, reminiscing about when he was young. His mother used to say that good and bad things only happen because of people, and this idea had fascinated him. Having survived many challenges, he realized that not a single word his mother had said was wrong. Even when his business failed, the reason he was able to get back on his feet was because of the people who stood by him, and love. He reflects that this is why he raised his children with the values of love and compassion. Watching them grow up from small children into capable adults, he felt like a dream had come true. A scene follows of Kim losing to his sister in a video game. The father continues, sharing his dream of building a large, spacious home where he could live with his family. To pursue this, he began studying civil construction, something he had never done before and found immensely difficult and complex. The financial burden made the dream seem unattainable. In the end, his children all grew up well. His eldest son recently married, his eldest daughter became a nurse, the youngest daughter became an athlete, and his youngest son had just completed his military service. Their futures seemed so bright, until the monsters appeared. He recounts how, luckily, as the manager of a tool shop, he survived the monster attack using hammers and other tools. However, even with that resourcefulness, the situation was dire. They had to constantly worry about food and water. He often pretended not to be hungry to give his wife the little food they had. On top of that, there were neighbors who raided for food and monsters roaming about, forcing them to hide as silently as mice. Amid this catastrophic situation, the first to arrive at their refuge were his eldest son's in-laws. Shortly after, his eldest son and his daughter-in-law made it there as well. Looking at his eldest son's face, stained with tears and blood, he could guess what they had been through to get there. He simply embraced him and silently wept. Another blessing came when his daughter-in-law awakened a new ability to generate water, eliminating one major concern in this apocalypse. He recalls how, over time, soldiers mutated into goblins and began wandering around. These goblin soldiers started abducting civilians regardless of age or gender, isolating their family even further. It was utter chaos. The very soldiers who were meant to protect them were now capturing people. He wished deeply for the safety of his children amidst such disorder. At one point, a system screen appeared before him, and he awakened an ability of his own. The ability was named Architect, and the system indicated that he now possessed exceptional skills in architecture and could build freely. He doesn't fully understand how his long-dormant dream suddenly became a reality, but he feels grateful that it did. With this newfound power, he immediately got to work reinforcing the tool shop. Thanks to his daughter-in-law's water ability and his own architectural skills, they managed to survive. Even for the goblins armed with weapons, breaking into their fortified location was no easy task. Peering through a hole in the wall, he noticed that a group of soldiers had been stationed outside their home since the day before, and they had brought a monster with them. It was clear now that they were determined to destroy their refuge this time. But he had prepared for this possibility and retreated to plan. Seated in his chair, he called for his eldest son and instructed him to gather the family and escape through the tunnel. His son hesitated, asking what would happen to him. The father explained that the tunnel was an emergency passage meant for situations like this, though he couldn't guarantee that the other end was safe. At the very least, it's better than staying here and dying, he said. His wife, looking concerned, asked if he intended to stay behind. With a confident smile, he assures them he will leave as soon as everyone is safely out, telling them not to worry. In the meantime, a strange noise from outside catches his attention, sparking his curiosity. Before inspecting, he urges everyone to hurry, warning that the goblins are already moving and time is running out. Peeking through the hole, he goes silent for a few seconds. Those around him grow concerned, whispering questions about whether the situation outside is dire or if something is wrong, causing him to hesitate. Still in shock, he turns to them and says it's not what they think. It's just Kim. He's out there. He explains that Kim has arrived on a motorcycle, accompanied by a skeleton. Outside, Kim, Lancelot, and Bedivere approach the tool shop. Kim points to the building, now fortified with metal spikes and barricades, and declares, "This is my house." Then, sighing, he adds, "But that doesn't matter now. What matters is my family. Are they okay?" Suddenly, the door handle turns in front of him, catching him off guard. Looking more closely at who's in front of him, he freezes in shock. The father steps forward and asks in disbelief, "Is it really you, Kim?" At that moment, Kim realizes the rest of his family, the ones he'd been desperately searching for, are standing right in front of him. Without hesitation, he bursts into tears, running toward them like a child, wrapping his father in a tight embrace he'd been longing for. But the father and brother interrupt the emotional moment, startled by what was standing behind Kim. He glances back to confirm. "Don't worry," Kim says reassuringly, "despite how they look, they're friends, they're on our side." Kim then reveals, "And that's not the only surprise I've got." Using his powers, he opens a subspace portal. Inside, his two sisters are safe and enjoying a hearty meal. Seeing them eating brings tears of relief and joy. His sisters, realizing what's happening, break down, sobbing uncontrollably. Inside Kim's subspace, the reunited family sits down for a meal they haven't had in ages. For the parents especially, it's a heartwarming moment. Tasting the food, the mother is taken aback. She thinks to herself, "No matter where I go, I always trust my cooking. But this grilled mackerel is on a whole other level." She turns to Youngso's wife and asks if she's a professional chef. The wife thanks her for the compliment, smiling. The mother declares, "Now that you've set the bar with such a delicious meal, I can't back down." She takes it upon herself to make a dessert worthy of matching it. The dessert consists of thinly sliced green grapes placed delicately atop whipped cream on a cheesecake, arranged with care. When it's ready, she presents it as a token of gratitude, naming it Mom's Green Grape Tiramisu with whipped cream. Youngso's wife tries it and is overwhelmed by the burst of flavor, reminiscent of something out of Shokyuji no Soma. She asks how the mother managed to make something so divine, and the others eagerly agree as they taste it. Elsewhere in Kim's subspace, someone is hammering iron. It's an elderly man, the father of the eldest son's wife, tinkering with Lancelot's armor. The old man asks Lancelot for his name. "I'm Lancelot," he answers. The man abruptly cuts him off, asking, "Do you know how to play Jengi?" Lancelot pauses, confused. "Are you sure you mean Jengi?" Clearly misunderstanding, Lancelot begins explaining how, in his hometown, they were famous for dismantling monster corpses, so he's dealt with organs before. The man interrupts again, asking what nonsense he's talking about. In the foreground, a reinforcement stone comes into view as the old man remarks, "Seems like you don't know how to play. Grab a chair, I'll teach you." The reinforcement stone, held by the eldest brother, is handed over to Kim. Kim asks his brother why he has such a stone. The system identifies it as a Tier D reinforcement stone, with attributes of penetration and explosion. The brother explains that he found it after witnessing a battle between a rhino-like monster and a griffin. The griffin one tore off a chunk of the rhino's flesh and flew away. He found the stone in the rhino's remains. Still offering the stone, he says, "You'll probably need this more than I do." Kim gratefully accepts, promising to put it to good use. Completing his thought, Kim mentioned he should express his gratitude and reminded them that, as he had said before, if anyone needed anything, whether it was furniture or something else, they should just let him know. He also added that his sister-in-law's family should feel at home here too. His brother was touched by how Kim was looking after his in-laws as well. Reflecting, he remarked how much Kim had grown since being discharged, recalling that when they were younger, Kim used to cry every time Sol hit him. Laughing, Kim admitted he would probably still cry if Sol hit him now. His brother joked that the best thing about being born before Sol was avoiding her wrath. He thanked Kim sincerely before excusing himself, saying he was going to check in with his in-laws. As Kim noticed the scar on his brother's face, he commented on how they had managed to survive so far with the help of their father's and sister-in-law's abilities. He couldn't imagine how hard it must have been. Suddenly, someone approached Kim from behind. Turning, he realized it was his father. The father spoke, saying how happy he was, not only because the family was safe but also because of Kim's abilities, which gave everyone the chance to eat in a secure place. Then his father asked if Kim knew that good and bad things, but Kim interrupted, completing the saying, "Can only happen when there are people." Kim nodded, saying he understood. He added that no matter how powerful his abilities were, he wouldn't have made it this far alone. He shared that this realization hit him when he started helping people cross a tunnel filled with wyverns. Yongsoo had told him that even with awakened abilities, the challenges were the same for everyone. That was when Kim understood the real reason people help each other. It's because everyone wants their family to be safe. People help with the hope that someone else might assist them in return, especially in an apocalypse where empathy is essential. Smiling, Kim concluded, "After all, we're all human. Everyone feels pain when they're hurt and everyone fears death. We help each other because we're in the same situation. Otherwise, it would be unbearably cruel." Looking at his father, Kim asked, "Am I right?" His father, now smiling with pride, replied, "I couldn't be prouder to have you as my son." Kim smiled back, saying he was grateful to have him as a father. Kim then suggested that his father rest as he must be tired, and mentioned that he would have to leave soon. His father cautioned him to be careful, and Kim reassured him, joking, "I can't even get hurt now, even if I wanted to." Meanwhile, back at the headquarters, the commander was sorting through documents that had piled up, finally feeling some relief that half of them had been taken care of. Thanking the soldiers for their efforts, he told them to take a short break. One of the soldiers joked, saying his eyes felt like they were about to fall out from all the reading. At that moment, another soldier entered, reporting that a short while ago, a skeletal knight riding a motorcycle, who introduced himself as Bedivere, delivered a message. Kim had already departed for Payu. The colonel, puzzled, asked why Kim would go to Payu. The commander thought for a moment before realizing with growing alarm that the First Corps was stationed there. After a brief pause, panic overtook him as he realized Kim intended to confront the First Corps alone. The scene shifted to a sunset, showing Kim and his team heading into battle. Riding his motorcycle, Kim commented on how pleasant the weather felt at that moment. Meanwhile, inside the subspace, Seoul, wearing boxing gloves, was counting aloud to 19. Her eyes glinted with determination as she trained tirelessly. She lunged forward with speed, unleashing a flurry of punches on a punching bag while vividly imagining an opponent before her. Like a skilled fighter, she rotated her torso flawlessly, channeling all her strength into a powerful kick that landed squarely on the bag. Wasting no time, she followed up with a devastating punch that shredded the punching bag, sending its remains flying several meters away. The count of 19, as it turned out, referred to the number of punching bags she had already destroyed. Frustrated, she called out to Pax, demanding he bring another bag and chastising him for being too slow. Nearby, her eldest brother, joystick in hand, observed the scene while Pax muttered that the speed of requests was set by Kim. The older brothers were engrossed in a video game and one of them asked why Seoul was so angry. She replied that it was because Kim refused to let her leave the subspace and risk her life. She added that while Kim acknowledged her awakened abilities, he reminded her that facing weapons, electric vehicles and similar dangers was still too risky. Seoul had insisted on at least being allowed to set up punching bags to train, and ever since she had been relentlessly hitting them. As they continued playing Overcooked, her older brother noted that Seoul had mentioned her awakened abilities. He agreed it was dangerous outside and questioned her eagerness to leave, adding, "But then again, we're talking about Seoul." Joyeon chimed in, agreeing, and mentioned that she'd overheard Kim talking about a scar on their brother's face. Touching his face, the brother dismissed it as nothing to worry about. Suddenly he heard a faint buzzing sound. As he touched the scar, he noticed something unusual. Alarmed, he realized the scar was gone, as if he had woken from a dream. Joyeon teased him, remarking that the scar wasn't that bad but that the bruise was a bit over the top. Still shocked, he insisted that the wound had been significant, pointing out that the scar had still been there yesterday. Smirking, Joyeon mockingly told him he shouldn't act injured, recounting how scared she had been when she was in the hospital. She also recalled a certain chief of internal medicine named Jin Sung-hak who had used his powers to manipulate and brainwash the hospital staff. Angrily recalling the ordeal, Joyeon admitted that it made her tread carefully with every action out of fear of being controlled too. At that moment, Youngso's wife appeared in the doorway, announcing that it was time to eat. Without hesitation, Joyeon dropped the joystick and bolted toward the dining area, leaving her brother to play alone. As their mother called everyone to the table, she overheard playful voices in the background. Someone declared themselves the devil of the underworld, while another announced, "I'm Yu Jong, the magical girl who's going to defeat you." The voices belonged to their father, Youngso, and his young daughter, who paused their game and acknowledged they were on their way. The mother announced that today's menu was kimchi stew and mentioned she had already served the black rice. urging them to eat while she joined them shortly. She turned to ask where Grandpa was, and the father replied that he likely wouldn't be eating just yet. Noticing the old man sitting with his back to her, she inquired why he wasn't joining them. He was focused on the board game he was playing with Lancelot, visibly intrigued. It was the first time he had ever encountered such a game. He marveled at how Lancelot, despite never having played before, could be so skilled. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find a single weakness in Lancelot's strategy. He resolved to ask Lancelot to explain his methods when he returned, impressed by the brilliance of his gameplay. Back on the battlefield, the scene shifted to war tanks rolling steadily toward an unknown destination. Suddenly they stopped and opened fire, their shots striking a target ahead. Another volley followed, resulting in a massive explosion at the impact site. From the devastation, a radiant blue light emerged, illuminating the entire area where the tank's shells had landed. As we approached, we noticed that the blue light was actually Kim's subspace, which had been struck by the attacks. In retaliation, Kim launched several missiles. The system screen displayed the status of the missiles, noting that they were ranked rare and had the ability to penetrate and explode. The missiles struck the war tanks, destroying them in the blink of an eye with small explosions. One by one, all the tanks that had previously been attacking Kim were now obliterated. Observing the situation, Kim remarked that he had avoided using high-explosive weapons to prevent any harm to civilians who might be nearby. However, according to Lancelot's information, the First Legion had divided its forces between the locations where civilians were detained and the stronghold of the main rebel force. In line with Lancelot's plan, he himself would handle the rescue of the hostages, while Kim was tasked with attacking the primary rebel force. Given this, Kim no longer needed to hold back, as there were no civilian hostages at the rebel base he was currently targeting. Fortunately, he had stored a Black Hawk helicopter equipped with missiles. Using the Subspace lab and the enhancement stone his older brother, Hyung, had given him, Kim was able to upgrade individual features. Additionally, he improved the basic functionality of Pax's deployment system, which he had been procrastinating on for some time. The upgrades extended the range to 100 meters, and the maximum deployment speed increased to 300 kilometers per hour. What was already powerful now packed even more destructive force. Inside the subspace, as he studied the system screen, Kim realized that while the missiles were already powerful on their own, they could be upgraded to become far stronger. With this level of power, he could gather numerous magic stones in the blink of an eye. Looking again at the system display, he saw that 10,000 magic stones were required to upgrade the subspace to level 4. By now, he calculated he should have collected 2,000 magic stones. But when the system displayed the actual count, it showed only 1,890 stones. Puzzled, Kim questioned why the number was so low, insisting he should have more. The system then displayed a message stating that, according to the platform's terms and conditions, 45% of the revenue was deducted as a fee paid to Tonatiuh from the Mexica dimension. Additionally, the regulations required that 25% of the magic stones acquired be allocated to Priest Bongsu. Confused, Kim remarked that the names Tonatiuh from the Mexica division and Priest Bongsu sounded familiar. At that moment, he recalled a conversation with Lancelot in which Lancelot had revealed that the goblins had made contact with a high-ranking entity known as Tonatiuh. This memory startled Kim as he began piecing together the facts they had uncovered earlier. Suddenly, something appeared before him. It was Lancelot, addressing Kim as "my lord" and reporting that he and Bedivere had destroyed all the fields. Lancelot mentioned that Bedivere was helping people escape and that he had come alone for now. He asked if Kim was injured. Kim thanked Lancelot for his excellent work and assured him he was uninjured. Turning to Lancelot, Kim brought up the earlier conversation where Lancelot had mentioned a high-ranking entity named Tonatiuh that had contacted the rebels. Lancelot confirmed this and asked why Kim brought it up. Kim explained that both Tonatiuh and Priest Bongsu were taking his magic stones. He added that Tonatiuh was from the Mexica division and asked Lancelot what the Mexica division was. Lancelot explained that Mexica likely referred to the name of the planet or civilization from which Tonatiuh originated, using the example that their own location was referred to as the Earth dimension. He further stated that Priest Bongsu was sacrificing people to other planets and noted that a traitor was worse than someone betrayed. The scene then shifted to show a mutant goblin from behind, with a system screen open in front of it, displaying the same message Kim had just seen. The goblin tinkered with the system, questioning what he was doing to sound so crazy, remarking that this behavior was unusual. As he continued to look at the system, he wondered how the magic stones could be deposited into the dimensional account so quickly. He also mentioned that there had been massive explosions some time ago. The scene shifted to reveal where the goblin was, a setting resembling a sacrificial altar. He muttered that he hadn't heard the sound of helicopters or jets, much less any gunfire, which made him question where such powerful weaponry had come from. As a light approached him, he commented that, despite everything, none of his soldiers had come to report anything amiss. That light turned out to be a missile launched by Kim, which pierced the goblin's body like a donut. Due to the upgraded missile speed, the goblin had no time to react. After being struck, the goblin was hurled backward, landing hard on the ground. Moments later, Kim arrived, calling the goblin by his name, Priest Bongsu. Lancelot and Kim climbed to the altar, with Kim exhausted and joking that the stairs had nearly killed him. Kim also remarked that he had long wondered who Bongsu was, then asked if he was the commander of the Legion. The goblin lay on the ground, pierced like a donut, with smoke rising from the hole left by the missile. While writhing in pain, the smoke seemed to have a regenerative effect, beginning to heal the goblin's wounded body. Kim, astonished by the sight, asked what was happening. Lancelot explained that the goblin was recovering from his injuries. As the goblin rose to his feet, Lancelot remarked that he had been curious about the blackish-red smoke that had been rising throughout the camp. Kim, still stunned, asked if such a thing was possible. Now fully healed, the goblin smiled and revealed his sharp claws. He yelled at the two, saying this was more surprising than he had imagined. In front of him stood a human and a skeletal knight, with the latter being loyal to the former. Kim, equally surprised, remarked that he didn't know goblins could talk. The mutant goblin responded, saying that they must have already encountered his goblin soldiers. He explained that the goblins had recklessly consumed magic stones, transforming themselves into goblins. This transformation was a side effect of trying to gain power too quickly before their bodies could adapt. He added that he had given them guidelines, but their greed had led them astray. The goblin then speculated that since Kim had a dimensional account, he must be an 8th level hierarchy user. He questioned where Kim had obtained all the investment for it and proposed a deal. The deal was simple. Kim and his allies should cease their destruction and leave the area, and in return the goblin would refrain from harming them. Brimming with arrogance, the goblin declared that, as they had seen, they couldn't kill him. If he wanted, he could kill both Kim and Lancelot right now. However, the only reason he hadn't done so yet was that it would cost him some damage. Priest Bongsu concluded by saying that fighting at a time like this was nothing but a waste of time. Lancelot retorted that the goblin couldn't kill them either, let alone leave a scratch, and invited him to try if he wanted. Meanwhile, Kim was deep in thought, pondering the sudden offer of peace. He questioned whether he could truly kill the goblin or not. If he couldn't, it was likely due to the mysterious smoke. Staring at the goblin, Kim wondered about the true nature of the smoke, suspecting it might be a remnant of human sacrifices. He recalled that Lancelot had mentioned seeing the smoke at the camp, though he hadn't seen it himself. If he had, perhaps he could have deduced its principles. Looking beyond the goblin, Kim noticed a strange hum and a dark red smoke gathering in the sky. He glanced upward, questioning why the smoke was also in the sky. The heavens glowed a deep scarlet, resembling a scene that signified the end of the world. As Kim stared upward, he was caught off guard by something that made his eyes widen and his body tremble with fear. In the sky, a massive sphere appeared, resembling a glowing, terrifying red eye, unlike anything he had ever seen before. The smoke enveloped the sky, particularly around the enormous eye. Kim stood frozen, overwhelmed and unsure of what to do as he gazed upon such a colossal and awe-inspiring sight. Looking up at the sky, Kim wonders what exactly he is seeing. Still in shock, chills run down his spine as he questions whether the entity before him is truly a high-ranking being. Priest Bongsu smirks, clearly amused by Kim's reaction. The goblin remarks that it must be Kim's first time encountering such a creature, as they usually never appear due to classification restrictions. However, he explains that Lord Tonediu is different from other beings. Unlike them, Tonediu will descend in person. Placing a hand on his chest, Bongsu claims that he alone has the power to make this happen. Still grinning mockingly, he taunts Kim, pointing out how foolish he has been. Despite that, he decides to grant Kim a chance, but only because of his abilities, which he finds too intriguing to waste. But there is a condition. Kim must kneel, beg for forgiveness and plead for his life. Only then will he be granted the honor of becoming Bongsu's right-hand man. Before he can finish speaking, Lancelot dashes forward, delivering a powerful strike that slices through Bongsu's neck in an instant. Lancelot is enraged that a mere goblin dared to place himself above his master. The goblin's severed head flies several meters away, Yet even as his body collapses, he erupts into laughter, knowing his regeneration ability will soon restore him. Seconds later, the goblin's head begins floating back toward his fallen body. Smirking, he tells them to stop wasting their time, as they should already realize how pointless these games are. With Tonatiuh watching from above and Bangsu rapidly recovering, the goblin declares that no matter how many times they kill him, he will simply return to life. His expression darkens as he mocks Lancelot, questioning if his brain is so empty that he still cannot grasp such a simple concept. He also adds that Lancelot has no idea how useful he could be. As a true knight, Lancelot replies that he indeed does not understand, but then corrects himself, saying that honestly he doesn't care to. With unwavering conviction, he states that the only thing that matters to him is Master Kim. He will cut down anyone who threatens his master's safety, no matter how many times it takes. The goblin sharpens his claws and sneers, remarking that the knight truly has an empty head. Without hesitation, the goblin lunges forward, inviting Lancelot to attack him as many times as he wants. Watching Bangsu's reckless charge, Lancelot reconsiders his approach. Instead of drawing his sword, he clenches his fists and decides that if cutting won't kill him, he will simply pummel him into dust instead. With lightning-fast speed, Lancelot lands a devastating punch to the goblin's face. Bangsu has no time to react. With a single blow, his nose is shattered, several teeth are broken, and blood spews from his mouth. The goblin recovers quickly and, grinning, remarks that Lancelot's fists are not bad. However, even with that strength, they are still useless. Boasting about the blessing of immortality, the goblin fails to notice Lancelot moving. Wasting no time, Lancelot seizes him by the hair with his right hand. Focusing all his strength into his left fist, Lancelot states that if something doesn't work, then he will simply make it work. Bangsu's expression instantly shifts to fear as he stammers, pleading for Lancelot to wait a moment. Without mercy, Lancelot begins his onslaught. With the first punch, even more teeth shatter and blood splatters everywhere. But he does not stop there. He continues throwing blow after blow, a relentless flurry of strikes so brutal that the scene is censored, as there may be children watching this absolute manhwa. While Lancelot buries his fists into the goblin's disfigured face, Kim silently observes. He recognizes that Lancelot is doing his best, but if he cannot defeat Tonatiuh, Bangsu's regeneration will continue endlessly. Looking up at the gigantic eye in the sky, Kim realizes that it must be dealt with. However, removing it might be impossible without a proper plan. Still gazing upward, Kim forces himself to think. After a few moments, he wonders whether there is at least a way to stop Bangsu's regeneration. Then, a memory surfaces. He recalls how he disrupted the mind control of that muscular man. He had used Subspace. While Lancelot continues pounding Bangsu's face beyond recognition, Kim finally calls out to him. Lancelot halts his fun momentarily. Bangsu, still suffering in Lancelot's grip, keeps insisting that none of this matters. It is pointless. Ignoring him, Kim activates his power and gives a command: throw the goblin into subspace. Without hesitation, Lancelot swiftly hurls Bangsu toward the portal. The moment the goblin makes contact with it, the system issues a notification. Warning: Entity Bangsu is attempting to enter subspace. Do you wish to allow access? Then, Kim grants permission, and the system confirms that entry has been allowed. Inside subspace, while Joyan is carrying supplies, she notices the portal opening. Instinctively, she assumes that Kim, her third brother, has returned faster than usual this time. However, before she can finish her thought, the system issues an alert. An unidentified energy attempting to enter from the outside has been blocked. Her eyes widen in shock as she sees what is now before her. A scream escapes her lips as a malnourished goblin comes flying into subspace, hurtling directly toward her. Before the goblin can crash into her, potentially causing harm, someone catches him midair. It is Sol, who, with a sharp glare reflecting her frustration at being trapped in subspace, declares that this is not number 3 and demands to know what exactly it is. Lifting the goblin by the head, she catches sight of something beyond the portal that immediately grabs her attention. She spots Kim and, still holding the goblin up, asks if this creature is one of his friends. With a demonic grin, Sol surges forward, dragging the miserable Bangsu toward Kim. Kim, eyes wide with panic, shouts for her to stop. Terrified and drenched in sweat, he quickly defends himself and orders the system to shut the subspace portal immediately. Only then does he issue the command to remove Bangsu's registration from subspace. The system notifies that it is canceling Bangsu's registration. A moment later, the malnourished goblin is forcefully ejected, thrown out of subspace, losing one of his teeth in the process. In the background, Sol watches the scene unfold, her expression filled with hatred and amusement. As the portal closes, she speaks again, asking if Kim sees what just happened, because that will be his future. Bong-soo, now sprawled out on the ground, remains motionless. Meanwhile, Kim is still shaken, not by the goblin but by what Sol might do to him. With a shudder, he mutters that, for a brief moment, Sol was more terrifying than Tonetiyu has ever been. The system then sends another notification. The ownership of a dimensional account has been transferred. Since Kim already possesses a dimensional account, the mana stones will automatically merge. The new total, 14,823 mana stones. Reading the notification, Kim is stunned. The suddenness of it all leaves him struggling to process what just happened. Staring at the system display, he realizes that Bong-soo must have acquired a massive amount of mana stones through taxation. Then, something else catches his attention. The Tonetiyu tax notification is missing. That means, Kim abruptly halts his train of thought and looks up toward the sky. Only then does he realize, the enormous threat and the ominous red-black smoke are gone. The sky is now clear, bathed in the gentle glow of the moonlight. Kim turns to Lancelot, stating that Tonetiyu is gone. Lancelot recalls that Bong-soo had claimed he was the only one capable of summoning Tonetiyu, which means that, in some way, Kim must have severed the connection between them. Lancelot then speculates that now that Tonetiyu has failed once, he might never attempt to return. Hearing this, Kim finally relaxes, dropping down to the ground in exhaustion. Seated, he admits to Lancelot that he genuinely thought his heart was going to stop. Despite barely having fought, he feels more drained than ever before. Just as Kim begins to rest, a familiar voice calls out his name. Turning around, he sees soldiers ascending the stairs, shouting for him and asking if he is all right. The colonel arrives, stating that aside from essential personnel, he has brought every awakened and unit available for mobilization. He then asks if they arrived too late. Kim shakes his head, assuring them that they arrived just in time. However, deep down, he knows that these soldiers must have endured immense hardship climbing all those stairs under such extreme conditions. As the colonel approaches, he inquires about the Legion commander's whereabouts. Only then does he notice the malnourished goblin's body lying motionless on the ground. Examining the goblin closely, the colonel questions what could have possibly reduced him to this state. Realizing that the fight is truly over, the colonel holsters his weapon, recognizing that it will no longer be needed. Kim watches him and remarks that it's been a while since he's seen someone carry their weapon on their back like that. Just then, the colonel receives a radio transmission. It is from Captain Deok Yong, the commander of the 2nd Company, reporting on the reconnaissance of the first area. He states that all the rebels have been found in a condition resembling mummified corpses. After thorough confirmation, they are all dead. The first area has been neutralized. Over. The colonel acknowledges the transmission and orders his forces to remain on high alert, prioritize civilian rescues, and begin clearing the area. Turning back to Kim, he sighs and admits that he has no idea how Kim pulled this off. But in the end, Kim was the one who resolved the situation once again. Long live the power of protagonism. Kim states that he was the one who put an end to the situation, but he lacks sufficient knowledge about the mummified transformation the rebels underwent. The colonel bows and expresses his gratitude to Kim for everything he has done so far, acknowledging that his contributions have been immeasurable since the very beginning. Kim, caught off guard by the sudden gesture, widens his eyes in surprise. Turning toward the colonel, Kim gestures and tells him that such formalities weren't necessary out of nowhere. The colonel responds that he should have said something much earlier. Continuing, the colonel admits that when he initially asked Kim to join the military, he now realizes how foolish that request was. At the time, they believed they were offering Kim something beneficial, but in reality the so-called benefits meant nothing to him. They had underestimated his power and influence, viewing him merely within the framework of military service. As Kim decides to stand up, the colonel continues, stating that the military should not have been this incompetent. Even if it is shameful to admit, he remains bowed and asks if Kim is still willing to help the people, even though requesting such aid now is undeniably disgraceful. Many people are still in dire situations. Some have lost loved ones, others are gravely injured, and many remain anxious due to their inability to awaken their abilities. Kim extends his hand, and the colonel firmly affirms that the damage was worsened by the government's incompetence, which is precisely why he seeks Kim's help. With the composure of a gentleman, Kim clarifies that this is not a deal, but a voluntary act of assistance. He insists on doing it from the front lines without any intention of joining the military. Moreover, whether he chooses to help or not is his own decision. He adds that he only says this to make everything clear, all while keeping his hand extended toward the colonel. Upon hearing this, the colonel smiles, realizing the depth of Kim's kindness, his willingness to help without expecting anything in return. Only then do the two shake hands, signifying mutual agreement. The colonel reassures Kim that he doesn't need to worry. Reaching for his radio, the colonel pauses before activating it and asks Kim to wait for a moment, promising to ensure that he will always have military support whenever needed. Activating the radio, the colonel makes an official announcement to the troops. In recognition of Kim's significant contributions to strengthening the armed forces and neutralizing the rebel army, he declares through this broadcast that Kim Jong-jam is now granted the title of honorary colonel. As Kim listens, he becomes increasingly uncertain about everything being said over the radio. The colonel continues, stating that from this moment forward, all military personnel without exception must show full respect to the newly appointed honorary colonel, Kim Jong-jam, and cooperate with him whenever necessary. He adds that a response is not required, but whenever possible, everyone who hears this message should pass it along to others. Over. Still in shock, Kim mutters that there was no need to take things this far. Then, the colonel salutes Kim and, with a cheerful tone, states that the soldiers will handle the cleanup and resolve the rest of the situation. He then orders Kim to rest, noting that it is getting late. Hearing this, Kim's face flushes red, and he protests, saying that he is not a soldier, so there is no need for such formalities. The colonel responds that if it makes him uncomfortable, he should simply ignore it, but reiterates once again that Kim has done an outstanding job. As the colonel steps back to rejoin the rest of the military personnel, Kim, still slightly flushed, comments on how exhausting everything is. He then tells Lancelot to rest as well, acknowledging that he too has worked hard. Lancelot responds by saying that Kim also did a great job and, by the way, asks if there is any news about Bedivere. Kim agrees, realizing that in his exhaustion he hadn't even thought about it. However, he suddenly smiles upon remembering that the subspace has a recovery function for lost items. He immediately gives the command for the system to retrieve the items. The system then notifies him that the recovery function does not work for items that have been moved beyond a certain distance, instructing him to stay close to the item and use the ability again. Disappointed, Kim realizes the limitations of the ability upon reading the system message. Thinking back, he recalls that when he used it with Sol, she was practically right next to him. Since he cannot use the ability at the moment, they need to move. Calling out to Lancelot, Kim asks him to come along, suggesting that on the way they can also upgrade Pax's level. Lancelot nods in agreement, saying he understands. The system then confirms that 10,000 mana stones have been used to level up the subspace, noting that abilities can still be used during the upgrade. The remaining mana stone count is now 4,823. Meanwhile, in another area, soldiers begin mobilizing to assist the survivors, instructing them to form slow and orderly lines. They reassure the survivors that if they need anything else, they should speak up, as the military can provide food and water as necessary. At the same time, Kim turns to Lancelot, mentioning that he just thought of something. Since the soldiers are focused on helping the survivors, he wonders what Bedivere might be doing at this moment. The scene shifts to Bedivere, who is holding a document in his hands. While examining it, he mutters that he has found it, admitting that it was a good idea to change routes. After all, who would have guessed that entering a random building out of boredom would lead to the discovery of documents like these? Now crouching as he reads through the papers, Bedivere remarks that Kim will definitely be pleased when he brings these findings back. However, he can't help but wonder what kind of place this is, given the sheer number of documents. This is already the third one he has come across. Some time had passed, and in the meantime the system continued displaying the progress of the subspace upgrade, now at 45%. The documents that Bedivere had found all turned out to be dimensional being registration requests. Now holding the documents in his hands, Kim asks Bedivere if he was the one who found all of them, to which Bedivere confirms. Kim thanks him, thinking that these might have a good use after all. He spends some time considering what exactly he can do with them. Then he opens a portal to the subspace and sees Sol waiting for him inside. However, just like the last time, she still has a terrifying expression and immediately tells Kim that she has been waiting for him, asking if he is ready. Joyan, noticing Sol's intent, urges her to hit Kim, saying that he left everyone worried. Sol smiles and agrees to do just that. Kim quickly tries to calm them down, presenting the dimensional being registration document to Sol, who at first does not understand what it means. Kim explains that he prevented her from leaving and kept her confined because he feared she might get hurt. However, with this document she can now fight alongside him without any worries. He also adds that he wants to see her kicking the monster's asses, making it clear that he didn't keep her locked up just to provoke her. As Sol listens and reads the document, Kim feels relieved, thinking that saying this to her might have just saved his life. After reading it, Sol points out a problem. For her to obtain the registration, she needs a dimensional account. Kim immediately acknowledges that she is right. As Kim admits that he had forgotten this detail, a fist slams into his chin before he can even finish his thought. Sol punches him with full force, sending him flying and spinning through the air. But it doesn't stop there. Before Kim can even hit the ground, Sol charges after him. Kim catches himself with one hand on the ground, preparing to run. As Sol chases him down with an intimidating aura, Kim feels a sense of relief, because despite the sheer impact of the punch, it didn't hurt at all. Meanwhile, the system notifies that the subspace level up is complete. New items and additional upgrade options have been unlocked, along with a new ability, Subspace Life Support System. This ability enhances healing effects within the subspace. As Sol continues chasing Kim, in the background, Lancelot, Bedivere, and Joyen are watching the scene unfold. Joyen bursts into laughter, saying that Kim deserves this. She then tells the knights that they should not interfere, as this is simply a demonstration of love between the sisters and their younger brother. Joyen also notes that Kim is now at level 8, meaning no matter how much Sol hits him, it won't hurt. Lancelot agrees, but Joyen notices something is off about him. Looking back at the two knights, she realizes that they are trembling. Concerned, she asks if they are okay. As Sol puts Kim in a rear-naked choke, he starts thinking about how heavy the hold feels, even if it doesn't hurt. However, Joyen suddenly interrupts their scuffle, shouting that something is wrong with the knights and calling for help. Kim immediately tells Sol to let go and rushes over, asking about their condition. The knights are so weakened that they can't even stand. Lancelot places his hand on the ground, and soon after, both he and Bedivere are overwhelmed with pain. Seeing Lancelot and Bedivere collapsing, Kim and Sol rush over, asking if they are okay and what happened so suddenly. Lancelot struggles to respond, saying that he has no idea what is happening. He also mentions that suddenly, his entire body started itching uncontrollably and burning. Joyen immediately asks what kind of itching he is feeling. Bringing his hand to his head, Lancelot admits that he has actually been feeling this itch for a while, but now it has become much worse. Joyen wonders what it could be, noting that such intense itching and stinging are not normal. She suspects that something might be poisoning them. Sol then recalls that when she was bitten on the neck during the fight against the Skull King, her neck also itched. But now, it has completely healed. As Sol describes how unbearable the itch was back then, Kim starts thinking hard, trying to figure out what could have caused the poison. Kim recalls the system messages, where it indicates that there is a slight healing effect applied within the subspace. It also states that external objects that fit into the subspace category can be registered. However, a separate registration fee is charged based on the value, size, or weight of the object. Another message regarding the completed subspace level up appears, stating that new, previously unknown items and additional upgrade options are now available. Additionally, it confirms the activation of a new subspace support ability, which slightly enhances healing effects within the subspace. Upon remembering this last part, Kim is shocked, realizing that the healing effect might be restoring the knights. Looking at them on the ground, he begins to wonder if this form they are in is not their original state and questions what he should do, since leaving them outside the subspace may not be the right choice. As he contemplates, Lancelot suddenly mentions the name Camelot, leaving Kim confused. Lancelot then says that he feels a little better whenever he is in Camelot. The system then displays a skill called Blood Ritual, which allows him to generate random enhancement stones by either aging or extracting the vitality contained within them. Now in Camelot, the red ceiling emits a strong glow. A stone falls from above, hitting Lancelot on the head before dropping to the ground. The knights immediately kneel in reverence before Master Kim, and Kim kneels as well to pick up the white stone that had just fallen. Now holding two stones, Kim observes that the white stone appears to have just been created, whereas a blue stone, already lying on the ground, seems to have been there for some time. The system displays the statuses of both stones. The white stone has a resistance option, while the blue stone possesses electric attributes along with penetration and shock effects. The two knights speculate that the blue stone must have been there for a while. Now holding both stones, Kim realizes that the Camelot ability, Blood Ritual, does not only activate manually but also functions automatically. He also thinks that it was a good decision to keep sisters number 1 and number 2 away from here. Still deep in thought, he notices that he does not feel any itching or stinging sensation, leading him to believe that the blood ritual effect does not apply to the owner of the item. Still kneeling, Lancelot apologizes to Master Kim, expressing shame for showing such a weak side as a knight. As Kim stands up, he reassures them that there is no need to worry, acknowledging that they must have been in great pain. He also states that he should be the one apologizing for being careless. Kim then asks if they feel better when inside Camelot, to which Lancelot firmly confirms that it is definitely much better. Hearing this, Kim smiles and declares that from now on, whenever they enter the subspace, they should remain in Camelot for their own well-being, and for his as well. Lancelot, realizing that simply resting there allows them to be of help, expresses his happiness, while Bedivere also gives his gratitude. Seeing both knights kneeling before him, Kim asks them to stop with the formalities, stating that he is the one who is truly grateful for everything. Looking at the stones in his hands, Kim reflects on how the subspace life support system and Camelot's vitality extraction, two systems with completely opposite properties, somehow create a fantastic harmony of perpetual motion. Closing his hands around the stones, he comes to an exciting realization. He now has the ability to produce enhancement stones infinitely, increasing his abilities as he strengthens these superpowered capabilities and expands their applications. He then remembers Tonediu in the sky with that enormous red eye, and acknowledges that he is still not strong enough to deal with it. Kim understands that he must become stronger to defeat higher-level enemies. Furthermore, he needs to fully understand his abilities and learn to use them effectively. Determined, he sets off, thinking that now that the subspace level has increased, he should check what new functions were added in this upgrade. Meanwhile, outside the subspace, in the real world, two military officers are having a conversation. The colonel asks if it is really true that the rebels disguised themselves as the national army, raised the national flag, and used it to lure people in for sacrifices. The other soldier confirms that it is indeed true, adding that they even had a reward system, offering magic stones to those who brought in more sacrifices. The colonel remarks that it is fortunate Colonel Kim handled the situation, as it was on the verge of a coup, and only now does he realize it. The colonel also states that he will inform Kim about the additional supplies as listed and that the essential troops should be selected while the rest are sent back. The other man agrees, salutes and leaves. After that, something catches the colonel's attention. Looking toward the horizon, he sees a bright light descending from the sky. It is only then that he realizes morning has arrived, and there is still much work to be done. At that moment, the system screen appears before him, prompting him to read it. The system displays a notification from the multidimensional Chamber of Commerce, announcing that recent activities have included free exploration, internal and external projections within Earth's dimension. Additionally, Earth has generated 13,117 new cases of internal projection blessings, and the same message appears on Soul's screen, continuing with the information that, through 17 cases of induced negative growth targeting free merchants, Earth's dimension has demonstrated sufficient growth and profit potential for the multidimensional realm. Soul wonders aloud what this message means by multidimensional. The system continues, stating that, as a result, the multidimensional Chamber of Commerce has evaluated Earth's growth as grade BB-. Based on this assessment, the second exploration proposal has garnered significant attention. Another message reveals that, according to the detailed opening strategy of the multidimensional Chamber of Commerce, an official bidding competition for all regions of Earth will be held in 7 days. Soul turns to Joy and asks what this means. The messages continue, explaining that residents from other dimensions and from Earth who participate in the proposal will select representatives for each region, who will then compete for potential profits according to the rules established in the bidding competition. It seems this system message has appeared for everyone, as even a mother cooking in the kitchen has received it. The system further states that if other dimensions win, they will install portals in the corresponding regions to facilitate future exploration. However, if Earth's residents win, they will receive separate rewards. Additionally, it is revealed that more detailed information about the bidding competition will be announced 24 hours before the event begins in each respective region. Finally, the multidimensional Chamber of Commerce awaits Earth's support and participation. Upon reading this, Kim tells everyone that, in other words, they are planning to come in full force. It is all pointing in that direction. The two sisters question whether this is some kind of joke, to which Kim replies that it is not, pointing out that the document that elevated him to an 8th-level entity was also issued by the multidimensional Chamber of Commerce. The mother, now visibly frustrated, asks if all the monsters sent so far could be the work of this Chamber of Commerce. She grows even more irritated, demanding to know who they are to send monsters like this and questioning if they are aliens. She continues, expressing her indignation at how they dare to talk about rights to exploration, bidding, and competition over Earth. Both Kim and Joy smile, and Kim admits that he does not know much about it either, but what he does know is that the multidimensional Chamber of Commerce does not take anything seriously, treating everything like project proposals, bidding contests, and so on. Realizing this, it becomes clear that the bidding competition, structured with these rules, is essentially a kind of game that will take place across the entire Earth. At that moment, the system reappears, but this time only for Kim, announcing that he has been identified as the entity with the highest profit in the Seoul region during the free exploration period. It further states that if he accepts the position of regional representative, he will gain access to more detailed information about the competition. However, if he refuses, the selection authority will be transferred to the second highest profit-generating entity. Reading this message, both Kim and Joy are taken aback, and Joy questions what it means, pointing out that she did not receive the same message. Kim's older brother then explains that if Kim accepts the role of Seoul's representative, he will be participating in the bidding competition. The mother asks what exactly this competition entails, to which the older brother admits he does not fully understand, but judging by the context and system messages, it is likely that they will be competing against alien life forms from other dimensions. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room falls silent, their expressions shifting as their eyes widen in shock, creating a tense yet electrifying atmosphere in the room. The system reappears before Kim, stating that if he accepts the position of representative, he will be able to select up to 100 members, including himself, to participate in the bidding competition. It then asks if he accepts the role of representative. Standing alongside his sisters and looking at the message, he ponders whether he should truly accept and take on this responsibility. Then, with a determined look, it seems that Kim has made his decision. Sometime later, the colonel questions whether this is really true. He is speaking with Kim, who confirms that it is indeed true. He has accepted the role of Seoul's representative. He explains that they have tasked him with recruiting up to 100 team members to face the alien forces invading Seoul. Kim also mentions that for now he has included the 2 knights in Seoul to participate in the first battle, but as a precaution he has also registered his family members in the subspace. However, they still need to recruit approximately 80 more people. The colonel, now excited, shakes Kim's hand, exclaiming that this is a stroke of luck. With a relieved smile, he admits that he was deeply concerned about who would become the representative upon hearing about the bidding competition, but now that it is Colonel Kim, he feels much more at ease. Taking out a notebook from the pocket of his uniform, he asks Kim to take a look at it. Kim, surprised, asks what it is before reaching for it. Handing over the notebook, the colonel explains that it is a simple list of awakened individuals and their abilities, compiled by the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Since Kim mentioned needing to find 80 more fighters for the competition, this list should prove useful. Kim expresses his gratitude, but comments that perhaps special-class snipers would be better suited. The colonel, caught off guard, asks if he heard that correctly. Kim confirms, stating that it is exactly as he said, regardless of whether they are awakened or not. The colonel hesitates, pointing out that they still do not know whom they will be fighting. However, Kim disagrees, stating that when he accepted the position of representative, he gained access to detailed information about the bidding competition. As he navigates through the system, Kim explains that the enemies worship the goddess Eames, and their specialty lies in construction and the production of weapons infused with divine power. Instead of explaining further, he suggests that it might be better for the colonel to see it for himself. The system then displays a saved message, containing the advance warning from the Eames dimension. It states that the goddess Eames is so revered by her followers that they carry her image as a blessing upon their helmets. In their devotion to the goddess Eames, the enemies proclaim that she shines with compassion, and that the inhabitants of Earth are nothing more than barbaric and primitive beings, destined to receive the holy mace filled with the goddess's light. After Kim shows the video to the colonel, he opens another system screen to display the list of participants from the Eames dimension. The list includes 4 8th-rank knights, which means that the participants from Eames are not weak. Kim tells the colonel that the alien life forms they will be facing are sacred knights clad in shining armor and wielding radiant weapons. The colonel then asks how they are supposed to fight against these alien life forms. Kim begins explaining the details of the bidding competition, which he confirmed when accepting the position of representative while reviewing the information alongside his sisters. He starts summarizing what he saw, stating that 1 hour before the bidding competition begins, both sides will take their positions and enter a combat readiness phase. During this period, a barrier will be formed, making it impossible for either side to attack. This combat readiness phase serves as a preparation period before the battle. The Eames dimension will bring in a gate core, and once the competition starts, the gate core will automatically hatch after 12 hours. Destroying this gate core before it hatches is the victory condition for Earth's dimension, whereas the Eames dimension wins if they successfully protect it. Kim turns to the Colonel and states that, in other words, for Earth to win, they must simply destroy the gate core. He also adds that the Eames forces will not merely focus on defending the core. Kim explains that just as they can see the participant list from Eames, the enemies will certainly be able to view Earth's participant list as well. Since most of Earth's participants are 9th rank, the Eames forces will likely assume that Earth's main advantage lies in speed and attack power. The Colonel understands and states that, in reality, both Kim's team and the military must reinforce their offensive strategy to try to destroy the core simultaneously. Kim states that the attack strategy can involve his team, Lancelot, and Sol, meaning the offensive side will not be an issue. However, the real challenge lies in defense as they need to block the assaults of 8th rank enemies. The Colonel then states that long-range weapons will be effective in holding back enemy attacks, and only then does he realize why Kim specifically requested expert snipers. However, he warns that standard military weaponry may not be effective against 8th rank alien forces. Kim gives a smile and tells the Colonel not to worry about that, explaining that he increased his ability the night before. The scene then shifts to Kim thinking the previous night about the need to become stronger, but in order to achieve that, he must first gain a deeper understanding of his ability to utilize it effectively. He opens the system and reviews possible enhancements that can be made. Options include the ability to send up to 8 products simultaneously, access information about improvement results or combinations in advance, run simulations for upgrades or product combinations, and even create new categories to be included in the logistics center, with a limit of up to 2. After examining the abilities, Kim states that no entirely new functions have been added, but there are supplementary features to enhance existing abilities, such as the 2 available options in the Subspace laboratory. With this function, he is able to manipulate objects to briefly assess their performance and view the completed form of a product through a simulation before actually creating it in the Subspace laboratory. He then grabs a mug and starts sketching ideas to determine what kind of weapon he should create using this function. While writing down that he has electric enhancement stones and durability enhancement stones, he considers that the weapon needs to be easy to use, even for those without special abilities, and, moreover, must be capable of killing 8th rank beings. After much thought, deliberation, and research, the weapon he creates is an enhanced rifle with upgraded ammunition. Initially, he tries enhancing only the ammunition, but as soon as he fires, the weapon is completely destroyed. Then, using enhancement stones, he attempts to modify the rifle to withstand the powerful shots. However, in the end he manages to improve the weapon just enough to barely endure 3 shots. Now, holding one of the rifles he created, Kim states that regardless, the strategy is to stack these 3-shot weapons to defend against enemy advances and destroy the core to secure victory. After hearing all of this, the Colonel, practically drooling with excitement, exclaims that he understands and that he expected nothing less from Kim. He then adds that he will send over a list of the best expert snipers and begin preparations immediately. And so, the 1-week preparation period began with the specialist snipers training their shooting skills, weapon switching, and tactical maneuvers for the competition. Meanwhile, Kim's father began discussing technical terms related to construction, quickly boring Kim. Without delay, his father used his architect skill to construct a fortress. Sol, along with the attack team, strengthened their abilities using magic stones obtained from exterminating monsters. As a result, Sol became capable of extending her barrier beyond her body to a certain distance, leaving Kim astonished. Additionally, Joy mentioned that she had also managed to level up her ability to level 2 and could now use healing with an area of effect impact. Seeing everyone's dedication and progress, Kim felt reassured, realizing that his team was now incredibly strong and that everyone could utilize their awakened powers. Time passed quickly, and now only 1 hour remained before the competition was set to begin. At the National Assembly building, a portal opened, and soldiers began emerging from it. Numerous warriors from the Eames dimension clad in the shining armor Kim had described earlier. However, among them, one soldier held the gate core, the key element that would determine the winning side in this battle. Observing from a distance through binoculars, Kim carefully analyzed the scene and concluded that the glowing orb was indeed the core. His father asked what he was seeing, and Kim responded that it was exactly as shown in the video he had displayed earlier, except for one odd detail. His father asked what seemed strange, and Kim pointed out that the Eames Dimension forces were constructing structures beside the National Assembly building, likely to protect the gate core. Hearing this, his father asked if their constructions were superior to his own. Kim, however, simply considered the fact that the competition would begin in just an hour and questioned whether it made any sense to build something now, as there was no way they could complete it in such a short time. Setting the binoculars aside, Kim glanced downward and noticed something that took him by surprise. 5 knights from the Eames Dimension stood motionless before the protective barrier. The leader among them began speaking, stating that he had reviewed Earth's participants and found that while there were a few at the 7th and 8th ranks, the majority were at the 9th rank. From above, Kim wondered if they were already preparing to attack and reach the defensive line. The knight then declared that the goddess Eames had spoken of mercy and salvation for the weak and that, in her name, they would grant such mercy and salvation to Earth. Suddenly, the knight's expression twisted into one of hatred as he proclaimed that their mercy would come in the form of tearing out the tongues of Earth's people while they were still alive, ensuring that no one could ever speak ill of them again. Their salvation would be granted by allowing them to repent for their sins through hard labor. From his vantage point above, Kim observed the scene and noted that it was quite the impressive speech, fitting for holy knights, but, glancing at the system screen, he commented that they were underestimating them simply because they were ranked 9th. The system screen then displayed a notification indicating that the bidding competition was about to begin. Down below, the leader of the Eames Knights gave the order to advance. Like primitive warriors, they charged forward, shouting that their actions were in the name of the goddess Eames. The colonel, seeing the enemies advance, immediately commanded all soldiers to open fire. The troops, armed with the rifles Kim had developed, took their positions and began shooting. A barrage of gunfire struck the approaching Eames Knights, the bullets carrying electric attributes. The shots pierced through their armor, leaving the knights stunned and confused as they struggled to understand what was happening. One of the soldiers, bewildered, questioned how it was possible for 9th-rank fighters to accomplish such a feat. Another knight shouted an order to use their shields for protection and continue advancing. One among them activated a barrier skill to block the gunfire and called for everyone to deploy their Eames barrier abilities. Their leader bellowed that, although they had no idea what kind of weapons they were up against, their shields were undoubtedly stronger. He ordered them to hold their ground and maintain their defenses. Believing himself to be insightful and strategic, one of the knights remarked that since their enemies were relying on long-range weapons, they would eventually run out of ammunition. If they could endure long enough, victory would belong to the Eames Dimension. Meanwhile, up above, countless rifles were lined up, ready for use as the soldiers assisted each other in switching weapons after each rifle broke from firing its 3 allotted shots. The pile of discarded weapons had grown massive, prompting the military to inform Kim via radio that approximately 20% of the total weapon stock had already been used. Hearing this, Kim put away the radio and remarked that things were going much better than expected. He instructed them to keep up the momentum, as the attack team would soon begin their advance. The attack team, consisting of Lancelot, Sol, and Kim, set out on 2 motorcycles to carry out their mission. The bikes moved at such incredible speed that they passed through the knights before they even had a chance to react or block their advance. One of the knights mentioned having seen 3 individuals heading toward the gate core, but another dismissed the concern, stating that it didn't matter and should be ignored since the core wouldn't be destroyed anyway. While defending with his shield, he shouted that their current priority was to hold the line and maintain their position. He acknowledged that the enemy appeared to have far more weapons than expected but reassured everyone that, once reinforcements arrived, they would be able to advance little by little. As a way to encourage his fellow knights, he urged them to endure just a little longer, assuring them that reinforcements would be there soon. Ignoring the knights entirely, Bedivere began hurling his infamous flaming bowling balls toward the battlefield. His absurd precision allowed the balls to curve perfectly through the air before striking their targets. His targets were none other than the Eames reinforcements advancing through the center of the battlefield. One of the knights, casually walking forward, noticed something unusual approaching but couldn't quite make out what it was. Then the flaming bowling ball struck, triggering a massive explosion that sent the Eames Knights flying in all directions. Upon hearing the explosion, Kim hit the brakes on his motorcycle. He already knew exactly what had happened. It was Bedivere's handiwork, expertly carrying out his task of intercepting the enemy in the middle of the battlefield. Refocusing on the attack line, the final objective remained. There they stood, Lancelot, Sol and Kim, stationed in front of the massive statue of the goddess Eames, awaiting the signal to launch their assault and destroy the core. Gazing up at the colossal statue before him, Kim recalled his initial thoughts when he saw them constructing something earlier. At the time he had dismissed it as nothing important. Now however he couldn't help but wonder, how the hell had they managed to build such a massive structure at such an absurd speed? Still baffled by the sheer impossibility of it, he launched several missiles toward the statue. The missiles struck their target, resulting in a powerful explosion. However, as the smoke slowly cleared, the statue remained completely unscathed, not even a single scratch. Kim was taken aback. Even after being hit by enhanced missiles, the only visible effect was a radiant glow. Then he chuckled and came up with an idea. He remarked that, in moments like these, it would be rather interesting to store such an object inside the subspace. The system immediately prompted a question. Would you like to store the unfinished statue of the goddess Eames in subspace? At that moment, a soldier from the Eames army bellowed that Earth would be nothing more than pastureland for the Eames and that Kim and his people were nothing more than two-legged cattle. An elder, his voice hoarse from shouting, declared that they should be grateful and should bow to the sacred feet of Eames. He then questioned the foolishness of launching missiles at the statue. The soldiers accompanying the elder urgently warned him that it was too dangerous and urged him to retreat inside. However, the elder refused, insisting that he had to spread the words of the goddess Eames and cleanse the evils of Earth's dimension. As the elder spoke, something else caught Kim's attention. One of the knights advised the elder that, if he truly wanted to continue his speech, he should do so from inside. The elder, offended, demanded to know if he had committed some kind of sin to warrant such treatment, questioning why he wasn't allowed to speak outside. However, Kim was no longer listening. His focus had shifted to something else entirely. In the distance, Kim had spotted something interesting. While the elder argued with the knights, Kim's gaze locked onto a warehouse stocked with construction materials. A wide grin spread across his face as an idea took shape in his mind, an exceptionally good one. With a menacing aura and practically drooling with excitement, he ordered packs to store the warehouse. The system immediately responded, storing the temporary construction material warehouse of the Eames dimension in subspace. After that, the elder noticed something unusual in the surroundings. Looking back, he and the two knights realized that the warehouse filled with construction materials had vanished. Only then did he finally grasp who was responsible for this. Kim entered subspace and approached Young, who was lounging comfortably, asking if he was interested in piloting a helicopter again after so long. Young questioned the sudden request. He responded that he would love to fly and asked how he could help. Kim clarified that it wouldn't involve much flying, he just needed to ascend as high as possible. Excited, Young expressed his eagerness to give it a try. Meanwhile, Lancelot and Sol sensed something off and immediately went on alert. Within moments, they noticed several spears descending from the sky, hurtling toward them. Sol attempted to use her newly developed barrier ability to halt the incoming spears. However, the materials used to create objects in this dimension were far too strong, and the barrier could not withstand the impact. The spears shattered through the barrier, perfectly aligned to strike Sol, who was momentarily frozen in place. Reacting swiftly, Lancelot stepped forward, using his sword to deflect the spear that was about to hit Sol. She turned to Lancelot, questioning whether these were no ordinary spears. She explained that her ability had evolved to the point of stopping even Kim's enhanced bullets, yet she had failed to block these. Lancelot confirmed that these were far from ordinary spears, though it wasn't a matter of enhancement. Hearing this, Sol became puzzled and asked what made them so special. Lancelot explained that he had heard of something like this before. A certain dimension had developed a technique that produced an effect similar to item enhancement. The knights then realized that Kim's group had been the ones who looted the warehouse. Enraged, they shouted the order to attack and continued hurling spears. Preparing to defend, Lancelot explained that this technique was referred to as a blessing, and that the construction materials likely carried such a blessing, which was why they had resisted Kim's attacks. With his sword, Lancelot skillfully deflected another spear aimed at them. The deflected spear soared toward Sol, who caught it midair. Now holding the spear in her hands, Sol grinned and remarked that, regardless of the origin, this spear was incredibly powerful. Inside the helicopter, Kim observed everything happening below. Young noted that the number of incoming spears had decreased and announced that he was about to take off. Kim acknowledged the update and instructed him to ascend as high as possible. Still watching from the window, Kim set his sights on the enormous statue. It was undoubtedly the source of the enemy's increasing strength. As the helicopter approached the statue, he declared that he would bestow a blessing in the form of a gift to the Eames dimension. At that moment he released the stolen construction materials from the highest altitude, naming the attack god's staff. The materials plummeted, striking the statue and obliterating it with the very essence of its own dimension. From a distance, Lancelot and Sol observed in awe as the sheer power of these materials reduced the statue to rubble. As the dust slowly settled, something crushed beneath the debris became visible. Then the system broadcasted a message. The Earth dimension has won the bidding competition in the Sol region by destroying the core of the Eames dimension's gate. Rewards will be distributed to all inhabitants of the dimension who participated in the competition. The rewards included dimensional accounts for all participants, 5,000 destroyed magic stones based on individual contributions, and additional items from the Eames dimension, which would be transferred and allocated accordingly. Without hesitation, the very first thing Kim did was register his entire family as 8th rank. As soon as the registration process was complete, the documents began dissolving in the hands of those receiving them. Just then a paper descended from the sky, landing near Kim. He picked it up, puzzled by its contents and its sudden appearance. The system then issued another announcement. The commercial rights of the Lettal dimension, previously held by the Eames dimension, have now been transferred and allocated to the representatives of Sol. With this, Kim had essentially obtained exclusive commercial rights to the Tertius region. As soon as they finished reading, a new portal, this time glowing red, appeared before them. Both his father and Sol questioned what the portal was. Kim admitted that he wasn't sure, as he hadn't been the one to create it this time. He speculated that it might be related to the commercial rights mentioned in the document. Determined to uncover the truth, he gathered his courage and stepped forward, reaching out to touch the portal. However, a system message immediately popped up, stating, "Not a registered company. Please verify authority." Looking at the document, Kim was taken aback. Even with the rights granted to him, he still needed to register as a business entity. Opening the system, he was presented with an option. Would you like to sell the commercial rights to the multidimensional Chamber of Commerce? If sold, a total of 10,000 magic stones will be paid as the purchase price. Looking at the system message, Kim felt even more confused. He wondered what these commercial rights for the Lettal dimension really were, granted as a reward yet unusable without being registered as a company. And despite not being able to use them at the moment, the system was already offering to buy them for 10,000 magic stones. Kim pressed the option to decline the sale and grew increasingly frustrated as he read the message. To him, they were nothing but a bunch of thieves. They had given him a reward that he couldn't even use. Thinking about it further, he realized that the multidimensional Chamber of Commerce had been unfair from the very beginning. They had been forced to participate in a competition organized by the Chamber itself, where every single opponent was of the 8th rank. Even while facing overwhelming disadvantages and unfavorable conditions, they had won. Yet the Chamber was now pretending to offer a reward. Kim's anger only intensified. Crumpling the document in his hand, he refused to let the Chamber profit from this. He wouldn't throw the document away, but unless they increased the number of magic stones, he wouldn't sell it either. After all, without his intervention, many more lives would have been lost. Observing Kim's irritation from afar, his father asked what was wrong. Kim, trying to keep himself composed, responded that it was nothing significant, just that they had won a useless portal that they couldn't even use. Joy then asked if the only urgent task now was to fill out the paperwork, as she still needed to finish treating the wounded. Kim apologized for gathering everyone right after the competition ended, realizing they were all exhausted. His father reassured him that it was fine, especially since filling out the documents would only make him stronger. Kim acknowledged that everything was settled and stated that he would open the portal to go rest. Meanwhile, Sol mentioned that she would play around for a bit to test her new spear and told him to call her if he needed anything. Kim simply nodded in understanding. Young said he planned to finish some games he hadn't completed on his console, while his father decided to rest as well, complaining that his body ached from all the effort put into building the base. Just then, his father's eyes widened as he noticed the newly acquired construction materials. There were now several high-quality options available. Still in awe, he began listing them: bricks, drywall, beams, and even rebar. At that moment, Kim realized he had forgotten to mention them. But the real shock came when Kim casually revealed that all these construction materials were infinite. Kim had anticipated that this revelation would leave his father speechless. As he entered the portal, another thought crossed his mind. he wondered about the results of the competition in other regions. Given the 12-hour time limit, the results might be available by nightfall. When night finally arrived, the competition results were displayed, confirming that the event had concluded. The system then announced the final rankings for the Earth region's bidding competition. The results for South Korea showed that out of 5 competitions, there were 4 victories and only 1 defeat. Then, another system message revealed the global outcome. Out of 761 competitions, there had been only 113 victories and a staggering 648 defeats. Based on these results, the multidimensional Chamber of Commerce decided to downgrade Earth's growth potential from BB to CCC. This message was broadcast to everyone. Kim immediately recognized how disastrous this was, while Young admitted he hadn't expected the competition's overall results to be so terrible. Kim analyzed the data and noticed that some areas had an equal ratio of wins and losses, but the majority had suffered significantly more defeats. As a result, the global situation was dire. Even though he had anticipated this, he hadn't expected it to be this severe. The colonel pointed out that, fortunately, South Korea's situation wasn't as bad. If it came down to Incheon, they could quickly resolve the issue by concentrating their forces. He also mentioned that Incheon was nearby, so they could deploy as soon as they were ready. At that moment, a soldier rushed in, apologizing for interrupting the meeting. He handed a report to the colonel, informing him that they had just received an urgent radio transmission from the 17th Division in Incheon and that the colonel needed to read the report immediately. Scanning the document, the colonel asked why Incheon had contacted them. The report stated that they had been defeated and were transmitting urgent engagement information. The enemy force was identified as the lizard men from the Sabros dimension, and their portal was currently located in Chinatown. These lizard men appear to be a highly trained military force, engaging in both ground and aerial combat simultaneously, demonstrating superior mobility, and completely annihilating Incheon's team. The battle had ceased approximately 2 hours before the end of the competition, and after the fighting had stopped, the lizard men began organizing their forces, with even more troops emerging from the portal. Additionally, they had deployed a team for reconnaissance and securing access routes, which suggested a large-scale troop mobilization was underway. The reason for the urgent transmission was that, based on their movements, their next target was Seoul, which was exactly what the colonel confirmed in the report. Kim was surprised that they were heading directly for Seoul. Hearing this, Young found it highly unusual, reasoning that it was unlikely they were targeting Kim, as no one knew his exact location. Seoul remained deep in thought, while Young pointed out that furthermore, there was no bounty on Kim's head. Looking at the map, Lancelot noted that, given the proximity of the two cities, the lizard men were already close. Kim turned back to the system interface, where a new message appeared. From this moment onward, the names of the regional representatives who had emerged victorious in the Earth Dimensions competition would be displayed above their heads. Seoul also read the message and questioned what it meant, commenting on how random this was. If this actually happened, then Kim's name would appear above his head, and she wondered if there was any kind of badge instead. Kim instinctively looked up, trying to see if a name was displayed above him, but found nothing. He then questioned whether he was truly the regional representative. However, Lancelot countered, stating that if Kim wasn't the representative, then the entire competition made no sense. Kim, still confused, asked why it wasn't visible if that were the case. Seoul reread the system message and another announcement appeared. Starting now, 7th rank beings were partially allowed to travel through all installed portals on Earth. Furious, Seoul clenched her fists. She had just reached the 8th rank, yet this rule was exclusively for those of the 7th rank, meaning she would be trapped inside the subspace again. The system message continued, stating that dimensions that had acquired commercial rights by winning the competition could now establish portals in the corresponding regions to eliminate the Earth Dimension's regional representative. Everyone read the new rule and immediately felt outraged. This was incredibly unfair. The colonel then spoke, stating that from now on, they would have to face 7th rank beings and that the regional representatives would likely be the primary targets of these attacks. He compared the situation to a game of territorial conquest, but what stood out was that Kim did not have a name displayed above his head. At that moment, Lancelot had an idea of what might be happening. He asked for a moment to confirm something. Lancelot walked toward the window while Kim, confused, asked what was going on. Stepping outside the building, Lancelot held onto the window frame and looked up. What he saw left him stunned. The words "Seoul Representative" were massive, displayed not above Kim's head, but hovering above the entire building for all to see. Lancelot calls Kim over to take a look, and upon stepping outside, Kim is left speechless, not expecting something this conspicuous. Realizing what had happened, Kim remarks that the tag wasn't missing. It was just so high up that no one had noticed it. Sol points out that something this massive makes it the perfect target for the lizard men, with Kim himself being the obvious objective. A strange feeling washes over Kim, a bad premonition settling in. The lizard men were organizing their forces to attack Sol, even though there had been no bidding competition. Turning to Sol, he connects the dots, pointing out that a wonderfully convenient new rule had just been added, and questions whether it feels like they had prepared in advance, knowing these rules would come into effect. Sol hesitates but admits that it is strange. Lancelot, however, is certain they knew these rules were coming. However, instead of targeting the representative from the beginning, they had been preparing for battle. Lancelot further suggests that perhaps they have experience in these bidding wars, meaning they had likely anticipated this rule and were familiar with it beforehand. Regardless, the situation is dire as there is little time left to prepare for their attack. Kim, running a hand through his hair, admits that he had a bad feeling about all of this, but he never expected them to be this experienced. Sol, concerned, asks if there's anything they can do to prepare and whether everyone could just stay inside Kim's subspace for safety. Lancelot, in his usual wisdom, quickly dismisses the idea. It won't be that simple. While defeating Master Kim would be impossible for them, they could take hostages and force them out of subspace, or worse, they could divide their forces and overrun other regions first. Kim murmurs in frustration, acknowledging that he's right. This wouldn't be defending, it would be hiding, and they wouldn't even be able to attack from within the subspace. No matter how they looked at it, the lizard men would have to be defeated in the end. Then a thought occurs to him. If he himself were the target and his location were exposed, it would undoubtedly draw them in. In that case, he could lure them into a place where they would be at a disadvantage. A heavy silence falls over the group as they contemplate possible strategies. The colonel finally speaks up. If they could anticipate the enemy's movements, mobilize their troops faster than the lizard men, set up weapons and defensive lines before the attack, then this would be the best course of action. He adds that speed will be the key. Young reassures them that there's no need to worry about movement, as he can cut down travel time significantly, then asks if they should move now and where they should go. Kim admits that this is the problem. He hasn't chosen a location yet. The five of them exchange thoughtful glances, trying to determine a battlefield that would give them an advantage. Then an idea strikes Kim. A place he had been to before, where he had defeated several hellhounds using refrigerators. He recalls that the terrain there could minimize damage to them while causing significant harm to the enemy. In other words, Gyeong Bridge was an ideal battleground, no civilians would be involved and its straight, narrow layout would work against the lizard men. Additionally, due to its limited space, their mobility would be restricted, and the surrounding area was an ecological park, free of residential buildings, meaning they could launch attacks at full power without concern for collateral damage. Kim further points out that even if the lizard men attempted to cross from another bridge, Bedivere could scout ahead, as there were no tall buildings nearby to obstruct visibility. Moreover, with the materials obtained from the Eames dimension combined with his father's construction skills, fortifying the area using Pax's features would be easy. On top of that, the sacred lances from Eames had arrived along with the material warehouse, and Kim's father had the idea of using them as barricades. Sol mentions that she has already learned how to wield the lances. Looking at the sacred lances in front of him, Kim suddenly recalls that Lancelot had mentioned Bedivere's proficiency with dart throwing, which means these lances could certainly be put to good use. At another moment, Sol grips a lance while Bedivere is already scanning the surroundings, keeping an eye out for enemy movements. The two of them stand atop the newly built defense tower, which Kim's father had constructed using the new materials. Meanwhile, his father remains hard at work, building at full speed. Given the urgency of the situation, the structure itself had been prioritized, with guards deployed first, and beams were reinforced to create defensive walls. Additionally, barricades made of the sacred lances had been erected around the tower, serving as an additional barrier to slow the enemy's advance as much as possible. Observing the preparations, Kim recalls the enemy report, which stated that the lizard men were fast both on the ground and in the air, which meant that blocking their ground approach was an absolute necessity. At this point, a total of 4 hours had passed. Kim acknowledges that his father had exceeded expectations, as these 4 hours had been nothing short of miraculous, thanks to his architectural skills and Pax's assistance. It is only then that Kim realizes they had overlooked two critical details. The first, reptiles are excellent swimmers, meaning the lizard men could approach unnoticed via the water. And the second thing is that the surrounding bushes had grown faster and were lusher than he had expected. And yes, the lizard men were doing exactly that, taking advantage of the gaps. One of the lizard men then remarks that he cannot understand how the warriors of the Eames dimension lost to these people from Earth. Even though they seem weak, their defense is something to be considered, and with this construction they wasted a lot of valuable materials. The lizard man pauses and says that, for now, he will not be able to hold his head high in the multidimensional battlefield, but perhaps he can extract something more. This lizard man is a general named Lakis. He states that last time he took a spear and this time he will take armor. The lizard man soldier informs him that the other general, Yatu, is also ready. Back at the bridge, Bedivere is closely observing everything, trying to detect any suspicious movement. Then he notices a strange noise and Sol also senses that something is wrong. Looking carefully, Sol is taken aback. The lizard men, armed with spears and mounted on giant lizards, are advancing to attack the tower. From afar, Kim and Lancelot hear a shout, warning that the enemies have appeared. Turning their heads, they see a battalion of lizards charging toward them, both on land and in the air. As they advance, the lizard men cry out that this is revenge for the people of the Eames dimension. Kim is startled, wondering how they managed to get so close so quickly. Wasting no time, the soldiers atop the defense tower begin opening fire. The shots manage to take down some of the mounts, slowing the lizardmen's advance. Additionally, objects are being launched by the packs at relatively high speeds. One of the lizardmen soldiers warns his comrades to be careful, noting that they are using materials from the Eames dimension. One of the lizardmen generals, wielding a spear, skillfully deflects and counters all incoming attacks. A soldier calls out to General Lakis, stating that the enemies are throwing materials from their brother dimension, Eames, and that it will be difficult for the Awakened to use them effectively. He urges them not to fear and to keep pressing forward. Enduring the attacks, the lizard men declare that now is the time to persist, not to retreat. Then one of the generals, Yatu, proclaims that he only knows how to attack and will never fall. Charging forward with his mouth wide open, he challenges anyone to stop him. As he advances toward the tower, a bright light streaks toward him. A spear strikes near his snout. He simply grabs the spear, yanks it out, and scoffs that it is not enough to stop him. He continues his assault. Watching the scene unfold, Kim is alarmed that the attack did not work, while Lancelot readies himself for battle, drawing his sword. Lancelot quickly assesses that they are facing two enemies of the 7th rank, but notes that this large one fights with no particular technique, just sheer brutality. Looking toward the barricades, he realizes that the real threat is coming from that direction. Still gripping his sword, he turns to Kim and warns that this will be a tough battle. However, he adds that the previous attacks were effective against the bulky lizard. Lancelot states that he will take care of the other enemy and warns that if the large one reaches the defense tower, the battle will be lost. He instructs Kim to keep him at bay, even if it means restraining him. Kim tells Lancelot to be careful, and he assures him that he will. Without hesitation, Lancelot charges toward the enemies in the other direction. General Lakis then notices something coming toward him. He swiftly blocks a high-speed attack with his spear. Lancelot was the one who struck, moving with incredible speed, but Lakis successfully parried the blow. A lizard-man soldier asks General Lakis if he is alright, to which the general replies that he is fine and orders him to keep attacking. Turning to Lancelot, Lakis states that it seems he has a personal matter to settle. Studying Lancelot, the general comments on his boldness for leaping alone into enemy lines. Furthermore, he notes that Lancelot specifically aimed for his neck, calling it a remarkable move. Lakis smirks, remarking that it has been a long time since he has encountered a warrior like this. He then asks Lancelot for his name. Lancelot introduces himself, and the lizard man is enthralled, calling it a magnificent name. Lakis introduces himself in return. Lakis acknowledges that Lancelot's goal is to keep him occupied. The only reason he is paying attention to him is because he recognizes him as a true warrior. Lakis adds that a warrior's instinct is to seek battle when faced with a strong opponent, and so he challenges Lancelot to a duel where their lives will be on the line. Without hesitation, Lancelot accepts, declaring that if Lakis does not value his own life, neither will he. Lakis laughs, praising Lancelot's fighting spirit, and declares that he will test whether his skills are as great as his resolve. Lancelot then raises a finger and tells him to wait, asking if he plans to fight while mounted on his lizard. Lakis states that this is truly unfair, as a warrior's duel to the death is meant to determine who is the strongest. Lancelot then remarks that the mount is merely a way for him to compensate for his lack of skill or even to save his own life. He goes on to say that even if he loses, he will not complain, urging the lizard man to come at him. Hearing this irritates Lakis and a tense atmosphere floods the area. Dismounting, Lakis begins walking toward Lancelot, who then asks if they are now evenly matched and ready to engage in a battle where their lives are at stake. Meanwhile, on the other side, the soldiers continue firing toward the lizard men. Their bullets find their marks and some of the reptilian warriors are hit, tumbling from their mounts amidst the chaos. However, despite the casualties, their assault does not slow down. Determined, the lizard men keep advancing toward the defense tower, ignoring the danger and pressing forward. The soldiers, realizing that the enemy is closing in dangerously, shout to one another, ordering them to keep firing without hesitation. Suddenly, one of the mounts leaps unexpectedly and, with its sharp fangs, sinks a brutal bite into the shoulder of one of the military soldiers. The force of the attack sends him crashing to the ground, and as he falls, his comrades rush to his aid, shouting that there is a wounded man. Amid the chaos, a lizard man and his mount attempt to break through. One of the soldiers quickly takes command, declaring that he will tend to the injured and requesting cover fire. Additionally, he warns that more enemies are approaching rapidly. Before anyone can react, someone appears wielding a spear. In a swift motion, the spear is thrown, striking the mount that was about to breach the defenses. The impact is so powerful that the lizard man riding it loses his balance and crashes to the ground. He barely has time to process what happened before Soul appears and, without hesitation, slams his head into the ground with a devastating strike, leaving him no chance to react. Soul raises her gaze toward the soldiers and, with determination, declares that she will take care of any enemies that get close to the building. She then orders them to keep firing without stopping. A reckless lizard man, still mounted, charges straight at Soul. Standing firm, she gathers all her strength into a single punch and, with one crushing blow, sends the enemy soaring into the sky like a ragdoll. Once again, Soul shouts for the soldiers to keep shooting. They quickly obey and their bullets strike the charging mount, bringing it down mid-attack. In the back line, Joy begins to act, using her healing abilities. The wounded soldier groans in pain as she works swiftly to treat him, assuring him that it will only take a little longer to finish. Meanwhile, the lizard men riding flying mounts notice a weak spot in the defense and launch a direct assault. However, before they can get close, one of them is struck mid-air by a spear, plummeting to the ground along with his mount. Another lizard man, sensing something approaching, tries to react but isn't fast enough. He too is hit, but this time the force is so great that his mount collides violently with another, creating a destructive impact. Even so, their numbers remain overwhelming. Despite those who have been taken down, many continue pushing forward, relentless in their attack. Some of the fallen remain pinned against the walls, while the others press on with even greater ferocity. From a distance, Bedivere observes the battlefield and realizes just how dire the situation is. He wonders whether he can handle such a large number of enemies alone and questions how long it will take before reinforcements arrive. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Yatu, the brute among the lizard men, slowly pushes forward, trying to defend himself against Kim's attacks. His body is already riddled with wounds, but he continues moving, grinning as he remarks that these attacks are quite impressive. Amused by the fight, he declares that this is excellent and asks if Kim has an even stronger attack that might actually affect him. Without hesitation, Kim launches several sturdy beams, the same ones he obtained during the battle in the Eames dimension. Yatu, however, merely blocks them, showing little concern. With each new strike, Kim hears Yatu commenting from afar that this continuous barrage leaves him no opening to advance. Hearing this, Kim realizes that Yatu is a complete idiot. He had been using the same automated attack from the very beginning, yet for some reason, Yatu believed it to be a new tactic. Even as the beams continue firing relentlessly, Yatu seems increasingly impressed. Kim, on the other hand, recognizes that he has effectively trapped him. Now he must decide what to do next. He wonders whether he should maintain this strategy and wait for Lancelot to return or take a different course of action. Scanning the battlefield, Kim tries to assess Lancelot's fight. However, he quickly realizes that waiting might be too risky. Even so, he wishes there were a way to help Lancelot. At that moment, a distinct sound rises above the battlefield. A series of rapid strikes cut through the air with tremendous force, creating a loud, slicing noise. Kim immediately identifies the source. It's coming from Lancelot's fight. The sound originates from the sacred spear wielded by Lakis. The power of the spear is so immense that, even when Lakis swings and Lancelot manages to dodge, the impact completely shatters the ground beneath them. Right now, Lancelot is focused entirely on evasion. He knows that the spear is incredibly powerful and that facing it head-on would be a fatal mistake. Noticing this, Lakis taunts him, questioning how long he intends to keep running. He remarks that he thought Lancelot was a true warrior, but perhaps he had been mistaken. Lancelot puts some distance between himself and Lakis, reflecting on his words. He wants to respond to the provocation, but in some way Lakis isn't wrong. The truth is that his weapon is overwhelmingly powerful, and Lancelot realized this before it was too late. Observing closely, Lancelot confirms that the power of this spear surpasses that of the spears from the Eames dimension. Moreover, he recognizes that it possesses additional properties, making it far more dangerous than he initially expected. Lancelot interrupts his thoughts and remarks that, upon further reflection, the lizard men refer to the Eames dimension as their sister dimension. He then inquires whether the spear was created in Eames. In response, Lakis immediately denies it and adds that the spear was actually forged in the Subspace dimension. However, he explains that the people from Eames provided a special enhancement to it. Lancelot states that he suspected as much and then mentions that he has a proposal. However, he quickly corrects himself, calling it a question instead, which causes Lakis to hesitate momentarily. Without missing a beat, Lancelot then taunts Lakis by questioning whether that weapon is merely a means to conceal the lizardman's lack of skill. Hearing this, Lakis gives a faint smile and calmly states that he is not foolish enough to fall for Lancelot's provocation a second time. Without a moment's hesitation, Lakis charges forward, aiming to strike Lancelot with his spear. Lancelot evades the attack with ease. However, in the midst of his assault, Lakis abruptly alters the direction of his strike. Yet, as if anticipating this maneuver, Lancelot is already prepared and successfully defends against the blow. The sheer power of the spear proves overwhelming, pushing Lancelot several meters back upon impact. Not allowing him a chance to recover, Lakis presses the attack, determined to prevent Lancelot from regaining his footing. However, Lancelot is already prepared, kneeling on the ground with his sword pointed forward in defense. Lakis deflects the strike effortlessly with his spear. Seizing the opportunity to counterattack, Lakis declares that Lancelot may be a warrior, but his life will end here. Lancelot remains still, watching the incoming strike without any visible reaction. Just as the attack is about to land, ending the fight once and for all, something entirely unexpected occurs. The spear begins to tremble violently, as if resisting the act of striking Lancelot. With an immense effort, his face flushing red from the strain, Lakis demands to know what is happening to the sacred spear. Suddenly, the spear wrenches itself free from Lakis's grasp, leaving him utterly shocked. This has never happened before. To his astonishment, the spear then soars through the air in a completely different direction. This was Kim's doing. The spear had been pulled into subspace. A notification from the system appears, stating that 238 magic stones were used to store the spear under the category Eames Dimension Construction Materials. Kim stands momentarily stunned, realizing that his plan had actually worked under such circumstances, and that, in doing so, he had also saved Lancelot. Even so, he does not fully understand why such a powerful weapon has been classified under construction materials. Regardless, he expresses his gratitude and resolves to make good use of it. Back on the battlefield, Lancelot remains kneeling as Lakis turns his furious gaze toward Kim, struggling to comprehend what has just happened. Frustration growing, Lakis demands to know why Kim has chosen to disgrace a duel between sacred warriors in such a manner. Redirecting his anger back toward Lancelot, Lakis accuses him of speaking so much about lacking skill, when in reality, Lancelot himself is the disgraceful one. Lancelot swiftly denies the accusation and explains that Sir Kim took the spear because he clearly had a purpose for doing so. He then warns Lakis not to speak so recklessly. Lakis's irritation only intensifies. His voice dripping with anger, he asks whether Lancelot is making a joke out of this situation. With a smirk, Lakis then raises his index finger, pointing it directly at Lancelot. His voice is laced with mockery as he questions whether this so-called master whom Lancelot follows is truly so dishonorable that he does not even understand the concept of honor. Lancelot, unshaken, demands that Lakis take back his words. His tone shifting, Lancelot declares that he now fully understands his opponent. He states that the reason Lakis is so enraged is not because of the duel itself but because he fears losing his spear. However, Lancelot reassures him that there is no need to worry, after all he himself is a warrior. With that, Lancelot drives his sword into the ground, proclaiming that whether he perishes by decapitation or by being beaten to death, the end result remains the same. Now raising his fists, ready for a hand-to-hand battle, Lancelot asserts that one fact remains unchanged: Lacus will die. The lizard man smirks, remarking that Lancelot has quite the nerve for someone who was nearly killed just moments ago. Accepting the challenge, Lacus takes a step forward. Lancelot stands firm, calling his enemy to battle. And so, the two warriors prepare to engage in a fight to the death, this time with their bare hands. From another perspective, the remaining lizard-man soldiers continue their advance toward the defense tower, their numbers pressing forward relentlessly. Meanwhile, following his acquisition of the sacred spear, Kim watches the system while Sol effortlessly cuts down every lizard-man that dares approach the tower's perimeter. While observing the system, Kim notices something peculiar and wonders what exactly it could be. The system then displays the spear, along with its status information. It is identified as the Lacus's Sacred Spear, Enhanced Level 3. The classification is marked as Epic, with enhancements provided by God Eames. The listed attributes include plus 31 penetration, plus 31 acceleration and purification. Reading through the details, Kim immediately realizes that this spear is on an entirely different level. The scene shifts back to the lizard-man Yatu, who remains trapped within the beams launched by Kim. With a smirk, Yatu questions Kim, asking why he has suddenly stopped attacking. His gaze filled with arrogance, he assumes that Kim must have been overwhelmed by the sheer might of the great Yatu. He convinces himself that this must be the case. After all, his body is incredibly resilient. Kim must have exhausted himself trying to attack, realizing that he simply cannot bring Yatu down. He then asks Kim if he is aware that, in the 7th hierarchy, there are only two individuals, Brother Costes and the other lizard man, Lacus. They are the only ones who have ever succeeded in halting Yatu's advance. Never in his life has he encountered warriors like them. Given this, Yatu assures Kim that it is inevitable. Kim will die without ever being able to stop his advance. However, at the very least he made an attempt. Once again Yatu grins, declaring that for a warrior, death is an honorable fate. He asserts that Kim should feel proud to perish by his hands, as once the dust settles, he will end this battle swiftly. As Yatu revels in his own strength, something suddenly strikes his hands, rendering him completely speechless. His eyes widen in shock. Looking down at his now pierced hand, he stares at the wound and realizes that it is the sacred spear of Lacus embedded within it. Confusion floods his mind as he wonders why that spear is in his hands. Before he can even comprehend what is happening, multiple strikes follow. His body is pierced in several other places, leaving him unable to react. Kneeling to the ground, Yatu's strength quickly fades, and with one final breath, he collapses, succumbing to the devastating assault of the sacred spear. As his eternal rest begins in the background, Kim's subspace remains active, launching the spears at an astonishing speed. At that moment, the system notifies Kim that Yatu's dimensional account has been transferred to him. However, since Kim already possesses an account, the value is simply added to his own. Additionally, he receives a Tier D enhancement stone. This new enhancement stone does not possess any active attributes but offers the option of liquefaction. On the other side of the battlefield, the soldiers continue their relentless barrage, firing their rifles. The electric-charged shots strike down the lizard men and their mounts one after another. Sol observes the battlefield and realizes that only one lizard man remains standing, charging forward in a desperate all-in attack. Growing bored, Sol notes that no more lizard men are near the building and concludes that there is nothing left for her to do. Just then, a sound from above catches her attention. As she tries to make sense of the situation, she hears a wyvern's piercing cry from high above. Only at that moment does she remember, she had completely forgotten about Bedivere, leaving him alone up there to deal with all the lizard men riding wyverns. Rushing up to the defense tower, the first sight that greets her is Bedivere sitting on the ground, surrounded by lifeless lizardmen, all of them pierced through by spears. Sensing someone behind him, Bedivere turns to see who it is. Locking eyes with Sol, he calmly remarks that she is quite late. He then asks what they should do next now that there are no more lizard men left. Back on the battlefield, the duel between Lacus and Lancelot continues. Lacus swings his tail in a powerful strike, but Lancelot effortlessly dodges, maintaining a safe distance. With swift footwork, Lancelot closes in, keeping his guard up, and delivers a solid punch to Lacus's face. Following the initial strike, Lancelot immediately plants his foot firmly on the ground, rotating his torso to throw another powerful punch, this time, landing directly on Lacus's abdomen. Still dazed from the first hit, Lakis finds himself taking blow after blow, unable to react as Lancelot's relentless barrage continues across his entire body. After a brief moment as his consciousness begins to return, Lakis finally registers another incoming punch. However, just as Lancelot's fist is about to make contact, it swings through empty air. Lakis manages to evade at the last second by ducking low to the ground. Seizing the opening, Lakis lunges forward, attempting to counterattack. But Lancelot, quick to react, drives his knee straight into Lakis's face. Now down on the ground, Lakis's thoughts race. He cannot believe that he has been brought to this state. Before he can recover, Lancelot follows up with an uppercut, striking Lakis squarely on the chin. The impact is so forceful that Lakis momentarily lifts off the ground, nearly standing upright again, only for Lancelot to deliver another crushing punch. This final blow sends Lakis flying several meters away. Lying motionless, Lakis realizes that this is the end. He has no strength left to stand. Slowly, Lancelot approaches the fallen lizard man. Standing over him, he asks if Lakis has any final words. Still on the ground, drained of all energy, Lakis calls Lancelot a true warrior and acknowledges that it was a splendid duel. Lancelot agrees, admitting that it was indeed a good fight. Summoning his remaining strength, Lancelot clenches his fist and delivers a devastating punch to Lakis's face, slamming him into the ground. The impact is so brutal that blood splatters across the battlefield. The fist of the now victorious Lancelot remains stained with the blood of his fallen enemy. From atop the tower, the soldiers observe the battlefield, and the commander, seeing the outcome, states that it is finally over. At that moment, one of the soldiers calls out to him. The soldier informs him that they have just received an urgent message from the Joint Chiefs of Staff headquarters, causing the colonel to feel a slight unease. As the battle comes to an end, Kim takes a moment to process the difficulty of the fight. The lizardmen had proven to be formidable opponents, and the strategies initially devised had not worked as expected. However, what matters now is that the portal to the lizardmen's dimension remains open. As long as it stays that way, there is always a risk of more enemies returning, potentially in even greater numbers. With that in mind, the time has come to launch a counterattack. Sometime later, Kim sits inside a helicopter, his system interface displayed before him. The system indicates that he is currently using 1,000 magic stones to unlock a new ability, granting him the capacity to send up to 8 items simultaneously. Beyond that, Kim still ponders over the best way to utilize the new enhancement stone he obtained after defeating the crocodilian enemy. The stone possesses the liquefaction property, and it is becoming increasingly clear that the time has come for Camelot to begin mass-producing enhancement stones. At that moment, Youngso informs him that they are about to land, catching Kim off guard with how quickly they have arrived at their destination. Before disembarking, Kim acknowledges the urgent need for more intelligence, information regarding the exact location of the lizardmen's portal, their numbers, the defensive lines, and any other strategic details. Additionally, he also requires data to determine the ideal location for launching the counterattack. As he steps off the helicopter, one of the soldiers suddenly calls out, instructing the others to salute Colonel Kim. Watching the scene unfold before him, Kim scratches his head, feeling slightly uncomfortable. He has always found these formal salutes to be rather embarrassing whenever he receives them. A soldier steps forward, introducing himself as Park Inbo, Lieutenant Colonel and Operations Officer of the 17th Division of Incheon. He states that he has heard many impressive things about Kim, particularly how he managed to halt the lizardmen's assault without a single casualty. He mentions that he received this information directly from the Chief of Operations, who unfortunately could not be present due to urgent business matters. Kim recalls that the Chief of Operations had received a wireless message and had immediately sprinted off without offering any explanation. Thinking back, Kim vaguely remembers overhearing something about insects attacking headquarters as the officer rushed away. Shrugging off the thought, Kim comments that it is probably nothing too serious. He also recalls that the colonel mentioned having some unfinished business to handle at the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Lieutenant Colonel Park nods, expressing relief that the situation is not a major issue, and then invites Kim inside to discuss the matter further. Once inside, Lieutenant Colonel Park wastes no time, opting to get straight to the point. He reveals that they have discovered the location of the enemy's gate. However, there is one major issue. The core of the gate remains unknown. Park explains that their forces were initially able to position snipers to track the location of the core. However, after the bidding competition ended, a strange sludge-like substance began seeping from the portal. As a result, they lost all visibility of the core's position. Hearing this, Kim inquires if it is really just sludge. Lieutenant Colonel Park, reaching into his pocket, confirms that it is. However, he adds that it would be easier for Kim to see it for himself. He then places 2 photographs on the table, explaining that these were the best images they managed to capture. He points out that, as Kim can observe, a thick, mud-like substance has spread outward, engulfing the area surrounding the gate. Park further clarifies that this sludge does not cause any harm upon contact with the skin. However, it makes movement incredibly difficult, almost impossible to traverse normally. The lizard men have taken advantage of this terrain, using it both as a means of concealment and free movement, treating it as if it were a swamp. Examining the photographs, Kim remains unfazed. He remarks that this is not a problem. Kim states that he has allies capable of traversing and gathering intelligence within this swamp freely, summoning Lancelot. Lancelot takes the photographs in hand, carefully analyzing the situation depicted. Without hesitation, he immediately apologizes, admitting that this will be difficult, leaving Kim momentarily uncertain. Lancelot then elaborates, explaining that movement itself would not be an issue due to the phantom effect. However, if the entire area is submerged in the swamp, their presence would be easily detected as there would be nowhere to hide. Kim acknowledges that he had not considered this factor. However, Lancelot, as always, reassures him that there is still a way. He states that he knows someone who is both swift and stealthy. Kim, curious, immediately asks who fits that description. Moments later, the system interface activates, notifying that an enhancement stone and 500 magic stones have been consumed. As a result, Mordred has been officially appointed as one of the 12 Knights of Camelot. At that very instant, a portal materializes before them, heralding the arrival of a new warrior. The figure steps forth and, without hesitation, announces that he has arrived in response to Lord Kim's summons. Introducing himself, the newly summoned ally declares his name as Mordred, one of the 12 knights under Lancelot's command. With unwavering resolve, he swears to serve Lord Kim with his life. Unlike the other knights, Mordred rarely fought on the battlefield. His true battlefield was deep behind enemy lines, where he used his skills in infiltration, assassination, and theft. It was through these talents that he earned his place as one of the 12 Knights of Camelot. The reason he distinguished himself as an assassin was not only due to his exceptional skills and intelligence but, above all, because of his unique ability, an ability that allowed him to eliminate his targets without being noticed. This ability, known as stealth, enabled him to become virtually invisible for a brief moment, hiding his appearance without actually disappearing. However, this also meant that he was still susceptible to external factors. Despite this, Mordred used his talent to become an extraordinary assassin, and the very fact that he survived proves his strength. Furthermore, the enhancement stone used to appoint Mordred, a materialization enhancement stone, revealed his ability to avoid physical interference, although this ability could not be maintained for extended periods. In simpler terms, a great assassin became even greater thanks to the enhancement stone. Back in the scene, Kim, clearly excited, tells Mordred that he will now explain what he needs him to do, and Mordred agrees, addressing him as my lord. Pointing to a map, Kim says that they need to find the core of the Lizardman's Gate from the Sabros dimension. Upon hearing these straightforward instructions from his master, Mordred responds that he understands perfectly. Kim praises him, saying that it is just as he expected from someone with experience. Mordred grasped exactly what needed to be done, despite the vague explanation. Meanwhile, Lancelot warns Mordred to remember that if he dies, the entire operation and strategy will be for nothing. Lancelot also mentions that, based on his experience fighting the Lizardmen officers, they are not enemies to be taken lightly. Even if Mordred fails to gather any information, he must return alive no matter what. Mordred once again reassures them that he understands and announces that he will begin his mission, turning with the conviction of a superhero ready to infiltrate the enemy lines. Watching this, Kim smiles, thinking that Mordred seems to be someone truly trustworthy. At that moment, the colonel asks if they are sure about sending that knight on the mission alone. Kim turns to the colonel and assures him that of course they are. After all, these knights are the best of the best. He tells the colonel that they can simply trust and wait for the Knights of Camelot, for they will do what needs to be done. Kim suggests that the colonel take a break for now, as they will need to wait for Mordred's return in order to come up with a plan. He also says that he will let the colonel know once Mordred is back. The colonel thanks him and asks for permission to leave. He also advises Lancelot to rest in Subspace, since it hasn't been long since he fought against that powerful lizard man. Lancelot nods, explaining that since he is an undead, he doesn't feel fatigue, so Kim need not worry about him. As Kim is about to say that he still needs to rest, something catches his attention. Looking at Lancelot, Kim wonders if there have always been so few scratches on his armor. Lancelot thanks Kim for his concern, but Kim, more curious now, says that he is sure that Lancelot's armor and sword were much more damaged before. Lancelot responds, explaining that even if the armor or weapons are damaged, they regenerate within Camelot. This revelation leaves Kim astonished, as he never knew that Camelot had such a function. Lancelot goes on to explain that, since they are categorized as items, as long as the item is not completely destroyed, they can regenerate infinitely as long as the materials still exist. On the subject of Camelot, Lancelot adds that there is something he needs to inform Kim about. He tells him that a new enhancement stone has been created in Camelot, and its property is wound regeneration. Upon hearing this, Kim remarks that the stone sounds useful just based on its name. However, he decides to think more about how to use the enhancement stone once Mordred returns. While Lancelot agrees that this idea is indeed good, something suddenly catches his attention, and he shifts into a state of alert. Lancelot, now prepared to draw his sword, hears Kim asking what is happening. Holding the hilt of his sword, ready for combat, Lancelot says that someone is hiding, watching them. Kim is taken aback, realizing that the enemy is faster than expected. He wonders who is hiding and whether it is truly a lizard man. Lancelot admits that he can only sense the presence of this unknown figure and cannot pinpoint their exact location or identity. He urgently advises Kim to enter subspace immediately. At that moment, Lancelot hears a noise coming from somewhere. He quickly spots the figure who had been secretly observing them. Lancelot disappears in an instant with a swift movement, stating that he will resolve the matter quickly and return shortly. From the spy's perspective, he watches as Kim remains alone, wondering where Lancelot has gone and whether the other person who had been with him also disappeared. However, due to Lancelot's exceptional speed, he was already behind the man, holding a sword to his neck. Lancelot began to speak to the spy, explaining that the only individuals he serves are Lord Kim and Lord Kim's allies. He emphasized that just because the man was human did not mean he was to be treated as friendly. Upon hearing this, the man slowly turned around. Still with the sword pointed at his neck, Lancelot declared that the man's answer to the question he was about to ask would determine whether he would live or die. With a killer aura, Lancelot proceeded to ask his first question, demanding to know why the man had been secretly watching them. At that very moment, Kim heard a noise that sounded like screams for help. He decided to rush over to see what was happening. As he approached the scene, Kim could only see Lancelot holding the man by the neck, the man screaming in pain. Lancelot calmly explained that it was this man who had been watching them. He assured Kim that if he waited just a bit longer, he would find out who was behind all of this. Still gripping the man's neck and tightening his hold, Lancelot warned the man that this was his final chance, stating there was no more time to wait. He asked the man if the lizard men had sent him there to spy on them. Crying and struggling to breathe due to the pressure on his neck, the man attempted to speak but he couldn't. However, upon seeing Kim, he managed to call out Kim's name. Lancelot, visibly angered, demanded to know how the man dared to call out Lord Kim's name in this situation. He informed the man that he would now die in agony and that he would make sure he suffered before his death. Kim, looking perplexed, told Lancelot that he didn't know what was going on, but the man Lancelot was strangling was actually one of his friends. Lifting the man by his neck, now turning purple from lack of oxygen, Lancelot asked if that was truly the case. Meanwhile, in the enemy area, the entire area was covered by something that looked like sludge. All the buildings, cars, and even some lifeless lizard men lay scattered on the ground. At that moment, Mordred realized that the lizard men were a warrior race that considered dying in battle an honor, meaning they were often exposed to the smell of blood and became desensitized to it. As he observed a lizard man lying on the ground, Mordred thought that, based on this, if he covered himself with blood, it would make it much harder for the lizard men to track him. He also knew that erasing his trail was a vital skill. Pouring the lizardman's blood over himself, he made his way toward a tunnel, thinking to himself that now that his scent was gone, it was time to begin the infiltration. Moving slowly and carefully to avoid drawing attention, Mordred noticed that the place was enormous, with unusually large corridors. He wondered why they had built something so vast. As he ventured deeper into the area, he commented that this place seemed terribly inefficient, especially since the size of the lizard men varied greatly. Some were very large while others were quite small. Having realized this, Mordred speculated that the corridors were so large because there was one exceptionally large lizard man, and if that were the case, that giant must be a key figure. Trying his best to avoid touching anything, he thought that if this giant wasn't important, there would be no reason to create such an inefficient structure. At that moment, a lizard man stopped beside him, preventing Mordred from making any move. Realizing he had almost been discovered, Mordred was forced to use the power of the immaterialization enhancement stone. It dawned on him that this situation was truly dangerous, as if it weren't for the power of the stone, he would certainly be dead by now. And he couldn't afford to fail on his first mission. He recalled how Lancelot had been very specific about returning alive, and how his task was to find the core of the gate and return quickly. The deeper he went into the facility, the more he noticed that the lizard men seemed to be stronger and more organized. However, there was a creature unlike anything he had seen before. This new creature was purple, with an enormous round head and only one eye. Hidden and observing everything, Mordred muttered to himself that he had finally found it. He saw the one-eyed creature conversing with a bald man who was reading some kind of book. The bald elder called the creature filthy and asked if it was trying to interrupt his magical studies. The elder warned that if the creature continued to disturb him, he would be forced to imprison it. At that moment, another voice suddenly emerged, expressing irritation at the elder's words and asking if Solzen had forgotten about the agreement between them, addressing him by the name Solzen. Solzen, the elder, responded that he had only agreed to protect the core of the gate, but at no point had he agreed to allow anyone to enter there. Closing the book he had been reading, the elder said that he would seal the core of the gate without causing any damage to it. He added that if he had time to worry about the core of the gate, perhaps he should start thinking about the subordinates who had already died. The voice replied once more, stating that it understood that, a long time ago, Solzen had indeed been an incredible arcane mage, but now he had been exiled and was desperately clinging to them in order to survive. As something moved towards him, Solzen remarked that there was no need to bring up such a topic so suddenly. The thing, which resembled a tail, started wrapping around the elder's neck, and the voice spoke again, warning Solzen to understand his place, unless he wanted every bone in his body to be crushed to death. At that moment, it became clear that the voice was coming from a giant lizard man, who was the leader of all those present there. After this, Solzen acknowledged the situation, stating that he understood and perhaps had misspoken. He then asked the giant lizard man not to be so harsh. Still hidden and observing everything that was happening, Mordred noted that just by looking, it was evident that this was no ordinary lizard man. He wondered whether this elder, Solzen, was truly an arcane mage. Mordred then reflected on what the giant lizard man had said, that Solzen was an arcane mage but was no longer one. Mordred began to ponder the connection between the arcane mage and the lizard men, especially considering that Solzen had been entrusted with guarding the core of their portal. Unable to see everything clearly, he questioned whether the elder was talking to a tail or a tentacle. Not noticing what was beside him and listening to the conversation, Mordred could tell by the tone of the voice that it was authoritative and oppressive, clearly indicating that the giant creature must be the leader of the lizard men. A giant chameleon had blended into the environment so well that even Mordred hadn't noticed it, leaving him vulnerable. At that moment, Mordred realized that, from where he was standing, he could not fully see the entire shape of the massive creature, but it was enormous, and he speculated that the large corridors might exist solely because of that creature. Mordred mentioned that the lizardman's defenses didn't seem so strong, so perhaps he could move a little closer to confirm the size of the creature. But just then he sensed something strange. Despite not being able to see anything or notice the giant camouflaged chameleon, he felt something pressed against his leg. The chameleon then launched its enormous tongue in Mordred's direction. A strange sensation made him turn to look, trying to understand what had just happened. By the time he realized it, something had already wrapped tightly around his arm, leaving him no chance to escape. As he was dragged by the chameleon's tongue, Mordred understood in that instant that everything had gone horribly wrong. The chameleon hurled the stealthy knight against the wall, giving him no opportunity to react. Upon impact, Mordred's camouflage began to fade, leaving him exposed in enemy territory and completely vulnerable. At that moment, the enemies also noticed something unusual and turned to investigate. The giant lizard called out to the arcane mage, demanding to know what was going on. Solzen, who had already understood what needed to be done, responded without hesitation, stating that someone had infiltrated their domain and had been spying on them. The bald elder then activated one of his red aura spells, summoning several scrolls into his hands. Unrolling one of them, he prepared to unleash an arcane spell. Without hesitation, he cast a magic missile, sending multiple powerful projectiles, imbued with a crimson aura, flying straight toward Mordred, who was still in the process of recovering. Seeing the attack rushing toward him, Mordred tried to react quickly. His eye gleamed, possibly as he activated his materialization ability to avoid being hit. At that moment, a flashback emerged. Kim's friend mocked his uniform, calling it pathetic and asking if he had pulled it out of the trash, pointing out how tattered it was. Kim thought back to the very first impression he had of this guy, and how it made him want to buy him a new pair of glasses. The boy laughed, making further remarks about Kim's family being poor, stating that from now on, Kim stinks and should stop talking to him. The words sparked Kim's anger. Without a second thought, Kim punched him in the face, and at that moment, the reason behind Kim's earlier thought about buying him new glasses became clear. Sometime later, the same boy was seen playing on a handheld console. He had just bought the video game the day before, yet he wondered why the other kids in the class didn't seem to care about him at all. Sitting alone in the room, the boy, comfortable in his privileged life, subtly boasted about it, trying to draw attention from his peers. However, the only thing the others could think was how annoying it was that he kept flaunting his wealth. Some even remarked that money wasn't everything, and despite his attempts, no one envied him. Kim, reflecting on the situation, considered that the boy had been young at the time, so it was understandable that he didn't know how to properly connect with his friends. But Kim also thought, I was young too, and I still found him incredibly irritating. What started as a small, random incident eventually led to something much worse. Some kids snatched his console and began fiddling with it, commenting on how he had some good games. As they took the handheld from him, they laughed, saying that since he was rich, losing something like that shouldn't be a big deal. At that moment, the boy tried to protest, saying that it wasn't right. But before he could finish, they punched him in the face, knocking him to the ground and continuing to beat him mercilessly, despite him being completely defenseless. The bullies sneered, telling him they hadn't asked for his opinion. However, one of them suddenly noticed something approaching from behind. When he turned to look, it was Kim rushing toward them with his backpack in hand. Without hesitation, he swung the backpack directly into the bully's face, momentarily halting the one-sided beating. Caught off guard, neither the boy who got hit nor his friends reacted immediately. But then Kim spoke up, making it clear that what he had just done wasn't out of a sense of justice. He reminded the group that this guy had always mocked his family's situation whenever they were around friends. Kim had only stepped in to prove that he wasn't an easy target and to show off in front of everyone. The delinquents quickly realized that the two of them might be friends and asked Kim if he wanted to take a beating in his place. At that moment, Kim regretted trying to act tough because the tables had turned. Now he was the one getting beaten up. Meanwhile, the boy with glasses watched, realizing that everything was his fault for having acted like a jerk. As the bullies continued their onslaught on Kim, someone suddenly grabbed the wrist of one of them. It was Sol, their dear sister, arriving at the perfect moment to intervene. Without saying a single word, her terrifying presence alone was enough to make Kim realize something. For the first time, Sol actually seemed kind of cool. And only then did Kim remember that Sol was somewhat famous in the area for being incredibly tough. As Kim grinned with relief at being saved, Sol simply stated that this was unacceptable and that from now on, Kim would be doing morning training with her as well. Hearing those words, Kim was left in shock, fully aware that this was not going to be easy. While still holding the delinquent's arm at that moment, Kim responded, saying that he wasn't even part of a sports club, so he had no intention of doing those exercises. Sol, however, dismissed his protest, stating that it didn't matter and that she would speak with the coach immediately. The other members of the club started asking if Kim was Sol's younger brother, commenting on how adorable he was, while the delinquent stood there, completely unaware that he had just messed with her little brother. The other members patted Kim's head and he thanked them for everything, while Sol took the opportunity to lecture the delinquent, ordering him to go home. As Kim was leaving the scene, he turned around to take a final look and noticed that the rich kid was still standing there. Curious, he asked what he was doing and told him to hurry up and leave as well. Tears streamed down the boy's face, and at that moment, the only emotion filling his heart was gratitude. From that incident onward, the two of them grew close remarkably fast throughout high school. They began spending more time together both at school and outside of it, watching promotional fights featuring famous fighters, cheating on tests, and laughing when Kim got annoyed for still scoring lower than his friend despite his efforts. Even after going to different schools, they remained in frequent contact, constantly checking in on each other's academic performances and sharing updates about their lives. Then, after graduating high school, they ended up enrolling in the same university, and over time their bond grew even stronger. Now, they were not just close friends but the kind of best friends who genuinely influenced each other's lives. The two even played League of Legends together, where the glasses-wearing friend would come up with wild builds. At some point during one of their matches, he casually mentioned that he had been thinking about joining a kendo dojo. Kim, caught off guard, asked why he suddenly had that idea. His friend explained that watching Kim and Soul train had looked really cool, and it made him want to try a sport of his own. Since there was a kendo dojo near his house, he figured it would be a good place to start. Still shocked that his friend found that kind of training cool, Kim jokingly asked if he had hit his head recently. His friend simply responded that not all training was as brutal as Soul made it seem. At that moment, Kim realized something. That was the exact moment Minwo started training kendo. Thinking back, before that, he would have never even considered joining a dojo. Returning to the present, Minwo suddenly said something that left Kim completely stunned. Minwo repeated himself, revealing that he had awakened swordsman abilities, leaving Kim wide-eyed with shock. Minwo, noticing Kim's reaction, questioned why he looked so surprised. After all, Kim was the one who should be more shocking. He had become Soul's representative after all. Minwo even admitted that, at first, he wasn't sure if it was really the same Kim he knew. The sight of Kim's skeletal companion had terrified him so much that he hadn't been able to approach. Explaining further, Minwo admitted that he had hidden himself, waiting for the skeleton to leave before stepping out. Even though it had been dangerous, he understood that Lancelot had simply been doing his duty. Turning to the side, Minwo then asked Kim to call off his skeletal friend, saying that he was too intense. Meanwhile, Lancelot had pressed his own head into the ground, bowing deeply as a sign of apology. Kim, observing this, explained that even if he told Lancelot to stop, he wouldn't listen. For a knight, honor was something personal, and this was a matter of self-discipline. It was about not being able to forgive himself, something that only he could atone for. At that moment, the only thought running through Lancelot's mind was how pathetic he was for having wronged Lord Kim's dear comrade. Beyond pathetic, it was tragic. With that heavy realization, Lancelot declared that he no longer had the right to call himself a knight. Minwo, observing his posture, couldn't help but ask where Lancelot had learned such a stance. Kim casually responded that he had probably learned it from getting beaten by Soul. Shifting the conversation, Kim expressed his relief that Minwo was safe and asked how his mother was doing. He then suggested that, if Minwo agreed, his mother could stay within a secure subspace, ensuring her safety. Upon hearing that, Minwo turned his face away, as if something was weighing on his mind. After a moment he responded, "Probably she was fine, maybe." Kim, now feeling uneasy, realized that Minwo didn't even know for sure if his mother was safe. Sometime later, in enemy territory, where the homes had been consumed by mud and filth, Minwo's mother could be seen, lying down to rest, surrounded by only a few meager supplies. A noise from nearby caused her to wake up. Alerted, she got up and decided to check what it was. As she turned around, her eyes widened at the sight of Lancelot standing outside her window, his fist raised, ready to strike. In an instant, his punch shattered the window, sending shards of glass scattering throughout the house. Stepping inside, he introduced himself. He was Lancelot, the captain of the Knights of Camelot, and one of the loyal knights serving Lord Kim. Then with a steady voice he asked, "Are you Minwo's mother?" The woman responds affirmatively, confirming that she is Minwo's mother, but immediately questions what all of this is about. Lancelot then states that, from this moment on, he will personally ensure her safe passage to where her son is waiting. Minwo then recounts how, shortly after the apocalypse began, a bidding war ended with a transparent barrier tragically separating him from his mother. Desperate to see her again, Minwo even offered himself as a participant in another bidding war, hoping to reunite with her. However, he lost. The barrier eventually disappeared, but due to the terraforming, he still couldn't reach his mother. He explains that terraforming occurs when an environment from one dimension flows into another, altering its landscape and accessibility. Depending on which dimension the terraformation originates from, it may not necessarily be dangerous. In this particular case, while the environment was difficult to access, it wasn't inherently lethal, meaning there was still a strong chance that his mother had survived. Filled with renewed hope at the thought that his mother might still be safe, Minwo's excitement grows. However, Lancelot tempers that optimism, warning that despite these conditions she may not be as safe as they assume. While this terraforming event may not have been toxic or deadly, the reality remains that this territory belongs to another dimension. In other words, it is still enemy territory. That is precisely why, as Lancelot carries Minwo's mother on his back, he speaks with unwavering conviction. Even if the risk of failure is high, even if the mission is arduous and dangerous, He must prove himself worthy of being called a knight. And so, Lancelot declares that he will not repeat the failures of his past. At that moment, Lancelot notices a sudden increase in noise nearby. Glancing to the side, his eyes catch sight of someone running while shouting his name. The voice grows clearer as the person calls out, addressing him as Captain, while sprinting toward him. Focusing on the approaching figure, Lancelot recognizes Mordred, running frantically and yelling that he doesn't know why Lancelot is here, but that he needs to hurry. Mordred, looking increasingly desperate, pleads once more for Lancelot to run and look behind him. For a brief moment, Lancelot struggles to process the urgency in Mordred's words. Then, making the decision to turn around, he finally sees it. A wave of enemies surging toward them at full speed. The advancing enemies, their voices filled with pure hatred, declare that under no circumstances can they let that rat escape. It is only now that Lancelot fully realizes the grim reality before him. The plan to rescue Minwo's mother quietly has completely fallen apart. Irritated by the situation, Lancelot turns his frustration toward Mordred. Fuming, he snaps at him, calling him a useless idiot, blaming him not only for failing the stealth mission but also for making the rescue significantly more difficult. Mordred approaches, urgently requesting help from Captain Lancelot. Remaining calm, Lancelot addresses Mordred by name and asks how many of the approaching enemies belong to the 7th tier. Mordred replies that he isn't sure about the exact number, but confirms they are dangerous. Lancelot responds that he can sense that much himself, and that it's significant. In addition to an aerial assault, there are also new enemy types he has never encountered before. If the situation continues like this, escape will become impossible, as it's only a matter of time before they are overtaken. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Lancelot instructs Mordred to return immediately and deliver all the gathered intel to Lord Kim. From this point forward, Mordred will take over the mission to rescue Minwo's mother. While lifting her gently onto Mordred's back, Lancelot identifies her and explains that the mission is to escort her back safely. Placing a hand firmly on Mordred's shoulder, Lancelot tells him he will try to buy as much time as possible, and expresses his hope that Mordred will complete the task without harm. He also instructs Mordred to inform Kim that he should use the enhancement stone, and that Percival would be a fitting candidate for it. Just as Mordred is about to question something, Lancelot cuts him off, saying there is no more time and commanding him to go immediately. Mordred accepts the captain's orders and affirms that he understands. Then he departs with Minwo's mother to complete the mission and report back to Kim, leaving Lancelot behind to face the enemy alone. Lancelot draws his sword and declares his readiness. As the lizard men close in, the captain's mind is calm. There is nothing to fear. He has made his choice to prove he is a knight. All of this is in the name of Lord Kim, even if it means facing every enemy alone. The scene shifts. Mordred has already arrived at the destination where Kim and Minwo are located. Opening the door, he announces that the mission has been accomplished. Minwo bursts into tears at the sight of his mother. Kim, too, expresses his relief and happiness that Minwo's mother is safe. Kim recalls that Lancelot had vowed to bring her back and asks whether Mordred is alright or if he was hurt somewhere. At that exact moment, Kim senses something is off as a system notification appears out of nowhere. The message reveals that the ghost of Camelot, Lancelot, has disappeared. Outside, Mordred begins recounting everything he witnessed and what happened after the split. Upon hearing this, Kim realizes that Lancelot must have sacrificed himself to complete the mission. And thanks to that sacrifice, Mordred was able to deliver the vital information, and Minwo's mother was saved. Kim then reflects that Lancelot may not be truly gone, as he could be revived by naming him once again using the enhancement stone and the magic stone. Even so, the thought leaves Kim uneasy. Being able to revive and being able to survive are not the same thing. He begins to question whether he placed too great a burden on Lancelot, now realizing that perhaps such a sacrifice wasn't necessary at all. Kim continues to reflect that he shouldn't have let Lancelot go like that. Even if Lancelot didn't want to listen, Kim should have told him that everything was alright, and that he didn't need to give up his life to prove his worth as a knight. Interrupting Kim's thoughts, Mordred recalls that Captain Lancelot specifically asked him to say that the enhancement stone would be well suited for Percival. This reminds Kim of the conversation he once had with Lancelot regarding the proper use of the enhancement stone, which possesses healing attributes. Kim acknowledges to himself that Lancelot truly thought of everything in advance, strategically and efficiently, even considering how best to use the enhancement stone. Once again lost in thought, Kim pulls himself back to the present and orders Mordred to share the rest of the information he gathered. With a look of unwavering determination, Lord Kim states that Lancelot's sacrifice will not be in vain, and that they will now formulate a plan to close the gate used by the lizard men. Back in the enemy's hideout, we see Lancelot's helmet, shattered and battle-worn, lying as the only remnant of the fierce fight that claimed his life. The bald old man, Sozen, is shown to be manipulating the helmet through the use of his magic. As he observes it closely, Sozen realizes that it belonged to an undead knight, and begins to wonder if there is a sorcerer somewhere responsible for creating such beings. While the old man is still deep in thought, he hears a voice commending him for a job well done. The voice belongs to the giant lizard man, who says that although the infiltrator was lost, they managed to capture someone else in his place. The old man responds dryly, saying that in situations like this, it's not about saying well done, but about offering a proper thank you, since it was the giant lizardman's duty to capture intruders in the first place. The lizard man admits that it's no easy task, and the old man then asks what he plans to do with the enhancement stone they obtained after capturing Lancelot. The giant lizard man says that for now he'll put the matter aside. Originally he would have handed it over to Lakis or Yatu, but since both are dead, the old man takes the opportunity to suggest that, since there's no one else to use the stone on, perhaps the stone could be invested in him instead. The lizard man then asks what he would gain in return if he were to invest in the old man. Still levitating Lancelot's broken helmet, the old man now begins levitating a scroll as well. He takes hold of the scroll and describes it as remarkable. He explains that, as the lizard man should know, scrolls can be used even by those without magical abilities, single-use items that allow anyone to cast magic. The value of each scroll, he says, depends on the type of magic imbued in it. At the very least, they're worth more than 3D tier enhancement stones. The lizard man grunts in response, stating he can vouch for that. He also says he's heard rumors that the old man crafts his scrolls by embedding living people into them, which he finds disgusting. He adds that he much prefers the weapons and armor from the Eames dimension, as they are more efficient. The old man replies that the lizard man doesn't understand the artistry of creating scrolls using uncivilized beings. The giant lizard man then questions whether he too would be considered an uncivilized brute just for not understanding the old man's customs. He declares that arcane mages are themselves uncivilized beings. He goes on to say that they're barbaric sorcerers, and asks what it feels like to be powerless and exiled. He concludes that the enhancement stones will be used to acquire equipment from the Eames dimension, while the revolting scrolls will continue to be made using the prisoners they capture. The old man accepts this outcome with a sigh and comments that the lizard men truly lack imagination. At that moment, he hears a sound coming from deeper within the hideout, something that draws his attention. Their focus turns to the entrance and soon someone begins to step through. The old man and the lizard man exchange confused looks, unsure who the newcomer could be. Then they see a knight entering, holding a shield in one hand and an axe in the other. The knight announces himself to the enemies. He is Percival, one of the 12 knights of Camelot. The old man demands to know who this man is, and once again the knight identifies himself as Percival. The old man scoffs, saying it doesn't matter, and asks if he's come to avenge his fallen comrade. Wasting no time, Sozen casts a flame spell using one of the scrolls and tells Percival to try and endure it. A fireball crashes into Percival, but after the blaze dissipates he stands completely unharmed, having blocked it entirely with his shield, without even taking a step back. Seeing the hulking figure standing firm before him, Sozen mutters that Percival is far tougher than he expected. Then, wondering whether the knight can withstand the next spell, Sozen prepares another attack, moving his fingers to control more scrolls. But nothing happens. Turning to look at the scrolls, he sees a portal sucking them all in, every last one of them at once. Sozen freezes in disbelief. This is the first time he has ever seen scrolls behave this way. At that exact moment, the system sends a notification to Kim, stating that all magical scrolls have been stored, at the cost of 3,914 magic stones, leaving only 1,843 remaining. Kim, currently inside a helicopter with Yong-Soo, confirms that the scrolls have all been safely stored and says he'll leave the rest to the team. The message is transmitted to a radio device, one that is in Percival's possession. Upon hearing the message, Percival raises his voice and asks if Mordred just heard that. The old man, completely confused, asks who this Mordred is that Percival keeps referring to, and whether he's the one who stole the scrolls. Before anyone can react, Mordred deactivates his camouflage right behind Sozen. Without wasting a moment or giving Sozen time to respond, Mordred swiftly swings his weapon, slicing the old man's head clean off with a single blow to the neck. And with a cold finality, he declares, "Mordred is the name of the one who killed you." A short while earlier, during the planning phase, Mordred had described the characteristics of the enemies they were about to face, mentioning that there was even a mage among them. That mage's name was Sozen, an old arcane sorcerer who had been exiled from Arcane. Kim then recalled how the man who used to be called the King of Knights had once mistakenly referred to Kim as an arcane. Bedivere took the opportunity to explain that arcane is the dimension of the most powerful mages. According to what he remembers, there are 3 levels of mages there, and even the lowest ranked among them is classified as 6th tier. Sol, surprised, pointed out that if even the weakest mages from that place are ranked 6th tier, then they must be incredibly powerful. Mordred then added that, for reasons still unknown, perhaps due to his exile, Sozen, the bald old man, was unable to use magic freely and immediately. Sol commented that if a mage cannot use magic at will, then maybe he isn't as dangerous as they had initially thought. Once again, Mordred said that Sozen certainly lost both his status and magical strength after being expelled, and that there was no reason they shouldn't be able to kill him. However, since he was unable to cast spells normally, Sozen had devised a way to use magic through the creation of scrolls. Sol asked what exactly a scroll was. Mordred explained that a scroll is a piece of paper capable of storing magical energy. In theory, it can only contain relatively simple spells, but because it can be used by anyone, regardless of magical ability, it's considered a valuable item due to how easily it grants access to magic. He also stated that Sozen almost certainly crafted the scrolls himself and stored them in bulk, giving him a distinct advantage in battle by allowing him to unleash magic when needed without relying on real-time casting. Thinking about the situation, Kim pointed out that there were 2 key questions they needed to answer. First, whether any of the lizard men also had access to these scrolls, and second, what types of magic those scrolls actually contained. Mordred admitted he hadn't been able to determine that yet, but he mentioned that during the moment he was discovered inside the hideout, Sozen had fired some spells at him. The spells consisted of 3 red magical blasts that detonated upon impact with the wall. Mordred had been saved only thanks to the materialization of the enhancement stone. The only thought running through Mordred's mind at the time was why a mage would be so dependent on scrolls instead of simply casting spells himself. At that moment, the sound of the explosion drew the attention of a nearby lizard man, who came running and asked what was going on, inquiring whether the commander was safe. The commander, who happened to be a chameleon, responded that there was an intruder in the area. The lizard man then asked where the intruder was. The chameleon said the intruder could disguise himself and that they needed to warn the others as quickly as possible. The soldier responded with a nod, saying he understood. Mordred considered the idea of simply slipping away and escaping undetected, but he couldn't bring himself to leave without understanding why a mage wouldn't use his own magic. The lizard man stated that the first priority was to block the entrance to prevent the intruder from escaping. The chameleon agreed, saying they needed to act quickly. As soon as the chameleon finished speaking, Mordred revealed himself and swiftly decapitated the lizard man. As Mordred's camouflage gradually faded, the chameleon stared in horror, realizing that the intruder was still there. Mordred thought to himself that he needed to gain some sort of strategic advantage and gather more information. Without wasting a moment, he struck again, this time slashing the chameleon's throat with a clean swipe of his dagger. As the chameleon collapsed to the ground, convulsing and gasping for his last breath, Mordred turned his head upon hearing a voice shouting insults at the fallen lizardmen, calling them idiots and bastards. It was the bald old man, Sozen, floating in the air and ranting that the lizardmen were too stupid to catch a single intruder. Still hovering, Sozen complained that he had to take matters into his own hands and write a new scroll himself, which was a difficult task. He looked at Mordred and stated that he was also unlucky because regardless of what happened, he would eventually be caught. At that moment, Mordred didn't quite understand what Sozen meant by that. Reflecting on the past, Mordred later explained that what surprised him the most was that Sozen had been able to track him even after he'd successfully escaped the cave. It was only because of this pursuit that Mordred was able to learn the extent of both the lizardmen's and Sauzen's abilities. Mordred bowed his head slightly, apologizing and admitting that the pursuit had been more intense than expected, and that as a result, Captain Lancelot had made a great sacrifice. Kim responded by telling him not to blame himself. Without Mordred, none of them would have even known there was a mage among the lizard men. Kim went on to say that Mordred had taken action not only to gather information but while being fully prepared to die in the process. No one, he added, had the right to judge that. And once again he told Mordred not to feel guilty, because it was Kim's responsibility to act and make decisions. Right now, the top priority was to shut down the lizardman's gate. Bedivere then commented that it was very likely Sozen was reluctant to produce more scrolls, possibly because they were not simple to create. Because of this, Bedivere believed the probability of scrolls being distributed among other lizardmen was quite low. The military officer then confirmed the names of the enemies and of the bald mage, stating that they were likely hiding in a cave because it would be easier to conceal the portal's core there. He went on to say that Sozen was almost certainly the main defensive force guarding the portal, which meant he would not be leaving the cave. And this indicated two things. First, that the strength of the enemy forces was insufficient, and Sozen had no choice but to step forward himself. Second, that the full power of the Guardian mission needed to be deployed, and that the leakage of any information had to be avoided at all costs. Kim then pointed out that if they could just take out the old mage, the rest of the operation would become significantly easier. The real issue, however, was figuring out how to neutralize such a mage. The officer agreed. Kim said that, in his opinion, there was a good way to deal with that, and it involved using his newly unlocked level 3 subspace abilities. He referred specifically to the category skill, which allowed all items stored in the subspace to possess their own distinct properties and to be automatically classified according to specific criteria. The categories were of a higher tier, but the downside was that it was not possible to create or edit new categories at that level. Kim remembered a time when he tried to register a car as a categorized item, but the system didn't allow it as there were no matching categories available. So, only items that already fit into one of the existing categories could be stored, and even then only by paying a cost. He also recalled that he was only able to store the Sacred Spear of Lakis because it fit under the Eames Construction Materials category. It hadn't been long since he had managed to evolve the subspace to level 4, after killing the traitorous goblin Bongso. After this upgrade, it became possible to create new item categories, though the system still limited the number of custom categories to a maximum of 2. At that moment, Kim realized that since the mage couldn't use magic freely and relied on scrolls instead, there might be a workaround. While adjusting the system, he thought about adding a new category for the scrolls, with the intention of removing Sozen's access to them. Kim mentioned that Pax's ability could be used from a relatively long distance, and that even if Sozen was hidden deep inside a cave, the ability would still be able to reach him. Once the plan was finalized, an assault group was dispatched to the cave. This group was composed of Sol and Percival, the newly appointed tank knight. Sol teased him, asking whether he was the leader of this operation, to which he answered affirmatively. She said she was eager to see what he was capable of, and Percival also added that he was looking forward to it. However, as soon as the action began, Percival realized that Sol never really had a chance to take the lead, and Kim decided to keep her inside the subspace to avoid any unnecessary complications. Inside the subspace, Sol was furious, yelling that she wanted to fight too. Kim responded by saying that her time would come, and asked her not to be too upset. Meanwhile, the lizard men within the cave were communicating among themselves. One of them announced that there was an intruder and that everyone needed to be alerted. Another said he would go report this new invasion to Sozen. As that lizard man ran off to deliver the message, a camouflaged figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Mordred, who, true to his skills as an assassin, intercepted the message by decapitating the lizard man in a single, clean strike. The infiltration team also included Mordred, who, back in the present, the scene revealed Sozen's severed head rolling across the floor of the cave as Mordred calmly held his dagger. The massive lizard man commented that he had felt a faint vibration in the ground, and then suddenly this man showed up and killed Sozen. He admitted that he hadn't paid much attention to it, since the vibration was weak, and never imagined someone could get so close without making a sound. Now he wondered whether this was the same intruder from before. On the other side of the cave, Percival, wielding his giant axe, charged toward the grotesque one-eyed creature. Realizing that this might truly be its end, the creature froze in place, paralyzed by fear. Percival leaped into the air, aiming his attack directly at the creature's enormous eye. But just before the axe could strike, something moved in front of him, blocking the blow. It was the tail of the giant lizard man, who now seemed to be more like a serpent, swatting Percival away and sending him flying after parrying the attack. Witnessing this, Mordred told Percival to hurry and destroy the gate. But he too was hit by the same tail, sent crashing to the ground. Now both Mordred and Percival lay on the ground, and it became clear that the giant lizard man was, in fact, a massive serpent. The serpent declared that the gate would not be touched. Inwardly, the giant snake reflected on how it had heard stories about the powers of the enemy knights, but nothing had prepared it for these two in particular. Glancing at Saozin's lifeless, headless body on the ground, the snake muttered that the old mage had been useless from the start. It had never accepted him, and now that things had come to this point, there was only one option left. The giant serpent then grabbed the one-eyed creature in its jaws and fled into the tunnels that lay deeper within the cave. Lying on the ground, Mordred questions the reason behind the enemy's actions and wonders what the true intention is with relocating the core of the portal. His thoughts circle around the possible objectives, trying to understand where the enemy intends to go with such a move. Meanwhile, as it flees through the tunnels, the giant serpent reflects on its past experiences and competitive bidding processes. From what it has learned, regardless of how powerful someone might be in the present, a representative is never allowed to be of the 7th rank. That rule, deeply ingrained in its understanding of power dynamics, makes the current situation more complex. The serpent considers that perhaps its leader has chosen to remain outside the cave for protection, yet is still observing and monitoring everything that is unfolding inside. As the serpent moves swiftly through the passageways and begins to see the light of the cave's exit, it becomes aware that with all the forces now focused within the cave, the leader, Kim, will be left exposed. And as the serpent had anticipated, just outside the cave inside the helicopter stood Kim, marked with a massive representative sign glowing above his head. Approaching quickly, the serpent concludes that it has finally found what it had been searching for. Inside the helicopter, Kim suddenly senses something rapidly approaching his position. Looking out and focusing his gaze, he is taken aback by a sudden and startling sight. A gigantic creature is closing in at high speed, preparing to swallow the entire helicopter in a single, overwhelming bite. Kim notices that the massive serpent is getting closer and closer. However, in some way he remains composed, perhaps due to the confidence he has in the capabilities of his powers. Recognizing the imminent danger, he calmly instructs Pax to throw something at the enormous creature approaching the helicopter. Without hesitation, Pax hurls an object at incredible speed, striking the serpent and causing it to recoil in pain, thereby interrupting its attempt to attack the aircraft. The impact is so intense that the colossal snake is slammed into the ground with tremendous force. The object thrown is revealed to be a beam from the Eames dimension, known for its highly durable properties. The serpent, catching the beam with its tail, flings it far away. After tossing the object aside, it realizes that the material is indeed a construction element from the Eames dimension. Having heard rumors about Kim's strange abilities, the serpent begins to understand that the rumors might be true. From inside the helicopter, Kim watches the creature and assesses its power. The snake, as enormous and intimidating as it appears, is evidently just as strong as its size suggests. Kim instructs Yongsu to keep some distance from the creature for the time being. Determined not to give the enemy a chance to recover, Kim gives the order for Pax to continue the attack. In response, Pax rapidly launches several Eames dimension beams at astonishing speed, all directed at the giant serpent once again. Sensing the incoming assault, the serpent coils its massive body in an effort to shield itself from the barrage. With its incredibly resilient body and the advantage of anticipating the strike this time, it manages to block the incoming beams, seemingly taking no damage at all. Observing the creature's movements as it defends itself, Kim realizes that defeating this enemy may not be so simple. The beam barrage from Pax continues, but this time the giant serpent seems to come up with a plan. It begins dodging each of the beams one by one with precise and agile movements. It slithers swiftly through the area until it comes across a building which it begins to climb. Reaching the top, the serpent positions itself at an altitude parallel to the helicopter. From inside the aircraft, Kim and Yongsu remain unsure of the creature's strategy. Then, trying to catch them off guard, the serpent suddenly spits a venomous substance from its mouth, aiming directly at the helicopter. Noticing the incoming attack, Yongsu attempts to maneuver the helicopter out of harm's way. However, the evasion is only partially successful. The venom still manages to strike part of the windshield. As the toxic substance begins to corrode the surface, Yongsu panics, knowing that if the windshield weren't so resilient, the venom could have reached him directly. Reacting swiftly, Kim opens the subspace and instructs Yongsu to enter it immediately. The portal begins to close slowly behind him. Watching the situation unfold, the giant serpent assumes they have chosen to flee from the fight altogether. But the system then displays a new deployment, another unit of the Blackhawk helicopter, emerging from the subspace and returning to the battlefield. The window that had just been hit by venom now appears flawless, as if it had never been damaged. And indeed that is the case, this is a different helicopter altogether. Witnessing this, the only thought running through the serpent's mind is whether the venom attack was somehow undone by re-entering the portal. It wonders what kind of ability Kim could possibly possess. Inside the new helicopter, Kim reflects on the situation. Whether or not the vehicle is struck, as long as it is part of the subspace, he can simply replace it with another. However, he now recognizes that attacking the creature using the EAM's beams is ineffective, and he begins to wonder what alternative strategy he should use. The serpent, now coiled around another building, continues to watch him closely. Kim considers whether he should try using that newly acquired item. Choosing not to waste time overthinking, he commands Pax to launch the spear imbued with electrical properties. Flying at high velocity, the spear hits the serpent directly. At first, it shows no reaction, no visible pain. However, unlike the beams, the spear manages to pierce through the creature's thick hide. The serpent turns its gaze toward the object lodged in its body, questioning what it is and where it came from. Upon closer inspection, it realizes that the weapon is none other than the sacred spear once belonging to its ally, the lizardman Lakis. As the serpent tries to process how this is even possible, another spear swiftly follows, landing right next to the first and piercing its flesh once again. The serpent now begins to question just how strange the situation truly is. It was already unsettling to see Lakis's spear embedded in its body, but now there are two of them and Lakis only ever possessed one. Still in disbelief, the serpent tries to process how such a thing could be possible. Meanwhile, yet another object is rapidly approaching, clearly intended to strike it as well. Unlike the previous spears, which carried electrical properties, this new one is imbued with the power of ice. It pierces the serpent's thick hide just as easily as the others, causing it to react with a hint of alarm. Because the spear holds icy properties, it leaves a thin layer of frost spreading from the impact point across the serpent's flesh. The giant creature recognizes that this particular magical signature originates from the old bald sorcerer Salzin's scrolls. It then wonders how Kim is managing to employ such a wide array of different attacks. Enraged, the colossal serpent lets out a furious roar, declaring that weak attacks like these are incapable of bringing it down. Then, in a swift and aggressive motion, it lunges once again toward the helicopter, bearing its enormous fangs. Inside the aircraft, Kim notices that the area surrounding the squad has become slightly frozen due to the latest spell's effects. Reacting quickly, he opens the subspace once more and steps through, thereby avoiding the serpent's assault. In addition to the helicopter, Kim also pulls others into the subspace. Mordred and Percival, who were still hiding, and Bedivere, who had been watching everything from afar. All of them are sucked through the portal in a single motion. Still frozen in place, trying to understand the nature of her opponent's abilities, the serpent notices that the representative mark of soul remains floating in the same place, exactly where Kim vanished into subspace. As she begins to open another portal in front of her, the serpent thinks to herself that Lakis never possessed two spears. Everything must somehow be a part of Kim's ability. This time, what she sees emerging from the portal causes her eyes to widen in disbelief. Kim appears once again, this time accompanied by Soul and their father, each holding one of Salzin's spell scrolls. But they are not alone. Kim has coordinated for everyone who had been inside the subspace to simultaneously release spells using different scrolls, amplifying the impact of the coming attack. At that moment, Kim signals for everyone to launch their spells and unfurls his scroll, casting the powerful joint spell. The resulting magical force is so immense that the sky lights up in a blinding radiance, leaving the serpent unable to perceive what is coming toward her. As before, dozens of icy spears are launched in unison, forming an overwhelming barrage. This time, the serpent is unable to dodge the attack. Just like the previous strikes, the spears penetrate the serpent's thick skin, each freezing the area around the point of impact. But the assault continues relentlessly. Wave after wave of icy spears rain down, giving the serpent no opportunity to recover. Overwhelmed by the sheer number of piercings and the accumulating frost, the serpent finally collapses to the ground, its body unable to withstand the brutal combination of wounds and freezing effects. Observing the fallen creature, Kim announces that it has gone down and instructs everyone to fall back. He also tells Pax to deploy a new Blackhawk. Within seconds, a Blackhawk materializes in front of them, and Kim calls out to his pilot, Yongsu, preparing for departure. They board the helicopter and exit the subspace together. Looking out the open door, Kim sees the serpent writhing in pain on the ground, clearly struggling to rise. He remarks that for now the massive beast won't be moving anytime soon. Opening another portal to subspace, Kim gives a sharp command for everyone to launch more scroll-based spells. Now, each person within the subspace is seen holding scrolls of different colors, ready to cast once more. Realizing what's about to happen, the serpent reflects on what it could have done differently. Now its body is frozen and it can no longer move. Once again, the sky erupts in a blinding flash, caused by the immense power of the many scrolls being unleashed at once. At that moment, the system begins displaying multiple notifications, each indicating a different type of attack being launched at the serpent. This powerful, multifaceted magical strike heads straight toward the immobilized creature, which can do nothing but watch as the wave of destruction closes in. Thus, spells of various elements and properties strike the serpent with full force. Sometime later, as the dust finally begins to settle, Kim cautiously approaches the area. He states that he only has one question to ask. Then, looking ahead, he calmly asks why the enemies have been so desperate to launch their invasion. The serpent then states that things had to unfold exactly the way they did. Kim asks why. The serpent replies that he would not understand the reason, at least not now. Kim questions why he wouldn't be able to understand it. The serpent continues, explaining that the Earth's dimension is not far, and that, in time, Kim will realize that instead of simply defending himself as he is now, he will eventually become the one hunting other dimensions. It finishes by saying, "The universe, that is how the system was designed from the very beginning." And with those words, the giant serpent speaks for the last time. At that very moment, the system displays a notification stating that the dimensional account has been transferred, along with a total of 5,911 magical stones. Another screen appears, confirming that since Kim already holds a dimensional account, the values are combined, bringing his new total to 17,668 magical stones. Mordred, approaching silently like the assassin he is, comments that the serpent does indeed appear to be dead. The serpent's final phrases are echoed once more, raising questions about what she meant when she said there was no other choice but to invade, and about the system of the universe having been structured that way from the beginning. Mordred explains that although the leader of their enemies is now dead, the core of their dimensional gate is still intact. Kim asks if he knows where it is, and Mordred responds that he saw the serpent swallow the gate's core in an effort to protect it, something he witnessed not long ago while they were still in hiding. Upon hearing that, Kim points out that even after everything they went through to defeat her, they now have to locate the gate's core inside the enormous corpse of the serpent. Mordred confirms this. However, Mordred adds that Lord Kim doesn't need to worry. Back in their hometown, they were well known for dismantling and breaking down corpses. Taking the lead, Mordred calls out to the other knights, stating that their objective is to destroy the gate's core and drive the Sabros dimension out for good. All of them step into the remains. After some time, the system displays another transfer notification, this time for 33,638 magical stones, with no depositor information provided. Another screen confirms that since Kim already has an active dimensional account, the total value is updated to 51,306 magical stones. Kim observes that the terraforming in that area is slowly beginning to dissipate. Then Mordred calls out to him, saying that while destroying the core of the portal, he happened to stumble upon something unexpected. Impressed by Mordred's speed and efficiency, Kim turns to see what it is. He sees Mordred holding 3 red enhancement stones in his hand. Without hesitation, Kim commands the system to use the stones. The system then displays a message. The 3 enhancement stones are being consumed, along with 500 magical stones, to designate Lancelot as one of the 12 Knights of Camelot. The enhancement stones begin to float, enveloped by a glowing red aura. Then a voice resonates. "Knight Lancelot, I swear to serve you with unwavering loyalty and devote my life to you, my lord." The system reveals Lancelot's updated stats. He is now a level 7 knight, one of the Knights of the Round Table. His attributes include penetration, acceleration, immunity, control, and critical accuracy. Lancelot is summoned once again, though now he may be in a factory reset state with no memories of his previous self, but stronger than ever before. At that very moment, a system notification appeared, announcing that the Sabros dimension had officially lost its commercial rights over the Inchan region. The message indicated that, because of this, Inchan had now been fully restored as part of Earth's territory. The land, which had previously been altered to favor the lizard men with its thick layer of mud, was now gradually returning to its original state, slowly but steadily. Lancelot stood quietly, taking in the scene unfolding before his eyes, while someone nearby remarked that all of this was happening thanks to him. the comment caught Lancelot's attention. As Lancelot turned to face Kim, Kim said that although it might be a little late to say it, he was grateful for everything Lancelot had done. Lancelot paused for a few seconds, falling silent. Then finally he spoke, not to deny the gratitude but to apologize, explaining that he had only done what was required of him as a knight. Kim responded by acknowledging how hard it must have been to do what needed to be done. He added that, regardless of whether Lancelot was good or bad, simply saying thank you would be better than offering an apology. Lancelot seemed ready to apologize again, but he stopped himself midway and instead offered a sincere, heartfelt thank you to Kim. And in that brief moment, Kim felt a quiet joy as he realized that his friend Lancelot had truly returned. He had not been reset from scratch, but was genuinely himself once again. At that exact moment, something caught Kim's attention, prompting him to look toward the sky. There, multiple helicopters were approaching in formation, heading in their direction. The city was no longer covered in mud. Throughout Korea, only Incheon had lost the bid for territorial rights. And now that it had been recovered, it meant that all the monsters who had attempted to conquer Korea had been successfully eliminated. Of course, this did not mean that the situation was entirely safe. Primitive monsters such as orcs and wyverns still roamed the land. Those remaining threats would need to be dealt with before the country could truly resume its normal functions, and that process could take a very long time. The helicopters completed their descent and landed at the site. The head of operations disembarked and addressed Kim as Colonel Kim, a title that made Kim pause for a moment, slightly puzzled by being called Colonel. The operations chief explained that they had not arrived earlier due to the ongoing terraforming process, but now additional helicopters were on their way transporting supplies. As he looked up at Kim, who stood atop the massive serpent's corpse, the chief remarked that this enormous creature had to be the leader of the lizardmen, and asked how something that size could even exist. Kim replied that he hoped the other head of operations was doing alright, since the last time they met, that man had fled the scene, claiming he had been attacked by insects. Sometime later within the subspace, it was finally time for a meal. Plates were being served to everyone, and Kim couldn't help but think about the strange contrast, being served Chinese food in a world where monsters still roamed the streets. He wondered where the dish had even come from. The story had begun shortly after Minwo's mother had been rescued and received care from Joy inside the subspace. Minwo's mother had mentioned that she should offer food to express her gratitude to everyone, but Joy reassured her that she was fine. She had eaten a lot lately, though she would gladly accept the offer as a kind gesture. Curious, Minwo's mother asked how Joy had managed to eat so much food in a place like that. In response, Joy asked if she really didn't know. That was how Minwo's mother came to learn about Kim's abilities, specifically his power to produce infinite ingredients. She then mentioned that she had a friend who was an excellent cook. With materials provided by PX, dishes were prepared by the owner of a renowned Chinese restaurant located in Chinatown. This chef cooked with joy in his heart, because even in such a ruined world, he could still prepare food for others. It made him feel blessed to serve people again. And that was the story behind the Chinese dish. Thanks to the kind heart of the chef, it had become possible to enjoy a meal of such quality even in the midst of the apocalypse. Of course, even if the ingredients were unlimited, it was still questionable how the chef had prepared so much food alone. In truth, he had made only one dish, and from that single plate PX had duplicated the rest. Seoul, known for her large appetite, devoured the meal and repeatedly asked Kim to bring more food, faster. Hearing this, Kim told her to slow down, commenting that it didn't even look like she was chewing. The women around them were astonished, still wondering how food could possibly taste that good. Meanwhile, Kim reflected on everything that had happened. He had defeated the lizard men, reclaimed Incheon, and now, everyone was able to sit down and enjoy delicious Chinese food together, and celebrate. And there was one more reason to celebrate. At that moment, Kim's sister-in-law, his older brother's wife, was not feeling very well. Joy asked her if she was okay, suggesting she might have caught a cold or something like that, since she hadn't eaten much. Looking down at her nearly full plate, the sister-in-law told them not to worry. But Joy continued, asking whether she had been feeling more nauseous lately, if her urination had decreased, if her mouth felt dry, and whether she experienced dizziness when moving quickly. The sister-in-law responded affirmatively, clearly confused as to how Joy could know all of that. Then Joy said something that took everyone by surprise, even the sister-in-law herself. She explained that those were early symptoms of pregnancy. Shortly after the meal, this information was shared with the rest of the family. Song, Kim's older brother, called everyone together for an important announcement. He explained that after Joy's suspicions, his wife had taken a test, and it had confirmed the pregnancy. Everyone congratulated them with smiles and heartfelt joy. Yangso turns to Kim and congratulates him as well, acknowledging that Kim is now about to have his very first nephew. At that moment, even though the baby's gender is still unknown, Kim suddenly feels as if he has crossed into adulthood, an inner shift he wasn't expecting. As the family gathers, their thoughts begin to wander toward the future of the baby. They start wondering about what the baby will wear, whether PX includes children's clothing, and which sport the child might eventually take up. Joy and Soul are equally excited about the baby's arrival, filled with anticipation and happiness. However, just as with many things in life, wherever there is joy, there can also be looming concerns. The moment of celebration and happiness proves to be brief. A soldier approaches Kim and speaks quietly, informing him of an urgent radio transmission coming from the chief of the Central Operations Command. He suggests that Kim should hear it immediately. Kim heads over to the transmission line and confirms to the operations chief that he is now listening. After receiving several initial details, Kim explains that the terraforming has disappeared from Incheon and asks if the chief will be returning soon. The chief of operations then reports that, through the remaining direct communication lines with both China and Japan, he is currently sharing the developing situation among the nations. He explains that terraforming is now occurring on a large scale in those areas, and its effects are slowly spreading. He adds that the impact varies from country to country. At the moment, they are facing specific dangers. Toxic gases are pouring from the Beijing Gate, while poisonous water is erupting from the Fukuoka Gate. Kim realizes that being in Korea, China and Japan are neighboring countries, practically next door. He asks which of the two is currently experiencing the most severe damage. The operations chief responds that neither situation is minor, but among the two, the most urgent threat is definitely the toxic gas leaking from the Beijing Gate. While the colonel continues speaking to Kim, a shot reveals a massive insect, already dead, lying on the ground. He explains that the toxic atmosphere hasn't reached them yet, but the arrival of these giant insects shows it's only a matter of time before the real danger begins. The colonel emphasizes that closing the toxic gate in Beijing is now the highest priority. He explains that troops are being organized for deployment, but this isn't a problem that can be solved through military might alone. That's why he has remained calm until now. Admitting he feels a bit ashamed, the colonel says he needs to ask Kim for a favor. Kim tells him there's no need to feel embarrassed. If they do nothing, the entire Korean peninsula could soon become a living hell. Wanting to understand the situation more deeply, Kim offers to fly directly to China by helicopter and asks whether that would be acceptable. The colonel instructs him to first visit the 3rd Guard Brigade before heading to China. Kim confirms the order, says he will leave tonight, and ends the radio transmission with the colonel. Now driven by the thought that he cannot allow his future nephew to grow up in a world filled with giant insects, air pollution and poison, Kim feels an even deeper determination to resolve these problems and restore balance to Earth. He gives the command for PAX to increase the level of the subspace. Immediately, the system displays the progress. 30,000 magic stones are consumed to raise the level, leaving 20,000 stones remaining in the system's reserves. As night falls, the system finally notifies that the subspace level upgrade has been completed, unlocking new features and enhancements. One of these newly unlocked functions is the installation of a fixed portal, different from the general portals seen so far. Kim gives the command to install this new portal. As stated in the skill description, this new type of portal is distinct from all previously summoned portals. There are several key differences. First, once this portal is installed, it becomes fixed in the exact location where it was summoned and cannot be moved. Second, this portal has no physical presence or defensive power, meaning it cannot be used as a barrier to block enemy attacks. However, for those granted access, they are able to pass through the portal and enter the subspace, effectively allowing them to avoid enemy assaults altogether. This portal differs from the summoning-type portals used until now. The ability to enter and exit the subspace and collect necessary items through a single fixed location is, without a doubt, a remarkable capability. Watching all of this unfold, Minwo comments that this is indeed an amazing skill, one that could easily be used for fraud if someone had bad intentions. He then asks if Kim is really going to China and urges him to hurry up. Kim confirms that he will be heading there soon, and adds that after closing the gate in China, he will have to go to Japan as well. Minwo, clearly pleased, observes how Kim's abilities are now developing and expanding on a global scale. He tells Kim that if he ever needs assistance, he can count on him, because although he hasn't demonstrated it yet, Minwo has awakened as a swordsman. He also expresses his gratitude for everything Kim has done, especially for saving his mother. Kim thanks him as well, for everything, before heading off on the next journey to save Earth once more. Inside the helicopter, Kim and Yangso give a thumbs up as a way to signal that everything is okay and to offer a temporary goodbye. The helicopter lifts off and begins its flight toward a new destination. Sometime later, at Incheon International Airport, someone is calling out for James but there is no reply. A man approaches an aircraft while James's name is called again, urging him to come out. The man says he just received a call from the Joint Chiefs of Staff, informing him that the individuals they had discussed, the ones heading to China, have now arrived. Suddenly, James appears from underneath the plane, asking how they arrived so quickly. From his appearance and actions, it seems James is a mechanic. Still processing the sudden arrival, James expresses surprise at the speed of their arrival and comments that the aircraft hasn't even been fully remodeled yet for a long-range flight to China. As things stand, they won't be able to depart at this moment. After arriving at the airport, a military officer was already waiting for them, standing at attention and expressing his gratitude for their efforts in coming all the way there. This officer introduced himself as Park Cheo-hwan, captain of the 3rd Guard Brigade. Both Kim and Yangso respectfully returned the gesture and introduced themselves by name. The officer mentioned that he had already been informed in advance about their arrival so that preparations could be made for their flight to China. Yangso, visibly eager, commented on how excited he was to pilot a new type of aircraft. Without further delay, the officer instructed them to follow him. Once inside, they entered a hangar where the aircraft that would take them to China was waiting. The officer explained that the model of the aircraft was the C-130J, which is significantly faster than a Black Hawk, making the journey to Beijing possible. Hearing this left Yangso fascinated, and he quickly asked whether this aircraft was the same kind used by special forces in spy movies, equipped with cargo compartments. The officer confirmed it was, but added that maintenance work on the aircraft had not yet been completed. He asked them to wait a moment until the preparations for takeoff were finished. Curious, Yangso asked what kind of modifications were being made. The officer explained that they anticipated encounters or possible monster attacks on the way to China, so the aircraft was being upgraded with minimal defensive capabilities. However, they were not equipping it with missiles or similar offensive weapons, just enough to improve survivability. As Yangso stared in awe, clearly itching to fly the aircraft, the officer noted that it was almost ready, they just needed to be patient a little longer. However, he mentioned that there was only one engineer working on it. This surprised Kim, who questioned whether just one person could really handle modifications on an aircraft of that size. The officer admitted that Kim had a point, but added that the engineer, a man named James, was quite an unusual individual. Even with that reassurance, Kim couldn't help but feel skeptical about a single person managing such a massive task. Looking behind him, the officer suddenly noticed someone approaching and remarked that if he was already on his way over, it must mean the job was done. Walking over calmly was James, the engineer responsible for the aircraft's maintenance, who called the others over to show them the result. Holding a magic stone in his hand, James explained that if they looked carefully at the aircraft's exterior, there wouldn't appear to be any difference before and after the upgrade. That was intentional. He had focused all the modifications on the aircraft's underside. He went on to explain that flying monsters typically attack from below, which was why the upgrades were concentrated there. Observing the scene, Kim could only think that James must be an awakened person with a mechanic-type ability. The magic stone in his hand made that clear. James was likely an aeronautical engineer who had awakened after the beginning of the apocalypse. Because engineering was already his profession, his skills had been enhanced in ways that aligned with practical, technical needs. As Kim looked at the sharp metal spikes attached beneath the aircraft, he couldn't help but be impressed by James's extraordinary abilities. Still, part of him wondered if the plane would even be able to fly properly after being modified like that. Before departing for China, they would test the functionality of the modified parts. In the meantime, Kim distributed food and other supplies to the local soldiers. As a portal opened beside James, Kim observed him closely. What stood out was how James showed absolutely no reaction to the portal's sudden appearance. In a world filled with monsters, where people were forced to hide, live with anxiety and fear, endure hunger and thirst, and where resources were incredibly scarce, any sign of food or water usually brought joy. But James didn't react at all. Not even when presented with first-class Chinese cuisine prepared by a professional chef. He simply said that he had already eaten too much and was full, remaining entirely indifferent. Kim wasn't sure whether this was a good or bad thing. But what he did realize was that James genuinely wasn't interested. And just as the captain of the 3rd Brigade had said, James truly was a special kind of person. Kim called Pax and asked it to take the dish away. It was only then that Kim noticed something that did interest James. James's expression changed when he caught sight of the machines inside the subspace. He even stood up from his chair to get a better look, his face lighting up with surprise and curiosity. Watching him, Kim thought, this man rejected fine food without a second thought but showed clear excitement over machinery. There was no doubt in Kim's mind, James was a complete and utter machine fanatic. Thinking about recruiting James into his team just as he had done with Yangso, Kim wondered what dreams James might have, if any. He couldn't help but think, would James be interested in a flying motorcycle? Or maybe a motorcycle designed to look like a horse? Kim's expression shifted as he suddenly realized that he had absolutely no idea who this James truly was. He only had a vague notion of the man's abilities, but he already felt a strong urge to explore them further. With the limitless supply of materials available to him thanks to his subspace ability, he could potentially make such exploration a reality. Unable to hold back, Kim asked James whether he would be interested in accompanying him to China. Upon hearing Kim's proposal, James simply looked at him in silence, not uttering a single word. Kim then began to explain that he shares food with others, that he possesses many mechanical capabilities, and that James would be free to use a motorcycle whenever he wanted. He also added that by joining them, James would be protected from monsters. Believing he was making good progress, Kim smiled and added that he helps people by defeating monsters. But James replied that he was not fond of such things. James then stated that this was the first day he had even met Kim, and they had barely spoken at all, so he couldn't place his trust in someone so unfamiliar. Hearing this left Kim momentarily stunned, because it was undeniably true, there was nothing substantial he could say to change James's mind. Kim replied that he understood, acknowledging that the proposal had indeed been sudden. However, he said that perhaps their abilities would be highly compatible if combined. Now rubbing his neck and already sweating nervously, Kim remarked that it had been a good conversation, but the time had come for them to part ways. At that point, James asked if what Kim truly wanted were his mechanical abilities. Kim confirmed that, yes, it was those abilities he wished to make use of. However, he also admitted that he did not have enough time at the moment to prove himself worthy of trust. James then stated that there was one condition. If Kim were willing to travel to America, then James would accompany him on that journey. Kim asked if that meant James would only lend his skills if they went to America, to which James replied affirmatively. At that moment, Kim could only think about how the trip from their current location to the United States would not be short. Still, something told him it might be worth the effort. He then asked James why he wanted so badly to go to America. James replied immediately that he didn't have any family there. But even without family, there was still a place he deeply wished to return to. However, he did not want to risk making the journey alone, and with Kim being as strong as he was, it would be reassuring to go with him. Kim responded that going to the United States was a possibility, but not immediately. After closing the portal in China, he would need to head to Japan right away. James said he wouldn't pressure Kim that far as long as the delay wasn't too long. Kim smiled and said they had a deal, promising to take James back home. Then, as a way to initiate the sealing of this agreement, he opened a portal to his subspace. James had no idea what Kim was planning to do next. Suddenly, Kim pulled the entire aircraft into his subspace. Then he summoned 2 motorcycles and 2 Black Hawk helicopters. But upon noticing how empty the space still looked, he increased the quantity significantly, making many more vehicles appear. Kim looked over at James, who stood there speechless, and told him that all those vehicles now belonged to him. He could dismantle or rebuild them however he wished. Kim clarified that this wasn't a gesture of goodwill or a promise. It should simply be considered a gift. Smiling, he said he would return soon, waving goodbye. Then Kim left, while James remained behind, still in shock at what he had just witnessed. As Kim continued walking away, the only thing running through his mind was that what he had just done might have seemed frightening, but also slightly amusing. Back with James, he could only wonder what he was supposed to do with that many vehicles and aircraft. He questioned what kind of ability Kim even possessed. And at that very moment, James felt a deep sense of regret. If he had known that Kim had that kind of power, he definitely would have agreed to join him right away. Meanwhile, the flight continued on its course toward China. From inside the aircraft, Kim thought to himself that James truly had no idea what he was capable of. A few hours passed after the beginning of the journey, and they appeared to have reached their destination. In the city below, something abnormal was taking place. Giant insects were scaling the buildings, what appeared to be cockroaches and not just a few of them. The number of these creatures was uncountable, crawling all over the structures. In addition to the cockroaches, there were also massive praying mantises, which were feeding on equally giant crickets. In the distance, the aircraft could be seen arriving, drawing attention from everyone on the ground. Looking through the window at the horrors below, Kim could only think that their previous enemies, the lizard men, had been noble by comparison. Meanwhile, Yangso announced that he was beginning the landing process. As the aircraft touched down, some of the insects were already hiding in its landing gear. The airport itself was filled with wrecked airplanes and the lifeless bodies of dead insects. However, Kim had anticipated this situation and quickly opened his portal, pulling the aircraft into his subspace for safety. The aircraft was fully pulled into the subspace in a swift motion. However, to ensure safety, Kim opened another portal and from it someone stepped out. It was Lancelot who emerged, and it was clear that his aura had grown noticeably more intense. Lancelot addressed Mr. Kim, informing him that it was safe to come out. Kim responded by asking for a moment, explaining that he was in the process of putting on a new outfit. After a short pause, Kim stepped out from the portal wearing a suit designed to protect against radiation. He immediately asked whether there were any insects in the vicinity. While adjusting the helmet, Kim remarked that the toxic gases presented a significant hazard, and beyond that, the giant insects were likely to be both numerous and formidable. Lancelot reassured him, saying there was no need to worry for the time being, as no insects had been detected nearby. However, he added that it appeared they already had company. Kim turned to look and saw something he hadn't expected to encounter so soon. A man stood there, his hands pressed together in a respectful gesture, asking whether they were from Korea and saying he had been waiting for their arrival. The man was not alone. He was accompanied by several others, all of whom expressed their happiness that Kim had come to assist China. Besides the giant insects, the toxic air remains one of the most pressing concerns at the moment. Inside one of the buildings, a man with long hair cautiously opens the door. He takes a quick glance outside and notices to his relief that there do not appear to be any insects following them. After closing the door, he turns toward Kim, mentioning that the place might not be very comfortable but hopes it will suffice. Kim responds that the conditions are acceptable, yet something unusual catches his attention. There are individuals inside, cultivating a type of energy that radiates a blue light. It is not just one person but several, all meditating while emitting this aura. The men, however, do not appear to be in good health. Their eyes are marked by dark circles, and they seem noticeably dehydrated. While observing alongside Lancelot, Kim inquires about the condition of everyone present. The long-haired man explains that he has expelled all the toxins from the area using internal energy, so it is safe to remove the gas mask. Curious, Kim asks what exactly internal energy is. The man explains that, among awakened members of the Murim family, it is an inherited ability. He goes on to clarify that there are awakened members from the world of martial arts. In various parts of China, traditions that have been preserved since ancient times coexist with the new reality. One day, when monsters suddenly appeared in the world, individuals with awakened abilities also began to emerge. The abilities of regular people differed greatly from those of the martial arts school members. For instance, Kim's ability is Subspace, while Joy, his sister, possesses the ability to heal wounds. In contrast to individuals awakening unique abilities, martial arts members utilize internal energy. Thus, it becomes essential to wield inner strength with personal meaning and individuality, according to each practitioner's skills. The abilities of awakened martial arts members are remarkably extraordinary, to the extent that the Chinese government officially recognized them, quickly mobilizing them to exterminate monsters. These awakened martial artists have a leader, the long-haired man who goes by the nickname Anyang. Anyang explains that not everyone belongs to the martial arts world like his group. Sipping tea, he mentions receiving a call from the Chinese government with instructions to eliminate all kinds of monsters. However, the main issue lay in the competitive bids, and in Beijing alone, there had been 2 bidding contests. The dimension that won the bid was called Beelzebub. Kim briefly reflects, considering that Beijing's population is twice that of Seoul, so it would not be surprising if there were indeed 2 competitions for bidding. Anyang continues, emphasizing that there was a lack of crucial information about the enemies. While he detected the presence of toxic gases, the real issue proved to be the poison itself. Ordinary awakened individuals and soldiers, unaware of how to use internal energy, lost their lives almost instantly. Although the martial artists eventually deciphered the poison, the energy required for purification was so immense that it made simultaneous combat impossible. Even after resolving the initial problem, the gate opened, leading to a surge in the number of insects, which is the current situation. Anyang explains that detoxification requires continuously consuming a vast amount of internal energy, meaning the longer it takes, the worse the situation becomes. Moreover, for those who must breathe fresh air to accumulate and utilize energy, the toxic atmosphere becomes increasingly lethal. He further mentions that the toxic gases continue spreading through various channels, leaving no time to spare. Surprised, Kim asks him to wait for a moment before proceeding. He then inquires whether Anyang feels invigorated by fresh air. Anyang confirms this, somewhat puzzled while standing up. Kim reassures him that it is not a problem. Without further explanation, Kim opens the subspace, announcing that he will return shortly. As he steps inside, Anyang remains unsure about what Kim intends to do. The system displays the cost of an air canister, 9,901 each. Kim instructs the system to generate several canisters. Once produced, Kim commands the system to remove the canisters and stack the air bubbles in layers. As the layers of air accumulate, they begin to form a mass as large as a giant boulder, with each portion of air being recorded as a separate product. Near the martial artist deciphering the gas, the system is set to automatically release fresh air at intervals of 1 second. Suddenly, a powerful explosion erupts near the men, catching them off guard. The force of the air blast is so intense that it pushes all the toxic gas out of the area, creating a clean and breathable environment. And only then did the men finally manage to breathe properly after so much time. An unsettling sensation arose as they wondered how such a thing could be possible. Anyang remained there, watching all those men expressing how refreshing and invigorating the clean air felt. Still in disbelief, he asked what Kim did to achieve such a result, as now all the men seemed revitalized just from being able to breathe pure air. Anyang, still incredulous, questioned how this could be possible. Turning towards the subspace portal, he noticed that the fresh air was emanating from Kim's ability. He began to realize that when he had reached out to the Koreans for help, it was truly a desperate situation. People who did not know how to utilize internal energy could not even move, and meanwhile the insects reproduced faster than they could be eradicated. That was the reason he pleaded for help, desperately grasping at any possibility. Naturally, he had anticipated a refusal when he explained over the call that the situation involved insects and toxic gases. However, during the call, he heard the soldier relay the situation to Kim, and the response came that Kim would be happy to assist. During the call, Anyang had also noticed the relaxed tone of the Korean soldier. Still uncertain, he had tried to confirm if Kim truly intended to come to China to help, and the answer was swift. The soldier explained that Kim would be departing that very night and arriving the next morning. For a brief moment, Anyang had thought the Koreans were being arrogant, assuming that the problem was small enough to be resolved by just Kim. And at that precise moment, when Kim did not merely arrive to eliminate the insects but genuinely demonstrated his immense strength, Anyang realized that he himself had been the arrogant one by underestimating Kim. Casting a sidelong glance with a look of surprise, Anyang finally grasped why Kim had been so composed. His abilities were indeed astonishing. Kim then noticed something that caught his attention. Looking to the side, he saw Anyang leaning towards him, seemingly wanting to express gratitude. Furthermore, Anyang sincerely apologized for any inconvenience caused to Korea, thanking Kim and assuring him that he would never forget this gesture. He continued by saying he intended to act before the toxic gas spread to Korea. Kim responded that he was taking his apologies too far and asked him to raise his head, emphasizing that there were ways to help people survive. Anyang raised his head, acknowledging that originally, it had been a battle where the longer it lasted, the more disadvantageous it became. However, thanks to Kim's ability, the internal energy could now be used in an optimal way. This meant that recovering their strength first would be beneficial, although it was clear they did not have unlimited time. Anyang then suggested launching an operation 3 mornings from now. Kim agreed, stating that it was a good plan as they were already recovering, so it made sense to do it right. Sometime later, Kim served Chinese dishes from the subspace to the Chinese men, who ate as if there were no tomorrow. With every bite, they enthusiastically gave a thumbs up, clearly savoring the meal. Even Anyang remarked that the Chinese food was excellent, even by local culinary standards. After the meal, he moved to the front of a whiteboard and announced that it was time to discuss how they would exterminate the insects. First, however, he would explain everything they knew about the giant insects. He began by explaining that there were some variations among the insects, but most of them resembled the ones they were accustomed to seeing. Some of the insects were larger and emitted toxic gas. Flying insects, such as moths or flies, tended to do this more frequently. Most of the insects were classified as rank 9 or rank 8, but occasionally, there were some classified as rank 7. The challenge was that, with so many of them, it was difficult to track them accurately. Anyang continued his explanation, addressing not only Kim but the entire group. He noted that identifying rank 8 insects often involved spotting large numbers of them, while rank 7 insects were rarer and appeared more formidable at first glance. Moving on to the locations of the gates, Anyang described their positioning, but Lancelot suddenly noticed something unusual. Deciding to investigate, he moved closer to the window. The toxic gas was still present in the area, except inside the building, where Kim had configured the air to refresh every second. Suddenly, the leg of an insect appeared near the building. Lancelot, interrupting the explanation, called out to Lord Kim, mentioning that something had shown up. Kim inquired what had appeared, but Lancelot admitted he had never seen such a creature before and could not accurately describe it. The creature continued to approach the building, revealing itself as a giant centipede with a seemingly resilient carapace. Observing it carefully, Lancelot remarked that just from looking at it, it was evident that the creature was rank 7. As the centipede approaches rapidly, its immense size and speed become increasingly evident. Kim comments that although he already found it disgusting before, it now seems even worse due to its larger size and increased speed. He also mentions that it does not seem to be a 7th level creature, but rather a 6th level one. However, Anyang corrects him, explaining that this monster is actually classified as an 8th level being. Kim then points out that it appears far too powerful for an 8th level creature. Anyang agrees that it is indeed strong, but continues to explain that, compared to other insects, this centipede is particularly formidable. Suddenly, Sol interrupts the conversation by questioning whether that creature truly belongs to the 8th classification. Cracking her neck with a sense of anticipation, she remarks that she has been feeling extremely bored and hopes that this fight might finally satisfy her. She firmly requests that the others refrain from intervening. Continuing to stretch, Sol mentions that it has been a day since she moved from Korea to China, and she feels the need to move her body to relieve stress. After preparing herself, she dashes toward the giant centipede with remarkable speed and determination. Seeing her rushing forward, Kim encourages her to show the monster what they are truly capable of. Anyang, however, becomes worried, but Kim reassures him, insisting that everything is fine and that there is no need to worry, as Sol is so strong that it almost feels like something is amiss. At that moment, another man interjects, questioning whether Sol is prepared to deal with the toxic gases, leaving Kim stunned as he realizes they had completely overlooked that crucial detail. Outside, Sol focuses all her strength into a single punch, appearing to channel an electric current into it. She is exhilarated as it has been a long time since she last fought monsters. In one powerful motion, she delivers a punch to the centipede's head, strong enough to shatter its exoskeleton. Inside the building, Anyang continues to explain that regardless of the level of one's skills, fighting while inhaling toxic gas inevitably leads to poisoning. Furthermore, he notes that the centipede's shell is exceptionally hard and will not break easily. He then states that he will help Sol alongside his disciple, urgently calling for her. He declares his intention to confront the centipede himself, while the woman takes care of Sol's injuries. However, an unusual noise suddenly draws their attention, and out of curiosity, they decide to investigate its source. Upon reaching the building's balcony, Anyang is taken by surprise. As he closely observes the scene, he realizes that Sol managed to break the exoskeleton and defeat the centipede with just one punch. While Sol jubilantly celebrates her victory, Anyang and his disciple cannot help but think about the tremendous amount of internal energy they would need to break through that monster's shell. Amidst the commotion caused by that singular punch, Kim merely reflects that to him, it was just another one of Sol's usual blows. Meanwhile, the man contemplates the possibility that Sol's body might be a gift from the heavens, as she possesses remarkable physical capabilities and an innate talent for martial arts. As Sol continues to rejoice in having defeated the monster, blood suddenly spurts from her nose, a consequence of the toxic gas present in the air. Subsequently, she collapses on the ground, leaving Anyang in a state of panic as he urgently instructs his disciple to quickly attend to Sol's internal injuries. Returning to the ongoing lesson about insects and proceeding with the plan to breach the insect gate, the situation is summarized as follows. Firstly, there is a polluted atmosphere that significantly hinders movement. Secondly, it is extremely challenging to identify multiple insects simultaneously, as there could even be unidentified 7th-level creatures among them. Thirdly, the maximum deadline for closing the gate is 3 days. Therefore, the primary objective is to destroy the gate's core while avoiding contact with the insects as much as possible. The destination is to move rapidly toward the mountain. Anyang continues explaining, acknowledging the difficulty of the task, as it is certain that the closer they get to the gate, the more insects will appear. He admits that the plan may seem somewhat reckless and bold, but for now it remains the best strategy available. Hearing this, Soul becomes deeply thoughtful. Anyang then states that they will teach Soul all the skills they possess. He proposes a sparring session as it would not take long to accurately assess her abilities. He hints that Soul seems to prefer fighting bare-handed rather than using weapons and suggests that it would be beneficial for her to learn the secrets of martial arts from Ryong, his disciple. Soul, however, declines, expressing gratitude for the assistance with her injuries and the willingness to teach new skills, but questions whether it is truly necessary to go to such lengths. Ryong then explains that it is also a training exercise for them and will aid in closing the gate. She assures Soul that despite being young, she is skilled enough and that there is no need for concern. Soul states that since Ryong insists so much, she will go ahead with it, but she reminds her that she is still in the process of recovering. In response, Ryong politely requests her assistance with the training. Without hesitation, Soul quickly raises her fists and declares that she will begin first. Moving with remarkable speed and agility, she advances toward Ryong, initiating the confrontation. In that instant, a frenzied exchange of blows commences, capturing the attention of everyone present and filling the atmosphere with excitement. Despite the intensity of the scene, Kim remains somewhat unaffected, as he can only perceive the movements as typical punches and ordinary techniques. This reaction stems from having spent his entire life alongside Soul, making such actions appear completely usual to him. Amid the ongoing combat, Anyang remarks that it would be advantageous if Soul wielded a sword, a statement that catches Kim off guard. Anyang elaborates, explaining that his own expertise lies in fencing, and then inquires whether Kim would be interested in learning the art from him. Politely, Kim declines the offer but follows up with a question, wondering if a friend of his might learn and practice fencing instead. He reveals that this friend has a deep passion for swords. Naturally, this friend is Minwo, who initially underwent posture training as part of the learning process. Kim begins to notice a key difference between himself and the Chinese practitioners. It is not as though he can effortlessly manipulate internal energy, as this capability varies from person to person. Soul, on the other hand, benefits significantly from the situation, as she learns swiftly and successfully immerses herself in the world of martial arts. Even without fully grasping the evolution taking place, Kim quietly contemplates what has changed compared to before. Though uncertain, he starts to sense that martial artists seem to share a common trait. They have elevated their endurance to its peak by acquiring new abilities, making those who were already strong even stronger. Acknowledging this evolution, Kim realizes that he cannot afford to remain idle. With the abundance of magical stones available, he contemplates the possibility of creating a weapon specifically designed to combat insects. As he navigates the system, he discovers that enhancement items can be strengthened after upgrading the subspace to level 5. The system window displays the status of the subspatial laboratory, indicating that objects can now be viewed as holograms. The first concept that comes to Kim's mind for an insect extermination tool is an electric trap. While this device would work well against small insects, most of them are considerably larger than the trap itself, rendering it ineffective. To address this, he uses the holograms for simulation, designing a larger trap. However, the efficiency remains low as the cost would be prohibitively high. This realization leads Kim to consider that developing such a device might be more challenging than it initially appeared. Regardless of how hard he thinks, no viable ideas emerge, partly due to his lack of specialized knowledge in mechanical engineering or electricity. Confronted with the limits of his intelligence, Kim finds himself stuck, unable to proceed even with the simple task of protecting the helicopter. Furthermore, he lacks familiarity with 7th-level flying insects, and according to his new allies, the situation becomes increasingly dangerous the closer one gets to the gate, as the insects grow more alert and aggressive. While analyzing the hologram, he notices that the maximum range of the packs is 100 meters, which means staying relatively close. Reflecting on this, he mutters to himself that if it were solely up to him, he would produce pesticides and eradicate them all. At that precise moment, someone approaches and asks whether he truly spoke about creating pesticides. It turns out to be his sister-in-law, who confidently states that she is capable of making the pesticides. Recalling past events, Kim remembers that when he brought his entire family into the subspace, everyone managed their food consumption carefully. The water supply, on the other hand, resulted from Sun's awakening as an alchemist, something his older brother had mentioned quite clearly. Realizing that his happiness over reuniting the family had momentarily made him forget this detail, Kim becomes more attentive to the situation. Excitedly, his sister-in-law reassures him that, although her alchemy skills are not as advanced as his, she is also an awakened individual and can be of assistance. She further explains that she has been using the laboratory while Kim has been preoccupied with other matters. He expresses his approval, granting her permission to use it whenever needed. Grateful, she inquires about the specific type of pesticide he requires. Directing his attention back to the hologram of the giant centipede and considering the vast number of insects, some even stronger than anticipated, Kim specifies that he needs a super powerful insecticide capable of exterminating all the insects at once. Sometime later, amidst a city overwhelmed by toxic gases and gigantic insects, the group moves toward the core of the portal. As they advance, Anyang reflects on how the past 3 days have flown by like an arrow, and he now finds himself in the best physical condition he has ever experienced. His pure internal energy feels more powerful than ever. At that moment, one of the men interrupts his thoughts to alert him that insects have appeared up ahead. Thanks to Kim's assistance, they now have the means to fight against the insects, although they still don't know how to properly repay him for such invaluable help. Suddenly, a horde of insects emerges in front of them, prompting Anyang to instruct everyone to prepare for battle. The insects in their path are ants, obstructing their progress. However, before the Chinese fighters can initiate their attack using internal energy, a green liquid is thrown at the ants. The liquid makes contact and seemingly eliminates them with ease. This substance is, in fact, the insecticide that Kim's sister-in-law had created specifically for combating the insect threat. The Chinese warriors are left stunned by the potency of the insecticide. Anyang reflects on how, while they had been focusing on gathering and refining their inner energy, Kim had been developing this powerful insecticide. At that time, Kim is riding a motorcycle with Lancelot. Observing the scene before him, he realizes just how incredibly effective the insecticide truly is. He recalls his conversation with his sister-in-law, during which she mentioned that she had been using his laboratory and that the holographic system made everything far more convenient. Over the course of the past 3 days, she had been experimenting with various types of potions aimed at eradicating insects. She mentioned that although she hadn't succeeded in creating anything particularly powerful, the pesticide had been easy to make. In that moment, Kim had come to the realization that even what she had already produced was impressively effective against the insects. Moreover, it was completely harmless to humans and entirely odorless. Recognizing the functionality and value of the pesticide, Kim thanks his sister-in-law but adds a note of caution. The substance does not work against rank 7 insects, though it is excellent for dealing with common ones. After taking a short break, Anyang gazes out a window at what used to be a mountain known for its natural beauty, now transformed into nothing more than a dungeon swarming with insects. Turning to the others, he explains that from this point on, things become significantly more difficult. He expresses gratitude to Kim for getting them this far without needing to fight. However, the mountain itself will not be so easy to deal with. He further explains that many attempts have already been made to destroy the portal's core, but all have failed. Whenever they have tried to climb the mountain, the insects would unite and attack in force. Though they are mindless creatures, they seem to possess an instinctual understanding that they must protect the core of the portal. Anyang continues, stating that it has been a long time since their last attempt, and therefore, they have no idea what kinds of insects currently inhabit the area. Kim responds by saying that Anyang need not worry, as he is fully prepared to fight rank 7 insects. With a confident smile, he reveals something he had not mentioned earlier. He gestures to Lancelot and explains that Lancelot himself is a rank 7, and there is also something inside the subspace capable of dealing with rank 7 threats. Kim then reassures Anyang once more, encouraging him not to worry too much. However, their very first enemy on the mountain immediately makes Kim question just how powerful their opponents will be from this point on. Standing before them is a massive and terrifying grasshopper. Kim can only think that, unlike the lizard men they had faced before, this enormous insect is definitely a rank 7. As the grasshopper prepares to attack, Kim wonders whether such a creature could have possibly completed the dimensional entity's paperwork. He then recalls what Lancelot had once said about the traitorous goblins, that they had evolved through sacrificial means, a method that lacked intelligence. Those goblins had received unofficial documents, underwent evolution and thus became what they are now. Kim begins to question whether some intelligent life forms had taken the shortcut of evolving by sacrificing other creatures. He then wonders how primitive life forms managed to achieve similar results. It occurs to him that perhaps, by eliminating and consuming the mana cores of other beings, they are able to evolve without needing any official documentation. Looking at the massive creature standing in front of them, Kim concludes that this grasshopper must have devoured many others to reach such an advanced state of evolution. It had grown into something incredibly powerful, so much so that intelligence was no longer necessary. Trying to catch the creature off guard, Kim opens the subspace and launches several beams from the Eames dimension, aiming directly at the grasshopper's face. However, even those powerful beams are unable to leave a single scratch on the creature. Kim is left speechless, realizing that although the beams had at least been effective against Yatu in the past, they now barely tickled the grasshopper. Just as Lancelot is about to say something, Sol steps forward and announces that she will take care of it. Kim quickly urges her to be careful. As something catches Lancelot's attention, Kim mentions that it would be a good idea for Sol to bring Lakis's spear with her. Lancelot turns all his attention in that direction, trying to understand what exactly is happening. He begins to wonder what that could possibly be. As he attempts to get a better look, he questions why the trees are moving. Gradually, those trees seem to be drawing closer. It is only then that Lancelot realizes that they are not trees at all, but rather the legs of something enormous, something whose full form is still obscured. Suddenly, the massive creature leaps forward, rapidly closing the distance between them. The loud noise from the impact causes Kim to turn his attention to the source, curious about what just arrived. Now, standing opposite the colossal grasshopper, there is a gigantic spider, both towering creatures facing each other, while the group of people remains in the center, caught between them. For a moment, everyone struggles to comprehend exactly what is unfolding before their eyes. Amidst the confusion, Kim remarks that the next wave of giant insects might appear on a continental scale, hinting at the magnitude of what they could face next. Lancelot calls out to Mr. Kim, urgently suggesting that they should climb onto the spider's back. He explains that the spider is incapable of reaching its own back with its legs. From that elevated position, they would be safe from immediate attack, buying enough time to devise a new strategy. Kim expresses his appreciation for the idea and immediately gives the order for everyone to move onto the spider's back. Even without knowing what the specific plan is, everyone follows his command without hesitation, quickly making their way upward. They ascend using various methods, some relying on a technique known as light steps, which allows brief bursts of flight or enhanced movement, others using barrier jumps, while a few grab hold of the spider's thick hair for support. Now safely positioned on the spider's back, the group looks around trying to figure out what comes next. They begin to question what the plan will be moving forward. Kim states that Lakis's spears might be effective against the spider, but they won't work against the grasshopper. Sol adds that she had already struck the grasshopper multiple times and found its exoskeleton to be unbelievably hard. While the spears could manage to leave shallow scratches, actually taking the creature down seemed impossible. She also warns that if anyone drops their guard, the grasshopper will not hesitate to devour them. Right as she finishes speaking, the grasshopper suddenly launches itself toward their position with astonishing speed. The sheer agility of the movement leaves everyone momentarily stunned and unable to react in time. All of them are caught off guard by the sudden charge of that colossal creature, now barreling straight toward them. Seeing that massive creature charging toward them with clear intent to attack, Kim shouts for everyone to get out of the way. Instinctively, the group is already moving, reacting without hesitation. In the next moment, the giant grasshopper collides violently with the spider. From a distance, Lancelot shields Kim from the force of the impact, placing himself between his master and the shockwave. The men around them begin to question what on earth just happened so quickly. Looking down at the ground, they spot insect blood splattered across the terrain. The grasshopper remains standing, and now it begins to devour the spider it had just so effortlessly defeated. Witnessing this, Kim questions why the grasshopper would attack what seemed to be its own ally. It becomes clear to him that, although these creatures are capable of identifying enemies, they have no real concept of alliance or loyalty. They are instinct-driven beings acting on pure impulse, attacking first without consideration. Sticking to the original strategy, Kim points forward and says they must climb onto the grasshopper's back while its vision is obscured by the rising dust. Without delay, everyone follows the order, quickly making their way onto the creature's back. While ascending, Kim can only wonder whether the grasshopper has detected their presence. However, it continues feeding on the spider without showing any signs of awareness. Then suddenly the grasshopper stops moving entirely. No one can figure out the reason behind its stillness, but the unexpected pause grants them a valuable moment to breathe and prepare. Sol turns to Kim and asks what the next step should be. Kim replies that they need to wait just a bit longer. If they can destroy the portal's core, the insects will be forced to return to their original dimension, making it unnecessary to fight the grasshopper at all. Once the right moment comes, they will descend and destroy the core. At that moment, the grasshopper begins to move again. It suddenly leaps into the air, forcing everyone to brace themselves tightly to avoid being thrown off. The landing sends a shock through its massive body, nearly causing the entire group to lose their balance and fall. It jumps once more, and as Kim holds on for dear life, the impact causes his protective mask to fly off his face. Each of the grasshopper's jumps hits with such intensity that Kim begins to vomit from the violent motion. He starts to question whether getting onto the grasshopper's back was actually the best decision after all. Not only might the repeated impacts break their backs and spines before they ever get close to breaking the portal's core, but the nausea is becoming overwhelming. Compared to the first time he rode with Yangso, this experience is significantly worse. At that moment, a new sound begins to rise, something similar to the sound of helicopter blades cutting through the air. Kim turns his head and spots a gigantic wasp approaching. The grasshopper halts in place as the wasp draws closer, and everyone remains still, waiting to see what will happen next. Sol points out that dealing with the wasp right now will be extremely difficult. The wasp approaches even closer, revealing a long, sharp stinger. It heads directly toward Kim, who is in an exposed position on the grasshopper's back. Kim's eyes widen as he realizes the imminent danger he's in. Lancelot rushes toward him, urging his master to be careful. But it isn't only Kim who notices the threat. The grasshopper also seems to sense that it could be the next target of the wasp's sting. As the wasp gets close, the grasshopper reacts swiftly, swinging one of its powerful legs to strike it down to the ground. Kim starts to think that maybe the grasshopper assumed it was the wasp's target and simply acted in self-defense. Now the grasshopper charges toward the fallen wasp to launch a full attack. Trying to defend itself, the wasp bites down on one of the grasshopper's legs and successfully rips it off. The massive creature now stands with one less limb. Kim can only hope the grasshopper will continue to fight despite the injury. The wasp remains on the ground, seemingly vulnerable. However, the towering insect no longer makes any aggressive moves. Kim grows increasingly frustrated by the mindlessness of these creatures, annoyed at how they act like idiots without any coherent behavior. He begins to wonder if it's even possible to control such beings. At that point, he remembers someone capable of controlling certain things. Kim opens his subspace and calls for Yongsu, who appears to be in the middle of playing a video game. Kim then asks whether it would be possible to control insects as well, not just vehicles. Shortly afterward, there was Yangso firmly gripping a set of ropes tied to the grasshopper's antennae. Kim states that the wasp is still exhausted and unable to get up. He adds that, in the worst-case scenario, they can retreat into the subspace, so it's worth trying to control the insects. Yangso agrees to attempt it and tells everyone to hold on tightly. He begins maneuvering the ropes, attempting to steer the massive creature, which to everyone's surprise appears to be responding. Slowly, the grasshopper begins turning toward the wasp lying on the ground. With a sudden move, the grasshopper strikes and tears the wasp's head off with a single bite. Witnessing that, everyone becomes overjoyed to see that Yangso has managed to control even a creature of that size and power. But before they can fully process their success, more insects emerge. This time it is a giant moth. Wasting no time, Yangso moves the ropes once again, signaling the grasshopper to attack the new threat. The grasshopper immediately jumps toward the moth and delivers a powerful strike. Alongside the moth, a mantis also appears, only to be swiftly eliminated by the grasshopper as well. Next, a swarm of giant ants arrives. To handle them, the grasshopper receives help from Kim, who summons beams from the Eames dimension to assist in wiping out the attackers. After all those confrontations, the group reflects on how they initially thought the grasshopper was special only because the dimensional beams had no effect on it. But now they realize it is an incredibly powerful predator, far beyond what they had expected. Seeing the grasshopper now lying lifeless on the ground, everyone expresses their gratitude for how much it had helped to make things easier up to that point. Lancelot remarks that among rank 7 creatures, there are very few that he believes could have taken down that grasshopper. Kim adds that without Yangso's intervention, they would have found themselves in serious trouble. Then Bedivere appears, reporting that the area is now completely cleared of insects and promising to remain on alert. As he looks to the side, something catches his attention, something he has been searching for a long time. There, standing before them, are two open portals. And beside those portals stand two creatures, guardians whose sole purpose is to protect the cores of the gates and prevent anyone from trying to close them. There stood the two grotesquely deformed creatures, shaped like massive balls of twisted flesh. Anyang steps forward, his presence firm, and says he has waited a long time for this moment. With his sword already drawn, he turns toward Kim and expresses his gratitude for giving him the chance to avenge his fallen comrades. Kim responds that no thanks are necessary, stating that nothing could be fairer than allowing Anyang to be the one to destroy the cores. Anyang nods in appreciation of the gesture, then turns his focus back to the enemies ahead. He remarks that no matter what he does, the millions of lost souls can never be truly honored. Still, he chooses to unleash his most powerful technique, because that is the least he can offer them. As he prepares to strike, an intense orange aura begins to radiate from his body. Gathering his strength, he raises his weapon and launches the attack, shouting for those disgusting insects to vanish. The skill, known as Descending Footprint, is released from a distance, designed to strike both gate cores simultaneously. The impact of the ability is overwhelming. Upon hitting its target, it obliterates the creature completely, crushing it with brutal force. The surrounding area is instantly engulfed in a thick cloud of dust stirred up by the shockwaves. Anyang turns around, his back to the devastation still unfolding behind him as the explosion continues to rumble. Watching the display of raw power, Kim acknowledges that Anyang had not been exaggerating when he said this was his strongest ability. The strength is truly formidable. Then one of the portals begins to close. However, everyone immediately questions why only one of the two portals is shutting down. As the dust settles, it becomes clear. The hand of some unknown creature had shielded one of the cores from the full force of the attack. Everyone turns to see what exactly that creature is. And since it has not yet emerged completely from the portal, Kim wonders what kind of being it might be. Gradually, the creature begins to exit the portal. It has multiple eyes, far more than anything natural. The being resembles a monstrous, mutated fly. The sight of such a horror leaves Anyang stunned. His most powerful strike had not even left a scratch. Then the creature attempts to speak. It says it will likely face reprimand from the Chamber of Commerce, but given the current situation, everything is already a lose-lose scenario. It adds that it smells something quite delicious. Sol asks whether that mutant can even still be considered an insect. Kim comments that the monster is revolting and questions whether it is also a rank 7 entity. Attempting to catch it off guard, he opens the subspace and gives the command for PX to launch the Lakis spears toward the fly. The spears strike the creature's eyes, yet cause no harm, not even the faintest scratch. This outcome surprises Kim, considering those same spears had managed to wound the grasshopper. His suspicion grows. Lancelot then confirms that the creature is indeed at least rank 6, possibly even stronger. The fly questions what had just been thrown at it, noting that it barely felt a thing. It also asks where those spears had come from. Sol looks to Kim and asks what they will do next. Kim, however, finds himself unable to focus on anything except trying to determine the next move, never having faced anything of such overwhelming power. He begins recalling past fights against opponents stronger than himself, trying to understand how he had managed to overcome those odds. There must be some kind of trick. Then reality hits him. Until now, all he had done was launch attacks endlessly. And now would be no different, because no other option remains. He shouts for everyone to stay back, announcing his intent to continue attacking from a distance until he can find a weakness. Again, he opens the portal and fires more of Lakis's electric spears. The spears strike the fly, but are effortlessly deflected, causing no visible damage. The creature mocks the attack, sarcastically claiming that the pain was unbearable. It then wonders aloud whether it should simply wipe everyone out, leaving no survivors. Yet it says it feels too lazy to move. Now face to face with Kim, the creature hovers menacingly as Kim desperately searches for a solution, or at least tries to determine whether it's worth continuing to attack despite the lack of results. Kim remarks that the only small advantage is that the fly considers them so insignificant, it doesn't even seem to have acknowledged the presence of the humans. Lancelot calls out to Kim and insists that he doesn't need to fight this monster directly. All they need to do is find a way to destroy the gate's core, and the creature will vanish along with it. Kim responds that he knows that, but still can't stop himself from trying to take the monster down. Lancelot agrees to try and distract the creature. Once an opening appears, they all know what to do. Kim agrees with the idea but wonders how Lancelot plans to do that, especially when even the Lakis spears are being ignored. He concludes that the only possible solution is to find something the insect would be attracted to. Then, an idea seems to strike him. He reaches into the subspace and pulls out an oversized electric repellent. The system display shows that it carries an electric attribute, with functions including penetration, shock, and provocation. When Kim realizes what is happening, within mere seconds, the creature is already alarmingly close to him, as if it had been rapidly drawn in by some invisible force. With its sudden approach, the hundreds of eyes covering the fly become clearly visible, revealing how horrifying the creature truly is. The fly then questions what the object is, calling it both fascinating and beautiful. Kim begins to tremble with fear, mistakenly believing that the creature is speaking about him, and not the oversized electric repellent it now holds. While he remains paralyzed with terror, Lancelot shouts out to Mordred, urging him to act quickly and strike at the hand that is still guarding the gate core, while the fly remains distracted. Using his stealth skills, Mordred advances toward the enormous arm shielding the core. He gets close and then leaps in the direction of the core. Maintaining his stealth, he strikes with his dagger, aiming directly at the core that had been under the creature's protection. The blow lands cleanly, slicing the gate core in half. In that very instant, the system displays a notification indicating that the dimensional account's ownership has been transferred, though there are no details available about the previous owner. The account now holds 48,881 mana stones, totaling 74,616 in Kim's possession. Additionally, the system reports that the dimension associated with Beelzebub has lost all commercial rights. The Beijing region is restored to Earth's territory. At that moment, while the fly is still holding the repellent, visibly mesmerized by it, the creature is suddenly pulled backward, sucked into the portal and sent back to its own dimension. Following this, the dark and oppressive atmosphere that had enveloped the area begins to fade, and daylight returns. One of the Chinese men, noticing that everything appears to have returned to normal, asks if it's really over. The sunlight breaks through once again, shining over a landscape that had, just moments earlier, been completely blanketed in toxic gas. All the men shout in celebration. At last they have successfully cleared the Chinese gate. In a moment of relief, Kim collapses into a sitting position on the ground. Lancelot approaches and asks if he's alright. Kim replies that he is, even though his legs gave out and he nearly got eliminated by a giant fly. He explains that when the creature got that close to him, there was nothing he could do. The panic was so overwhelming and immediate that he couldn't even think about entering the subspace. In other words, this time he came back from the dead. He adds that what is most shocking is the fact that even a monster like that is afraid of the multidimensional Chamber of Commerce, the same organization behind the ongoing war. And if they wish to return to their former lives, they will have to confront that very group, to stand against something that even terrifying monsters fear. Seeing Kim so drained, Lancelot asks Mordred to remain on alert. Kim can only think about how he needs more allies, and how he must become even stronger. Sometime later he is seen speaking with Anyang. The Chinese warrior asks why Kim had requested to borrow the martial arts manuals. Anyang remains in disbelief, especially because when Kim mentioned that he could copy the manuals, he never expected it would happen instantly. With the help of Pax, Kim manages to compile all the manuals into a single, extremely thick volume. Anyang expresses that he still feels he hasn't thanked Kim properly, and says it's a shame that Kim has to leave so soon. Kim tells him not to worry as he is already configuring a portal to this location and will be visiting regularly. He adds that if they ever need help, they should not hesitate to reach out because he will be there. Anyang then asks what Kim plans to do next. Kim responds that his next destination will be Japan. And so, the scene transitions, revealing what awaits Kim and his companions in Japan. Sometime later, Kim had already returned to Korea and was now in conversation with the colonel, who began by congratulating him on successfully closing the gate in Beijing. The colonel, clearly concerned, asked if Kim had been injured or suffered any harm, to which Kim promptly responded that he was fine. However, Kim turned the focus back onto the colonel, noting that the commander himself did not appear to be in good shape. That was when Kim noticed a woman seated beside the colonel and asked who she was. The woman, visibly enthusiastic, introduced herself cheerfully as Park Seo-yun, the representative of Busan. She added that it was a pleasure to finally meet Kim and mentioned that she had heard a great deal about him from the commander. Outside, one could clearly see the identification tags of both representatives, visible even from a distance. At that moment, the system displayed a notification. A declaration of war had been issued between Fukuoka and Busan. This time, the duration of the conflict would be 7 days, and the condition for victory was to eliminate the opposing representative. Everyone in the room was caught off guard, surprised that Fukuoka had declared war against Busan. The colonel then turned to Kim, asking if he remembered what had previously been said about Japan, that the situation over there was not looking good. Kim affirmed that he remembered, though he noted that China had been the more urgent matter at the time. The colonel explained that on that very same day the previous government of Japan had collapsed, and an ultranationalist group known as the Society for the Awakening of Restoration had seized power. As the name implied, this group revered beings from other dimensions and exalted awakened powers. Kim commented that it reminded him of the traitors from the First Corps who ended up turning into goblins. The colonel placed an image on the table and said that it showed the appearance of one of their enemies. Kim picked up the photo and was taken aback. It clearly depicted some sort of fish. He questioned whether they were not humans, to which the colonel responded that most members of the Society for the Awakening of Restoration appeared as fish-human hybrids. That was the only key difference between them and the goblins. Back in Japan there had been no one to stop them. Thus, their influence continued to grow unchecked until they eventually took control of the entire country. The situation escalated just the previous day when Hideki, a so-called assault captain, made a sudden appearance in Busan. Civilians working near the coast witnessed the arrival of the monstrous figure and were bewildered, unsure of what kind of creature it was. The shark-like entity then charged at the group of people, aggressively biting down on them without hesitation. Seo-yun began to explain that Hideki had shown up and immediately began indiscriminately slaughtering civilians. Now, it appeared the group's ambitions extended beyond Japan, with plans to invade other countries as well. And right after these brutal attacks, they issued the very declaration of war that Kim had just seen. Kim felt overwhelmed, struggling to understand how the situation had devolved into such chaos so quickly. Seo-yun explained that no one knew anything about the true nature of the enemy, only that they were fishmen. No one knew their numbers, nor the extent of their powers. What was known, however, was that in only 6 days the fish would reach Busan. The colonel added that attempts had been made to contact military units to recruit awakened individuals, but the turnout had been shockingly low. Kim joked that he finally understood why the colonel looked so unwell. As he thought further, he realized that these humans had also aligned themselves with beings from another dimension. At first glance, they resembled the goblins of the First Corps. However, back then, the most powerful enemies had still been limited to rank 8. Now, it seemed that nearly every enemy was at least rank 7 or perhaps even stronger. Beyond that, they had no intelligence on their enemies, no information about which beings they had formed alliances with. And relying solely on Mordred to gather intelligence was no longer sufficient. Given all this uncertainty, the only rational approach was to assume the worst and begin preparations accordingly. The colonel acknowledged that Kim had just returned from China and was likely exhausted, but he asked nonetheless if Kim would be willing to help with this new threat as well. Without hesitation, Kim responded affirmatively, surprising the colonel with his speed and resolve. Kim then stated firmly that he would do everything he could to stop the enemies. His first question was how many awakened individuals were currently present in their ranks. Then, without hesitation, he opens the subspace and causes a massive stack of papers to appear right in front of him, instantly drawing the colonel's stunned gaze. The sheer volume of documents leaves the colonel speechless for a moment, prompting him to ask what exactly all of that was. Kim calmly explains that it is a comprehensive collection of martial arts techniques, a compilation of manuals he had received from the Chinese. This vast archive contains teachings that could greatly benefit awakened individuals if they take the time to study them. Still in disbelief, the colonel asks if Kim truly intends to distribute such valuable material to the awakened units. Kim confirms that this is indeed the plan, but not only to the awakened units. He states that he will also offer them to anyone willing to lend a hand in the upcoming battles. He emphasizes that what matters now is contribution and cooperation, regardless of affiliation. Then, turning his attention to someone in particular, Kim mentions he has someone specific in mind. He notes that it has been a while since he last saw this person and wonders aloud whether that individual is doing well. He's referring to Mr. Song, the large man who had previously been under mind control. Appearing slightly embarrassed, Song responds that he's doing fine, especially since his unique ability lies in being incredibly durable. Kim, looking serious, mentions that he has a difficult request to make. He asks whether Song would be willing to do him a favor, specifically, something important that will take place in Busan within 6 days. The scene transitions swiftly to the international airport, where James stands facing Kim. James tells him not to worry and assures him that this upcoming task will be easy for someone like him. He also mentions that he had been waiting for Kim. Curious, Kim asks him why he had been waiting. James replies that he once said he would only help if it involved going to the United States. But after witnessing Kim's capabilities, James realized he had been mistaken about him all along. James then admits that he had never truly understood the nature of Kim's ability and, intrigued, asks just how many machines Kim currently has connected to it. Sometime later, Kim finds himself walking through the area, deep in thought. He reflects on how the earlier misunderstanding with James had been resolved and shifts his attention toward evaluating their current combat strength. At the moment, their forces consist of 200 awakened troops and 20 awakened fighters, in addition to James himself. Kim wonders if the people of Murim are still occupied with clearing out Beijing and notes that he intends to reach out to them soon. He considers that he might need additional help in order to move forward with his current strategy. His thoughts drift toward the Camelot facility, a base he had constructed to house the knights. Realizing that it has been quite some time since he last used a strengthening stone, he checks the system and sees that a considerable number of enhancement stones have now accumulated. Unable to recall the last time he used any of them, Kim decides it's the perfect moment to put them to use and allocate them wisely to increase his force's capabilities. He immediately uses the stones and initiates the summoning of the other Knights of Camelot. The system promptly displays a notification that all 12 knights are being summoned. And then, almost instantly, the knights begin to emerge one by one, each appearing with purpose and presence. They gather slowly, walking with quiet strength as they come together to regroup. Witnessing this, Kim feels a surge of excitement. It truly feels as though he is reuniting with family after a long time apart. Now, at long last, as everyone has waited for, all 12 Knights of the Round Table have been named, assembled, and are fully prepared for the approaching confrontation. After that, on D5 in Busan, a thorough and detailed meeting took place to discuss the approaching battle. However, given the complete lack of intel regarding the enemy's composition, strength, and tactics, the gathering ultimately served more as a damage control session than a strategic planning one. Based on the points covered in the meeting, both the father and James immediately began working on their assigned responsibilities. The father took charge of constructing a fortified base designed to withstand enemy assaults, while James focused on modifying a warship capable of engaging the enemy at sea. In particular, James's role proved to be of extraordinary importance in this operation. Though there was initial concern among the others about the weight of responsibility placed on his shoulders, it quickly became evident that James was nothing short of a technology fanatic. Rather than feeling burdened, he welcomed the challenge with excitement. As time grew short, Kim made the decision to request reinforcements from the martial artists as well. Anyang and his men reported that they had managed to get things in order back in China, just in time to lend their assistance in Busan. Unfortunately, not everyone could leave China, so only the strongest among them came to help. They dedicated themselves to training the awakened troops by using martial arts manuals to enhance their capabilities in combat. While watching the intense training sessions unfold, Kim expressed his gratitude for their support. However, Anyang replied that there was no need for thanks. What Kim had done for China was far greater and could never be repaid so easily. Anyang added that there was something he had been unable to say the last time they met, and now, he had a favor to ask. Curious, Kim asked what kind of favor it was. Anyang pulled something out and showed it to him, a sword of remarkable beauty and significance. He explained that he had used an enhancement stone on the weapon, which had significantly amplified its power. He then asked Kim if it would be possible to duplicate this sword, completely catching Kim off guard. Anyang went on to say that if such a sword could be shared with others who needed it, it would surely make a difference on the battlefield. And he emphasized that this was something only Kim had the power to accomplish. Still stunned by the request, Kim asked him to wait a moment, pointing out that it was such a valuable weapon. Duplicating something so rare felt like a big decision. Nevertheless, Kim accepted the sword and sincerely thanked Anyang for entrusting it to him. Eager to test its potential, Kim promised to treasure the sword and ensure that it would be shared with those who needed it most. The system then displayed the sword's stats. It was a rare-grade weapon with wind attributes and included piercing and acceleration options, an extremely powerful and well-rounded blade. Afterward, Kim opened his portal and summoned Minwo, telling him that he had brought a gift. Minwo, exhausted from continuous training, didn't even manage to ask what the gift was. He could only wonder what Kim had in store. A few minutes passed. Minwo began to speak, saying that once he reached skill level 10, he learned that with 1,000 mana stones, he could obtain a classification and a dimensional account. He had since gone monster hunting to gather stones. Minwo continued, explaining that he had been the only one left out of the recent battle against the insects due to his lack of official classification. That exclusion left him deeply frustrated. Kim was surprised by Minwo's frustration and began to wonder whether raising one's skill level truly helped elevate their classification. It was at that moment Kim realized that the majority of martial artists were already at rank 8. He speculated that perhaps some of them had received registration forms from dimensional entities to increase their rank. However, the more likely explanation was that they had simply advanced their level in tandem with their abilities, especially since those registration forms were so difficult to obtain. Then Kim thought about Soul. She hadn't said much about her own progression, despite always staring at the system screen and muttering that it kept asking for more mana stones, leading her to suspect the system itself was trying to scam her. Kim came to a harsh realization: it would take 100,000 mana stones just to reach rank 6. He turned to Minwo and asked how many stones he had managed to collect so far. Minwo answered that he had only gathered 314. Kim then said he would provide the rest of the stones, but only if Minwo agreed to do him a favor. Minwo asked what kind of favor that would be. And so, Minwo joined the upcoming battle against Fukuoka. As preparations progressed, time seemed to accelerate. Finally the day arrived. The day of the battle. Gradually the enemy began to approach from the sea. The waters, calm just moments before, suddenly erupted as the invaders emerged without warning. The fishmen began shouting as they arrived, claiming that nearly 1,000 merfolk were on their way. They boldly declared that human weapons would be useless against them. Furthermore, they offered what they called a bloodless solution: surrender the representative and they would spare the rest. Observing their arrival, Kim noted how articulate the fishman was. The creature had spoken the perfect words to earn himself a punch. Then a magical barrier opened. The fishman, convinced that the humans were about to surrender their representative and capitulate, let out a loud command, ordering the merfolk to attack. From beneath the waves, a vast number of fishmen surged forward. But before the lead fishman could continue his proclamation, something pink came flying toward him. It was a whip. The strike landed squarely, launching him through the air and leaving the rest of his kind stunned in fear. That powerful attack came from the newly appointed knight, who addressed the fishman with absolute contempt, calling him a filthy piece of trash. She was flanked by 3 other knights, standing firm as she boldly declared that those damned fish wouldn't be allowed to take even a single step closer to Lord Kim. The 4-knight formation immediately exuded an intense aura of pressure, striking fear deep into the hearts of the invading fishfolk. Amid the mounting tension, a new figure emerged from among the enemy ranks, a fish-like creature who introduced himself as Lord Makio. His presence marked a shift in the battlefield's atmosphere. Observing the resistance before him, Lord Makio remarked that this scene was quite different from what had previously been described by another of their lords, Lord Hideki. A hammerhead-headed subordinate of his stepped forward, ordering the other fish to stand back as he alone would break through the enemy's defenses. Wearing a confident smile, Lord Makio stated that he would now show them the vast difference in power between their forces. But despite his posturing, the hammerhead fishman was swiftly intercepted and utterly defeated by Percival in a decisive, brutal counter. The blow left him crumpled and motionless, showcasing the sheer gap in strength between them. Witnessing one of their commanders fall so easily, the rest of the fish warriors charged in desperation. They shouted that the mighty Lord Hideki was still with them, and they had far greater numbers. Surely they still stood a chance. Joining the battle's front line was Anyang, wielding his sacred sword with unshakable determination. Fighting at his side was his trusted aide, delivering a relentless flurry of punches against the enemy. Also present on the battlefield was Sol, effortlessly taking down wave after wave of fish soldiers. Her strikes were sharp and well coordinated, drawing from the new combat techniques she had recently mastered through rigorous training. A bright smile played on her face as she fought with poise and strength. Amidst the chaos, the second Lord, Hideki, finally made his entrance. Commanding his troops to charge, he stepped forward with a declaration of power, claiming that even among fishfolk, there existed a hierarchy of strength, and they were about to witness it firsthand. But his confidence was abruptly shattered. Out of nowhere, a Virga beam shot through the air at blinding speed and struck him square in the chest, throwing him back violently and halting his advance in an instant. The ordinary fish warriors gasped in horror, eyes wide as they watched their powerful commander being flung through the air like nothing more than debris. Seconds passed as confusion turned into panic. Suddenly, cries broke out among the enemy ranks, urging everyone to retreat. Something was clearly wrong. One of the fish soldiers, now frantic, shouted that they couldn't see any human ships nearby. If there were no ships, there should be no threat. The sea, by all logic, should be a safe haven for them. From the rooftop of a nearby building, Kim silently watched as the fish forces scattered in retreat. There was no celebration in his expression, only observation. He wondered to himself why they were fleeing in such a disorganized manner. Unlike the lizard men or the insect hordes, the fish folk had yet to display any truly formidable power. It left Kim questioning whether this was really the full extent of their strength. Out in the ocean, as the enemy tried to escape, Kim opened a portal high in the sky above the retreating fish. From it, a massive ship descended, an imposing war vessel engineered with unmatched precision and technological enhancements. The fish had plans, no doubt, but against this masterpiece that James had constructed, any strategy would prove meaningless. Inside the ship, Kim gave a direct order to Yangso to set course for Fukuoka. Yangso replied with certainty, affirming that he would take them there, especially now that they had a fully equipped and masterfully modified warship at their disposal. While they sailed on the newly modified ship, Yongsu was excited to be steering the vessel, while Kim thought about how it had already been 2 hours since they had set off for Fukuoka. Besides having escaped earlier, no monsters had appeared. In other words, it had been 2 hours without any incidents or disturbances, completely silent. Kim wondered if perhaps they were being lured somewhere, but he considered that he would have to be extremely careless to be used as bait, which would be far too obvious. He realized that Lancelot and the other knights must be busy defending the base, except for Mordred. As Kim contemplated what could possibly go wrong, and prepared to enter the subspace to protect himself if something did, he suddenly heard an unusual sound. Quickly, he shouted that it was the noise of a strange monster and continued yelling that he had known it was a trap from the very beginning. Outside, on the sea, a giant whale emerged from the water. Kim said that, at first glance, this whale was at least of the same class as the locust, and if it reached Busan, it would cause total devastation, putting Kim on high alert. He then stated that he would try to stop it right there, even though he had no idea how strong it might be. Kim opened the subspace and launched the Eames dimension beams toward the whale. The beams struck the whale, piercing it easily. Then all the other beams also hit, severely injuring the whale. Seeing this, Kim commented that, as expected, the strength of that whale did not even come close to the power of the locust. As the whale sank into the sea, the system appeared, showing that the ownership of the whale's dimensional account had been transferred to Kim, making his current balance 54,827 magic stones. Looking at the system, Kim wondered if it was normal for such a weak enemy to possess a dimensional account and questioned whether this was also part of a bait strategy. Suspicious, he thought about how strong the rank 7 enemies that would appear next might be, but he was ready for whatever came his way, if the enemy had the courage. Or so he thought. About 10 minutes later, Yongsu announced that they had arrived in Fukuoka. Kim was surprised at how quickly they had gotten there. Kim remained cautious since they had crossed the sea without any problems. He had expected to fight the merfolk in the water, but that had not happened. Regardless, he was glad they arrived safely. However, from that point onward, it was completely enemy territory, and he knew he could not lower his guard. Looking up, he saw the giant sign marking the representative of Fukuoka hovering above the heads of the representatives. Seeing that, Kim said that the target, the representative, was more exposed than he had expected, but he did not know what traps or monsters were waiting for him. Kim opened the subspace and said he knew someone who specialized in infiltrating enemy lines. He called Mordred and said it was his turn now, assigning him the mission to infiltrate and gather information about the enemies. Mordred replied that he would carry out the order as commanded by Lord Kim. Then the stealthy knight proceeded to enter the enemy lines without being seen. While infiltrating an enemy facility, he saw 2 monsters arguing with each other. Mordred stopped, intending to listen more carefully. One of the enemies called the other frustrating. The angry enemy said that they had sent 1,000 soldiers but still failed to break through the weak defense in Busan and eliminate the Busan representative. The one reprimanding them was a fat fish wearing clothes, scolding one of the fish who had fled. The fat fish asked why they had failed to complete the mission. Still furious, the fat fish asked where the hell Hideki was and what he had been doing. The fleeing fish said that Hideki had been struck by some gigantic structure and had simply been eliminated easily. The fat fish said that made no sense at all. While the fleeing fish apologized, someone was quietly listening in the background. A man said that apparently they had underestimated the strength of Korea, which had come to help Japan. A large fish security guard said that, in this bidding war, Korea's score had been very high and not without reason. The big fish apologized and told the man not to worry, assuring him that even if they lost Fukuoka, he would ensure there were no losses on their investment. The man then called the big fish's attention, addressing him as chairman, and asked who had given permission to lose Fukuoka. The chairman said that the situation in Busan was not going as expected, but the man responded that, indeed, they had not been able to simply eliminate the Busan representative, but that did not necessarily mean defeat. The director then said that if it was very difficult to confront Busan, they still needed to plan better for the future. Then the director said he would delete the hologram of the regional representative at his own discretion. He gave the command for the president to lock him in the basement. The large man, who was the president, continued walking toward the fat fish and said that, as expected from the director, he had thought of everything and would imprison the representative immediately. The fat fish was the representative, who became frightened and begged the president to wait a little, saying that he was just a rank 8 regular and that the basement was only for monsters like Madagui. At that very moment, the representative was grabbed by the head by the president, who said he didn't know how long this would take, but he promised. Meanwhile, the representative struggled to free himself but eventually fainted from lack of air. The president then continued, saying he promised that once they eliminated the Busan representative, he would be freed. Secretly, Mordred watched all of this without the enemies noticing. Then Mordred returned and reported everything he had witnessed to Kim, who responded that it was all very insane. Kim then reflected that maybe it wasn't really a trap but rather their firepower. He thought that, besides that, the merman called the president had locked the Fukuoka representative in prison and, moreover, the being from another dimension called the director was the one who ordered it. Lost in his thoughts for a moment, Kim realized that the director's hierarchy was above that of the president, which seemed like a confusing structure, a director giving orders to a president. Mordred would not be the type to confuse information. But anyway, Kim said he came to deal with the Fukuoka representative, and regardless of whether it was the director or president, it was none of his business. However, one thing still worried Kim, as the being from another dimension called the director had managed to make the floating text of the representative disappear from the sky. Kim thought that perhaps this director was an exiled mage like the bald Sozen, and he also wondered what kind of creature this Madagui who was imprisoned underground might be. Kim then realized it didn't matter. What was important was that he should be figuring out how to reach the underground prison at this moment, and that he needed to focus on Fukuoka, not Japan right now. Mordred interrupted Kim's thoughts and said he had brought something from there. He then showed several keys he had managed to take without anyone noticing. From a distance, Kim asked if those were keys and why there were so many. Sometime later they were already unlocking a padlock using the keys. Looking at the gate full of locks, Kim said he now understood why there were so many keys. Before entering, Kim asked Mordred if there were any troublesome monsters locked inside, and Mordred replied that if he had to guess, yes. Because even the representative had mentioned a monster called Madagui and seemed terrified of being sent to the same place as it. Kim mentioned that even the name Madagui sounded ominous, but he warned that they wouldn't take any reckless actions. They would only find the Fukuoka representative quickly and leave. Then they entered the underground prison. Kim said it looked like an abandoned hospital or a prison, but it was emptier than he had expected. Mordred made a hand signal indicating for Kim to wait. Kim then asked Mordred what was wrong. But when he looked to the side, he saw a human silhouette emanating a lot of energy trapped inside a cage. Indeed, it was a human chained up inside. Kim was surprised that there was a person imprisoned there. He asked if that person had been tortured and if he was alright, but knowing he didn't know how the man had ended up there and that he was not an aquatic being, it was better to try to talk first. The prisoner had his eyes and mouth covered. So Mordred removed the tape covering his mouth. The prisoner said he had never heard that voice before and asked who was there, and if he was part of the Divine Awakening sect. Kim replied that he was part of no sect but cautiously said he wouldn't reveal who he was. Only if the prisoner introduced himself first would Kim say who he was. The prisoner then said that he had ended up fighting against the sect, and since Kim didn't know who he was, then he really wasn't part of the sect and had no reason to be eliminated. Kim said the man didn't seem like an enemy and mentioned that those he was fighting against were also part of the Divine Awakening sect. Kim then ordered Mordred to release the man from his chains. While Mordred was freeing him, the man thanked them for saving him even though he didn't know who they were. Kim said that humans needed to help each other survive, and the man replied that Kim was a rare soul in times like these of apocalypse and war. Still intrigued, Kim asked if the man was fighting the sect allied with the government. The man answered no, saying that the cult had taken over the government and, unaware of this, he had ended up imprisoned. The man then removed the blindfold from his eyes and said his name was Saito Daichi, just an ordinary citizen. Smiling, he also said that he was the one called the Madagui monster by the cult scoundrels. Kim is left shocked by the revelation and immediately asks if Saito Daichi is truly the Madagui. In response, Saito Daichi asks whether Kim has ever heard that name before and, if so, what exactly he has heard. Kim, still suspicious, replies that he had heard the merfolk fear a powerful monster known by that name. Daichi confirms it. He explains that Madagui is indeed a powerful monster ranked at the 7th classification. However, what the merfolk truly fear is not just the monster's strength, but the heat it emits, an intense energy that practically makes Madagui their natural enemy. Still taken aback, Kim asks if this heat is Saito Daichi's own ability, considering that he appears to be just an ordinary person. Daichi calmly responds that his ability is not to transform into Madagui. He then lifts his shirt and reveals something beneath it, a red mark on his body resembling a scar. He explains that the Madagui is sealed within his body. Kim's jaw drops in disbelief and asks if something like that is truly possible. Daichi begins to explain about the seals. The system indicates that a master seal allows a target to be sealed inside a person's body. However, only one target can be sealed at a time, and the reaction varies depending on the nature of what is sealed. While they eat pizza, Daichi continues his explanation. He says that the larger and heavier the sealed entity is, the stronger the reaction on the host's body. The host will lose strength, become extremely dizzy, and may even faint. This is something he learned the hard way after sealing the Madagui. He explains that the Madagui is a monstrous creature of incredible power, immense in both size and strength. He assures Kim that it is without a doubt the strongest rank 7 monster Kim has ever encountered. Madagui destroyed everything in its path, be it monsters or humans. Nothing could stand before it. Its power was such that no attack could affect it. The only thing people could do was pray that the Madagui wouldn't pass through their territory. The only thing capable of stopping the Madagui was Daichi's unique ability. The government was aware of this and carefully planned the sealing of the monster with the help of several awakened individuals. And it was only through their combined efforts that the Madagui was safely sealed. But the real problem emerged after the sealing. Only later did they realize that the government faction pushing for the sealing of the Madagui was actually the Divine Awakening cult. But by the time they noticed, it was already too late. The cult had infiltrated by sending in agents who had not yet undergone the merfolk transformation, so no one suspected them. And as soon as the Madagui was sealed, the cult began killing the awakened. Because the awakened had gathered together to seal the monster, they were all conveniently in one place, making it easier for the cult to eliminate them all at once. This was how the cult exterminated every awakened who refused to join them. Daichi explains that he was one of those who resisted. As a result, they kidnapped him and imprisoned him there. Daichi then bows and thanks Kim for saving his life. Kim replies that such formality isn't necessary and asks what Daichi plans to do next. Daichi says that, unfortunately, he's not sure. There isn't much he can do on his own. He then adds that if it were possible, he would unseal Madagui and release it upon the divine cult to destroy them. However, if he did that, he too would be caught in the destruction and die. Because Madagui is uncontrollable and unstoppable, releasing him would result in the total annihilation of Japan. Kim then asks if there are any restrictions or a price to pay for releasing the seal. Daichi responds that there aren't. He simply doesn't release it because he would be in danger, and no one else is capable of controlling the monster. Kim is both surprised and excited, asking if that's really all that's stopping him, giving the impression that he's come up with a good idea. Sometime later within the city, one of the patrolling merfolk senses something unusual. What grabs his attention is a strange, loud noise. But when he looks down, he sees the building housing the merfolk being torn apart from within. The structure appears to be collapsing from the inside. Suddenly, it explodes completely, sending debris flying in all directions and destroying nearby buildings in the process. Amidst the devastation, the dust begins to settle. And from within the cloud of destruction, a monstrous gaze emerges. It is Madagui, now unsealed, rampaging and laying waste to everything in his vicinity. The merfolk who had been nearby see him and can do nothing but widen their eyes in sheer terror, fully aware that this is the end for them. They are frozen in place, paralyzed with fear, unable to move a single step, still struggling to believe that the Madagui is truly standing there before them. Meanwhile, the Madagui continued to advance, and with every step it took closer, the merfolk began to feel as if they could no longer breathe. A suffocating sensation overcame them, as though the very air was being burned away. The monster pressed forward, destroying everything in its path without mercy. As it walked, the merfolk nearby began to melt, unable to withstand the sheer heat radiating from its body. From within the subspace, an emergency shelter Kim had created to protect Daichi from Madagui's wrath, Kim carefully observed the destructive force of the beast outside. At that moment, a notification from the system appeared, stating that the representative of Fukuoka had been eliminated. As a result, Busan had officially won the territorial conflict. Kim acknowledged the representative's elimination and told Daichi not to worry about the rebound effect from the unsealing. Turning to Daichi, Kim assured him that he would take care of everything properly, instructing him to focus only on resealing the monster. Upon hearing those words, Daichi realized this was not the moment to be impressed. But even so, he couldn't help but think Kim was a genuinely admirable person. And it wasn't just because of his strength. It was the way Kim simply did what needed to be done, helping others without hesitation, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Moved by Kim's resolve, Daichi felt that he too had found someone to look up to, someone who inspired him to do what must be done. Steeling himself, he began removing his shirt. Yes, that's right, just like anyone else would when preparing to bear a scar of such power. Daichi gathered his courage, stood before the portal, and faced the approaching monster. He shouted that the beast's brief moment of freedom was over, it would now be sealed once again. Upon hearing that familiar voice, the Madagui instantly recognized it as belonging to his natural enemy. Panic struck and it turned to flee. But Daichi had already begun channeling his sealing power. In desperation, the monster grabbed onto a nearby building in an attempt to resist. But the structure was no match for its strength and crumbled entirely beneath its grasp. Soon after, the sealing process was complete. The Madagui was drawn back into Daichi's body, once again forming the distinctive scar-like seal upon his skin. Daichi, now drained of strength, collapsed backward. But Kim caught him just in time, preventing his head from hitting the ground. He calmly told Daichi that he had done a great job. Daichi, barely conscious, looked at Kim and thought that he had indeed done what needed to be done. With the last bit of strength he had, he gave Kim a thumbs up. At that moment, Yongsu came running over and asked who the man was. Kim explained that the man was from Japan and was suffering heavily from the aftereffects of his ability. For now, it would be best to move him somewhere safe. As Kim carried Daichi, he told Yongsu not to be surprised if more people appeared in the subspace, since this likely wouldn't be the last time. Suddenly, something caught Kim's attention. When he looked, he saw a new system message. The message congratulated him on his victory and instructed him to head to the Japan branch of the Multidimensional Chamber of Commerce for further instructions. Kim recalled the intel Mordred had provided, about a certain manager who held more authority than a president. Something about it seemed like a bug in the system, and Kim began to suspect what might truly be going on. However, before he could finish his train of thought, Yongsu interrupted, reporting that something was ahead of them. Kim looked up and saw two monsters peering intently into the subspace. What surprised him even more was the fact that, despite the widespread destruction in the city, the area where they stood remained completely untouched, as if protected by some strange field. Kim realized with a jolt that this place was none other than the accursed Multidimensional Chamber of Commerce, the Japanese branch. Yongsu, recognizing the monsters as enemies, said he would take care of Daichi and told Kim to handle the remaining business. Kim expressed his thanks. Outside, the two monsters conversed. They noted that the Madagui had been unexpectedly released, and that the Fukuoka representative had been eliminated, likely the reason for the chaos. Seeing the floating tag above Kim's head identifying him as the representative of Seoul, they quickly realized that he was most likely the one responsible for everything. Then, a notification from the monster's own system appeared, showing that they had just received a fund of 3,000 magic stones. It was the perfect chance to redeem themselves for past failures. As one of the monsters, the president, devoured the stones, the other warned him to ensure the job was done properly this time. He urged the president to make sure the fight was worth the investment. In the background, the president, already a massive creature, began to grow even larger and more monstrous as he consumed the stones. His body mutated with raw energy. Now fully transformed, the monstrous president roared in fury and challenged Kim directly, declaring that he would not disappoint and demanding that Kim face him. After that, the director demanded that the president prove himself worthy of the investment. The president, with a ferocious expression, responded with determination that he would not disappoint. Raising his voice, he let out an earth-shaking roar, attempting to intimidate the enemy standing calmly in front of him. He anchored his feet firmly into the ground, gathering momentum, and then launched himself forward in a powerful leap, charging with relentless aggression toward Kim, who remained composed, not flinching as the monstrous president barreled toward him. But just as the president closed the distance, a brilliant light emerged from within the subspace. This radiant burst revealed itself to be none other than the mighty spears of Lakis, which shot forth and pierced through the mutated fish-like creature with precision, forcing him down to his knees, immobilized and gasping. The director, witnessing this unexpected turn of events, stood frozen in disbelief. He could not comprehend what had just happened before his eyes. He questioned aloud, perplexed as to how the president could fall so easily and be overwhelmed so swiftly, especially after the substantial investment he had poured into elevating him to the prestigious 7th classification. His confusion was palpable, unable to fathom the failure after boosting his power. Then a system notification appeared, announcing that Kim had received 14,000 magic stones. The timing of the message puzzled Kim, for he had not yet finished off the president, who remained alive, albeit gravely wounded. Kim's attention was then drawn back to the director, who began speaking, remarking that, frankly, Japan used to be stronger. But as everyone could see, Korea had now become prime real estate in the world of awakened powers. Continuing his monologue, the director revealed his original plan. He had intended to establish Japan as his primary base and from there, proceed to conquer neighboring countries, expanding his influence step by step. However, in light of recent events, he admitted that perhaps his strategy had been flawed from the start. The director, adjusting his tone to a more businesslike offer, turned to Kim and proposed a new alliance. He asked whether Kim would be interested in using Korea as the new staging ground to dominate other nations. Should Kim accept the investment, the director promised Korea would reap numerous benefits. For example, Kim would gain the authority to declare war on regions such as Osaka or even Tokyo itself. Hearing these words left the president, still bleeding and crouched on the ground in utter shock. He could not believe what he was hearing. His eyes widened as he questioned what the director truly meant by this sudden shift in allegiance. But the director, showing no interest in the president's disapproval, continued as though uninterrupted. He added that, beyond the political power, Kim would also gain access to more magic stones, with the only condition being that it would be rewarded as a prize for victory and for claiming the Fukuoka Gate. He raised his hand, pointing his thumb toward the surroundings, stating that if Kim accepted this offer, he would like him to eradicate this pitiful place filled with losers. He expressed his distaste for working in such a public and exposed office, complaining that it hindered his ability to operate effectively. By eliminating it, he claimed, Kim's classification would increase significantly. Kim couldn't help but wonder silently if this monster truly had the power to raise his classification. The director then, in a seemingly casual manner, asked whether there were any awakened buildings in Korea as well, hinting at his intricate knowledge of awakened infrastructures. At that moment, the president, writhing in pain on the floor, showed signs of deep frustration. Glaring with fury, he gripped the spears lodged in his chest, yanking one free while speaking through clenched teeth. He accused the director of telling a completely different story from the promises he had originally made. Fuming with rage, the president rose to his feet and with all his remaining strength, hurled the spear toward the director, aiming for a lethal strike. However, as the weapon approached, a green aura enveloped the director's body. Despite the force behind the throw, the spear was completely repelled. No matter how much force the president applied, he was unable to breach the director's defensive field. Observing this from a distance, Kim identified the power as repulsion, but something about it felt off. Regardless of how strong a repulsion ability was, there should at least have been some slight impact or recoil, but the director remained perfectly still, unaffected. It was in that moment that Kim came to a realization. The director's power level might not be of a mere 6th rank, it was something beyond. The director then addressed the president sharply, telling him not to interfere when he was in the middle of an important discussion. Turning his attention back to Kim, he requested that Kim eliminate the president first, remarking that while the president excelled at avoiding attacks, he utterly lacked defensive capabilities. But the scene quickly shifted as the president began losing a tremendous amount of blood. Observing this, the director nonchalantly stated that there was no longer a need for Kim to finish him off. The president's end was near, his life slipping away due to his severe blood loss. Curious, Kim inquired about the director's exact classification. With a smirk, the director explained that members of the Chamber of Commerce handled matters differently. He suggested Kim should consider him a rank 0 existence, the highest possible classification. Since they operated on Earth, after all, they needed certain privileges and benefits to manage affairs efficiently. Abruptly shifting the conversation, the director asked Kim if he would accept the proposal or not. His tone left no room for evasion. Kim, now sweating profusely from the sheer pressure of the situation, thought to himself about the nature of the proposal. It was essentially an offer to switch sides, to stop being the invaded and instead become the invader, with a range of perks attached. Nervousness mounting, Kim hesitated, asking for a moment to consider. But the director quickly pointed out that throughout the vast universe, there were countless beings with abilities similar to Kim's. He even mentioned the man Kim had just rescued recently, hinting that he too possessed a comparable power. The director continued, saying that if there were already many like that in the places Kim had been, one could only imagine how many more existed across the entire world. At that moment, the director stated firmly that he was merely offering an investment. He emphasized that this did not give Kim the right to become arrogant or presumptuous about his strength. However, within that very instant, Kim's thoughts revealed his conviction. This being clearly had no understanding of his real powers. The director mistakenly believed that Kim's abilities were limited to sealing alone. It became evident to Kim that the director truly had no clue about his actual potential. Now, with a growing sense of certainty, Kim internally confirmed that the director was completely ignorant of his true power. Kim then confronted the director with a direct question, asking what would happen if he were to refuse the offer. The director, without hesitation, responded that if Kim refused, it would simply be over. In the very next breath, without a moment of doubt, Kim declared his refusal. The abruptness of this answer sent a shockwave through the director, who questioned in disbelief whether Kim was truly being serious. Kim, with a composed demeanor, confirmed once again that his refusal was absolute and unwavering. The director, now visibly frustrated, remarked that he had no idea what Kim was relying on. He urged Kim to reconsider, warning him to think carefully as there were no other options available to him. But Kim, remaining steadfast, turned toward the director and stated that his decision had already been made. He further added that he had accomplished what he came here to do and was now leaving. This bold attitude left the director completely dumbfounded. He had just been blatantly rejected, despite being a high-ranking member of the multidimensional Chamber of Commerce. The director, bound by the organization's strict policies of neutrality, knew that making direct investments was absolutely forbidden. And yet, there he stood, so brazenly discussing an illegal investment, only to be outright refused. His initial plan was to keep everything hidden. No one was ever supposed to find out about this, which was precisely why he resorted to subtle coercion and manipulation, intending to corner Kim into accepting the investment. It was practically blackmail masked as a business deal. But as Kim began to walk away, the director's thoughts raced, questioning whether that man was truly doing this. Was he really just walking away from an offer of this magnitude? Perhaps Kim was a fool, or maybe he had a hidden strategy up his sleeve. Regardless, the director concluded that it wouldn't be too difficult to select a capable individual who could eliminate Kim quietly, thus preserving his secret. It would be a simple matter to erase Kim without causing a scene. On the other hand, Kim, while leaving, contemplated his next move. Given how the Chamber of Commerce had harassed them relentlessly, he was determined to retaliate in some way. However, the director's repulsion ability was overwhelmingly powerful. Not knowing the full extent of the director's strength and understanding that having an enemy within the Chamber of Commerce who could wield such potent repulsion would be unwise, Kim decided that for the time being, the best course of action was to retreat discreetly, or at least pretend to. Kim whispered quietly, issuing a command to PX to begin storing the office. A portal silently opened behind them, swallowing the entire office space into its dimensional void, vanishing it without a trace. The director, oblivious to the sudden disappearance, remained unbothered at first. But when he finally turned around, perhaps sensing a shift in the atmosphere, he realized the office that had once stood behind him was now completely gone. Kim then began to explain, though more to himself than to anyone present, that after defeating the lizard men, he had leveled up before heading to China. As a result, he had gained a special save point as a level-up bonus. However, until now he had never found the right opportunity to make use of it. Given that the director had no knowledge of Kim's hidden abilities, this had been the perfect moment to execute his plan and turn the tables on the Chamber of Commerce, using their own space against them. Meanwhile, still paralyzed by shock, the director struggled to comprehend what had just transpired. His mind raced to understand the implications of the vanished office. But as he raised his head to look toward the portal, ready to curse Kim with a furious insult, his words were abruptly silenced. In that very instant, his head exploded without warning, as though it had been obliterated by an unseen force. The sheer suddenness of the explosion left the president, who was still pinned to the ground with spears, utterly speechless. Kim, too, stood in absolute astonishment, baffled as to how the director's head had simply burst apart on its own. Now, lying on the ground before them, was the lifeless body of the president, his chest riddled with spears, and beside him, the headless corpse of the director sprawled motionless. The president turned his gaze one final time toward the director's fallen body and muttered words of disillusionment. He spoke with a bitter tone, realizing that, in the end, the director was nothing more than a subordinate. From the grand perspective of the vast universe, he had been utterly insignificant, a mere pawn in a much larger scheme. These were the president's last words. With that, his life faded away. The system interface appeared once more, informing Kim that a new dimensional account had been transferred. The accumulated total of magic stones now reached nearly 72,000. As Kim stood there, surveying the aftermath of the battle, the chaotic scene seemed to settle into an eerie silence. With both his enemy and the Chamber of Commerce member lying lifeless, it seemed at last that peace had returned to the area. Yet, despite the apparent victory, Kim remained frozen, his thoughts consumed by confusion. He questioned what on earth had just occurred and whether this bizarre outcome had been his fault for storing the office. He wondered anxiously whether his own head might also explode at random, a chilling possibility that left him with a slight sense of regret for having made the decision to store the office in the first place. But no matter how much his anxiety grew, there was nothing he could do about it now. The primary threat had been dealt with, albeit in the strangest of ways. For the moment, Kim decided it was best to process everything step by step, rather than overwhelm himself with panic. He considered that perhaps the best move would be to return to Busan first and consult with Lancelot about what had just happened. Surely, Lancelot would be able to provide insights into this unprecedented situation. But at that precise moment, something caught his attention. A system notification appeared, indicating that a significant system update had been detected due to the contents that had been stored. Reading this message, Kim's mind could only produce a single thought. With an awkward, somewhat perplexed expression, he realized that perhaps storing the office had been the right move after all. After accepting, the system displays that the update is currently in progress. Meanwhile, in another place within the subspace, Saito Daichi is taken aback by the scene before his eyes. He sees Kim standing there again inside the subspace, and the thought immediately crosses his mind that it has not been long since Kim sealed the Madagui. To him, it should be impossible for Kim to have completed such a task so quickly, and entirely on his own at that. Kim asks whether Saito Daichi is doing well, and at that moment, Daichi's eyes light up, as if only now realizing just how remarkable Kim truly is. Even though Kim is from another country, he came here, helped them, and did everything for the sake of Japan. Daichi calls out to Kim and expresses his gratitude for all the assistance, stating that he has recovered and is now about to leave. Kim is slightly surprised by how quickly he wishes to depart, but Daichi explains that despite the help in defeating their enemies, there are still many pressing matters that need to be dealt with. He explains that Japan has lost 9 out of 10 bidding competitions. With clear frustration over the situation, he adds that even at this very moment, other awakened individuals are out there fighting monsters, risking their lives in the process. He points out that even Kim, a foreigner from another nation, has come here to fight, so he too should go out there and follow Kim's example. Daichi mentions that he had been the representative of Yokohama, but the text confirming this had vanished and could no longer be seen. If he can announce the news that they have succeeded in defeating the fishmen, it should be possible to recruit several awakened fighters to their cause. Kim remarks that, unfortunately, such is the reality they face. Still, he would have preferred Daichi to stay at least until the next meal. Yet, since Daichi has made his decision, insisting any further would not be appropriate. Saito Daichi says that if they make it quick, it will be fine. They then share a brief meal together, and afterward, Kim tells him that if he ever needs any assistance, he must not hesitate to reach out. Even though Daichi does not like depending on help from others, Kim also mentions that he had been planning to set up a subspace portal in the area. Kim asks whether Daichi ate well and if there is anything else he needs. Daichi promptly replies that he is fine and expresses his gratitude once again for all the help. With that, he begins walking toward the exit, turns back to face Kim, and says that if Kim ever needs help, he only has to say the word. Daichi will certainly come and will also make sure to release the Madagui. Watching his new ally leave, Kim feels pleased to have learned more about the regional representative, especially since Mordred had previously mentioned that the branch leader holds the authority to sign off on the title of regional representative. Looking at the system display, Kim notes that it is good that this new feature has arrived. The system then confirms that the update is complete. Inside the newly updated room within the subspace, Kim walks forward, remarking that everything seems so ordinary, with no documents or unusual objects in sight. Suddenly, something appears and announces that it has been waiting for him. The entity has the form of a cube, with small propellers that allow it to hover in the air. Recognizing the voice, Kim is taken aback and asks if this is now Pax. With his updated appearance, Pax confirms that it is indeed him. Kim asks what has happened to his appearance, noting that he looks somewhat different. Pax explains that he has acquired a proper form after the system update and that, along with this, new functions have been added. He asks Kim if he would like to see them. Kim, astonished by how much more human-like Pax sounds now, agrees that he certainly wants to check out the new features. With a cheerful tone, Pax announces that he will go over the newly added functions, which amount to 4 major updates. The first is the message transmission system, which can only send messages to targets within a designated area, with certain limitations on the formats that can be used. The second function is the satellite observation system, similar to the first in that it only works within the designated zone. These capabilities leave Kim even more impressed, but Pax continues. The third feature is the hologram adjustment system, a visual interface that allows the modification and customization of holograms. Finally, the fourth addition is the dimensional lifeform registry application. However, due to low hardware capacity, there are limitations on the classification level that can be registered, with the current maximum being level 7. Hearing this fills Kim with delight. His eyes light up at the possibilities and he remarks that Pax is practically a god. With more portals across the world, the range of observation could expand dramatically, and now, on top of that, messages could be sent as well, turning his ability from merely a logistical hub into a fully unified logistics command center. Kim's eyes gleam, and then he forms a mischievous smile, hinting that he has just thought of something. He tells Pax that he wants to display a message. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Japan, Sol is sighing out of sheer boredom. She complains that Kim had told them to be prepared, yet there were so few enemies remaining that the battle ended before she could land even a single punch. Especially considering the presence of the newly arrived knights, had they even relaxed a little, she could have at least warmed up against these weak foes. She remarks that, had she known things would turn out this way, she would have traveled to Japan without Kim, whom she mockingly refers to as number 3. While she continues to grumble, complaining that she is bored to death and wondering when Kim will return, she hears a voice from below calling out that she is amazing. It is Anyang standing on the ground, exclaiming that the system has finally recognized her potential and asking when she had managed to climb so many levels so quickly. At first, she has no idea what he is talking about, until he tells her to look up. When she finally tilts her head skyward, she sees a message hovering in the air, announcing that she is now at level 999, the strongest in the entire world. She freezes in place, staring at the glowing letters for a long moment without uttering a single word. For reasons she cannot logically explain, she instantly knows this is Kim's doing, and the realization fills her with fury. At that exact moment, she decides it is indeed the perfect time for Kim to come back. Aboard the ship, Kim waves cheerfully, announcing his return. He also knows that, regardless of nationality, race, gender, religion, or culture, every sibling in the world possesses the supernatural ability to sense the murderous intent of their brother or sister. When his eyes fall upon Sol, he sees a red aura boiling with rage, more intense and dangerous than that of any recent enemy he has faced. Realizing there will be no escaping unscathed, Kim quickly tries to divert her attention, producing a form from his belongings in the hope that she will ignore everything else. It is a level 7 registration form, but it carries a specific requirement, that the group must have at least 50,000 members before registration can be completed. After receiving a thorough beating from his sister, Kim admits he believed the form would be enough on its own, but he himself had not realized there was such a prerequisite of 50,000 members. Sol demands to know exactly what this 50,000 members requirement means, and Kim replies that he will ask Pax for clarification. Pax then appears and announces that he will explain. Sol also notices the change in his appearance. He proceeds to describe how the system includes a function that allows the creation of groups, enabling someone to establish a group and recruit members into it. Once registered in a group, members cannot join any other group or create separate ones. Sol asks if, in order to raise the group's level, they must actually gather all 50,000 people, and Pax confirms that this is indeed the case. Once again she grumbles, declaring that the idea is insane. How on earth are they supposed to find 50,000 people? Kim tells her to wait a moment, explaining that he has a method to gather the required number. Elsewhere in another location, a ruined city stretches out under a gray sky, its streets littered with debris and broken structures. In the middle of the destruction, a massive foot slams down, belonging to a hulking creature that resembles an orc. The orc catches a strange scent in the air. When it turns toward the source, it notices a thin trail of blood smeared across the cracked pavement. It follows the trail until it discovers an injured human, attempting to remain hidden among the rubble. The creature chuckles, confident it has found its prey with laughable ease. The man is paralyzed with fear, unable to move. A sudden spray of blood splatters across the ground, soaking the shattered stone beneath them. The man had squeezed his eyes shut, unwilling to witness what was about to happen to him. But when he slowly dares to open them again, he sees the orc lying motionless on the ground, lifeless, with a sword embedded deep in its back. Cautiously he steps forward to understand what just occurred. As he draws closer to the fallen weapon, a system notification materializes in the air beside it. A web notification informing him that a powerful sword has been delivered to his current location. Almost immediately, another message appears inviting him to join the group, Pax FC, a group that comes with certain benefits. And so, the clever nature of Kim's plan to recruit people becomes clear. Now that Pax had been updated after absorbing the Japanese branch of the multidimensional Chamber of Commerce, not only had he gained new abilities, but his artificial intelligence had also become significantly more advanced. Thanks to this upgrade, the satellite surveillance system was now able to clearly distinguish between enemies and allies within the operational range of the portal. It could evaluate situations in real time and provide whatever was needed, using this power as a means to assist others. Kim, upon realizing this, also conceived the idea of using that same system as a method to promote Pax FC. After some time, the system displayed that more than 10,000 members had already joined Pax FC. This discovery filled Kim with excitement, for his brilliant idea was not only working but flourishing. Wanting to recruit even more people, he decided to update the ability once again. The latest update allowed the broadcast range to be expanded, enabling Pax's messages to reach areas that previously would have been inaccessible. The system reported that 8,000 magical stones had been consumed during the upgrade and that both the communication range and the transmission speed had increased fivefold. With this improvement in place, Kim departed together with Youngsu to install additional portals, beginning their journey with a trip to Busan, accompanied by his personal pilot. After successfully installing the portal in Busan, and just as they were on their way to Gwangju to establish another one, Pax suddenly appeared, reporting that a problem had arisen. Indeed, an unexpected situation had occurred. People had begun to gather in large numbers around the portal. Many did not truly understand what it was. Some even assumed that Pax FC referred to a football team. Observing the swelling crowd, Kim reasoned that the situation did not appear too dangerous at the moment, but if the number of people continued to grow, it could quickly become one. In that case, he resolved to request the colonel's assistance, asking the military to help manage the portal. Kim explained that outside the portal's range, blind spots were inevitable. He emphasized that if this task were too burdensome for the military, the colonel was free to decline. However, the colonel became visibly enthusiastic, declaring that the idea was excellent. His eyes gleamed as he proclaimed that this was the very first step toward rebuilding a nation, the precise duty that a soldier ought to fulfill. He promised that he would give the order for the units to begin immediately. Kim then explained that for the moment the active portal sites were located in Incheon, Busan, and Gwangju, though many more were still to come. The colonel responded by saying that he would require a great number of people. At that moment, Kim realized he had not considered the matter of manpower. Yet the colonel reassured him, stating that if manpower was the issue, he knew someone who could help. The scene then shifted to Kim speaking with the representative of Busan, asking her to take responsibility for managing that area. He explained that while the military would be in charge of the portal itself, blind spots beyond its operational reach would remain, and manpower shortages would make them difficult to monitor. As they walked together, he elaborated further, explaining that he needed her cooperation to oversee the areas surrounding the portal in collaboration with the military, promising to provide all the necessary supplies for the effort. Upon hearing this, she responded that it sounded fantastic. Seizing the opportunity, Kim then asked if she would also like to join Pax FC. Through the cooperation of the military and local awakened individuals, the shortage of manpower was resolved, and the chaotic surroundings of the portal gradually began to stabilize. At the site, soldiers were giving clear instructions. No one was to push forward, and distribution would proceed one box per person in strict order, so patience was required. As they handed out supplies, they repeatedly announced that these provisions came from PAX FC, adding that anyone who joined would receive even more the following day. Through such promotional efforts carried out here and there, the system soon indicated that the number of members had surpassed 40,000. Kim's expression twisted into something almost psychotic, for everything was unfolding even better than he had planned. Now only 10,000 more members were needed to reach level 7. Interrupting his moment of exhilaration, Pax appeared once more, reporting that another problem had been discovered. He explained that he had detected a being from another dimension, one that showed no intention of attacking, and asked what action should be taken. Kim was astonished, questioning whether it was truly possible for a dimensional being to exist without hostility. The scene then shifted to the introduction of this unusual creature. It was small, fluffy, and undeniably cute. Facing it directly, Kim attempted to identify its species, and realizing this, the tiny furry being began to cry, pleading for Kim to spare its life. Astonishingly able to communicate in a manner similar to a human, the little creature begged, insisting that it had nowhere else to go and promising that it would remain hidden, causing no trouble to anyone. Only then did Kim recognize that the creature was indeed peaceful. Kim stated that he wished to hear its story and suggested that they sit and talk for a while. The adorable creature was deeply moved by the human's attitude. While they were speaking inside, the little creature explained that his dimension had been destroyed by an invasion. While searching for refuge, he had managed to infiltrate during a migration toward Earth. Nibbling on some cookies as he recounted his tale, he revealed that his name was Solon and gradually told the entire story of how he had ended up there. Kim realized that the account could very well be true. After all, Earth itself had also suffered invasions from other dimensions. It was entirely possible. If Earth failed to defend itself, humanity too would eventually become nothing more than refugees. Kim asked whether Solon had come to Earth alone, and this question made the small, fluffy creature cry once again. Still sobbing, he clarified that he had not come entirely by himself. In the beginning there had been many companions. He recalled how he had been their leader and had devised a plan to lead them to a mountainous area to establish a settlement. Unfortunately, it had not been a safe zone. Because of his misjudgment, many had been killed and devoured by monsters, and the survivors had scattered. He explained that they were probably still hiding somewhere, but emphasized that they all possessed a heightened sense of smell. This detail piqued Kim's curiosity. The little one confirmed it, explaining that their keen olfactory ability allowed them to evade detection by monsters. To demonstrate, Solon sniffed the air and declared that there was the scent of a goblin coming from the 3rd floor of the building next door. Kim was left stunned by such a remarkable ability. To be absolutely certain, Kim asked if he might verify the claim. He opened a portal and summoned Mordred, instructing him to investigate the building for goblins. Whether or not to kill them would be Mordred's decision. Only a few seconds later, Mordred returned, carrying the severed head of a goblin. He reported that the goblins had attacked him the moment he appeared, which was why they had been eliminated. Impressed by the speed and precision of the execution, Kim reflected that this was exactly how Mordred operated, efficient, direct, and swift as expected. Kim then considered that, while the result was not entirely surprising, it was still perplexing. Nevertheless, this new companion was astonishing in his own right, for he could identify goblins solely by scent. As Kim glanced back, he noticed the small creature now crying because the cookies had run out. It struck Kim that this ability was essentially a kind of wall hack, but at the same time dangerously exposed, since it left them vulnerable to sudden attacks from other monsters. Kim extended his hand and acknowledged that he could not pretend to fully understand the pain of losing so many companions. However, he reminded Solon that humans too had suffered greatly from invasions, which made both of them victims of similar tragedies. Therefore, Kim asked whether he might like to live with him, proposing a mutual arrangement. Kim would help him find his missing friends and in return, Solon would lend his assistance. The system then displayed that an invitation had been sent to join PAX FC. Looking at the notification, the furry creature saw that Kim was the leader of the group and asked if he might pose a question. He identified himself as Manong and explained that, throughout his entire life, he had never once eaten so well. Filled with gratitude, he submitted a request for his entire Manong tribe, more than 10,000 members, to join PAX FC. For a brief moment, Kim was rendered speechless by the sheer number. Then his eyes gleamed with astonishment and delight. He had never anticipated so many manongs, and with their addition, the total instantly reached 50,000 members, enough to achieve level 7 immediately. He considered it a stroke of luck that might never be repeated and gladly joined forces with the manongs. The system confirmed that together they now possessed 50,000 members. At that time, everything seemed marvelous. Yet Kim had not realized that this also meant he would now have to locate the 10,000 scattered manongs. And thus began Solan's journey to reunite with his lost comrades. As they walked, Kim remarked that the initial search would begin in the mountain where Solan had first attempted to establish a settlement. Riding on Kim's shoulders, Solan admitted that he would only truly recognize the place when he saw it again. After some time, they arrived before a mountain, and Solan affirmed that this was indeed the very location. Kim recognized it as Mount Sirak, well known for its treacherous and difficult terrain. But this would not be an obstacle, for he had access to a helicopter and intended to survey the area from above. Kim asked whether Solan could detect the scent of any of his companions. At that moment, Yongsu explained that the steep, jagged rocks made landing impossible. Moreover, the strong winds from the rotor blades scattered the aromas, making it impossible for Solan to smell anything accurately. Thus, they were forced to return to square one, but now with greater preparation. Equipped and ready to climb the mountain, Kim commented that the journey would likely be dull and that it was the perfect time to have a partner for conversation. He opened a subspace portal and summoned their old acquaintance, Lancelot. The very first question he posed was whether Lancelot enjoyed hiking. Lancelot confirmed that he did, while inwardly reflecting that this was what humans called socialization. Already anticipating such a response, Kim continued to ask Lancelot various questions as they ascended, seeking to learn more about his life and his past. Lancelot eventually admitted that he could tell his story, though it was not, by any means, a happy one. From vast plains to dense forests, from hidden mountain ranges to the depths of the ocean. This dimension, home to a vibrant ecosystem, is known as Avalon. It is a world where countless creatures coexist, and where the inhabitants of Avalon have learned to endure and survive in the constant presence of monstrous threats. The fundamental skills required for survival were hunting and gathering. Even children, barely learning how to speak, already carried rudimentary hunting tools, and naturally the people of Avalon evolved into a warrior race. And yet, despite the ever-looming menace of monsters, the people of Avalon managed to push their civilization forward. Through this progress, monsters no longer posed the same overwhelming danger as before. However, with this advancement came a new trial: war. The strength that had been honed to combat monsters was turned inward, against their own kind. The struggle for survival twisted into bloody conflicts over power and territory. After centuries of civil war, when the people were weary and broken, a young knight rose to the occasion. Through peace and diplomacy, that knight put an end to the endless fighting. This knight, who preached love above all else, was cherished by everyone and was crowned king. His name was Arthur. To those scarred by violence, suffering, and poverty, Arthur offered forgiveness, compassion, hope, and laughter. He summoned knights renowned for their valor on the battlefield and ensured that their swords would never again be raised in war against one another. Arthur declared that the sword, once forged for destruction, would henceforth serve only to protect Avalon. Thus, the 12 Knights of Camelot were formally anointed. Together, these knights repelled invaders and defended Avalon with unwavering courage. Under their protection, Avalon flourished more than ever before. Then, on what seemed like an ordinary day of fending off invasions, an extraordinary threat emerged. These new invaders were black magicians from the dimension of Barnaul, and they were unimaginably powerful. From that moment onward, the Knights of Camelot were bound to cursed relics, and Avalon itself fell under a terrible curse. Stepping out of the flashback, Lancelot explains that this was how they became the undead, condemned to continue existing even after death. He then asks Kim if that sounds like a joyful story, to which Kim responds that it is indeed far from uplifting. With his small companion resting on his shoulder, Kim tells Lancelot not to worry about his reaction, but that he needed to hear the complete story at least once. Yet deep inside, Kim is shaken, for an entire dimension as strong as Avalon had collapsed completely. Such a fate is not spoken of lightly, for it meant families, friends, everything one knew, vanished in its entirety. Kim apologizes to Lancelot for making him recall something so painful. However, he also reflects that his own family and world are still safe, so he should not pretend with hollow compassion. In that moment, Kim grows nervous, struggling with what to say to Lancelot. Sweating with unease, he asks if there might be any possible way to restore Avalon. Realizing that this question is as futile as asking if one can bring the dead back to life at their own funeral, Kim feels utterly useless for having cast such a heavy shadow over the mood. Yet, Lancelot respectfully answers Mr. Kim, telling him that it is not possible and that he knows of no method to ever reach Avalon again. He explains further that the multidimensional chamber does not open portals to anyone except the invaders. Besides, reviving the dead is something he has never even heard whispered of. Kim apologizes once more, but Lancelot acknowledges that he understands the intention behind his words. Then Lancelot says something that leaves Kim momentarily speechless. He reveals that his obedience is indeed a result of the curse, but beyond that he also possesses genuine feelings. And the mere fact that Kim is not an invader is enough for him. He explains that it has been that way from the beginning and most likely the other knights feel the same. At this, both Kim and Lancelot exchange words of gratitude with one another. Just then Solon catches a scent and asks them to pause. A patch of grass nearby begins to stir, and soon another Manong emerges. Upon seeing one of his kin, Solon leaps with excitement and embraces his comrade warmly. The comrade anxiously asks if Chief Solon is injured in any way, but Solon reassures him that he is unharmed, explaining that he encountered kind people who promised to help them. That was why he returned, to reunite with his lost kin. His comrade then turns to Kim and expresses deep gratitude. He goes on to declare that he will also help, and that he knows where some of the missing Manongs are hiding. Hearing this, Kim is filled with excitement, realizing how much time this will save. He thinks to himself that from here, it will simply be a matter of climbing the mountain in search of the Manong tribe. One Manong will help locate another who will then lead them to even more, creating a chain until the tribe is whole again. But things do not go exactly as planned. A week later, Kim is completely drained in every sense. Only after that long and exhausting time is he finally able to gather all 10,000 members of the Manong tribe. Exhausted and moving like an old man, Kim tries to recall how many mountains he has climbed over the course of the past week, all while wondering why the Manong seem to have such an attachment to mountains. He once again expresses his happiness at being able to help them reunite, and tells them that he will create a portal to make it easier for them to remain on that mountain. He explains to the tribe that if a monster ever appears, they simply need to escape through the portal, and in addition if they are ever in need of supplies, they can retrieve what they need directly from it. The Manongs express their gratitude, admitting that they do not know how they could possibly repay such generosity. Kim tells them that thanks are unnecessary and instead asks them to continue doing what they do best, using their extraordinary sense of smell. Yet Kim also wonders if there is perhaps something else they might help with. The system then notifies him that the fierce trackers of the Manong tribe are now available for deployment. At that moment, with all the energy and excitement he can muster, Solon, the leader of the Manong tribe, raises his voice to rally his kin, calling on them to demonstrate exactly what the Manongs are capable of. He orders them all to flare their nostrils wide. And so, the Manongs begin working side by side with the humans, using their keen senses to track down hidden monsters. They lend their aid to Minwo as well as to Sol, allowing them to uncover enemies that would have been otherwise impossible to detect. The sense of smell possessed by the Manong tribe proves to be truly extraordinary. Within only a single week of their alliance, reports of damage caused by monsters drop drastically. Watching all of this unfold from within the system while casually eating a bag of chips, Kim remarks that even though it may be impossible to completely wipe out every last monster, the fact that casualties have decreased is already more than enough. Things are definitely more stable now than they were before. Yet something still gnaws at him, keeping him unsettled. Now that he has reached level 7, secured an alliance with the Manongs, and witnessed a sharp decline in enemy activity, it feels like exactly the kind of moment when something catastrophic is bound to erupt. And right then, Pax appears, agreeing with what Kim has just said, announcing that new documents from the Chamber of Commerce have just arrived. For a brief moment, Kim feels a rush of pride, assured that his intuition never lies. The new document reveals that due to falling profits in the Korean and Japanese regions of Earth's dimension, measures of consolidation will be implemented with other dimensions. Expecting it to be about expansion or new opportunities, Kim realizes instead that it concerns the consolidation and merging of dimensions. He immediately asks which dimension will be merged, and Pax hands him another document. This one, however, is long and tedious, spanning more than 20 pages filled with dense text. Knowing how to make use of Pax's AI capabilities, Kim asks Pax to summarize it for him. Recognizing the importance of the information, Pax summons the other members into Subspace to share the news. Pax then begins to explain that the chamber's objective seems to be twofold. First, to increase revenue in Korea and Japan, and second, to reduce the number of level holders. To achieve this, the continent of Elvenheim will be relocated to the Pacific region and forced into battle. After that, an official warning for Korea and Japan will be issued within 7 days. Upon hearing this, Sol raises a question. If it is only 7 days away, what is the point of sending an advance warning? Kim clarifies that this is an internal chamber document, one they received early thanks to their control over certain facilities. In short, it means they will soon be forced to fight again. But in the background, Joy raises a troubling thought. She recalls Pax mentioning that it would be a forced battle, and asks if this means the inhabitants of Elvenheim are being compelled to become invaders. At that moment, Kim realizes that their probable enemies might also be unwilling victims, dragged into a war they never chose. This sparks the thought that perhaps there is a chance to clear up the misunderstanding and prevent an unnecessary conflict. Lancelot joins the discussion, telling Master Kim that he is not wrong in his reasoning, but that there is currently no way to establish contact with the people of Elvenheim. He explains that they must physically go to them in order for the battle notice to be delivered. He warns that they have no idea when Elvenheim will be transferred, and in the worst-case scenario, it could happen at the exact moment the official warning is released, immediately provoking them into combat. Pax reassures them that this is not the case, explaining that Elvenheim has already been relocated to the Pacific, and only the formal warning remains, which will be issued in 7 days. Kim states firmly that there is no time to waste. Joy, however, raises another concern, pointing out that there is still a chance that the people of Elvenheim may not see things as they do and may in fact desire war. She adds that it is also possible they might be similar to the primitive creatures they once encountered in China. These possibilities leave Kim deep in thought about what step he should take next. But after a moment of reflection, he declares that he will only decide on a course of action once they arrive. The scene shifts to a beach covered in dark sand. The landscape, though striking at first glance, carries an unsettling air for two young elves with golden hair who have just arrived there. One of them remarks that, despite the dirty and gloomy appearance of the place, it still feels preferable to their homeland. As they walk along the water's edge, the young female elf comments once more on how filthy the place looks, yet admits that even so, it is not as unbearable as returning home. Her companion nods in agreement, reflecting that perhaps there are even filthier and more unpleasant places scattered across the vast universe. However, since neither of them has ever set foot beyond their realm, Elvenheim, they have no way of confirming such assumptions. Curiosity eventually takes over the boy, and he crouches down, reaching out to touch the water. As his fingers skim its surface, a faint, luminous blue glow radiates from his hand, a sign that immediately attracts attention. An older elf notices the display, approaches with disapproval etched across his face, and sternly demands to know what the boy thinks he is doing. He reminds them in a sharp tone of the supervisor's strict orders: nothing is to be done on Earth. Startled, the young elf stammers in response, insisting it was nothing, that he was merely playing around. The elder, unconvinced, reprimands them firmly, stressing that they had been clearly instructed to be cautious in every single action. Even the act of purification, he warns, requires express prior permission. Intimidated, the two children fall silent under his reproach. From a distance, another elven figure keeps watch, ensuring the rules are upheld and no further mistakes occur. Hidden further away, Kim observes the entire scene unfold with careful attention. Inside a command room, Kim discusses the situation with Lancelot. Together, they observe that although these beings are elves, the environment around them still looks appallingly dirty. Lancelot adds that it appears the young boy has just purified the ocean itself. Intrigued by the term, Kim asks what exactly purified means. Lancelot explains that purification is a natural and unique magical ability belonging to elves, used to restore balance and vitality to nature. He points out that while elves are famous for their combat prowess, this ability is what truly sets them apart. Hearing this, Kim concludes that although elves may look fragile and unreliable, their powers also reveal that they might not be inclined to fight when approached without hostility. Back on the beach, the elder elf suddenly notices something unusual and wonders what it could be. The leader of the group, quietly reflecting, considers the nature of the humans around them. Without warning, she senses a presence drawing near and questions whether enemies have arrived, perhaps after detecting the surge of their mana. A dazzling blue energy manifests before their eyes, condensing into a large glowing cube. The cube slowly opens, unveiling a basket overflowing with fresh vegetables. A notification from the system clarifies that a welcome gift has been modified into this offering. The elves stare at it, completely astonished and uncertain of how to react. It is at this moment that an elf steps forward, acknowledging that he does not know what manner of being stands before them, but that it is undeniably remarkable. With a composed smile and a firm handshake, Kim introduces himself by his true name and declares his origin as Korea. The elf responds by introducing himself as Ethan, and offers greetings in the dignified manner of the noble elves, who, in their belief, live under the blessings of God. The tone of the meeting soon shifts into seriousness. The female elf's expression changes to one of surprise, her eyes widening at the sound of the word Korea, as though the name carries weight and familiarity. Kim notices the reaction and deduces that they must already have received alarming war reports. He immediately seeks to reassure her, urging her not to be distressed. He explains that although the current situation appears to signal the outbreak of war, the truth is far different. It is nothing more than a carefully orchestrated scheme by the Chamber of Commerce. He firmly asserts that there is no genuine reason for them to fight, since they are all merely being manipulated into conflict. Now Kamer, the elder elf, picks up one of the vegetables from the basket, tastes it, and comments that at last they have found someone who thinks in harmony with the elves' own values. Jongwoo advises her not to rush into speaking further, suggesting instead that she eat more slowly and carefully. He then informs them that their leader, President Ellie, resides in the capital, a destination that lies about 3 days' journey from their current location. Given the urgency, the elf apologizes for the delay, but Kim cuts him off, declaring that there is no time to waste. Without hesitation, Kim summons a massive military vehicle and invites the elves to board, suggesting that traveling together will help them avoid unnecessary misunderstandings and allow conversation along the way. Upon arrival near their destination, however, the elf insists that they continue the journey on foot in order to prevent further misinterpretations. Inside the vehicle, Kim turns to Yongsu, instructing him to remain behind and deal with any potential enemy attacks while he and Lancelot continue forward to speak directly with the elves. As they enter the town, Kim notices children at play and other elves arguing about watering and fertilizing their plants. He observes that the materials look worn and that nobody appears particularly powerful. The place resembles a cozy rural village, yet he wonders how far the capital can possibly be. Ethan announces that they have arrived, and Kim had not expected the destination to be like this. The place is almost entirely ruined. One elf who had been sleeping is nudged awake by another, who jokes that the sleeper had drooled. The embarrassed elf grumbles while the other laughs, remarking that some odd sound escaped him. The elves approach Kim to confirm that this is indeed the capital they must reach. Kim studies a building that looks like an old asylum and wonders to himself whether this could possibly be the so-called Galactic Council. Stunned, Kim realizes that the capital he had pictured is in fact a small, picturesque hamlet. His surprise is interrupted by the arrival of a stern, braided elf who berates the litter scattered about and scolds the children, warning that if they keep behaving this way they will grow up as filthy as the elders. Her scolding stops abruptly when an elder announces that Mother Nature will take care of the mess, and then informs her that guests have arrived. Startled, she turns and sees Kim's group for the first time. Led into a council hall, Kim and Lancelot receive a formal welcome. A noble-looking elf apologizes to Kim, explaining that the children apparently caused some trouble and that Kim's assistance eased their journey. Kim replies that it was no bother at all. The conversation shifts toward the future. The braided elf makes clear that they do not want war either and insists she has no intention of leaving Elvenheim. Their only desire is to discover what happened to their people. Kim agrees to maintain peaceful relations and coexistence, but the elf interrupts him coldly, declaring that they do not mingle with outsiders and warning, to eliminate any doubt, that piety does not equal naivete. Whoever dares to invade their people in Elvenheim will be killed. Kim smiles confidently, certain of his previous words, and asks what she means by whoever. The elf confirms bluntly that she means exactly what he heard. Anyone who threatens them will be eliminated. At that moment Lancelot steps forward, sword in hand, and reproaches her for a grave mistake. She has shown disrespect to Lord Kim, who seeks only peace, and she is refusing to distinguish sincere intent from hostile intent, choosing instead to threaten to kill indiscriminately. The fragile calm shatters when the braided elf lunges at Lancelot in fury, spitting insults as she attacks. She sneers that the sight is repulsive and that she does not intend to soil her eyes with the sight of a human. Those are her last words before striking. Kim cries out his knight's name in shock as he watches Lancelot be brutally overpowered. Victorious, the elf begins to explain the nature of her people. She says that while humans live roughly 100 years, for elves that span hardly marks the beginning of adulthood. Their long lives have exposed them to innumerable battles and hardships across many worlds, forcing them to fight for survival for ages. As a consequence, most adult elves have reached at least level 6 in power, and even elders who sweep the courtyard are often level 5 or higher. Turning to Kim with fragments of what is left of Lancelot in her hands, she mocks him. Apologize? You come here armed to the teeth and expect us to beg forgiveness. She continues, declaring that they have confronted countless sinners like him before. Surrounded by a menacing green aura, she presents a grim offer. Bow your head and apologize. If you do, perhaps I will let you live. Realizing how swiftly and effortlessly the elf had defeated Lancelot, Kim remarks that her response was far too extreme, given that Lancelot had merely carried a sword on his back. Panic grips him, and he asks if it is truly as simple as lowering his head and apologizing. Without hesitation, he does exactly as instructed, declaring that such an act is no hardship for him. Bowing awkwardly, he expresses deep regret and begs for her mercy. The elf then questions why Kim lowered his head so quickly, especially considering that he is the master. Kim answers that he did so because one of his comrades was on the verge of death. Opening the subspace, he recalls Lancelot back inside. Lancelot, battered and holding his own arm, apologizes as he disappears. Observing the interaction between the humans, the elf finds Kim peculiar, yet she resumes the earlier discussion, emphasizing that the elves will not invade them, but they will show no mercy to any who attempt to invade Elvenheim. She repeats that anyone who approaches will be considered an intruder. Kim can only remark that they are incredibly reclusive. The elf responds that whether reclusive or not, humans should at least be grateful that elves are not the ones invading them. Furthermore, she explains that the elves are prepared to die in silence, and so she sees no issue in maintaining such isolation. Kim counters that he cannot understand why the elves would prefer death over accepting aid, suggesting that perhaps their pride is too great, and insists that they ought to accept help when it is freely given. The elf watches him silently, her aura of intimidation beginning to radiate once more. Kim, sensing the tension, tries to ease the atmosphere with humor, remarking that she could speak less since his own words seem to slip away from him. The elf then declares that she has an idea, one that will be faster than endless talking, and instructs him to follow her. Caught off guard by her sudden decisiveness, Kim can only wonder whether she has been offended by his earlier words. Cold sweat trickles down his face as grim possibilities flood his mind. She might kidnap, imprison, and torture him. Resolved not to overthink, he decides to follow, reassuring himself that if anything happens, he can retreat into the subspace and look for an opportunity to escape with the helicopter. After all, she does not possess wings to chase him through the skies. Suspicious but determined to endure, Kim clings to the thought that as long as he maintains his composure, he can survive even within the den of a tiger, though this elf is both swift and overwhelmingly strong. As they walk, he notices in the background elves training with bows and arrows. Watching them, he comforts himself with the notion that arrows could never bring down a helicopter. That fragile reassurance vanishes instantly when the elf fires an arrow. The shot is so powerful that a helicopter would be obliterated effortlessly if struck. Horror grips him as he realizes that escape is impossible. The elf explains that the child who fired the shot possesses little skill, which is why she trains separately. Her power cannot compare to that of her peers and she lacks composure, but even so, she must prepare for the possibility of war. If this is the strength of a weak elf, Kim cannot begin to imagine the might of a strong one. Trying to mask his fear, he jokes that he finally understands the saying, when one tries to keep composure in the tiger's den, one simply dies with a clear mind. The elf turns and declares that they have arrived. Already resigned, Kim asks where exactly the den is in which he is expected to lie. But instead of danger, he is met with an unusual sight. A small tree enveloped in a glowing aura. The elf identifies it as the World Tree. She explains that within Elvenheim, a land steeped in curse, the tree has endured until now, allowing them to survive. Kim asks if it truly is a curse and she confirms it. She recalls how the tree was once unimaginably vast, radiating a brilliance so bright it could overwhelm the eyes. But after the elves were defeated in a battle against a particular dimension, the World Tree began to shrink. Not only were the elves cursed, but the entire continent of Elvenheim as well. Since then, the tree has resisted the curse, though it has been slowly dying all this time. Thanks to its resistance, the elves are still able to harvest a small amount of crops. Yet the elf warns that it will not last much longer. At last, Kim understands what she meant earlier about dying in silence. She falls silent once more, prompting Kim to ask who cast the curse. She questions his sudden curiosity, and he responds that perhaps he can help. The elf insists that his level is far below that of the elves, but he counters that he might help in other ways. She dismisses the notion, telling him that he cannot comprehend the scope of the problem, as Earth's dimension was only open to the multiverse less than a year ago. Finally, she reveals the truth. This curse was the work of the black mages of Barnaul. Kim's expression changed instantly as he remembered that Barnaul were the same ones Lancelot had mentioned, and he began to question who exactly these dark mages were, spreading destruction wherever they went. The elf gathered energy in her hand and declared that this was natural power. She explained that Barnaul had been careless with the natural energy radiating from the world tree, a power belonging to the elves. She further explained that even among elves, there are those born with the talent to wield natural power, and they are marked by horns on their heads, beings known as superior elves. Distracted, Kim remarked that perhaps he had seen a few earlier. The elf quickly responded, telling him that most of them had already been killed by the dark mages. She confirmed that only a few superior elves were still alive, but they had disappeared when transported to Earth. Then she asked if he had seen any horned elves on Earth. At that moment, Kim realized he should have kept silent and hastily said that he must have been mistaken. She then requested that if he ever did encounter one, he should inform her immediately. Kim understood that he had nearly walked into his own grave by pretending to know something. The elf concluded that she had nothing more to say to him and suggested that perhaps it was time for him to return to Earth. She said she would accompany him to the plaza, and that Ethan would guide him to the exit. Kim thanked her and followed along. As he gazed at the world tree, he wondered if the tree was constantly struggling against the curse, and whether he might be able to resolve the situation by replicating it. The system interrupted, informing him that the corresponding category did not exist. Kim realized then that, although it was indeed a tree, it belonged to a category different from ordinary trees. This left only one possibility: the special storage spaces available at each level of the subspace. Since the current subspace was at level 5, and he had already managed to store the branch of the Chamber of Commerce within it, perhaps the world tree could only be stored at level 6. He checked the requirement. The cost for level 6 was 100,000 magic stones, yet he had only 68,000. At that moment, the elf announced that they had arrived at the plaza. She asked him to wait while she went to call Ethan, and she added that although their time together had been brief, she was glad to have spoken with him for the first time. Kim then said that before leaving he wanted to give her a gift. He opened the subspace and summoned forth a massive pile of crops and food for the elves. He clarified in advance that he was not asking for anything in return. It was simply a gift, and they could eat as much as they wanted, promising that he would return soon. At that instant, someone emerged from the subspace. It was Saito Daichi, stating that he wanted to speak with Kim. Kim asked whether there were still fish left and whether Saito needed help. Saito confirmed that there were, explaining that only one location remained, but the enemies had seized the core and escaped into the sea, now guarded by a giant kraken along with the fishmen. The elf listened to their conversation, still in disbelief, and recalled what Kim had said earlier about offering help. She thought to herself that even though he was not particularly friendly, he had still given them a great amount of food, which made her wonder if he would eventually demand something in return, perhaps a contract or even a trap. And if not that, then maybe this human named Kim simply had some sort of intellectual deficiency. The scene shifted back to Kim, who confirmed that there was indeed a massive kraken spraying acidic ink that made it nearly impossible to approach. No one had the range to deal with such a creature, since its attack radius was 800 meters. Kim's own ability only reached 500 meters, which meant it would be difficult for him as well. He realized then that they needed a long-range, powerful attack, and the only one capable of this was the elf. Kim declared that since she had already received his gift, he wanted to ask her for a favor, thereby confirming the elf's suspicions. The elf said she had already guessed his plan, since it had always seemed strange to her, and she questioned whether it was not shameless of him, given that he had previously insisted he wanted nothing in return. Kim then countered that if she accepted, he would give her double. The scene shifted again, showing the kraken spraying its acidic ink in several directions. From a distance the elf observed everything. Slowly she began to gather her hair and tie it back. Kim handed her a bow, jesting lightly and asking her to take good care of it. The elf then focused her energy, preparing to unleash an overwhelming attack powerful enough to defeat the kraken at a range of 800 meters. The elf released her shot toward the octopus, and the arrow struck the kraken with such overwhelming force that it defeated the creature in a single blow. The beast exploded into countless fragments, scattering pieces in every direction, while, in the background, the humans erupted into celebration. That single arrow, fired by the elven leader and imbued with the pure force of nature, not only destroyed the kraken but also shattered the portal core it was protecting. This meant that both the monster's magic stones and the portal's core would soon be recovered. Depending on the value Kim received, two possibilities emerged. If the total amount of magic stones, those he already possessed combined with the new ones, reached 100,000, he would be able to upgrade the subspace level, store and reapply the world tree, and thus save Elvenheim. However, the entire process would have to remain secret, for the elves would never accept such an act. They would believe he was trying to exploit the world tree, and if they ever found out, they might misunderstand his intentions and kill him in a cruel way. The second possibility would arise if the total number of stones failed to reach 100,000. In that case, he would need to act as though nothing had happened, plan again, gather more stones, and gradually increase his level before visiting the elves once more. Both alternatives were difficult, requiring absolute secrecy, but the second, starting over from scratch, was the most dangerous of all. Looking at the system window, Kim expected to see only 32,000 stones remaining. However, he actually had 68,000, and he believed that by defeating the Kraken he would finally reach the 100,000 mark. Yet even after the ship returned to Elvenheim, not a single new stone had been added. After all, it was the elf who had slain the creature. At first, Kim was not overly concerned, thinking he could trade food for the stones. However, the elf soon sought him out, demanding the promised food since she had fulfilled her part by killing the monster. Somewhat embarrassed, he agreed but asked if he could at least receive the magic stones obtained from the Kraken's defeat. The elf replied coldly that this was not part of their agreement. Kim insisted, saying he wanted nothing for free and that he would offer 4 times the amount of food. The elf was surprised by the proposal but refused. Kim asked why, reminding her that she herself had said her people were in need of food. She admitted that was true but found it suspicious that he would offer so much more than what had been agreed upon, especially when the original offer was already generous. Her distrust grew. She suspected an ulterior motive, perhaps a hidden plan. She asked why he needed those magic stones so desperately. Trying to sound casual, Kim said that he always needed them and used a few here and there. The elf replied sarcastically that she too used a few here and there, making it clear she saw through his evasive answer. Kim realized that his vagueness had only fueled her doubts, and she was not naive enough to overlook it. She then declared that she would keep the stones and that he should simply uphold his end of the bargain by delivering the promised food. Nervous, Kim began to sweat. The elf, growing impatient, demanded that he act quickly, warning that if he delayed any longer she would turn him into food instead. Irritated, Kim opened the subspace and ordered Pax to unload the vegetables until he said to stop. The portal opened and the food began to pour out, forming a massive pile of vegetables that continued to grow. During this, Kim decided to be honest. He explained that he could replicate anything infinitely within the subspace and that the reason he wanted the magic stones was to store and reapply the world tree, thereby saving the elves. Yet he knew she would not believe him, and she confirmed that she truly did not. That was why he had preferred to keep the truth hidden. She even doubted the food itself, suspecting it might be some kind of trap. Still, she continued to watch. The subspace kept producing food without end, the pile growing larger and larger before her eyes. The elf stood there, speechless, astonished by what she was witnessing. Kim asked if she believed him now. She answered that she still was not sure whether he could truly replicate infinitely, but she admitted that he could reproduce an impressive amount. Even so, she questioned how she could trust him to return the world tree to the elves instead of keeping it for himself. She said that such a matter was not something to be taken lightly, and entrusting the fate of her people to a stranger was unthinkable. Kim replied that there was no need to worry, for the world tree to him was nothing more than an ordinary sapling. That statement only confused her further. Without gaining anything from it, he seemed to be risking everything merely to help them. She asked why he was trying so hard. As she reflected, the elf remarked that his hesitation to answer clearly revealed he was hiding something. Kim denied it, explaining that his motivation was simple. He simply felt pity for her and her people. The elf was caught off guard by the straightforward honesty in his tone. He elaborated that, despite their strength, they were on the brink of collapse, starving, frail, with both children and adults pale and sickly. He wanted to help them not out of self-interest or hidden ambition, but purely because he sympathized with their suffering. Kim then asked if she did not see things the same way, that her people were in desperate need of help. He added that, if they truly wished, the elves could easily invade human lands and seize food by force, but they chose not to. The elf remained silent, and from her body began to emanate a faint green aura, its gentle glow carrying an undertone of intimidation that made Kim slightly uneasy. In that moment, a fragment of the past resurfaced in her mind. She remembered a distant conversation, someone once scolding her for provoking others. That voice, likely belonging to her father, spoke patiently about the importance of mutual growth and coexistence, saying that both were vital for survival. Competition was necessary, he explained, but the destruction of one another would never lead to prosperity. Coexistence and shared development were the paths of true wisdom. He had called her Elia, reminding her that a hand was not meant solely to strike, but also to be extended toward those in need. And if someone offered help, he had said, there was no shame in accepting it. Even the elves were not perfect. They had much to learn, not only how to fight but also how to receive assistance when it was offered in goodwill. Returning from her memories, Elia looked at Kim and remarked that she did not even know his name yet. Kim introduced himself and she requested that, when the time came to search for the High Elves, he lend his aid to them as well. Kim agreed without hesitation. Moments later, the system displayed a message. Kim had received 46,000 additional magic stones, bringing his total to 115,000. A notification followed, announcing that the level upgrade was complete. Kim immediately summoned Pax again and commanded him not to stop until ordered. He then requested that the world tree be sent out. Back in Elvenheim, the elders watched the sky, struggling to comprehend what was unfolding before their eyes. One of them began to cry, overcome by emotion and shame that Feindrich, a former elder, was no longer alive to witness that moment. From above, countless crates began descending, each one sent by Pax, and inside every box lay a newly duplicated world tree created by Kim. The elves were overwhelmed with emotion, their cheers and tears blending into one. After some time, Sol, Kim's sister, pointed out that there was no more space left to plant and asked that the remaining trees be placed near her. Witnessing the scene, Elia's composure finally broke. Tears streamed down her face once more. Even after all these years, she still cried like before. She was not alone. All around her, other elves were weeping too. They said that they had always given their utmost to endure hardship, but expressing gratitude, that somehow was even harder. An elder replied that they could not help it, for their tears would not stop flowing. Another elf, smiling through his exhaustion, murmured that they were likely tired down to their very bones. Meanwhile, everyone, elves, knights, and even Kim with his family and friends, joined together in replanting the world trees. In the midst of the work, one of the knights suddenly began trembling, scratching himself uncontrollably, confused and alarmed by the strange itching spreading rapidly through his body. As Kim observes the growing forest before him, he realizes there are now far too many world trees and not nearly enough people to plant them. Faced with this, he orders Pax to halt the transmission of the trees for the time being. Then, turning to the system, he requests that messages be sent across the realms, summoning anyone willing to come to Alverheim and assist in the planting effort. Before long, countless responses begin to arrive. Among the volunteers are Colonel Myo, an old friend of Kim, and the Chinese man he once helped in the past. Both assure him that they came to lend their strength, insisting that Kim need not worry. Moved by their enthusiasm, Kim decides to explain to everyone exactly what is happening. With a spirited grin, Colonel Myo declares that he trusts his own skill with a shovel and that this is the perfect time to prove the strength of an experienced worker. Kim smiles faintly and instructs everyone to think of the mission as a grand divine reforestation campaign, a sacred effort to plant the world trees throughout the continent of Alverheim. Each volunteer is to take one tree, plant it at a safe distance from the others, and ensure that its roots are firmly set in the soil. As he speaks, a voice calls out urgently from behind. It is Sol, his sister, who pleads for him to come quickly, saying that something is wrong with the knights. Concerned, Kim rushes toward the location she indicates. Meanwhile, the elves remain cheerful, invigorated by the presence of the world trees. Their hearts and bodies brim with vitality, a feeling they have not experienced in ages. Yet, upon reaching the knights, Kim is met with a disturbing sight. Every one of them is trembling and scratching at their skin, their bodies appearing gaunt and skeletal. Lancelot, visibly shaken, struggles to explain that his entire body itches, the same sensation he once felt when trapped within the subspace. Observing closely, Kim suspects that the power of the world tree might be attempting to heal them, though he cannot understand why the reaction is so intense. Without hesitation, he decides to send them back to Camelot immediately. But before he can act, one of the elven elders raises a hand and asks him to wait. The elder calmly explains that the natural energy radiating from the world tree is never a force of harm. Lancelot, still trembling, argues that an excess of that same energy can sometimes act like a curse. The elder responds with quiet assurance, saying that perhaps all that is needed is a simple adjustment, a realignment of the tree's natural properties so that their energy may harmonize with the knights' bodies. Approaching each of the knights in turn, the elder begins to manipulate their energetic balance. Kim watches intently, fascinated yet uncertain about what exactly is being done. The elf reassures him that it is merely a gentle calibration, meant to prevent their suffering. Moments later, Lancelot blinks in surprise. The itching has vanished completely. The others soon relax as well, their symptoms gone. At that moment, Kim recalls something Elia once mentioned, that among the elves existed a level 6, the highest and most formidable rank, comparable to the winged monster they had fought in China. Studying the elder before him, Kim realizes that no ordinary measure could truly gauge the depth of this being's power. Then, in a voice as calm as the wind through the branches, the elder reflects that no power under heaven or earth ever remains fixed. Nature itself moves and transforms just as people do, and within the countless paths of providence, there must exist a way to restore those men, to bring the skeletal knights back to their human forms. The words strike Kim deeply. He stands frozen, mouth slightly open, unable to respond. As the elder turns to leave, Kim drops to one knee and implores him to explain further. All around them, the world trees continue to grow, their luminous leaves casting soft light across the land. The elder turns back and explains that the power of dark magic, the very force that stripped the knights of their flesh, is vast and wholly opposed to the essence of life. Reversing such corruption, he says, is like trying to gather spilled water from the earth. It demands strength and patience many times greater than the original act of destruction. Dozens, perhaps hundreds of times more. Kim listens intently, still kneeling, absorbing every word as the radiance of the world tree spreads across Alverheim, heralding a new dawn of hope. He then asks what would be required to accomplish what the elder proposes. The elder replies that two things are essential. First, a natural force many times stronger than the dark energy, powerful enough to suppress it. And second, a superior elf with the skill and mastery to channel that energy precisely. At once, Kim recalls the elf Elia had spoken of. The superior ones who vanished during the transfer to the war, perhaps still living somewhere on Earth. The elder nods solemnly, confirming his suspicion. All of them, he says, disappeared without explanation. No one knows where they went. Some may still live hidden among humankind. Others may have succumbed quietly to time itself, their names long forgotten. The possibility that one of the superior elves had died in silence fills Kim with a faint sorrow, a quiet ache for the lost greatness of an age long past. The elder then asks whether it is even worth continuing to speak of natural force, given that the whereabouts of the superior elf remain unknown. Kim, though visibly shaken, insists that he continue and demands to know how much natural energy would be required. The elder explains that this power flows from the world tree itself, and to gather the necessary amount would take no less than 150 years. The response makes Kim smile awkwardly, aware that such a span of time far exceeds the life of any ordinary human. The elder adds gently that the amount they possess now is still a mere fraction of what would be needed. With a tone of resignation, Kim realizes that the task before him is not simply difficult. It borders on the impossible. Yet the elder continues, explaining that there is no way to hasten the growth of the world tree. The only path forward, he says, is to repeat the cycle of pain and recovery again and again. Kim understands the principle and, as he reflects, interprets it as a process of enduring suffering and then healing from it, a painful yet potentially feasible path. The elder emphasizes that such a procedure is far from simple. The energy they face is extraordinarily resilient, nearly destroyed by the curse that taints it, and lesser beings could never hope to inflict even a scratch upon it. As Kim listens, his mind races through the meaning of pain and recovery, and gradually he begins to believe there might be a way to make it real. A faint but confident smile crosses his face as he recognizes that he already holds what is needed to begin. The scene shifts to Camelot. The system presents it as the grand palace of the knights, a fortress blessed with a unique property. Within its walls, countless enhancement stones are forged, artifacts designed to channel and amplify magical power. Holding one of these stones, Kim observes how the life force drawn from the world tree radiates through it, magnificent and pure. The cycle of stone reproduction has become drastically shorter, accelerated by the energy accumulated since the naming of all the knights. With the addition of 2 world trees, the process intensifies further, spawning an unending flood of new enhancement stones. Now the stones multiply at an exponential rate, so quickly that Kim deems it pointless even to attempt counting them. He cannot be sure how much Camelot can accelerate the growth of the world tree, but he knows that it will take some time before the results become apparent. With a mischievous glint in his eyes and a determined expression, he resolves to begin enhancing his weapons. Kim grasps Rakiza's sacred spear and attempts to elevate it to a new tier of power. Yet the attempt fails. The enhancement requires a C-grade stone or higher. Curious, he checks the system and finds that all the stones in his possession are merely D-grade. This discovery leads him to question how one might obtain the superior grade. Back in Elvenheim, Kim seeks answers from the elf. She explains that C-grade stones can only be crafted by dwarves, small, sturdy beings renowned for their unmatched skill with the hammer. Startled, Kim realizes he has never once encountered a dwarf. The elf remarks that this is likely because no dwarves exist on Earth, and she briefly describes their kind. According to her, such creatures truly do exist, though they are absent from this world. Still curious, Kim asks if there is any other way to acquire C-grade stones without relying on the dwarves. The elf answers plainly that it is practically impossible. It is at that moment that Kim fully understands the gravity of his mission, the sheer magnitude of the path that lies ahead. He glances at the massive piles of enhancement stones surrounding him and recognizes that they are all useless. The realization dampens his spirits, especially after having been so eager to forge countless powerful weapons from them. But the elf, noticing his disappointment, adds one final remark, that perhaps not all hope is lost. She explains that it is possible the dwarves may also have come to Earth, since the elves may not have been the only race affected by the dimensional consolidation process. She continues, noting that the level cap of the earthly dimension was raised to match that of the elves, and thus the presence of other races in this world is not impossible, merely uncertain. The elf adds that if an immense, previously unseen mountain range were ever to appear, there would be a high chance that dwarves dwell within it. She advises Kim to seek them out if he wishes to continue with his plans. Then, with a graceful nod, she takes her leave, saying she must finish planting the world trees. Kim thanks her for the information, straightens his posture, and prepares to depart, his mind already turning toward the next great step in his journey. Before departing, the elf remarks that Kim is regarded as the savior of Elvenheim, and because of that he may speak to her more informally. She adds that she has spoken with his sisters and that all of them seem to be wonderful people. They conversed casually, and it would be strange if only he remained formal. Yet Kim cannot help but recall the moment when that very same elf had effortlessly destroyed Lancelot before his eyes, making it impossible for him to behave naturally in her presence. He turns his gaze toward the horizon and concludes that for now, there are no pressing problems left to resolve. With a faint smile, he decides that it is time to move forward. As the sun sets, he prepares for his departure. The colonel watches him closely and asks whether he truly intends to travel to America, curious about the reason behind such a choice. Kim reflects that James had expressed a wish to return home and that, in any case, he himself must continue exploring new lands. However, something in the colonel's reaction draws his attention, a subtle expression that suggests he knows more than he is willing to say outright. The colonel explains that he no longer maintains direct contact with the United States and does not know every detail, but he states firmly that the federal government there has collapsed. Among the few remaining state governments, something strange seems to be unfolding. He goes on to say that the real issue may not lie within America itself, but rather with the monsters that have taken positions above the Pacific Ocean. The revelation catches Kim off guard. The colonel then mentions that there is a video that can better illustrate what has been happening. The footage shows fighter jets streaking through the skies at nearly the speed of light. The pilots report unidentified flying objects approaching at extreme velocity and attempt to change course to avoid collision. Before they can maneuver, however, enormous creatures tear through the aircraft as though they were made of paper, obliterating them with terrifying ease. It is not a single attack. Multiple monsters move in coordinated formations, defending their aerial territory with frightening precision. As they watch, the colonel explains that only one pilot survived, thanks to an emergency ejection. Through him they managed to retrieve the recording. After the incident, American forces stationed in Korea attempted to return to their homeland, but every attempt ended in failure. The number of soldiers who succeeded in setting foot on American soil remains zero. Kim contemplates the situation, wondering if James might be able to modify an aircraft capable of crossing the ocean despite the dangers. Yet when James studies the data, he realizes the creatures are faster than fighter jets and strong enough to pierce armored warplanes. He concludes that flying over the ocean for more than 13 hours amidst such beasts would be nothing short of suicidal. For a brief moment, James's eyes glimmer with the spark of invention, and Kim expects him to propose some brilliant modification. But to his astonishment, James simply decides to remain in Korea, calmly concluding that he will live happily there instead. Kim is left speechless by the unexpected decision, silently wondering what he will do if James truly chooses to abandon the journey.